A teleportation magic array. Dex crouched down, rubbing the traces left by the magic array, muttering to himself. Damn it, Fang Heng escaped again. Helpless, Dex could only return to report the situation to the Holy Adjudicator. When Dex returned to the original lava space, at this moment the Divine Realm Group of Four had just eliminated most of the arrogant power of the demonic seed, temporarily sealing it in an ancient wooden box. Seeing Dex return, everyone turned towards him with questioning gazes. Sorry, he got away. Dex took a deep breath, explaining, he used the power of the Hell Altar in the cave. I couldn't control him in time. Well, Fang Heng is full of tricks, otherwise we wouldn't have spent so long without catching up to him. Okaini was not surprised. At least this time there was some gain. They had found the arrogant demonic seed, which would keep it quiet for a while. Let's go, Okaini said, turning away to lead the group to prepare to leave the Hell World. But when they returned to the passage, it had abruptly stopped. Everyone frowned, a touch of gloom appearing on their faces. Was this Fang Heng's doing? Okmi's tone contained a hint of anger. In front of them was a vast lava terrain. The fusion space between the inner world and Hell had completely disappeared. Earlier, Okmi's group had kept the magic array stone forest outside the inner world intact to leave a passage. They didn't expect it to be destroyed by Fang Heng. The merging world has disappeared. It seems we're trapped. An expiator in the group observed the surroundings and shook his head. It will take some time before we can leave. At this time, Fang Heng had already used Tabu Chi's dimensional leap ability to return to the prayer temple in the inner world of the Forest of 10,000 Oaks. Who? Fang Heng panted heavily, a thin layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. During his battle with Dex earlier, he had already gained the upper hand somewhat, intending to entangle the other side effortlessly for a while. But suddenly, his consciousness seemed to lose control, experiencing intense fluctuations as if his brain were exploding in pain. In crisis, Fang Heng decisively chose to launch a strong attack to escape after leaking out of space. Thankfully, he had prepared an escape route in advance, setting up a summoning magic array, Abu Chi, in another cave, allowing him to escape using Abu Chi's dimensional teleportation ability. Now out of combat, the intense fluctuations in his consciousness gradually subsided. He scanned the game prompts with a smile on his face. Finally, the mission objective was achieved. Not bad. This wave resulted in a large amount of chaotic power, maxing out the demonic bloodline of the leader-level demons. Furthermore, the Divine Realm Pursuit team was trapped in Hell for a period of time. This time could be used to wrap up the mainline mission of the Forest of 10,000 Oaks. Everything was going according to plan. The only setback was the abnormality in his consciousness that occurred. Your Majesty. Gale was still controlling the prayer temple's magic array, and upon seeing Fang Heng appear through Abu Chi's teleportation, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. All right, you continue. Don't mind me. Fang Heng immediately sat cross-legged where he was, focusing his awareness on his consciousness to observe the situation. Very strange. His consciousness was abnormally calm at the moment, as though the intense fluctuations had never occurred. The demonic seed also seemed fine, quietly lingering in a corner of his consciousness. The envy demonic seed had also returned to calmness. Initially, when the abnormality occurred, Fang Heng instinctively thought it was caused by the envy demonic seed. However, after observing carefully, he realized things were not as they seemed. What could be the issue? Fang Heng searched several times, but couldn't find the reason. Could it be that absorbing the chaotic power too quickly overwhelmed his zombie doppelganger, like eating too many popsicles at once? Maybe some rest would help? Fang Heng pondered, reopening his eyes. At least for now, there were no adverse effects, so he decided to set the issue aside for the time being. Rising to his feet, Fang Heng approached the magic array. Although Gale was quite proficient in controlling magic arrays among the bloodline, the efficiency of the prayer temple's magic array absorption was still lacking. Therefore, Abu Chia was still converting dimensional energy through the magic array for dimensional level upgrades. Your Majesty. All right, I'll assist you. Fang Heng gently placed his hand on the magic array, helping Abu Chia to complete the dimensional level upgrade with his tremendous mental energy infusion. Suddenly, with the substantial mental energy infusion from Fang Heng, the prayer temple's magic array began to operate at high speed. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. As soon as he activated his mental energy, the signs of the previous chaotic disturbance in his consciousness appeared again. Fang Heng immediately stopped his actions, stepping back to the side. What's going on? Fang Heng was well aware that this abnormal fluctuation was far from normal. There must be something wrong with him. Seeing Fang Heng's unusual expression, Gale couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, are you encountering some trouble?" "No. It's nothing. Continue with what you were doing. I need to think for a bit," Fang Heng said, stepping out of the running magic array, sitting down again, carefully examining his body's condition. Very strange. Fang Heng glanced at the prompt. Starting at level 26, the attribute growth for each level increased by 800%. After reaching level 27, the dimensional energy previously absorbed in the High Court Advanced Game world was completely depleted. Before obtaining further dimensional crystal acquisition channels, Abakira's level advancement in dimension was estimated to come to a temporary halt. "Your Majesty." After Prince Gall and the others finished operating the magic array, they awaited Fang Heng's next instruction. Well done. You've worked hard. Fang Heng slowly stood up. Although there was a slight issue with his current consciousness, the impact was not significant. He had tested it and found that as long as he didn't massively stimulate his mental power, he wouldn't suffer any backlash. There was no rush to address it. While the pursuers in the Divine Realm were still trapped, it was better to deal with the outstanding issues in the Forest of 10,000 Woods first. Looking up, Fang Heng said, "Let's go back and take a look." Yes, Forest of 10,000 Woods. Outside world, the Soul Clan led by Tipper, along with the Federal Forces and the Vampire Duke Bellamy's team, launched an attack on the Root Clan's habitat. Their abilities to deal with the Black Mist were quite limited. Even though the Root Clan's Elder and the Demon Kind were not participating at the moment, just dealing with the Black Mist surrounding the Root Clan's habitat was a headache. Tipper felt a little anxious. They had been unable to break the stalemate in the battle. There was still no news from Fang Heng, and they didn't know how the situation was developing. Suddenly, Tipper noticed some commotion behind the team. It was Fang Heng. Fang Heng had returned. Seeing Fang Heng leading the vampires to join the battle from the periphery, Tipper's heart stirred, and he immediately caught up, asking, "Fang Heng, is everything okay?" Fang Heng gave Tipper a thumbs-up gesture. "Everything's going smoothly." Tipper felt a twinge of surprise. Just like that, contrary to the expected prolonged and resource-intensive battle, Fang Heng had simply gone to the other world for a while. When he came out, he had already handled the Demon Kind. It made Tipper somewhat dubious. Tipper looked at Fang Heng and asked, "Are you sure? This matter is not trivial." "Of course, I'm sure. Follow me, and I'll show you," Fang Heng said, flipping his wrist, switching to his divine form, with a sacred giant sword appearing in his hand. "Let's first clear the outer camp of the Root Clan." As he spoke, Fang Heng headed towards the Root Clan's camp, continuously wielding the sacred giant sword. Although his consciousness was currently experiencing some unknown effects of backlash, regular battles were not affected. As long as he didn't fully exert his mental power, there was no problem. With his powerful personal attributes, each time Fang Heng swung the giant sword forcefully, it created a rapidly expanding divine wave. The spreading divine wave quickly purified the area of the Root Clan habitat tainted by the Black Mist. In the blink of an eye, the pollution in the entire Root Clan habitat visibly decreased at a rapid pace. The Root Clan defenders inside the habitat had been relying on the Black Mist as a barrier against external invasion, but with Fang Heng joining the battlefield, their final defense was rapidly dissipating. "Let's go. We follow." Tipper and Duke Bellamy immediately led their people forward to attack, joining the front lines to hasten the clearance of the remaining Root Clan remnants. After the Black Mist was cleared to a substantial extent, Fang Heng summoned a batch of zombie clones to thoroughly search the Root Clan habitat. There wasn't much need for anything else at this point. It would be best to find some nature heart crystals and abyssal demon stones needed for constructing the Hell Magic Array. Seeing the offensive momentarily subdued, Tipper once again approached Fang Heng's side, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Fang Heng, can we go to the other world as soon as possible?" Knowing Tipper still had doubts about whether the Demon Kind had been dealt with, Fang Heng nodded. "Of course, let's go now." Through the power of Abakira, the group once again entered the other world. Tipper furrowed his brow. The other world was currently shrouded in black mist. Influenced by the pollution, the plants that had lived here for tens of millions of years were gradually withering and dying. Turning his head to look not far away, Tipper saw the Root Clan's cow undergoing a thorough cleansing by the elite vampire team led by the Vampire Kings. When Fang Heng arrived, Prince Gall flew over from a distance and kneeled down to report, "Your Majesty, we have cleared the Root Clan's camp. There are still some Soul Clan guards hiding in the underground area, resisting. We found the saplings of the divine tree cultivated by the Root Clan there. To ensure the safety of the saplings, it is expected to take some time to deal with them all." Tipped. Current Root Clan bloodline prosperity, 9.55%. Under current conditions, if there are no special influences, the bloodline prosperity will gradually decrease. Satisfied as he saw the game prompt, Fang Heng nodded in approval. Let's go. Let's go into the camp to have a look." Fang Heng followed the group back into the magical array area of the Root Clan's camp. The black mist still continued to pour out from the black stone pillars. "Your Majesty, as per your instructions, we were extra careful while clearing the camp and did not touch these pillars." "Good job." Fang Heng stopped in his tracks, facing the remaining magical array in the camp, slowly opening his hands. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. The magical array in Fang Heng's right eye pupil spun rapidly. The pillars in the camp were affected, gradually ceasing their operation. The black mist no longer oozed from them. "Watch over these pillars. I have plans for them." "Yes, Your Majesty." With the origin of the black mist suspended, the concentration of the polluted mist across the entire other world would gradually decrease over time. Of course, if Fang Heng wished, he could accelerate this process using his sacred attributes. However, it wasn't entirely necessary. Tipper had been following behind Fang Heng, and seeing the situation in the Root Clan's camp, he felt uneasy. He believed that what Fang Heng had said was most likely the truth. The demon kind, Chiruba, probably had left. The Tipper's unease lingered. What if Chiruba returned unexpectedly? Additionally, the Root Clan elder, Joffrey, was nowhere to be seen, and there was not a single guard in sight within the camp. Where is Joffrey? He's already dead. Tipper's heart skipped a beat as he turned and looked sharply at Fang Heng. "Did you ... I have heard of the Divine Realm." This time it was Fang Heng's turn to look surprised. He turned his head to look at T-Pai. "What? You know about the Divine Realm? When did this happen?" "I saw some records about the Divine Realm in the ancient texts left by the Elder Council," T-Pai recalled, then continued. "It was a long time ago. Someone who claimed to be from the Divine Realm said they were willing to share the power of the Divine Realm with us... T-Pai shook her head. "But let's not talk about that for now. Fang Heng, can you make sure that the demon race won't come back again?" "Of course, if I can seal him once, I can naturally seal him a second time," Fang Heng said confidently. Then he looked at T-Pai and asked, "But more importantly, I am concerned about your promise. According to our agreement, if I can deal with the demon race, are you willing to pledge allegiance to me?" "What about now?" T-Pai stared at Fang Heng in silence for a moment. During the time she had interacted with Fang Heng, his progress in strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Currently, except for the Soul Clan, the three major tribes had already been wiped out by the Blood Clan. If it came to a fight, T-Pai felt that the Soul Clan would have no chance of winning. Furthermore, Fang Heng had indeed passed the trial of the first-generation divine tree and should rightfully become the new leader of the tree spirit tribe. The demand for Fang Heng to completely eliminate the demon race, especially Zalubo, was just a challenge thrown by the four major tribes united against Fang Heng. Deep down, T-Pai was willing to believe what Fang Heng said. However, the Soul Clan needed a more definite answer. "Fang Heng, this is a crucial matter. I need to confirm again. We, the Soul Clan, will immediately start cleansing the black mist in the world inside. If the mist does not reappear within a certain period of time, it means that Zaluba has been completely sealed, as you said. The Soul Clan is willing to pledge allegiance to you and support the Blood Clan as the new leader of the Tree Spirit Tribe." Hint: the change in the Unknown Shadow mission. Mission name: Unknown Shadow. Mission description: you have reached an agreement with the Soul Clan to temporarily seal one of the arrogant demons, Zaluba, but you cannot provide valid evidence to prove this. Mission requirements: prevent the demon Zaluba from reappearing in the realm of 10,000 woods lasting for 52 hours. Mission rewards: Soul Clan's allegiance, a large amount of Tree Spirit Tribe's reputation, Soul Clan's friendship. Of course, Fang Heng looked at the game prompt appearing on his retina, then revealed a gentle smile. "Of course I can. Let's go. Let's go see the sacred tree seedlings nurtured by the Root Clan." In the underground passage, in the center of the Root Clan's camp, since the Root Clan's patriarch, Geoffrey, led the clan to completely pledge allegiance to the demon race. The root clan had moved the sacred tree seedlings to the world inside. At this moment, only a few remaining root clan elders were leading the last of the clan members to resist the external invaders. The Honor Elder responsible for guarding the sacred tree had maximized the power of the sacred tree seedlings, causing black mist to overflow continuously. But it still couldn't hold back. The Blood Clan members invading the camp were steadily consuming the lives of the Root Clan guards inside the underground cave. The power of the sacred tree seedlings had started to weaken. The elders felt a sense of despair. They had witnessed the rapid rise in power of these Blood Clan members in a short period of time. Hang on. The Honor Elder yelled, trying to boost morale. The Demon Lord will come to rescue us soon. Doom. A loud noise came from outside the cave, followed by a large number of lickers rushing in from outside. It's the lickers, be careful. An elder recognized the lickers. The Honor Elder frowned, clasping his hands in front of him. Swiftly, over a dozen black tree roots shot out from the ground in front of him, aiming to stop the advance of the lickers, but more lickers poured in from outside the cave entrance. Swish! Suddenly, a figure darted out of the cave entrance, flying swiftly towards them. It was Fang Heng. The Root Clan Honor Elder's pupils constricted as a large number of black tree roots broke out from the ground, swiftly attacking Fang Heng. Bang! Bang! The densely packed tree roots that rushed toward the figure were shattered under the impact. Swiftly, the figure darted out from the debris of broken roots. Doom! The Root Clan Honor Elder was hit by Fang Heng's fist and slammed into the rock wall behind, feeling as though his body had fallen apart, in intense pain all over, finding even standing up extremely difficult. Pai followed the Blood Clan members into the Root Clan's underground cave. Watching Fang Heng throw that punch, she was surprised. Was this Fang Heng's true strength? Or had he made such terrifying progress in such a short time? The Root Clan Honor Elder, despite being protected by the power of the sacred tree, had been seriously injured by Fang Heng with just one punch. Well, it was an ambush. It was probably something even the Soul Clan's Grand Elder, Kino, couldn't have done. Struggling to stand up, the Honor Elder was about to say something when Fang Heng suddenly manifested a sacred giant sword in his hand. The sacred giant sword swung out. A ripple of sacred energy spread rapidly outward from the sword center. Hiss! Hiss! Upon contact with the ripple, white mist steamed up in the entire cave, dispersing large swaths of black mist. Get him together. Take him down. The Honor Elder gritted his teeth, trying to rally everyone to deal with Fang Heng together. Nobody responded. Looking around in bewilderment, their fellow companions had already been entangled by the Blood Clan princes such as Gare who had entered the main hall. They were already preoccupied, let alone dealing with Fang Heng. Finally, is this the end? A hint of despair flashed in the Root Clan Honor Elder's eyes. Swiftly, in the next moment, a figure flashed past. Looking down, the Honor Elder saw that his heart area had been pierced by the sacred giant sword held by Fang Heng. Hint: the player has killed the Root Clan Honor Elder, and the player has gained 7 Mirage Crystals. The prosperity of the Root Clan bloodline has decreased to 4.12%. Fang Heng reached out and gently caught the Mirage Crystals that had burst out from the Honor Elder's body after his death. Thinking about it, Fang Heng once again rushed towards another elder of the Jade tribe on the battlefield. Inside the cave, Fang Heng was like a god of death, and the Jade elder targeted by him would definitely not survive more than half a minute. Soon, as the last Jade tribe elder in the cave was killed, the remaining Jade tribe guards could not resist the onslaught of the Blood Clan and were completely slaughtered. Hint: the current prosperity of the Jade tribe's bloodline has decreased to 0.92%, and the Jade tribe has been declared extinct. It's done. Fang Heng muttered softly, walking to the center of the cave, his gaze focusing on the sapling of the divine tree in the center of the cave. Lowering his head to carefully observe the sapling of the divine tree, Fang Heng couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. It was very strange. He had seen saplings of the Wood tribe and Leaf tribe before, and in comparison, the Jade tribe seemed somewhat different. The sapling of the divine tree was enveloped in a black mist. This mist seemed to originate from the sapling itself. As the battle had come to an end, Tippy walked up to Fang Heng, also examining the contaminated sapling of the divine tree. With a somber expression, she whispered, "Fang Heng, the sapling of the Jade tribe's divine tree has been contaminated by the demonic seed Zaluba." It was the first time Fang Heng had heard of such a situation, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The sapling of the divine tree can also be contaminated. Yes, I have read about similar situations in the records. Under such circumstances, the sapling of the divine tree can no longer absorb energy. If left unchecked, the contamination could lead to a secondary spread. We need to find a way to deal with it. I'll take another look. Fang Heng lightly acknowledged and continued to inspect. The sapling of the divine tree had been contaminated, forming a new fusion power under its influence. This new power was much stronger than the divine tree saplings cultivated by the leaf tribe and wood tribe. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hen looked at the Blood Prince Gull nearby and said, in a deep voice, "Gull, prepare to set up the Abyss Red Offering Magic Array." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Blood Prince Gull waved his hand, immediately signaling his subordinates to set up the Abyss Red Offering Magic Array in a corner of the cave. Seeing that most of the situation had been resolved, the extinction of the Jade tribe confirmed, and the demonic seed Zaluba sealed away, Tippy hurried back to report to the tribe. She nodded, saying, "Fang Hen, I will immediately return to the Elders' Council of the Soul Tribe to inform the Grand Elder of the situation. If all goes well, we will soon lead a team into the inside world to start clearing the polluted dark fog." Tippy was a bit anxious. The natural environment inside the inside world had already been affected by the dark fog, and if left unchecked, it might cause irreparable damage. "All right." Fang Heng watched Tippy leave, then turned his attention back to the sapling of the divine tree. An individual of the Soul Tribe didn't concern him much. If they dared to play any tricks, he could just eliminate them directly. Compared to the Soul Tribe, the sapling of the divine tree seemed to interest him more. After a moment, the Abyss Red Offering Magic Array was set up. Gull and his group of Blood Clan members activated the magic array. Under the red light, Abyss Red's roots slowly crawled out of the magic array. The first 2 times, Abyss Red's first reaction, upon sensing the divine tree sapling, was to devour it. But this time was different. Abyss Red quickly noticed the contamination in the sapling of the divine tree. Although its roots quickly emerged from the magic array and rushed towards the sapling of the divine tree, it did not immediately absorb but instead hovered around the contaminated sapling of the divine tree. It seemed more like observing. Fang Heng quickly communicated with Abyss Red through mental power and asked, "Abyss Red, how is the situation with this sapling?" Abyss Red soon responded with mental indication. It also sensed that the power of the divine tree sapling had been contaminated, and hasty absorption might cause some anomalies, leading to negative effects of absorbing for half a day level. However, it could be worth a try. For Abyss Red's current size, absorbing this contaminated power would at most cause some stomach discomfort for a while. Lowering the level was the worst outcome already. Fang Heng nodded slightly in understanding. The sapling of the divine tree's mutation was closely related to the arrogant demonic seed. With him watching by the side, he could handle any trouble that arose in time. So, let's give it a try. Chomp, chomp. With Fang Heng's consent, Abyss Red's roots swiftly stabbed into the sapling of the divine tree surrounding its outer perimeter. The roots quickly absorbed the power of the divine tree sapling. Hint: Abyss Red absorbs the power of the divine tree sapling. Abyss Red gains plus 9,271 experience points. Fang Heng stood by observing the state of Abyss Red, ready to intervene at any moment. The speed at which Abyss Red absorbed energy was slightly slower compared to before. It needed to convert and absorb energy, while cautiously removing the contamination aura. Through Abyss Red's absorption, the sapling of the divine tree continuously emitted a strong black mist. It seemed that Abyss Red was doing fine. Fang Heng relaxed slightly. However, at this absorption rate, Abyss Red would probably take a while to completely absorb the whole sapling. Not wanting to waste time, Fang Heng was about to let Abyss Red continue absorbing while he went to attend to other matters, when suddenly, a line of game tips appeared on his retina. Hint: Abyss Red has come in contact with special energy and fits partially in the energy body ascension path. Abyss Red triggers the next stage complete form ascension option, Hell Tree. Hint: Abyss Red's current available ascension path, Hell Tree. The compatibility with Abyss Red's complete form evolution, 87%. The compatibility with the player, 100%. Ascension description: when you came into contact with contamination, you accidentally discovered the optional ascension path for Abyss Red's complete form state. Ascension requirements: insufficient current ascension clues in this world. Please try to find more clues. Explanation: please find clues related to the ascension of the Hell Tree and trigger the ascension mission. Fang Heng's pupil suddenly contracted. Hell tree? Was it the shadowy divine tree summoned to deal with the DRIZZLE through the eternal moon? That ancient tree. A hint of dread flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. The terrifying power. Even if only a shadow was summoned, Fang Heng could clearly feel his strength. If he could let Abyss Red also gain this power. A hint of greed flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. But how could he do it? Fang Heng looked up at Abakia, who was still slowly absorbing the residual energy of the divine tree seedling, nodded gently, and continued, I will be leaving for a while. In the meantime, you all stay here and cooperate with the Soul Clan to purify the Black Mist. Yes. Also, how is the matter with the Federation going? Gale's heart skipped a beat, nodded, and said, the Duke Bellamy is in charge of this matter. Most of it has been completed, just a little left. There were some setbacks along the way, but they have been dealt with. We are ready to act tonight, Fang Heng said. Tell Bellamy that I do not want to cause too much of a disturbance. Yes, we have already planned it out to ensure everything goes smoothly. Over half a month ago, Fang Heng had already decided to take action against the Human Federation. Instead of directly starting a war with force, he chose to use a more covert method. He used bloodline control to manipulate the entire Federation's psychic research team, then relied on the power of psychic suggestion from psychic scholars to make the entire Federation secretly obey the actions of the Blood Clan. Key Federation officials were directly transformed into Blood Clansmen. In fact, most Federation officials willingly agreed to become Blood Clansmen when they heard about it. The advantages of being a Blood Clansman were too significant. Bodies hundreds or thousands of times stronger than ordinary people, and even long lifespans. Under the infiltration of bloodlines, now most of the Human Federation was under the control of the Blood Clans. Also, keep an eye on the Soul Clan in secret. If they show any signs of unrest, report to me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Fang Heng's eyes flashed with a sharpness as he opened the game prompt. Player's current hidden main quest. Inheritor of Bloodline. Quest Condition 1. Establish your own tribe with more than 100 members. Blood Clan camp has already been established. Meeting the population condition. Lead the tribe to participate and win the Divine Tree Cultivation battle completed. Quest Condition 2. Players' overall support rate from major tribes is 90%. Please continue to complete the task. Hint. Players' current control over the world is 87%. Please continue to complete the task of the 3 required tasks for the hidden main quest. Only the allegiance of the Soul Clan was missing. If the Soul Clan dared to default after 52 hours, then they would be dealt with immediately by using force to eliminate the entire Soul Clan. As for now, he took a breath to rest for a while, then went to see Mentor Golo to receive the mission reward. Ha ha ha, Fang Heng, you did a splendid job. In the Tower of White Bones, Mentor Golo saw Fang Heng. The smile on his face couldn't be contained as he laughed heartily and praised him repeatedly. Upon learning of the unexpected incident at the high-level game Tower Teeptel controlled by the Holy Court, and the news of the hasty retreat of the Holy Court garrison, Mentor Golo had not slept well for several days out of Joe. Not only did you destroy an important piece controlled by the Holy Court in the high-level game, but you also made those pursuers from the Divine Realm suffer. Ha ha ha, it has been a long time since I have encountered something so delightful. Seeing the misfortune of the Holy Court, Mentor Golo was in a very good mood and extended his hand, saying, you did very well in this task. I am very satisfied. Here is your reward. Hint. Player triggers special faction quest. Participate in the frontline battlefield undead faction. Player's current quest completion rate, 8,928%. Player obtains 2 OW main god points. Reach the maximum reward value. Thank you, Mentor. Fang Heng nodded his thanks. Mentor Golo was still considerate, realizing that Fang Heng was in need of main god points, so he generously converted all the reward into main god points. After all, it was a task he himself had requested, and the reward wasn't as exaggerated compared to others due to the lower task level. 2 OW main god points already satisfied Fang Heng greatly. It was enough to alleviate the urgent need. Mentor Golo nodded, looked at Fang Heng, and asked, do you have a next plan now? The people in the Divine Realm have suffered this time, and next time it will only get more challenging to deal with them. Do you need my help? Thank you, Mentor, but I think I will try to solve it myself. If I really reach a point where I can't handle it, I will seek your help. Well, that's good. Mentor Golo nodded. I asked a few old friends about the issue with the White Prison last time. Many people have heard of the White Prison, but no one has actually entered there. The understanding of the White Prison is mainly from records in some books. In other words, we still cannot confirm whether the White Prison actually exists. Fang Heng nodded slightly. Clues about the White Prison were very scarce, so he could only hope that Sandy could find some clues from the ancient records of the Tree Spirit Clan. By the way, Mentor, there is one more thing. Recently, I encountered some trouble in the process of cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Heng wanted to ask about the problem of the backlash from the Sea of Consciousness. He vaguely felt that this backlash was different from before and did not seem to be caused by the jealousy demon seed. Oh, let me see. Release your mental power for protection, Mentor Golo said gravely. Not taking any chances, as a mishap in cultivation could lead to significant problems. With that, Mentor Golo extended his hand towards Fang Heng and lightly touched him. It was the first time Mentor Golo had closely investigated Fang Heng's internal condition through mental power. Upon this probe, his eyes revealed astonishment. His body is actually mixed with so many chaotic forces. And they are all not weak. Mentor Golo scrutinized Fang Heng several times, before lowering his hand and shaking his head, saying, "It seems you have practiced many different types of academic subjects." Fang Heng was surprised and nodded lightly. Could the backlash from the Sea of Consciousness be related to practicing various academic subjects? I see, he finally figured it out. So, ultimately, it all traces back to the troubles caused by his demon bloodline. Most likely due to absorbing a large amount of chaotic energy, his demon bloodline was elevated to a leader level, which led to a conflict with the sacred academic level that couldn't keep up. Originally, there was already a considerable gap between the two sides, and with the reinforcement of dimensional power increasing his attributes by 3 to 4 times, this gap was quickly expanded to 30 to 40 times in a short period, resulting in disorder in his consciousness. There are roughly 3 methods to resolve this. Mentor Gullo paused and looked at Fang Heng. The first method is to release or forget the conflicting academic or bloodline knowledge within you. I'm afraid you wouldn't be willing to do that. The second method is to learn relevant fusion skills or upgrade your existing fusion skills. As for the third method, it is to enhance the weaker of your conflicting skills, bringing the power within you back to a balanced state. Or alternatively, you can choose to enhance other non-conflicting skills to alleviate the backlash. These 3 methods are the most conventional solutions I can think of for now. Fang Heng couldn't help but rub his hair. He definitely ruled out the first method. Abandon the academic skills that he had worked so hard to obtain. Clearly not possible. As for the second method, academic fusion skills were hidden rewards obtained from special tasks in the game. When he first learned them, they were still at the initial stage, and he had not encountered an opportunity to upgrade them since. Perhaps he could inquire around to see if there were other ways to upgrade them. The third method was to enhance other skills. Fang Heng speculated that the conflict in his body was likely between his demon bloodline and sacred studies. So, the quickest way would be to find a way to quickly enhance his sacred studies, relying solely on his relationship with the Holy Court. That would be even more challenging. In comparison, choosing a more feasible path would be to continue enhancing other non-conflicting, attribute-free academic skills as a buffer. Fang Heng quickly cleared his mind. The good news was that he had identified the cause of the problem with his consciousness. It wasn't an incurable illness. With a little time and careful adjustment, it could be resolved. At the moment, it was simply a matter of his mental capacity not being able to handle the load, which did not significantly affect his combat power. Okay. Fang Heng sighed inwardly. Upon careful thought, he had been tirelessly shuttling back and forth in the world of 10,000 forests for some time now, neglecting proper rest. After resolving this matter, he planned to take advantage of this time to rest properly, roughly assess his recent progress, fully adapt his body to the attribute upgrades, and gradually enhance his other academic skills as well. There were less than 2 days left until the allegiance deadline set by the Soul Clan. So, Fang Heng had made up his mind to refrain from getting involved in outside matters during this time, concentrating on completing the hidden mainline tasks and thoroughly reviewing all the various information he had received from the clan to see if he could find more clues related to the White Prison. Thank you, Mentor, for clearing up my confusion. After resolving Fang Heng's dilemma, Mentor Gullo sat back at his desk, pondering for a moment. Fang Heng, the undead camp has a significant operation recently, and with your current abilities, you have met the admission requirements. Although your time with us in the undead camp has been short, your achievements have been recognized by all. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow as he listened. A major operation? Is it targeting the Holy Court? Not exactly. Before your involvement, we need to keep this confidential. I can only say that it will be beneficial for your comprehension of the Ed studies. Since I'm not your teacher, I can't recommend you, but if you are willing to participate, you need to seek out your mentor. DG. Mentor Gullo nodded. I suggest you participate when you have time. Will it be time-consuming? Yes. You need to take immediate action to report to DG, and then you'll need at least a month to prepare. I'm sorry, mentor, but I had other things to attend to temporarily. Don't rush to refuse. If you consider it carefully, you can see DG whenever you're ready. Understood. After bidding farewell to the mentor, Fang Heng immediately went offline to rest. For now, Fang Heng wasn't interested in the Ed study mission from Mentor Gullo. While the study of Ondeeds was indeed useful, its utility was limited, at least in Fang Heng's view. Even if he participated, he couldn't directly advance his Ed studies to the next level. Moreover, participating in the mission required him to personally approach Mentor DG, which meant he would have to risk leaving the world of 10,000 forests and entering the real world. This could potentially bring trouble to the Ed Research Association. In comparison, he had other matters to attend to. Returning to the guest room in the world of 10,000 forests, Fang Heng threw himself on the bed, feeling the overwhelming waves of fatigue washing over him. It wasn't time to sleep yet. Fang Heng reached for his phone on the bedside cabinet and, to his surprise, noticed several missed calls from unknown numbers during his offline time. It was Blackie. Fang Heng was almost certain that the calls were from Blackie. Every time, Blackie called from a peculiar unknown number. Soon, the phone rang again. Hey, Fang Heng, it's been a while. I heard you've been inquiring about the white prison everywhere. Fang Heng's mind stirred, asking, what's up? Do you have some information? Haha, of course. You remember the message you left on the website last time? Guess what? Who do you think posted that thread? Before Fang Heng could respond, Blackie couldn't resist revealing the answer. You're lucky. That old man is one of the founders of the website. He suggested meeting with you in person for a face-to-face conversation. What do you think? Fang Heng reluctantly replied. You should know that my current situation might not be suitable for going out. No problem, as long as you're willing. That's all you need to say. I'll take care of the rest. Fang Heng felt a surge of caution and asked, do you know where I am? Of course. Ha ha ha. Just relax. I won't reveal your information. So, ready to meet? Okay. Great. Wait for my message. Fang Heng hung up the phone, gazing at the white ceiling, murmuring to himself, white prison. A wave of drowsiness hit him, and Fang Heng soon fell into a deep sleep. The habitat of the Soul Clan. Elder Yan Nuo of the Soul Clan sighed lightly and couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Who could have thought that Chialuba, who had troubled the entire Tree Spirit clan for so long and nearly led to the annihilation of the entire clan, was resolved in just a few days by Fang Heng's hands? It sounded really unbelievable. Perhaps, Fang Heng's appearance was truly to save their Tree Spirit clan. Prepare yourself. Wait for 2 more days. If it is confirmed that there are no traces of Chialuba, the Soul Clan will officially swear allegiance to Fang Heng. Yes, Elder. Tippy's eyes flashed with determination as she nodded lightly. 2 days later, in the Soul Clan's temple, Fang Heng received the scepter representing the leader of the Tree Spirit clan from Elder Yan Nuo. In the next moment, a multitude of game prompts rapidly refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Tipped. Soul Clan has pledged allegiance to the Blood Clan faction. Tit. The player's overall support rate from various major clans has reached 100%, meeting the mission conditions. Tip. The player's current control over the world is 100%, meeting the mission conditions. Tip. Player's hidden main quest, Blood Inheritor, has met all conditions. Tip. Settlement in progress. Tip. Player's current main quest progress has reached 100%. Player gains the qualification of a World Master. Tip. Player detected to have control over parts of the game world. The current world, Forest of 10,000, is in a stable state. Player's world may be attacked by other worlds. Tip. The Forest of 10,000 currently has all entrances closed. Player can still enter this world using special methods. Tipped. Player completes the hidden main quest. Player gains 1 OW God points. Player gains a special hidden reward unique. Eternal Tree Realm, Tree Ring. Skill. Eternal Tree Realm. Skill level, unique. Skill description. Summon the Eternal Tree Realm field around the player corresponding to the Forest of 10,000 world within, creating a special domain within a 2000 range. Additional mental power consumption could expand the range. Temporarily gain threefold ceiling enhancement of the Tree Spirit Clan Sacred Tree corresponding to A Baccaraya, reducing all attributes of non-natural enemy units within the domain by 30%. Special note: this skill requires binding with the Tree Spirit Clan Sacred Tree current Tree Spirit Clan Sacred Tree, A Baccaraya, to use. If the Tree Spirit Clan Sacred Tree dies, the skill becomes ineffective. Skill duration: 1200 seconds. Skill cooldown: 12 hours. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. It was a territorial skill. According to the game description, he was summoning the physical domain of the entire world, so in a certain sense, if he could find ways to gradually enhance the strength of this world, the skill's strength would also correspondingly increase. Conversely, if A Baccaraya's strength gradually weakened, the summoned world's strength would significantly diminish. Overall, Fang Heng believed this was a positively growable skill. He was confident A Baccaraya's future strength would only increase. Most crucially, through this skill, he could summon A Baccaraya for battle at any time. As for the 12-hour cooldown, it was acceptable. At least it was much better than the Eternal Moon's 72 hours. How should he put it? Fang Heng rubbed his chin. The skill was powerful, but it felt not that formidable. At least compared to the Eternal Moon and the Undead Body, it seemed a bit lacking. Oh well, it could be considered a big move, compensating for his own lack of offensive capabilities. Since the Soul Clan had sworn allegiance to him, he could hand over the construction work of the world within to the Soul Clan, and then establish a magic array for summoning A Baccaraya in the world within, allowing him to use the territorial skill to summon A Baccaraya for battle at any time. Fang Heng contemplated, then looked at the second additional passive skill. Tree Ring. Skill: Tree Ring passive. Skill level: unique. Skill description: after the player uses the Eternal Tree Realm skill, the player gains 12 layers of Tree Ring marks. The number of marks obtained is related to the player's natural studies level and spatial studies level. The player can choose to expend one layer of Tree Ring mark to temporarily accelerate, slow down, or stop the flow of time within the domain. After the use of the Eternal Tree Realm skill ends, the Tree Ring mark becomes ineffective. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Tree Ring. It seemed like this skill was meant to complement the Eternal Tree Realm, manipulating the flow of time within the domain. Fang Heng silently assessed the strength of the skill. Well, purely based on the description, it was impossible to confirm the strength of the skill. It would be best to find an opportunity to actually test the skill's strength. Setting aside the skill, there was currently a more tricky problem. Unlike the protected area of the Forest of 10,000 and the Novice Game World, as an advanced game world, it was at risk of being invaded at any time. For example, the pursuers from the Divide Domain could easily use him as a spatial anchor to locate and pursue him here. Precautions had to be taken. As for how to prevent, he had to let the Blood Clan, the Federation, and the Tree Spirit Clan carefully search for unknown individuals. Fang Heng had decided that apart from a few companions around him, no other players would be allowed to enter the Forest of 10,000, nor would any information be leaked out, ensuring maximum security. 7 days later, the Divide Domain, the Divine Judicator Okani, together with a group of Sin Purifiers, sealed the arrogant containers, temporarily leaving them sealed within the Temple of Faith. Inside the Temple of Faith, the magic array slowly operated. Under the radiance of the sacred starry sky, one of the arrogant containers, along with the surrounding sealed wooden box, floated slowly in midair, enveloped in the dark golden sacred starry sky of the Temple of Faith. Completing the transfer seal, Okani took a deep breath. The sealing of the Demon Seeds containers was finally complete. It could be considered a good deed. Sensing the arrival of someone behind him, Okani slowly turned around. Great Sage, alert, and looked at the arrogant container floating under the sacred starry sky of the Temple of Faith, nodding gently. You have worked hard during this time. For the glory of the Divine Domain, Okani has a duty to fulfill. But Okani paused for a moment, hesitated, then continued. Based on my recent observations, Fang Heng's advancement in strength is extremely terrifying, and he has already mastered the power of dimensions, making him more difficult to deal with. I worry that if this continues, the demonic power within him will gradually awaken, and there is a possibility that he will become the second jealousy single quotes ... 2 weeks later, afternoon, At the cafe in the Wanji library, Fang Heng ordered himself a cup of ice-cold cola. He had been relying on the concentrated coffee in the game to endure the liver-wrecking game for some time, and now the smell of coffee made him a little nauseous. It's all work-related injuries, Fang Heng muttered to himself. It seemed that he needed to take some time to adjust properly. Since the temporary calm in the world of Wansan was declared, Fang Heng's life had finally returned to a period of peace. During the day, he read books, took naps, did some simple training, and in the evenings, he would spend a little money to hire tutors from various academic departments for one-on-one tutoring, and also get some money from the research team at Revo Midden University. Unknowingly, his connection with the research team at Revo Midden University had gradually become closer. The university had invited Fang Heng several times to participate in seminars. Fang Heng was indeed a little tempted and had seriously considered it several times. It had been over 3 months since the incident with the Central Federal investigation had passed. The turmoil had gradually subsided. The tracking shackles on him had disappeared completely, and the pursuers had left over a month ago. With the effects of the artifacts as disguise, Fang Heng felt that it should be okay to go out now. In fact, Qingju had tried to go out several times to test if there were still any hidden spies from the Central Federal outside. Fang Heng thought it would be better to play it safe and stay hidden in the Wanji library for a while longer. During this time, his various academic skills had been gradually improving at a slow pace. It was quite leisurely to stay here. Going out might unintentionally lead to new troubles in the game. Until the troubles in the Holy Court were resolved, he wouldn't be able to make significant progress, so he decided to quiet down, organize all the academic knowledge he had acquired, upgrade what needed to be upgraded, and gain experience points where needed. The goal was to max out all the current skills he had acquired, raise his attributes to the current maximum, and explore his potential to the fullest. Lost in thought, Fang Heng looked up at the entrance of the cafe. A middle-aged man with a leather coat and black-framed glasses walked in. Just the night before, Fang Heng had received a call from Luo He. He said that the mastermind behind the illicit websites wanted to meet him at the cafe in the afternoon today. Fang Heng observed the man, watching as he walked past several tables before finally reaching his table, nodded politely, and with a friendly smile, inquired, "Hello, are you the friend introduced by Luo He?" "Yes, it's me. Are you Baimu? Please, have a seat." "Fang Heng, nice to meet you. I finally found you. Sorry for being late." Fang Heng looked at the man's apologetic smile and multiple apologies as he carefully took off his coat, arranged it on a chair, and then sat down across from Fang Heng. "I'm really sorry. I have face blindness. It takes me a long time to remember a person's face. Although I've seen your photo, it's still hard to recognize you," Baimu said, waving to the server to order a black coffee. "It's okay. I happened to have time recently." Fang Heng observed the man and calculated in his mind. Initially, he sought out Baiyu to repair the Nightstone and deal with the arrogant demonic kind. Now that arrogance had been resolved by the divine realm, it wasn't as urgent. But, of course, he still needed to find it. After all, this thing could restrain the demonic kind, and sooner or later, he would have to face envy. Better safe than sorry. In addition, the dimensional crystal core in Baiyu was also a good thing. However, Fang Heng felt that obtaining it would be extremely difficult. It would probably take some effort. At the same time, he also had to face the pursuit from the divine realm. With the enhancement of the dimensional level, Fang Heng felt that encountering divine realm pursuers no longer meant having no room for resistance as before, but he still couldn't beat them. So, it was not necessary to waste time risking a reckless attempt. At least for now, he didn't dare to easily go over even if he knew the way to enter Baiyu. However, since Baimu had come, it wouldn't hurt to ask. Fang Heng tentatively asked, "I heard from Luo He that you are very interested in Baiyu." "I'm also quite interested. I left a message at first to have a chat with you. Never thought it would make you come all the way here." "It's okay. I also wanted to see the up-and-coming ones on the forum in person." Baimu gave off a gentle and refined vibe, meticulously carrying himself in a way that made it hard for people to associate him with the mastermind behind illicit websites. However, the next sentence made Fang Heng almost drop the cup in his hand. "I'll be straightforward. From what I know, envy demonic kind is manipulating Baiyu." "What the hell?" The news was too shocking. Fang Heng almost sprayed cola out of his nose. "What did you say?" Baimu looked at Fang Heng, still wearing a smile, but he didn't repeat what he had just said. Fang Heng quickly calmed down. Envy was behind Bai Yu. It made sense. After all, Envy had a motive. Envy wanted to seal the containers of various demonic kinds in different places. So, the deal with the tree spirits to seal a part of arrogance was justified. Okay. Never mind Bai Yu for now. Fang Heng stared at the person in front of him. Bai Mu. How could he casually mention the name of the demonic kind like that? Wasn't he afraid of being tainted? Yes, that's right. Envy demonic kind. Bai Mu repeated with an appreciative look toward Fang Heng. Hello, greed. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm one of the heirs of Wrath. Fang Heng looked at Bai Mu, feeling a bit confused. You, Wrath? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? And in there. Shouldn't you call yourself a container? At least he didn't refer to himself as Wrath. Well, that was a good thing. Fang Heng muttered to himself. Well then, assuming that what Bai Mu said is true, tracing back, the Tree Spirit Clan accidentally discovered Bai Yu through dimensional shuttle abilities, found the Jealousy Demon species, and after reaching a deal with the Jealousy Demon species, brought back the seed of arrogance and sealed it using the power of the God Tree. Jealousy thought that the power of the Tree Spirit Clan was initially too weak, so it gave the power of the Dimensional Crystal Core to the Tree Spirit Clan, helping them rapidly enhance their overall strength. Therefore, the Dimensional Crystal Core, the product used to strengthen the seal of arrogance, as well as the crystal of the heart of nature, were all obtained from the hands of the Jealousy Demon. All right, everything makes sense. Fang Heng smiled bitterly in his heart. Oh no. He had originally wanted to repair the Night Veil Stone to deal with the Jealousy Demon species, but only after circling around did he realize that the Night Veil Stone actually flowed from the hands of the Jealousy Demon. It's messing with his mind a bit. Fang Heng, the information I can share with you is probably about this. I came here in person this time, actually wanting to meet Greed face to face, Bai Mu said, leaning slightly forward with genuine intent, saying, I'll be direct, considering to cooperate with us. You. Yes, us. I have already found many inheritors of the demon species. There was a stir in Fang Heng's heart, continuing to ask, all right, what are your thoughts? Bai Mu nodded. We will find a way to temporarily lure jealousy away from Bai Yu, and then take this opportunity to infiltrate Bai Yu. With our abilities, we won't encounter too much threat after entering Bai Yu. By then, we can find information on the specific locations where jealousy sealed various demon species within Bai Yu. We will try to rescue the demon species sealed in various worlds, then unite together to deal with jealousy. I know, currently our strength is negligible to jealousy, but I believe that gradually, as we liberate the sealed demon species one by one day, we will be able to contend with and confront jealousy. Fang Heng listened to what Bai Mu said, pondering with his head down. Interesting. He actually thought Bai Mu's plan was not bad. The risk is manageable. It's just that the difficulty is too high, and the efficiency is a bit low. If they really follow Bai Mu's plan to find the sealed demon species, it is already difficult in itself. Then they have to figure out a way to rescue the species, and then convince them to cooperate. Just thinking about the arrogance he encountered before made Fang Heng feel a headache. Each demon species has their own temper. Persuading them to cooperate is too difficult. Of course, if Bai Mu could really manage to divert jealousy from Bai Yu according to the plan, then following to see Bai Yu would be a possibility. It's not really for Bai Mu's plan, but mainly to figure out a way to get some of Bai Yu's dimensional crystal cores. Bai Mu finished outlining the plan, seeing Fang Heng sinking into thought, also paused, giving Fang Heng ample time to think until Fang Heng raised his head again. How about it? Interested? Of course. Very interested. However, Fang Heng smiled bitterly. You probably don't know the situation I'm currently facing. The Divine Realm has already discovered my existence and started hunting me. As Fang Heng spoke, he thought of something and looked at Bai Mu. Hey, you are also an inheritor of the demon species. You should have similar troubles, right? Bai Mu glanced at Fang Heng, smiling slightly. Not really. We don't act as arrogantly as you do. Out. Fang Heng was momentarily speechless. Bai Mu seemed to make some sense. Being a bit arrogant is not bad. At least I can easily find you. Bai Mu smiled, nodding. I already know about your trouble. I will find a way to deal with it. If you have any new ideas, or if I find a method to temporarily shield from the interference of the Holy Court, then. Fang Heng looked at Bai Mu, nodding. Yes, of course, as long as you can help me temporarily shield from the chase of the Holy Court, I am willing to join your plan. Thank you for your trust. I'm glad we have reached an agreement. But there is another issue I need to mention first. What? It's about one of the inheritors of arrogance. His strength is very strong, and he is very controlling. His existence has divided us into two factions internally, but overall, we can still cooperate. However, as you know, in a team, there can only be one leader. You want me to support you? Gamu nodded. Yes, I am more suitable to lead the entire team. Fang Heng shrugged. Since knowing that he was a demon species, he had read many books. All related records mention that the demon camp is an extremely chaotic race. Now it seems that this statement is correct. Being messed up by jealousy, they are still thinking about internal conflicts. The good news is that they have only split into two factions. Fang Heng waved his hand. No, I'm not interested in getting involved in the disputes between your demon species. It's tiring. I just want to deal with jealousy. Gamu smiled, putting down his coffee cup. Okay, no rush to make a decision. Let's end here today. Oh, by the way, I will stay here for a while. If you have any new ideas, you can find me anytime. Negotiations failed. Fang Heng doesn't like taking orders from others. Watching Bamu leave. Coincidentally, as Bamu was leaving, he passed by Gu Qingju, who was walking towards Fang Heng. Gu Qingju glanced at the direction Bamu was leaving, sat across from Fang Heng, curious, and asked, "Who is he? His aura is very strange, and I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He is called Bamu, one of the vessels of wrath." What? Gu Qingju was shocked, and suddenly turned her head to look again. Bamu left the coffee shop under Gu Qingju's gaze. He has information about Baiyu, and I just found out his identity, Fang Heng said, quickly recounting the newly obtained information to Gu Qingju, asking, "What do you think? Do you have any opinions on Bamu's plan?" Gu Qingju frowned slightly at the words, carefully recalling where she might have seen Bamu before. "Be careful, he gives me a very dangerous feeling." "Okay. Thanks, I understand." "Oh, Sandy is nagging about meeting you again. I heard he has completed the translation of all the scriptures and claims to have made an important discovery." Fang Heng's eyes lit up. After carefully researching and consolidating various classics, Sandy made a new discovery. "Mr. Fang, now I can confirm that the founder of the Blood Clan was cursed by the Holy Court at that time, and his power was greatly suppressed. After forcibly breaking open space to flee, he entered the Wensen realm with serious injuries. In order to survive and break the curse left by the Divine Realm, the Blood Clan founder sought help from the Tree Spirit Clan at that time," Sandy said, glancing at several Soul Clan elders in the hall, pausing, and continuing. "Mr. Fang, as you know the nature of the Tree Spirit Clan, they are not interested in helping an outsider like this." "Ahem, please continue," Fang Henshin said, understandingly. Given the temperament of the Tree Spirit Clan, it would have been generous of them not to drive out the Blood Clan founder. At that time, the Blood Clan founder had already lost the ability to transfer spaces again and chose to temporarily stay in the mortal world. Later, somehow, he came into contact with the seal of the arrogant demon seed. At this point, an elder of the Soul Clan nodded and continued. "According to records, there is a small amount of contamination leaking from the seal of the demon seed every day, and the Tree Spirit Clan has poor ability to clean up the contamination. The Blood Clan founder claimed to possess special abilities from the Divine Realm that could effectively expel the contamination." "Yes," Sandy nodded. "With this ability, the Blood Clan founder temporarily stayed within the Tree Spirit Clan, relying on the power of the Tree Spirit Clan's divine tree to temporarily stabilize the curse. Then, coincidentally, after the Blood Clan founder stayed for a while, the Night Stone of the Tree Spirit Clan was damaged, and the aura of the demon seed leaked significantly. It was at this time that the Blood Clan founder proposed a trade to the Tree Spirit Clan, offering to use a divine artifact he brought from the Divine Realm as a substitute for the Night Stone to seal the demon seed. Of course, in exchange, the Tree Spirit Clan needed to help him solve the issue of the curse within him. Hearing this, Fang Henshin finally understood. There is no such thing as a coincidence. The damaged Night Stone was likely a trick orchestrated by the Blood Clan founder. Mo Jiawei quickly caught on as well and commented, "Wow, even the escape of the demon seed is related to that little Blood Clan founder. That guy is quite something." Gu Qingju pursed her lips and pondered, "Is there more evidence to support these speculations based on the classics?" "Yes, I conducted some tests on the damaged Night Stone, including an energy fluctuation test. I compared it with the energy fluctuations left on the remains of the Blood Clan King and found some similarities. Qiu Yaokong stood beside the others and nodded, saying, "It confirms that there is a connection between the two, serving as evidence that the Blood Clan King had contact with the energy of the Night Stone and used it to suppress the curse, although the overall effect was not good." Mo Jiawei hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it possible that the Blood Clan founder wanted to use the Night Stone to suppress the curse on him, but accidentally messed it up? Did he break the Night Stone? It's possible, but all these cannot be verified now." "Well, these are not important," Fang Heng said, stroking his chin and then turning to Sandy. "I'm curious now, what did the Blood Clan founder use to help the Tree Spirit Clan temporarily seal the demon seed?" "Haha. Mr. Fang, you are indeed astute," Sandy praised with a smile. "You've already seen the essence of the matter. The Blood Clan founder provided the Tree Spirit Clan with an extremely important item, reportedly a treasure brought from the Divine Realm. You would never guess." The group was successfully intrigued by Sandy and asked eagerly, "Stop teasing us. What is it?" "It is the inheritance of a great sage of the Holy Court. According to the classics, this thing can release a very strong wave of holy energy and can perfectly replace the Night Stone as the core to suppress the contamination. In fact, its effect is even better than that of the Night Stone." "Inheritance, great sage," Fang Heng's heart stir. "Something brought out of the Divine Realm by the Blood Clan founder." "Exactly, right?" Sandy snapped her fingers lightly, sounding excited as she continued. "According to the records in the classics, when the Tree Spirit Clan tested it initially, the new suppression tool worked extremely well, significantly suppressing the aura of the demon seed. The Tree Spirit Clan was deceived by the Blood Clan founder and reached a deal with him. That a few years later, the effectiveness of the suppression tool began to diminish, until it completely lost its power. By the time the Tree Spirit Clan discovered the problem and wanted to find the Blood Clan founder, it was already too late, as the Blood Clan founder had long gone. After realizing the problem, the Tree Spirit Clan was enraged, but there was nothing they could do. They had to face the erupting demon sea and had no time to seek revenge on the Blood Clan founder. Eventually, as time passed, the problems caused by the Divine Tree suppressing the demon seed grew, leading to the holy war between the Tree Spirit Clan and the demon seed. Well, from then on, we all know what happened. Fang Heng nodded as he listened and made eye contact with Mo Jiawei. According to the information they had previously obtained, the Blood Clan founder had committed a serious crime and was detained by the Holy Court. Could this serious crime refer to theft? An item capable of suppressing the arrogant demon seed? It shouldn't be something trivial, right? Fang Heng asked. "Is it possible to find that suppression tool again?" "Hehe, of course, it has been found." Sandy nodded. "I have checked many classics, and the suppression tool has been stored in the Elder's Hall collecting dust since it lost its power. Later, when the Tree Spirit Clan was destroyed and the mortal realm was reopened, various major clans searched carefully for it but paid no attention. It wasn't until recently, when the Soul Clan was cleaning up the mortal world, that many old items stored in the Elder's Hall were taken out and re-established in the newly built temple in the external world." With that, Sandy signaled to Soul Clan elders behind her. A Soul Clan guard approached with a tray. On the tray lay a worn-out crown ornament. "I compared it according to the descriptions in the classics, and there should be no problem. It is this crown. It does indeed seem to have lost its power," the Soul Clan guard said, as he placed the tray in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng lowered his head to carefully examine it. Swoosh! In the next instant, the crown emitted a faint divine light. Under the gaze of onlookers, the outer corroded layers of the crown gradually fell away, revealing a circular crown with a metallic sheen. Hint: player discovers item, unknown crown. Item, unknown crown. Explanation: the item has been corroded and specific information cannot be obtained. Players can try to restore the item. Explanation triggered by advanced sacred studies. The item has been corroded by special forces and lost its power. Partial restoration can be achieved by infusing it with sacred faith power. Explanation triggered by boss-level demonology. The item has been contaminated and there is residual pollution inside that has not been cleared, and it cannot be directly infused with sacred faith power. Pollution effect. Fang Heng's mind raced with insight. The crown was previously used by the tree spirits to suppress the aura of demons. Over time, the polluted power had infiltrated the crown. To complete the restoration, one must first find a way to extract the residual pollution inside the crown, then use sacred studies to restore it. For ordinary people, accomplishing these steps would be exceedingly difficult, but fortunately, he had a way. Fang Heng stored the crown and nodded, saying, "Let's go to the Temple of Zeus." Zombie Apocalypse. Temple of Zeus. The Believers of the Holy Light prayed here daily, spreading their faith amidst the zombie apocalypse. The power of faith gathered at the Temple of Zeus would first be channeled to charge the Book of Oaths, and the remainder would be used to enhance sacred studies skills. In fact, Fang Heng had secretly arranged several zombie doppelgangers to practice sacred studies non-stop in a sealed underground chamber beneath the Temple of Zeus, accumulating divine talent points. Initially, Fang Heng had built the Temple of Zeus to raise the world's rating and provide a place to charge the Book of Oaths. Now it could be put to good use, using the Temple of Zeus's divine power to purify the corruption within the crown and then restoring the crown's power with the faith power. "Your Eminence." As Fang Heng appeared, the members of the sanctuary bowed respectfully. Fang Heng signaled for them to rise and said, "I have unexpectedly found an item contaminated with dark aura that needs to be purified with your help." "Yes, Your Eminence." The sanctuary members stepped back, creating a central opening. Fang Heng walked forward, standing in the center of the magic array at the Temple of Zeus, raising the contaminated crown in his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Alchemical magic arrays were reflected in Fang Heng's right eye, spinning rapidly. The central sacred magic array also began slowly to revolve. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Stimulated by Fang Heng's mental power, the visible black pollution continuously overflowed from the crown, then quickly dissipated by the rotating sacred magic array in the temple. The entire process lasted 3 hours. When the pollution fog had completely stopped emanating from the crown, Fang Heng reversed the magic array release, gradually channeling the power of faith within the Temple of Zeus into the magic array. Hint: player has successfully purified the Sage King's crown. Hint: player has charged the Sage King's crown. Hint: player discovers item: Sage King's crown damaged. Item: Sage King's crown damaged. Explanation: the item is damaged, and additional attributes and skills cannot take effect. Explanation: this item carries the heritage of the great sage of the sanctuary. Players can use this item to trigger advanced tasks related to the great sages after entering any sanctuary inheritance hall. Sanctuary inheritance halls exist only in certain high-level game worlds. Explanation: the item drops upon death. Seeing the description of the Sage King's crown, Fang Heng was astonished. Wow, the inheritance of a great sage. As far as he knew, among the sanctuary ranks, the great sage was only second to the divine king and on par with the holy maiden Vivona. This little blood ancestor was quite resourceful. No wonder. Previously, Fang Heng had been puzzled why the divine realm was so intent on pursuing a blood ancestor and not letting go. Now he knew that besides the dimensional power possessed within the Wancheng realm, the blood ancestor had also taken away the sanctuary great sage's inheritance item. Interesting. The blood ancestor was truly capable of creating trouble, even leaving the crown with the tree spirits. If Sandy had not gone through all the information on the tree spirits, this equipment would have been difficult to discover. Fang Heng put away the crown, glanced at Sandy nearby, and said, "Well done, Sandy. We found something valuable. Let's go." The inheritance of the great sage was evidently part of the sanctuary camp's mission chain. Completing the inheritance mission would not only enhance one's strength significantly, but also solve any academic imbalance issues within. However, getting the great sage's inheritance was not simple. It would undoubtedly bring one into contact with the sanctuary. The mission's difficulty was substantial. Try it first, and if you can't complete it, consider selling it off. Many sanctuary players will undoubtedly be interested. Sandy moved up beside Fang Heng, whisper, "Boss Fang, what exactly is this thing?" "An inheritance item left by the sanctuary. Unfortunately, it has little to do with the White Prison." "Then, we'll hit a dead end. I've checked the records several times, and there's no clue about the White Prison." "It's all right, I found the White Prison's clue." "What?" Sandy was surprised. "Found it. Can you take me to see it?" "Not now, there will be a chance." 2 months later, who knows? On the edge of the Yin Vein Valley, since Fang Heng had used Merc's magic array to teleport the Yin Vein, the sanctuary had suffered heavy losses, temporarily giving the Ned camp an advantage on the battlefield. After defending for over a month, the teleporting magic array to the Yin Vein was finally destroyed by actions from the higher realms of the sanctuary. Thus, the Yin Vein returned to the frigid prison of Punos, At this moment, two undead players in gray robes approach the western outskirts of Punoza's frigid prison. For over a month, the Western Valley area near the Punoza's frigid prison had been occupied by a large group of lickers. Any player nearing the valley would attract the lickers' aggressive attacks. These past few months, the Eastern Federation has completely lost contact with Fang Heng. It is rumored that a licker has appeared here, and there are suspicions that Fang Heng may be lurking around. Therefore, Li Shakyang and the two of them were sent over to investigate under peril. Speaking of which, what has Fang Heng been hiding in the valley for? Is he avoiding some enemies? Are you referring to the Divine Realm? Just as the two were speaking, the crowd of lickers that were originally crowded in the valley suddenly dispersed to both sides, making way for a small path. There is a situation. Tan Shuo and the others immediately stopped talking, held their breath, and stared intently at the figure gradually emerging from the valley ahead. It's Fang Heng. They saw Fang Heng walking out from the dispersed group of lickers, walking with his head down, looking as if in deep thought. Over these past 2 months, Fang Heng has been practicing in the Puno's game world. The Frost Prison is a good place, suitable for him to absorb the aura of the undead. Just like before, during the day he arranges for the zombie clones to grind, then logs off to rest for a while, and at night he goes to the library in Puno's for further study. The operating difficulty of the grandmother level of undead studies is extremely high. Besides purify and absorbing undead aura for experience points, supplementing theoretical knowledge can also rapidly increase experience points. With that in mind, Fang Heng opened the game panel to check. Grandmother Undead Studies LV 5. Master Spatial Studies LV Max. Advanced Divine Studies LV 9. Advanced Nature Studies Leave Max. Advanced Alchemy Studies LV Max. Advanced Occult Studies Leave Max. Intermediate Mind Studies LV Max. Intermediate Seal Studies LV Max. Intermediate Beast Taming Studies LV Max. During this time, since there was nowhere else to go, he simply stayed in the library of the real world and the Puno's world to practice academic skills. The results were remarkable. Except for the high difficulty in studying undead and divine studies, other academic studies have been maxed out. To continue advancing, special tasks must be completed. Due to the limited number of worlds currently available for activity, it is temporarily impossible to advance. As for the delayed fulfillment of undead studies and divine studies, one is because undead studies has reached the grandmother level, and the leveling speed itself is slow. Divine studies, on the other hand, has few avenues for advancement. Relying only on the meager experience points provided by the zombie apocalypse Zeus temple each day, it is difficult to level up quickly. As mentioned by Master Gullo, after the advancement in other academic levels, the imbalance and counterattack effects of various systems within the Sea of Consciousness have improved slightly. However, it is still impossible to fully activate psychic power. Pondering, Fang Heng felt that the best solution would be to increase the level of divine studies. After all, he could not learn to conflicting bloodlines in terms of lineage, so he could only make up for it through academic studies. Boss Fang, it's me. Do you remember me? Fang Heng's perception had long detected the arrival of an outsider. He looked up and saw two familiar faces, couldn't help but wave his hand in greeting. I was wondering who it could be. How come you have the time to come here as guests? Seeing Fang Heng, Li Shakyang and the others heaved a sigh of relief and hurried over to meet up with Fang Heng. Boss Fang, Tan Shuo stepped forward. Speaking solemnly, we are here on behalf of the Northern Federation. There is a very important matter that we need to discuss with you, a face-to-face conversation. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. What's the matter that's so serious? We have received reliable information that the Holy Corps is planning an operation against the Undead Alliance. Fang Heng's pupils contracted at the words. Tan Shuo nodded. It is information we obtained through the Federal Intelligence Network. The Holy Corps is already prepared for an attack, sending troops directly from the Divine Realm to invade the lower realm through a descent ritual. Fang Heng asked, when? Where? What's the target? They are expected to launch the attack officially within 24 hours. The location is currently unknown, and so is the target. The Holy Court has been preparing for this action for over half a month, and our sources within the Holy Corps have only just received wind of it. Specific information can only be obtained once the operation commences. Why come to me? What about the Undead Alliance? We have tried to alert the upper echelons of the Undead Alliance as soon as possible, But unfortunately, most high-ranking members of the Undead Alliance seem to be unavailable during this time. Many senior scholars are in seclusion, and we are unable to reach them. Fang Heng stroked his chin. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Just over half a month ago, Master Gullo had left for important matters and had yet to return. It might be related to the task he mentioned 2 months ago. If you recall, Ji Xiaobo also participated in that task. Originally, Ji Xiaobo was guarding the Mercury Temple, but since the Mercury Temple was destroyed, he was pulled into a high-level task. Unfortunately, during this time, the Holy Court launched an attack. Could it be a deliberate design by the Holy Court? This kind of tactic feels very much like a player's move. As Fang Heng pondered, he raised his head and asked, "What does the Federation want?" Tan Shuo hesitated for a moment, considering how to subtly hint at the intentions of the Federation's higher-ups. On the side, Li Shaqian directly said, "The Federation does not want the undead side to lose too quickly, much less see the Holy Court dominate." This kid, Tan Shuo looked helplessly at Li Shaqian. Can he really say it so directly? Fang Heng stroked his chin upon hearing this. It was clear that the Federation also harbored some apprehensions towards the Holy Court. In terms of infiltrating the real world, the Holy Court is much more blatant than the undead. All right, I understand. So, what does the Federation want me to do? You should know that my current situation is not very good. Joining the battlefield rashly might bring about even greater trouble. Yes, we understand. So we hope to leverage your power and your connections with the upper echelons of the undead in order to quickly convey the message to their high ranks. Also, we would like to find out where the high-level combatants of the undead have gone recently. Fang Heng thought to himself, I was also wondering about that. I understand. I will try to figure something out. However, don't place all your hopes on me. Of course, we have been trying other methods all along. By the way, there's one more thing concerning the Blood Clan. Tan Shuo paused, looking at Fang Heng. In recent months, the strength of all Blood Clan players has undergone a qualitative improvement. In the market, Bloodline and related academic books regarding the Blood Clan are now priceless, and even various in-game items related to the Blood Clan have been sold at exorbitant prices. For the Federation, this was not good news. Approximately only about 1/3 of the strength. Even so, in the eyes of the federal government, such a bonus is terrifying enough. Fang Heng did not want to completely cancel the enhancement of Bloodline by the power of the dimensions. The strength of the Bloodline clan is such a great attraction for players. It can absorb fresh blood from players. Of course, players also mean instability in some aspects. Fang Heng was thinking of finding an excuse to decline. Suddenly, several lines of game prompts flashed on the retina. Prompt: Current Punos is under attack by unknown high-level invaders. Players are threatened by the enemy. Prompt: Current Punos is affected by a sacred descent. Prompt: Players currently trigger the task. Crisis of Punos. Task name: Crisis of Punos. Task description: Punos is currently under attack by the Holy Court. All players are asked to defend the main city of Punos, Canton Tour. Task description: Currently, the Punos world has been blocked by sacred power. Under this condition, players cannot use teleport scrolls to leave this world. Fang Heng and the two others had their faces drastically changed. They were just talking, and now the Holy Court has taken such a big action. So fast. And isn't it a bit too coincidental? The Holy Court chooses to attack Punos. Is it directed towards themselves? Fang Heng had a bad feeling, quickly checking the previous game prompts. There was no relevant game prompt from Domain Chasers. So this has nothing to do with me. Not quite right. The domain had made a grand prophecy on itself and definitely knew that it was in Punos now. But they did not come through the descent this time. That's it. Fang Heng felt even more puzzled. Why? Since the face has already been torn apart, even Punos is going to start fighting. Why didn't they send out a team to chase after me this time? What trick is the domain playing? Fang Heng faintly smelled a sense of conspiracy. However, the conspiracy may not necessarily be directed at himself. Tan Shuo and Li Shaqian also saw the emerging game prompts, and their faces turned pale. Goodness, they only came to fulfill the mission assigned by their leaders and to pass on a message to Fang Heng for an interview. How did they suddenly get entangled and trapped in Punos along with everyone else? How should this be handled? The two of them involuntarily turned to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng quickly calmed down and shrugged. Who knows has been in the undead camp for so many years, it won't be easily broken through. Besides, we can't leave now. Why not go together and see if we can gain some benefits? Fang Heng quickly deploy a strategy for the operation. Don't panic. Let's go and see the situation first. If it gets too dangerous, we can just log off and hide. What if we can gain some advantages? Moreover, with the mainline reward from the Forest of 1,000 Realms, if all else fails, we can still use the domain skill to directly summon the inner world domain and quickly transfer out using the dimensional ability of Abacate in the inner world. The risk is manageable. Hundreds of atoners from the domain suddenly descended on Punos, leading a large group of domain knights to launch a sudden attack on the world of Punos. Players in the undead camp trapped in Punos were filled with anxiety. No one expected that one side of the Holy Court would not be able to resist attacking so quickly, breaking the agreement between the Holy Court and the top levels of the undead, escalating the entire war to the higher realms. Tower of White Bones. Several mentors from the undead camp who stayed behind gathered and jointly operated the city's defense system, preparing to face the impending assault by the Holy Court camp. When Fang Hen, Ten Shuo, and Li Shaoqian arrived at the main city of Canton Tour, a group of players from the undead faction had already gathered in the square. After investigating the news, Ten Shuo quickly returned. What are the mentors of the Tower of White Bones saying? The tower owners are all absent. Currently, is the two deputy tower owners of the Rotting Tower and the Withering Tower who are leading the resistance against the domain. Ten Shuo looked grave. Van said, the team that the domain sent to Punos this time is very strong. They have already broken through the outer areas and are expected to reach Canton Tour in half an hour. Li Shaoqian felt more and more uneasy as he listened. Hey, have they notified the Undead Council? What did the top levels of the Undead camp say? Are they letting us deal with the Holy Court on our own? The news has been conveyed to the top levels of the Undead camp at the first opportunity, but there has been no feedback yet. Tan Shuo shook his head and continued, as far as I know, the top levels of the Undead are all absent at the moment. They probably have no intention of supporting the Undead to assist. Li Shaoqian felt speechless as he listened. Seriously, did he just predict correctly that the Undead's homeland in the mid-level gaming world was about to be destroyed and they still hesitate to come and support? Are they really that confident? In the ongoing war between the Undead and the Holy Court factions, the Holy Court has always crushed the Undead underfoot, which cannot be separated from the laid-back attitude of the Undead's top levels. Tan Shuo frowned, pondering and said, the top levels of the Undead may have other important matters. They have their own plans. All right, enough talk of grand plans. What do we do now? Do we fight head-on with the Holy Court? The two deputy tower owners are currently prepared to defend the region of the Tower of White Bones. We can join the battle or think of other ways to break the domain's invading team. Tan Shuo paused, and with Li Shaoqian, he turned to Fang Heng. Fang Heng casually shrugged. Fine, as you said. Let's fight together. Let's fight. Fang Heng already had a rough idea about the strength of the domain. If they can't beat them, they can still harass them on the side. Knocking out one is better than none. How much benefit they can gain will be exactly how much they can take. If they can't win, they can run away. Just hide offline and wait for an opportunity to leave. As for the world of Punos, if the Undead camp doesn't care about it, why should he be anxious? After discussing with everyone, they were about to go find a few mentors from the Tower of White Bones to receive tasks, when a group of 5 players walked straight towards them from a distance. Realm Master Fang Hen, nice to meet you for the first time. I have heard of your great reputation. The young man leading the 5 players looked at Fang Hen, nodded respectfully, and said, I am Norbert, the guild leader of the Extreme Knight Guild. These are my guild's backbone members. Can we have a word? Pernozet suddenly came under attack from the Holy See. Everyone is in danger. At present, it seems unlikely that the Undead faction support will arrive, so we need to find a way to deal with the Holy See ourselves. Norbert glanced at Li Shaoqian, paused for a moment, and continued, or find a way to escape. And then, go on, Li Shaoqian urged. Do you all know the secret of the Tower of White Bones? The secret of the Tower of White Bones. Fang Heng and the others exchanged glances. Li Shaoqian furrowed his brow, saying, enough with the suspense. You know time is of the essence. Just spit it out. All right, I'll be direct. As far as we know, there is a space in the Tower of White Bones that leads to a special world, always guarded by the various tower masters. It is rumored that within the space is sealed a death knight from the realm of the dead. Oh, Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of confusion. Such a claim? How come Master Gullo never mentioned it? Fang Heng glanced at Li Shiqiang and Tan Shuo. They both seemed puzzled, clearly also hearing about this for the first time. Norbert paused for a moment and continued. We speculate that the sudden invasion by the Holy See might be related to this special space. It's coming back to me now. I heard before about Pronozet having a special passage, but whether it's related to the Death Knight is unknown. Tenyi pondered, recalling vaguely hearing about some sporadic mentions of special spaces. He looked to Norbert and asked, I'm curious, what do you plan to do? The Undead faction has always been very secretive about this matter. We just proposed to the 2 Tower Masters of the Undead faction to go and inspect the sealed space, release the sealed Death Knight to fight against the Holy See. Unfortunately, we were severely reprimanded. Norbert looked at Fang Heng, revealing the entire plan scheme. A few of us were thinking that there might be some secrets hidden within the space of the Death Knight. Considering the dire situation in Pronozet, the legion sent by the Divine Realm is extremely strong, and with only a few deputy Tower Masters left, our Undead faction is simply not capable of resisting. So we have to rely on ourselves, try to find a way to enter the sealed space of the Death Knight and investigate. Perhaps we can find something to counter the Holy See. In the worst case, we'll just release the Death Knight from the seal to fight against the Holy See, seeking a glimmer of hope. Li Shiqiang listened and snorted lightly. You seem to be very familiar with the matters regarding the space of the Death Knight. Perhaps you have long been eyeing it, right? Obviously, this matter was not sanctioned by the Undead faction. As Norbert spoke so grandly, in reality upon closer thought, it seemed somewhat opportunistic. Norbert looked embarrassed at the comment. Indeed, we have conducted a lot of related investigations in the past. Fang Heng listened with a furrowed brow. It was very strange. According to Norbert's words, was there really a Death Knight sealed by Master Gullo inside the Tower of White Bones? Hint. Player-triggered side quest. Scattered rumors. Quest name. Scattered rumors. Quest difficulty. Unknown. Quest description. Pronozet is under attack, and you have heard rumors about the Tower of White Bones that may help in the battle. However, the truth of the rumors is unknown. Quest requirements. Explore the unknown area of the Tower of White Bones. Quest reward. None. Gentlemen, if there truly is a power within the Tower of White Bones that can contend with the Holy See, this is our great opportunity. Norbert looked at Fang Heng, once again persuading, I won't hide it from you all. The Undead faction has never disclosed information about the Death Knight, strictly limiting anyone from entering or leaving. The situation is dire now, and the several mentors guarding the Tower of White Bones are busy dealing with the Holy See. This might be our best chance. Li Shiqiang and Tan Shuo couldn't help but look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng hesitated. What are you waiting for? One middle-aged player beside Norbert seemed anxious and somewhat discontent in his tone. The Holy See has even dispatched troops from the Divine Realm. We only have 2 Tower Masters here, and they are just deputies. With our current strength, it's impossible to compete on the same level. We'll be lucky to hold out. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. Even if there's only a glimmer of a chance, we have to try. Other players echoed. Even if we do nothing, if the Tower of White Bones falls and the sealed area falls into the hands of the Holy See, the power of the Death Knight will also be eradicated by the Holy See. There's no difference for the Undead faction. We just want to use the power of the Death Knight to deal with the Holy See, to seek a chance to survive for ourselves. Is that wrong? The Undead faction doesn't care about our lives or deaths. Can't we find a way to survive on our own? Enough. Stop talking. Norbert stopped the increasingly excited young people next to him, and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I know you may have concerns and may not want to. If you're unwilling, don't force yourself. I've already gathered many players to participate. With our current team strength, breaking the seal shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Fang Heng hesitating to respond, Norbert spoke seriously. Fang Heng, please do not reveal this matter to the high-ranking members of the Undead faction. Thank you. I understand. I will go and see with you all. After a brief moment of thought, Fang Heng quickly made a decision. To see, there wouldn't be much benefit on the front lines. That the secret of the Undead Tower of White Bones had successfully piqued his curiosity. Master Gullo had never mentioned any information about the Death Knight within the White Bones, and since there was such a powerful force, it made no sense for the Undead faction not to use it against the Holy See. This whole matter was quite strange. What if there's a hidden mission behind it? Seeing Fang Heng agree, Norbert was overjoyed. Good. Time is of the essence. Let's go right now. Pronozet. The divine knights that descended from the Holy See had broken through several cities along their way, swiftly approaching the main city of Katanchur. The Undead faction has also sent out teams to intercept. Several player squads are also involved. On the outskirts, the Undead servants are still holding their ground. During this special time period, the area of the Bone Tower has been sealed off. Everyone turned to look at Norbert. Norbert seemed more confident now and nodded, saying, "Just as I expected, the guards of the Bone Tower have all been reassigned." Li Shaoqian looked into the entrance of the Bone Tower from afar and whispered, "How do you plan to take us in? I don't want to get involved and be mistaken by the Undead Count as a rebel. Things have come to this point. What is there to fear?" Norbert seemed somewhat anxious, shaking his head. "Never mind. I won't force you to act. Just watch from the side and leave it to me to handle." With that, Norbert gestured with his hand and, accompanied by two companions, emerged from behind the wall corner and walked openly towards the entrance of the Bone Tower area. The two Undead servants guarding the entrance stopped Norbert's group. Katanchur is currently under lockdown, and the Bone Tower area is not open to the public. "I know." Norbert nodded. "We've received a special mission to enter the Bone Tower to collect some war supplies." The Undead servants did not budge. "We have not received any such mission notification." "Is that so? Perhaps there was a mistake somewhere. This is a pass issued by the Tower Lord. Please take a look." The Undead servant seemed puzzled and took the pass from Norbert's hand. Thus, in the next moment, a dark ripple spread out from the open pass. As soon as the ripple made contact, several Undead servants around trembled violently, twisted, and dissolved rapidly until they turned into a cloud of flying ash and disappeared completely in front of everyone. Clap. The pass fell to the ground. Norbert bent down to pick it up and motioned towards Fang Heng and the others at the corner. "Let's go." In the corner, more than 30 players followed Norbert into the Bone Tower area. Li Shaoqian couldn't help but curl his lips. Norbert had gathered so many players this time. Even a fool could rush in now. What happened to strictly selecting the participants to prevent leaks? With the whole city already on lockdown, except for several Undead servants guarding the entrance, no one could be seen inside. Norbert smoothly led the group into the central square of the Bone Tower area. Fang Heng stood on the square, looking up. 5 towers of the Undead Tower high into the sky. Fang Heng had been to the tallest one, the Bone Tower, many times. Everyone turned to look at Norbert. The entrance to the Death Knight's special space is hidden inside the Bone Tower. Norbert looked up at the Bone Tower for a moment and immediately said, "No time to waste. Let's go." Led by Norbert, the group pushed open the entrance gate of the Bone Tower and hastily entered the tower. Fang Heng also followed the others into the tower. Standing in the hall on the first floor of the Bone Tower and looking up, one could see spiraling staircases leading upward. Whenever he had come in the past, he had been guided by Undead servants to meet Magister Guro in his study and meeting room. This time was different. Norbert showed no intention of going upstairs and instead led the group to stay on the first floor hall for a moment. Norbert and his few men seemed to be searching for something, deliberately slowing down, cautiously tapping on the walls in the hall. Thud, thud, thud. A player, while tapping on one wall, noticed a clear anomaly. The sound of the tapping was somewhat muffled. Found it. Norbert's eyes lit up as he went forward to inspect. Behind the wall was a passage. Norbert took out a small knife and carefully cut along the cracks in the wall bricks, moving the bricks aside until revealing a dark entrance passage behind. Fang Heng's eyebrows raised slightly. As Norbert cleared away the dust, a bronze-colored door appeared on the floor. The door seemed to be engraved and embedded in the ground, currently sealed and entangled with dense Undead chains. Several Undead mentors have placed restrictions on the seal. If the door is damaged, they will immediately be alerted. Norbert seemed a bit nervous as he stood before the locked door, carefully inspecting it. But the mentors are not in Pronos now and won't be able to return in the short term. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin. With the infusion of spiritual power from the Undead attribute, the chain sealing the gate above gradually slid to the sides and loosened. Click. The gate revealed a very small crack. Undead aura. A thought flashed through Fang Heng's mind. As the seal on the gate gradually loosened, a strong Undead aura leaked out from the cracks in the sealed stone door. Good stuff. Fang Heng has been searching for an Undead aura to enhance his experience in Undead studies during this period. as undead studies have already reached the grandmother stage. At this stage, leveling up is extremely difficult and requires absorbing a huge amount of experience points. Therefore, during this period, he focused his attention on the area of the yin vein fissure. He didn't expect to find purified undead aura here. Doom. As the last few layers of chains wound around the iron gate were pulled out, the gate burst open with a bang, and a large amount of undead energy surged out from behind the gate. It's undead energy. Following players in undead studies immediately showed excitement upon seeing this, condensing marks in front of them to absorb the energy. Fang Heng quickly raised his hands and condensed a mark in front of him. Swish! A large amount of death energy flowed into the sea of consciousness from his body. Hint. Player absorbs undead aura. Players undead studies experience plus 2010. Hint. Player absorbs undead aura. Players undead studies experience plus to 219. Effective. This is indeed purify undead aura. However, the concentration of the aura is not very high. After a simple attempt, Fang Heng stopped. Ten Shuo and Li Xiao retreated a few steps, not immediately absorbing the undead energy like other players, but looked at Norbert with a hint of suspicion. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the underground passage was sealed with Death Knights? What's the meaning of this pure undead aura? Norbert also did not show any intention of absorbing the undead energy. He looked at the pitch-black passage behind the gate and said, "It might be the power emitted by the Death Knights. There are rumors that the undead camp restricts the power of Death Knights, continuously extracting power from them to maintain the operation of the Bone Tower area." As he spoke, Norbert's excitement gradually rose. "Everyone, it's probably true. If we can find the sealed Death Knight, maybe we can rely on its power to defeat the Holy Court. Let's go. The space where the Death Knight is sealed is right below. Let's go take a look." Norbert urged everyone to continue forward. If it were any other time, who would be foolish enough to follow Norbert to explore? But now, the players of the Divine Realm have reached the doorstep. Staying here to absorb undead energy is no different from waiting for death. Players could discern the urgency of the situation and immediately stop absorbing the energy, following Norbert into the passage behind the sealed gate. As they entered the lower passage through the entrance of the passage, the concentration of the undead energy gradually increased, and soon, a new hall appeared ahead. Seeing the scene in the hall, everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks. What they saw was a large dark gold prismatic stone pillar floating in the center of the hall. Black undead energy continuously emitted from within the stone pillar. Layers of magic circles on the ground and ceiling around the prismatic stone pillar slowly transformed the overflowing undead energy into undead energy, storing it in small undead clay pots arranged along the walls of the hall. The entire hall was filled with a rich undead aura. Fang Heng immediately focused his gaze on the prismatic pillar, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. A seal. And it's a seal of divine attribute power. Even though the outer layer is filled with a large amount of undead energy, Fang Heng could clearly sense the fluctuation of divine power from the interior of the floating prismatic stone pillar. However, the divine power fluctuation was sealed within the outer magic circle, so most players present did not sense it. Clearly abnormal. Fang Heng surveyed his surroundings again. Unlike the outside, this hall did not seem to have been abandoned for a long time. It was very clean, indicating regular maintenance. There were also magic circles on the ceiling and floor. The magic circles were in perfect operating condition, clearly well tended. Fang Heng couldn't help but look up at the magic circle engraved on the high ceiling, noticing that a large part of the undead energy that overflowed from the sealed stone pillar was slowly being absorbed by the high-altitude magic circle. It was unclear where the energy ultimately flowed to. Fang Heng lowered his head and shifted his gaze to the small teleportation magic circles in the corners of the hall. It seemed that the several tower owners of the undead camp entered and exited through those small teleportation arrays. While Fang Heng was pondering, he heard Norbert say firmly, "Yes. That's it. The Death Knight is sealed there. If we can find a way to release the Death Knight, perhaps we could have a chance against the Holy Court." The players entered the hall and surveyed the layout of the hall. One middle-aged player asked, "What should we do next?" "Naturally, we need to unseal the seal." "I understand unsealing, but specifically, how do we go about it? How can we break the seal?" Norbert took a deep breath, nodding. "The seal is divided into two layers. The inner layer is a divine seal, and the outer layer is an undead seal. First, we need to find a way to eliminate the undead energy around us. When there's less excess death energy, the overall seal's strength will weaken. Perhaps, if we're lucky enough, the seal might break on its own. Everyone, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Understanding Norbert's implication, the players who followed immediately felt elated. Such a good thing. Just absorb the external energy directly. It's too good to be true. They could gain undead studies experience while breaking the seal. It's a win-win situation. The group of players in undead studies no longer hesitated and immediately began to condense marks in front of them, opening up to absorb the surrounding undead energy. Fang Heng, what's wrong? Do you feel something's not right? Tan Shuo, seeing Fang Heng's lack of movement, walked over and, after looking at the others, whispered, "Is there something wrong with the undead energy here? I haven't found any issues with the undead energy." Fang Heng looked at the prismatic stone pillar enveloped in black mist and nodded. "It's just that this seal makes me feel very strange." "Why is it a seal of divine attribute power? Was it left by the Holy Court's people?" "It's possible." Joined by Li Shaoqian, who also walked up, he asked, "What should we do now, Boss Fang?" The energy of the souls in the entire hall rushed rapidly towards Fang Heng. Because it was too fast and urgent, a black vortex formed above Fang Heng's head in just a brief moment. Other players in the hall who were trying to absorb the energy of the soul sensed the strange fluctuations of the energy, opened their eyes, and watched the scene of the black vortex in front of them, feeling astonished. Who is so powerful? They absorbed all the energy in the entire hall at once. Looking closely, they saw the player shrouded in a black robe, as well as Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo standing behind him. Everyone frowned and fell silent. The person who could absorb so much energy of the souls in one breath couldn't possibly be weak. And Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian, aren't they from the Federation? Don't mess with them. After weighing the pros and cons, the players suddenly felt that they probably shouldn't provoke them, so they pretended not to notice and continued to absorb the remnants of the energy of the souls, seizing the opportunity to gain more benefits. Meanwhile, Norbert, who was distractedly absorbing the energy of the souls, saw Fang Heng starting to absorb the energy as well, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. Absorbing so quickly? However, soon this surprise gradually turned into a cold smile of a successful conspiracy. Absorb it well. Consider it your last meal. Norbert coldly smirked in his heart, reached out his hand, and quietly crushed the first fragment hidden in his hand. At the same time, outside of the underground palace, several godly purifiers who were attacking the main city of Catantal saw a faint light appear on the pendants in front of their chests. They exchanged glances. "This is a message from Norbert. It seems that Fang Heng has entered the underground palace area. Immediately inform Lord Sanctifier and prepare to take action." Yes, the godly purifiers, upon learning of Fang Heng's situation, opened their eyes, a sharp glint in their gaze. Fang Heng has entered the picture. Prepare to descend and enter Panos. Yes. Norbert in the sealed palace hall had been carefully observing Fang Heng. Fang Heng, he probably couldn't even dream that the Holy Court would exert so much effort to attack Panos, all with the true intention of capturing him, right? The enemy that made the Holy Court so cautious and vigilant turned out to be just a player. Norbert admired and also felt a bit wary of Fang Heng. In fact, Norbert had long since aligned himself with the Holy Court, becoming a pawn in their layout within the realm of the undead. This time, to deal with Fang Heng, the Holy Court did not hesitate to expose him to. As the dispersed energy of the souls in the hall was absorbed by the people in the hall, the earthen jars used for temporary storage of the energy burst one after another, and the visible gray energy of the souls was quickly divided and absorbed by Fang Heng and the others. 5 minutes later, people opened their eyes again. Many players looked towards Fang Heng. Goodness, was it all absorbed in less than 3 minutes? Over 99% of the energy of the souls in the hall was absorbed by this mysterious person. For them, absorbing such a large amount of energy alone would take at least 10 days or half a month. Hint. Player's master level of the undead studying skill upgraded to level 6. Fang Heng glanced at the game hints and smirked, feeling satisfied with the level up. It was worth the effort to get through almost half a month of hard work. However, Fang Heng used his mental power to explore the sea of consciousness again. At first, there was nothing special, all absorbing the energy of the souls, but as he absorbed more, Fang Heng faintly sensed that the energy of the souls absorbed here was somewhat different. There was a hint of icy power within the energy. After absorption, there was no impact on his body, and the game indeed indicated that the experience points of the undead studying skill were increasing. After careful examination, he didn't find anything unusual. It seemed he was just being overly cautious. Fang Heng shook his head. The world of Punos was closely related to the underworld, and for some reason, the energy of the souls absorbed here contained a frost attribute. No big deal. Looking up, Fang Heng scanned the surroundings once more. He had noticed that there was something off about the ceiling pillars in the hall, but he had never thought about the trap set by the Holy Court, just thinking that this visit was not in vain. Norbert, what's next? The energy of the souls in the hall had been completely absorbed. The magic circle was still in operation, and a trace of energy continued to emanate from the ceiling pillars. Norbert swallowed nervously. There was a slight deviation from the plan. Originally, according to the plan, they would lure Fang Heng over, expecting him to absorb the power, as a way to relax his guard and weaken the outer layer of the protective magic circle. But he didn't expect Fang Heng's actions to be so fast. He absorbed the outer energy in just 3 minutes. Norbert had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps this action plan would not be so easy to complete. Norbert, what's wrong? Why are you silent? Did you find something suspicious? No. Nothing. It's nothing. Under the gaze of everyone, Norbert steadied himself, took a few steps towards the central ceiling pillars in the hall, and observed the conditions of the pillars. It was just a slight timing error, not a big problem. The Holy Court's trap had a high tolerance. Norbert calmed himself down and continued to observe the large magic circle underneath the central ceiling pillar, saying, "The undead mentors have set up a magic circle seal on the outer layer, and next, we need to completely erase the magic circle seal. Be careful, as the outer seal energy gradually weakens, the inner sacred seal power will gradually be unsealed. Especially at the middle stage, it may suddenly erupt at some point, so be extremely careful." The group gathered together, urging each other on. "All right, no time to waste. We don't know how long the undead camped outside can hold up. Let's get started quickly. Let's go." The group joined forces, carefully integrating their mental power into the magic circle, cautiously disrupting the operation of the outer magic circle. Fang Heng looked up at the magic circle engraved on the ceiling. This was taking way too long. As for where the power of the breath of the undead is being channeled, it is not clear. Fang Heng estimates that it is likely being used to sustain the Bone Tower region. Currently, merely destroying the outer seals, left by the undead instructors, will not actually impact the central sacred seal. With that in mind, Fang Heng looked up at the sky, and in the pupil of his right eye, a rapidly spinning magic array was reflected. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The magic array spun rapidly. The magic array in the hall, stimulated by the Eye of Omniscience, instantly accelerated its rotation. What's going on? Players trying to control the magic array and destroy it suddenly sensed an abnormality, causing them to be shocked. How did the magic array suddenly start accelerating out of control? What's going on? Norbert was also extremely astonished. According to the original plan, it would take at least half an hour for them to destroy the magic array set by the outer undead instructors. How come now? The magic array is having issues. Is there an internal defense mechanism? Not good. Norbert, feeling anxious, immediately shouted, "Slow down. Try to stabilize the magic array. Do not rush. If the magic array is destroyed too quickly, it will lead to the seal being compromised, and the Death Knight space will be destroyed. It has already stopped. It's not us. We are not controlling it. The magic array is out of control." Some players were sweating profusely on their foreheads. Clearly, everyone had stopped interfering with the magic array, but the magic array continued to accelerate, constantly accelerating. Doom. Amid the chaos, Norbert, still panicking, heard a loud explosion, and the magic array on the ceiling shattered with a bang, causing a shower of debris to fall from above. Seeing this, everyone hurried to avoid the falling debris. At the same time, the magic array on the ground emitted a slight muffled sound before dissipating completely. Fang Heng stood at the back of the crowd, and the reflection of the magic array in his pupil slowly dimmed. Just as he had anticipated, the two magic arrays set up by the undead instructors did not actually affect the Death Knight space. The real seal on the Death Knight space was actually the prism-shaped stone pillars left by the Holy Court. Is everyone okay? Is everyone alright? As the magic array on the ceiling collapsed and exploded, causing the hall to shake. Once the chaos settled, people checked again and found that the central prism-shaped stone pillar was still intact, breathing a collective sigh of relief. What just happened? I don't know. Seeing everyone looking at him for answers, Norbert shook his head, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling extremely anxious inside. How did the magic array suddenly explode? This is my first time here too. Trust me. The information I have is the same as everyone else's. As some players, knowledgeable in seals, begin inspecting the prism-shaped stone pillars left by the Holy Court, Norbert's anxiety grew as he sneakily scanned Fang Heng with his eyes. The plan went wrong. The cleansing gods had set up seals around the perimeter that would take at least 2 hours. If they encountered interference from the undead faction, it would only consume more time. According to the original plan, Norbert and the others would have broken through the outer undead magic array, and in about 2 hours or so, they would be done. But now, Fang Heng had absorbed the external death energy in just 3 minutes, and now the magic array was malfunctioning, totaling to less than 10 minutes. There was a high chance that they were running out of time. If Fang Heng were to leave early from this place, wouldn't all the efforts made by the divine domain be in vain? Norbert was frightened, as they were now at the final step, with no room for mistakes. What if Fang Heng, seeing the unusual expression on Norbert's face, everyone urged him, "Hey, Norbert, what's the next step?" Norbert forced himself to remain calm, and looked at the ceiling stone blocks in the center of the hall. Now, the only seal imprisoning the Death Knight is the final layer left by the Holy Court. Forcibly destroying the ceiling stone pillars with external force may cause an explosion in the Death Knight space. For safety's sake, we will use the power of the undead to wear down the outer seal, and when it's worn down enough, we will use timed explosives to completely destroy the seal, ensuring everything is under control. Okay. Without doubting Norbert's words, the group immediately gathered around the central stone pillars and began channeling undead energy to form dark soul chains, attempting to erase the seal on the prism-shaped stone pillars. Hiss, hiss. Influenced by the undead energy, the prism-shaped stone pillars immediately emitted a hissing sound, white mist spewing out, and small stone fragments began to fall from the outer layer of the stones. Suddenly, Ten Shuo raised his eyebrows. What's going on? As the small stone fragments fell, a dark undead energy leaked from the cracks of the stone blocks. It was the same energy that everyone had absorbed earlier. Indeed, the energy leaked from the sealed Death Knight space. Fang Heng also stared at the prism-shaped ceiling stone blocks, observing as more undead energy seeped out as the seal was gradually worn down. A great source of replenishment. All these experiences in undead studies. Seeing the death energy oozing out of the ceiling stone, Fang Heng's eyes showed a greedy glint. It's almost done. Stop for a moment and step back. Feeling that the time was right, Norbert suddenly shouted, stopping the release of mental power and leading everyone a few steps back. Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped eroding the seal on the stone pillar with undead energy. As they watched, a considerable amount of pure and net energy continuously overflowed from the prism-shaped stone pillar. In a short moment, the entire hall was shrouded in a faint undead aura. Norbert, what's wrong? Why aren't we continuing? Everyone looked at Norbert, who had suddenly halted the process. Norbert scanned the crowd, looked warily at the central ceiling stone, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Everyone, it's almost done. The seal's power has been greatly weakened. The Death Knight space is currently unstable. Continuing further would be dangerous. It is possible that it could explode at any moment and reach us. During ordinary days, it's difficult to level up in necromancy studies, so finding an opportunity like this wasn't easy. Are you in a rush to leave? With such a big opportunity right in front of us, everyone is feeling somewhat reluctant." Ahem. A slightly older player cleared his throat, took a step forward, and said, "Currently, the few necromancer instructors outside can still resist the Holy Court for a while. It might be too early to leave now. It's better to wait a bit longer." Another player immediately followed up with, "Indeed, the current situation has not reached a point of no return yet. If we release the Death Knight rashly, it might not be appropriate." Norbert understood the player's thoughts and glanced at Fang Heng from the corner of his eye, pretending to ask, "What do you think, sir?" "I don't think we need to rush now. It's better to wait a bit longer. Wait until the Holy Court actually breaches the main city of Katanther before we release the Death Knight. By then, even if the undead camp investigates our intrusion here, we will have something to say." "Yes, That's a good suggestion. Of course, we can't just leave the seal here. We should stay here to continue observing and guarding. Agreed. How about everyone stays here for now, absorbing some of the overflow energy from the seal stones, and to prevent the sacred seal from being affected. Indeed. With a few words, the players in the undead camp reached a unanimous decision, deciding not to leave hastily and instead stay to absorb the energy overflowing from the seal pillars. After all, they believed there was still some time before the Holy Court breached the defenses of the undead camp. If the undead camp couldn't withstand it, then they would follow Norbert's plan directly and set up timed bombs to physically destroy the seal stones. After all, whether they could release the Death Knight was up for debate, but the undead energy they absorbed here was real. Even if the players die and respawn, the experience points and necromancy skills were still gained, so it wouldn't be a wasted death. This proposal was immediately approved by the players. After reaching a consensus, everyone gathered around the seal stones to absorb the energy of the undead aura. Norbert sighed lightly. While he pretended to be helpless on the surface, his heart was extremely nervous, and his gaze kept secretly focusing on Fang Heng, the trap set by the Holy Court against the demonic kind. Even these ordinary players couldn't resist the temptation of absorbing the energy of the undead aura. So what about Fang Heng? Suddenly, Norbert's heart skipped a beat as he saw Fang Heng staring at him. Norbert's heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze. Fang Heng didn't speak but soon made his stance clear through his actions. Was there even a need to think about it? He was definitely staying to absorb the experience points. Fang Heng felt that the seal stone's strength was far from being broken. Norbert was being overly cautious. Well, it's better to draw some energy and be safe. Fang Heng quickly gathered his hands in front of him. Suddenly, under the activation of his mental power, the abundant energy of the undead aura around him immediately found an outlet and rushed towards Fang Heng. On the side, Norbert saw Fang Heng finally staying to absorb the energy, and he felt relief. Caught off guard. With this, the Holy Court's plan to trap Fang Heng was successful. By maintaining the current pace and keeping Fang Heng continuously absorbing energy, the expiation jurors from the Divine Realm would completely block off the entire area around the Tower of White Bones, limiting all escape routes for Fang Heng. However, the next moment, Norbert's brows furrowed tightly, and his heart was in his throat again. No way. As Fang Heng released his mental power to absorb the energy of the undead aura, a large amount of the undead energy in the entire underground hall rushed towards Fang Heng's location. In just a few seconds, a huge vortex of undead energy appeared above Fang Heng's head. Within moments, all the black mist in the hall was completely absorbed by Fang Heng. The energy that had just overflowed from the seal stones was directly drawn by Fang Heng. At that moment, the other players in the hall opened their eyes, looking at each other, before finally turning their gaze to Fang Heng. This guy is being a bit too indifferent, isn't he? He not only devoured all the meat, but now he's not even letting us have a sip of the soup. So, we're all just watching him gain experience points alone? Hint. Player gains 121,000 experience points in Master Necromancy Studies. Fang Heng also opened his eyes, feeling slightly displeased. He hadn't even started absorbing yet, and the undead aura was already depleted. How could this be? Seeing the gazes directed at him, Fang Heng couldn't help but understand what the other players were thinking. With a slight smirk, he said, "Everyone, as I see it, the seal is still intact, and the leaked energy is still too weak. Why don't we break open some more seals and make the explosion more secure when we detonate them? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned, then immediately began to agree. Absolutely. Other players understood the situation. Since the undead energy wasn't all for him alone, it was better to go all out so everyone could benefit. This time, without seeking Norbert's opinion, the players once again urged the power of the undead to erode the power of the seal on the central pillar. Jokingly, with most of the energy that had leaked from the magic array already absorbed by Fang Heng alone, they had spent so much effort and taken this big risk to come here. Yet, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the shadow of the Death Knight. They hadn't gained any benefits at all. How could this be allowed? Norbert, on the sidelines, dared not speak. Things had spiraled out of control. When the Divine Realm set the plan, they accounted for greed but hadn't expected it to be this intense. If they continued like this, if the seal pillars really exploded, Norbert was sweating profusely on his forehead. Under Fang Heng's intentional guidance, as everyone grew bolder, the state of the central seal pillar worsened. With a crack, A piece of rubble exploded from the top of the sealed pillar. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Norbert quickly came out to stop everyone. His heart was beating fast as he stole a glance at Fang Heng and continued, "We really can't continue. If the Death Knight space explodes, we will all be affected. We will all perish in the midst of the explosion waves." The crowd fell silent and turned their eyes to Fang Heng. Fang Heng observed a large damaged tetrahedral pillar had already appeared in the center, nodded, and said, Well, we still have time, let's absorb it." Hearing this, everyone gathered their marks in front of them, focusing on absorbing the energy emanating from the sealed pillar. On the side, Norbert saw Fang Heng no longer displaying any intense behavior, calmly absorbing energy. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. He was really mentally exhausted. If he continued, the seal of the Holy Court might really be completely shattered. As Fang Heng swiftly absorbed the energy of the undead breath in front of him, a large amount of condensed, undead breath once again formed a huge vortex in the sky. Although 99% of the breath was absorbed by Fang Heng, the other players nearby still had their share. For them, the experience points needed for leveling up were much less than Fang Heng's, and they were quite satisfied with the progress. The area of the Bone Tower in Punozi. Currently, 24 sin cleansers from the Divine Realm had infiltrated the city in a special way. The 24 individuals each occupied one of the 12 corners, where the large magic formations were installed. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out simultaneously. Suddenly, at this moment, in the hall, Fang Heng opened his eyes abruptly. The efficiency was still a bit low. The experience points required for mastering the art of the undead at the grandmother level were enormous, and considering that he had also studied to many other disciplines, being penalized for his diverse studies, his required experience points were hundreds of times that of an average player. Even though he had absorbed a huge amount of energy from the undead breath at a terrifyingly rapid pace from an ordinary player's perspective, he estimated that he would need to grind for at least half a month to reach the full level. Under ordinary circumstances, he could grind for more time. However, with the Holy Court already making moves, Fang Heng figured that a few more hours would be his limit. He couldn't just focus on immediate gains. He needed to find a way to increase efficiency. As he pondered, Fang Heng stopped absorbing and looked up at the damaged seal stone ahead. Suddenly, the swirling vortex of undead breath energy hovering over Fang Heng dissipated. Norbert saw that after Fang Heng had calmly absorbed the undead breath for over 10 minutes, he suddenly stopped and stood up, walking towards the central seal stone. Once again, his heart leapt to his throat. What's going on? Why is he running around again? Big brother, please don't act rashly, please. If kneeling down would help, Norbert would gladly kneel down to Fang Heng and bow his head repeatedly, only asking Fang Heng to sit back down obediently and continue absorbing the energy of the undead. Norbert's heart was pounding rapidly, as he couldn't help but stand up and quietly approached Fang Heng, asking softly, "Fang Heng, have you found another issue?" Fang Heng lightly murmured, his eyes still fixed on the central seal stone. The seal stone was indeed on the verge of shattering. If he continued, it would indeed break apart completely, just as Norbert had mentioned. Would the Death Knight space truly explode as Norbert described? This was rather uncertain. Fang Heng asked, "What is the Death Knight space?" "What?" Norbert was taken aback for a moment, shook his head repeatedly, and said, "I only know it by name." Fang Heng didn't doubt it, and continued to observe. Through the hole in the broken seal stone, he clearly saw spatial fluctuations appearing. From the perspective of spatial science, this was probably a specially formed space. Since releasing the Death Knight from this special space was impractical, why not try to enter and take a look? They were all part of the undead faction anyway. Perhaps they could sit down and have a good talk. Furthermore, the energy of the undead breath leaked from the seal itself. Obviously, the leaked breath could provide a lot of experience points. This meant that the space likely contained even more and larger amounts of undead breath energy. More experience points. If he could find a way to absorb it all. A hint of greed flickered in Fang Heng's eyes. Norbert had a faintly uneasy feeling and swallowed nervously, watching Fang Heng while his lips trembled. "Fang Heng, what do you want to do?" "I want to go in and take a look." "What?" Norbert's heart skipped a beat. "Go in to take a look." At this moment, Ten Shuo and Li Xiaoqian also stopped absorbing the energy of the undead and stood behind Fang Heng. Although they were also tempted by the undead energy, seeing Fang Heng taking action, they quickly followed suit. After all, The mission issued by the Federation was the most important. The safety of Punozi was crucial to the entire battle between the undead and the Holy Court factions. Tan Shuo asked softly, Fang Hen, did you discover something? I want to enter the sealed Death Knight space to take a look. What? Li Xiaoqian was also shocked by Fang Hen's idea. Could there be such an operation? It's okay, I can ensure my own safety. You guys stay outside and keep watch. Fang Heng did not seek Norbert's opinion, indicating his intentions moved to crouch down and clear a clean area on the floor near the pillar, then began to set up a magic array. The opening in the seal was very small, requiring auxiliary magic array operations to enter the space for inspection. No. This. Norbert was on the verge of going insane as he watched Fang Heng's actions. What does this mean? Isn't it better to stay safely outside? Why go inside? Norbert's brain raced as he racked his brain to figure out how to persuade Fang Heng to abandon this idea. Fang Heng, isn't it a bad idea? Could it be dangerous inside? Shh. Fang Heng put a finger to his lips, shook his head, and made a gesture signaling not to speak. Quiet, I need to concentrate on setting up the magic array. Fang Heng, could it be that he finds staying here to absorb the energy and atmosphere insufficient, wanting to enter the Death Knight space to absorb inside? Once this idea rises, it can't be stopped. Damn it, what should he do next? If Fang Heng really enters the Death Knight space, then what will happen will be completely out of control. Norbert felt extremely uneasy. Fang Heng was unaware of Norbert's thoughts and was still busy drawing the magic circle with all his might. He was also unsure of how strong the undead camp outside was, and how long they could hold off the Holy Court. So he needed to hurry, at least for now. There was no hint of the domain stalker descending in the game prompts. As long as he didn't directly face the domain stalker, things should be fine. Fang Heng possessed master-level spatial skills, with a strong sense of spatial perception, along with advanced alchemy, so restructuring the magic circle wasn't difficult for him. In just 20 minutes, Norbert watched as Fang Heng sketched out a highly complex medium-sized magic circle next to the ceiling pillar. Tipped. Player completes the production of the special magic circle. Fang Heng finally inspected the magic circle, stood up, and patted his pants. Done? All set? Norbert's voice trembled nervously. Almost, Fang Heng replied, reaching out to touch the edge of the magic circle, infusing it with his mental energy. The magic circle swiftly activated. At the same time, a faint blue-black space emerged from the cracked ceiling pillar. It looks like it worked. Fang Heng noted the blue light and knew his magic circle had successfully taken effect. He turned to Tan Shuo and Li Xiaoqian, asking, What about you? Are you coming with me or staying here? The two glanced at the central space of the ceiling pillar, then at each other, shaking their heads. Let's wait outside. We can provide support here, they said. All right, that works. Fang Heng didn't push further. He took out a small piece of cosmic energy, or the size of a grain of rice, from his backpack and placed it on the magic circle as an energy source. Looking up, he instructed, the magic circle can hold for a long time. If there are emergencies, you can enter the space to find me. Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng about to enter the Death Knight space, Norbert quickly reached out to stop him. Wait. Fang Heng slowly turned his head to look at Norbert. What's the matter? Out. Fang Heng, you should be back soon, right? Norbert struggled to find a reason to convince Fang Heng to stay but couldn't. He stammered, the undead mentors outside might not be able to hold out. We might destroy the channel soon. And when that happens, I understand. You don't need to wait for me. If it comes to that, follow the original plan and destroy the ceiling pillar, Fang Heng said, as his form gradually faded in midair and disappeared from their sight in a flash. Norbert watched helplessly as Fang Heng entered the Death Knight space, feeling hopeless for a moment. No. There's still a chance. At this point, all they could do was let Fang Heng enter the special space where the Death Knights existed. Maybe when he comes out, the Holy Court team will arrive. Yes, there's still a chance. Outside the Tower of Bones, the purifiers from the domain were unaware that Fang Heng had entered the Death Knight space using his own magic circle. They were still concentrating on constructing the blocking magic circle. As the holy light gradually appeared, the undead camp finally realized something was amiss. How strange. Why was there a holy energy fluctuation coming from the Tower of Bones? The undead camp immediately sent personnel to investigate. It was only at this moment that a few deputy tower masters of the Tower of Bones realized that the Holy Court had already infiltrated the tower. Their expressions soured at this discovery. However, two deputy tower masters were puzzled. If the Holy Court had the ability to invade the city, why didn't they attack the more important mage towers and energy crystal towers in the city rather than this area? They couldn't understand why the Holy Court had put so much effort into infiltrating the Tower of Bones. They didn't think there was anything particularly valuable in that area that warranted such an operation. They even felt it would make more sense for the Holy Court to target the frozen prison instead. Could it be that there is a sealed Death Knight space in the Tower of Bones, and that is their target? That's impossible. A sealed Death Knight space. What would the Holy Court want with that? The Holy Court must have a conspiracy. We must find a way to stop them at all costs. Yes. The undead camp immediately organized troops to provide support. Meanwhile, Fang Heng stepped into the special space. Game prompts quickly appeared on his retina. Tip. Player's current 0-star mystery quest complete. Tip. Player now enters a special space. Subspace barrier projection. Subspace barrier? Was this a specially constructed special space? Fang Heng's vision gradually recovered, and he immediately surveyed his surroundings. He was surrounded by thick fog, filled with extremely dense and that energy, hundreds of times more intense than what he felt outside. Just right. Fang Heng's heart twitched, and he raised his head to look towards a high place in front of him. A faint light flickered on the high throne. A knight in armor sat there, like a king, looking down on the lower levels. The Death Knight. Fang Heng's pupils constricted suddenly. The Death Knight had a towering figure, even larger than the fused tyrant, and emanated a mixture of death and frost energy. His strength level was very high. Shoo! The knight's eyes on the throne bloomed with blue light. Simultaneously, the Death Knight's icy lancer hummed faintly. Doom! A wave of frost and death energy mixed with power overflowed, rapidly spreading outwards. Seeing the visible energy approaching, Fang Heng immediately placed his hands in front, blocking the impact with a single unconscious strike exhibiting immense power. However, after taking several steps back to absorb the impact force, he lowered his hands and looked up at the Death Knight on the throne. This indicated that the Death Knight couldn't fully control his own power. In the long years, countless people came before. Without exception, they all came with desires, with appeals. Only the person in front of me, so little different. The memories of the Death Knight gradually resurfaced, and for a moment he fell into a long reminiscence. After a moment, the Death Knight spoke. I once pursued the path of death in order to obtain eternal life fan power. Gradually, I realized that everything would gradually be dispersed in the river of fate memories, spirit, physical body, power, and even the soul. Everything that seems indestructible will be washed clean in the river of time. Only will is eternal and indestructible. By attaching oneself to will, everything can be reborn. Since then, I have been searching for the immortal will. As Fang Heng listened to the Death Knight's words, he pondered. The Death Knight's eyes flickered with blue flames as he looked back at Fang Heng. You cannot help me. Don't you want to leave here? Leave? The Death Knight's face was indifferent. Why should I leave? Fang Heng frowned as he looked at the Death Knight. After a few exchanges, he was convinced that the Death Knight possessed independent thinking ability and could communicate peacefully. It was strange indeed. Why does the undead camp still maintain the seal of the Holy Court to confine the Death Knight here? Even more peculiar, Norbert personally told him that the Death Knight was in a state of being imprisoned. It doesn't seem to be the case now. So did Norbert's intelligence have a problem? If the sacred seal outside is really destroyed, will this special space really break apart? Something doesn't seem right. Go. Young man, you haven't figured it out yet. The Death Knight had no further intention of communicating and slowly closed his eyes again. Fang Heng looked at the Death Knight and shrugged. Strange. Fang Heng's doubts were increasing. Oh well, no use thinking about it. I'll ask Senior Jello when the time comes to understand everything. After all, he didn't enter here to chat with the Death Knight. Now is the perfect time. Remember, the energy in this space is much richer than outside. With that in mind, Fang Heng quickly condensed a mark in front of him. Swish! In the instant the mark was completed, the purified, undead aura around him found a vent and rushed into his body. Reminder: player absorbed purified, undead or energy. Player gained master level undead studies experience plus 1299. Reminder: player absorbed purified, undead or energy. Player gain master level undead studies experience plus for to 10 ... Huh. Something's not right. Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. It was different from before. The undead aura he absorbed outside also contained a chill, but the intensity was far lower than it was here. Comparatively, the aura inside the space contained an extremely chilling element. Absorbing too much at once felt like it was freezing his consciousness. It seems I can't absorb as recklessly as before. Fang Heng temporarily halted his absorption of the undead aura, surveying the surroundings. Right? That. Swish. With a thought, a white spirit altar appeared before him. The altar of bones. Once again, Fang Heng condensed a mark in front of him, infusing his mental power into the altar of bones. Swish. 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 The altar of bones emitted a dark halo. In the next moment, the undead aura pouring in from all directions was absorbed entirely by the altar of bones in front of his eyes. Hiss. After the purification by the altar of bones, the energy of the undead aura overflowed from underneath the altar. Fang Heng immediately condensed marks with both hands, attempting to absorb the purified undead aura energy. Success. After the transformation, a small residual cold aura remained in the undead aura, but this time, the absorption was not affected much. Great. Continue absorbing. After confirming everything was fine, Fang Heng kept driving his mental power, accelerating the altar of bones to absorb the undead aura in the space. In almost an instant, a vortex appeared above the altar of bones. A large amount of dense undead aura was drawn into the purified altar of bones through the vortex, finally being absorbed by Fang Heng. Swish. In the darkness, the Death Knight once again opened his eyes. Altar of bones. Watching Fang Heng absorbing energy with his eyes closed, the Death Knight's eyes showed a hint of surprise. And that kid, the speed at which he absorbs undead aura energy. An unprecedentedly powerful undead talent. An interesting fellow, the Death Knight muttered to himself, once again closing his eyes. Outside, in the main hall where the ceiling stone pillars were located, the player Norbert and his group were still absorbing the constantly overflowing energy from the pillars. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone changed. A game prompt appeared on everyone's retinas. Reminder. Current environment affected by Holy Seal. Players cannot use spatial abilities, teleportation, logout, remote communication, and other special operations. What's going on? Everyone was surprised, and at this point, they couldn't continue absorbing the undead aura energy. Instead, they raised their heads to observe their surroundings. This isn't good. Why is the spatial power suddenly sealed? A Holy Seal? Is it from the Holy Court? The partial clues revealed in the game prompt aroused the player's alertness. Not good. Something must have happened outside. The people from the Holy Court have arrived. Let's retreat. Ten Shuo and Li Shaoqian looked at each other and realized that the situation was getting out of hand. Don't panic. It might be a trap set by the Holy Court. Prepare the explosive device first. We'll retreat together. Norbert stopped the somewhat chaotic crowd and quickly set timed explosives around the central ceiling stone before following the group towards the exit. Let's go. The players hurriedly evacuated towards the exit they came from. Ten Shuo and Li Shaoqian glanced at each other. What about Fang Heng? No need to worry. He'll find a way to escape. Ten Shuo thought for a moment before adding, I'll wait at the entrance. You go see what's happening outside with the others. Okay. The two immediately split up. Li Shaoqian quickly followed the majority of players to evacuate until they returned to the White Bone Tower. The scene outside the White Bone Tower surprised Li Shaoqian. This is bad. The attacks of the undead creatures were almost instantly dissipated upon hitting the holy barrier. The players' faces turned pale as they witnessed this scene. The strength of each cleansing domain member was terrifying. The barrier set up by so many people was impenetrable by their power alone. Did they want to capture them all in one fell swoop? Everyone's heart sank. Go. Retreat first, someone shouted, and everyone quickly withdrew back inside. Norbert, what should we do? All the people present had come here under Norbert's organization. When faced with a crisis, their first instinct was to seek answers from Norbert. I don't know either. The cleansing domain people arrived too quickly. Norbert's thoughts were mostly focused on Fang Heng now. What about the seal of the Death Knight? Has it been broken? Only then did everyone think of the seal on the Death Knight. Calculating the timed explosives they left behind should have exploded by now. Perhaps they were too far away to perceive it. Go. Hurry back. Let's go check. The cleansing domain members were extremely powerful, far surpassing the current levels of the players. The people had no intention of resisting, they fled back along the way they came. Li Shaoqian, sensing danger, was the first to run back, reaching the outside of the sealed chamber. Tan Shuo was waiting outside the chamber and frowned when he saw Li Shaoqian return in a hurry, asking, "What's going on? The situation is not good. The Holy Court has set up a barrier outside, blocking our escape, and have already sent people in." Upon hearing this, Tan Shuo immediately had a bad feeling. Li Shaoqian inquired further, "What about your side? How is the situation? Has the Death Knight not emerged? No movement. The explosives left by Norbert have not been triggered. Damn it. Let's go. Quickly find Fang Heng." In a panic, Li Shaoqian immediately chose to go find Fang Heng first. Almost subconsciously, he believed that finding Fang Heng could solve all their troubles. Outside the Tower of Bones, watching the players who had retreated back into the tower, Cleansing Domain member Carolina raised her hand gently to signal. All the Cleansing Domain members turned to look at Carolina. Immediately inform the domain that the sealing has been completed. Leave some people outside to maintain the magic array, and the rest come with me into the Tower of Bones to capture Fang Heng. Yes. At the same time, in the Divine Domain, the Divine Jojo Kani opened his eyes after feeling a calling. They have come. Everything is proceeding smoothly as planned. The Cleansing Domain have found Fang Heng and sealed him. Next, they just needed to follow into the land of the undead and take down Fang Heng. Commence the descent. This time Fang Heng will definitely not escape. Yes. Inside the Death Knight space, Fang Heng was still unaware of what was happening outside, as he focused on purify the undead energy within the bone altar. After purified several times, most of the icy energy within the aura had been cleansed, with little to no negative effects remaining. Fang Heng felt refreshed after absorbing the energy. The undead energy present in the Death Knight space seemed to be endless, saturating the entire space and providing a rapid increase in his undead knowledge experience points. Unfortunately, as he absorbed it, the concentration of undead energy in the space decreased rapidly. Suddenly, several game prompts appeared on his retina. Hint: the tracking team sent by the Divine Domain has located you. They are expected to arrive in 0.3 plus 0.1 additional increase due to artifact skill effect hours. Hint: due to the player being in a special space, the location of the Divine Domain tracking team will be in a random area on the periphery of the special space. What? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he read the game prompts. The Divine Domain's people were tracking him. After shuttling back and forth between Punos many times, the time for the Divine Domain to track him had been compressed to the limit. Previously, the Divine Domain had refrained from acting only out of fear of the undead. Now they were launching an attack on Punos, leaving Fang Heng with less than 30 minutes. Troublesome. Indeed, the Divine Domain was still unwilling to let him go. Fang Heng had wanted to absorb more of the undead energy, but now he had to give up. There was no need to confront the Divine Domain directly. Fang Heng stopped absorbing the undead energy and prepared to flee. Death Knight, I'll leave first. I'll come back next time, Fang Heng said, taking a last look at the Death Knight's status. With the Death Knight's eyes closed, he paid no attention to Fang Heng's words. Fang Heng was about to leave through the space passage he came in through, when his eyebrows furrowed. He saw the space passage floating in midair rapidly flickering. Soon after, Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian stepped in from the exit, appearing in front of Fang Heng. Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian entered the Death Knight's special space. Sensing the environment around them, they were immediately shocked. Wow. As Fang Heng had expected, the undead energy in the Death Knight space was extremely dense. No wonder the Death Knight had not come out. Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian surveyed the surroundings, quickly focusing their gaze on Fang Heng. Fang Heng asked, "What's the situation outside?" "Well," Li Shaoqian said anxiously, "the people from the Divine Domain came at some point. They have completely surrounded the entire Tower of Bones area and set up a reinforced barrier magic array on the periphery to prevent us from escaping. I estimate that the Divine Domain's people will soon break in." Fang Heng frowned. The area outside had just been sealed by the Holy Court, and now the Divine Domain's pursuit prompt had appeared. It was not good. The Divine Domain's action seemed to be aimed directly at him. Fang Heng, Tan Shuo looked around warily, asking, "What's the situation like here in the Death Knight space?" "It's different from what we expected. It's a long story. Let's go out and take a look first." With that, Fang Heng stepped into the teleportation point. Whoosh! As Fang Heng stepped out of the Death Knight space, the undead players who had just retreated were gathering back in the main hall. Hint: the current environment is affected by a divine seal. Players cannot use spatial abilities, teleportation, offline functions, remote communication, and other special operations. Unable to log out, Fang Heng's pupils constricted. The players hurried back and found the ceiling pillars intact, realizing the situation was dire. Hey, Norbert, what's going on? Why hasn't the Death Knight's space exploded? Explosion darn it. The Sanctum's people are chasing after us. Block them. Quick, destroy the stone pillars. Release the Death Knights. Maybe there's still a chance. The players were in chaos. Fang Heng saw the situation and placed his hands on the shoulders of Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian. Don't mind them. Let's go back first. Let's go. Swish. The magic array in Fang Heng's pupils rapidly rotated, taking the two of them through the magic array back to the Death Knight space. 2 minutes later, Instructor Carolina of the Cleansers of Sin led a group of domain cleansers into the Great Hall. A divine light shone in the underground hall. In a short moment, all the players in the hall had been thoroughly cleaned out by the Cleansers of Sin and Domain Knights. In the corner, Norbert immediately brought to subordinates and to trusted aides forward, kneeling on one knee, bowing, and said, "Greetings, Lady Carolina. Rise and speak." Carolina scanned the surroundings, frowned slightly, and asked, "Where is Fang Heng?" Fang Heng? Norbert, his forehead dripping with sweat, with a hint of bitterness on his face, turned his head towards the damaged seal pillar and said, "He has just entered the interior of the Death Knight space." Carolina and the others turned to look at the central seal pillar, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, their plan was to temporarily lure Fang Heng here, using the undead or leaked from the Death Knight space as bait to make Fang Heng stay here to absorb the energy. With his greedy nature, he would definitely fall for it. However, they did not expect that Fang Heng was even greedier than they had anticipated. He felt that absorbing on the periphery was not enough, forcibly broke open the outer wall of the seal pillar, and even wanted to enter the Death Knight space to absorb the death or energy. Carolina stared at the pillar for a moment, shaking her head. "Well, Lord Sanctifier will arrive soon. Let's stay here and wait for his judgment." Death Knight space. Fang Heng brought Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian back and forth. What should we do? Li Shaoqian was a bit panicked. The way out outside had been completely blocked. They couldn't escape at all. Should they risk losing a life here? That's only in an ideal situation. If one misstep, having their soul sealed by the Sanctum would be disastrous. Fang Heng didn't answer. He just raised his head towards the darkness in the distance. On the throne, the Death Knight appeared again, his eyes flickering with a faint blue light. "You're here again." Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo were both startled when they heard the deep voice, looking towards the giant on the throne. "Who is he?" Fang Heng said calmly, "The Death Knight." Both men's faces changed slightly. "This time, why have you come again?" Cough. "Death Knight, apologies, we actually didn't want to disturb you." Li Shaoqian coughed lightly, tentatively asking, "The domain people have blocked our way outside. Can you please eliminate them?" "Is that so? The domain. They are still so annoying." The Death Knight nodded slightly, looking at everyone again. "Can I understand that you need the power to defeat the Sanctum? So you came here seeking power. Is that correct?" Li Shaoqian nodded. "Yes, power. If you can give us power, then it's fine." Snap, crackle crackle. Behind Fang Heng and the others, the illusion of a large gate slowly condensed. "You are lucky. I lack manpower now, so I am willing to give you a chance. Someone is disturbing the peace of Queen Persephone. I need you to drive them away. If you accomplish this task, you will obtain the power you desire. Remember, this is a test. The Queen never hesitates to give her servants power, but you must first show matching capabilities." Everyone turned to look at the gate. A game prompt quickly appeared in their retina. Hint: player triggers the team task. Death Knight selection. Task name: Death Knight selection. Task difficulty: SSS. Task description: please enter the teleportation gate and repel the intruders into Queen Persephone's tomb. Task requirements: before all intruders enter the tomb, repel at least 12 intruders. Team total count. Task reward: initial recognition of the Death Knight. Warning: this task contains extreme danger. The Death Knight's gaze inadvertently fell on Fang Heng. "Do you remember what I said? Only eternal will can truly transcend reincarnation and achieve immortality. Now it's time to test your will. I hope you can complete this test. Ten Shuo and Li Shaoqian looked at each other, feeling strange. A special task given by the Death Knight? The two turned to look at Fang Heng again. Fang Heng was now in a bit of a daze. Queen Persephone's tomb? Intruders? It all felt odd. The Death Knight was obviously a being of intelligence, capable of communication, and could even give out tasks. With the ability of Grand Master Jero, breaking the sacred seal stone was not a problem at all. Why had the undead camp always protected the Death Knight's space from outsiders' contact? Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the gate slowly opened, Fang Heng and the others suddenly felt their bodies being hit hard from behind, and uncontrollably flew towards the gate, being pulled into the space beyond the gate. Interesting newcomers, murmured the Death Knight, watching Fang Heng and the others, who were still standing on the ground. At this moment, the eyes of the three had become vacant, leaving only their physical shells behind. Death Realm. On a dark wasteland, a towering black pyramid building stood on the ground. At this moment, almost all of the high-ranking members of the undead camp were gathered here, including Jero. Several tutors, who had originally guarded the Tower of the White Bones, were also among them. Everyone gazed at the large building in the distance, looming in and out of the sandstorm. Queen Persephone's tomb. No one wants to miss this opportunity. The sandstorm has begun to weaken. The crowd slowly raised their heads and looked towards the gradually descending black sand dust storm in the distance. Among all the people gathered here, the lowest in ability are high-level scholars of the undead. At the same time, the four central elders who control the entire undead camp have also gathered here. An undead servant stepped forward and reported, "There is news that Prunez was attacked by the Holy Court." Noted. Everything will be discussed after we return. One of the central elders waved his hand, completely unconcerned about the matter. For them, what does it matter if Prunez is attacked or even completely destroyed? Compared to the death mysteries they are currently exploring, it is insignificant. The sandstorm is about to end. Enter the outer area of the tomb. The skeletal guardians guarding the tomb are about to revive. Are you all ready? The undead camp nodded one by one. Good. Let's go. With the four central elders slowly entering the outer area of the tomb, the black sand under the feet of the people around them began to surge. Dark skeletons crawled out of the sand, their eye sockets glowing with a ghostly blue light. It is the guardians of Queen Person's tomb. Eliminate them. Lord Donnie entered the Death Realm for the first time, and also entered the outer area of the tomb under the guidance of her mentor for the first time, following behind her mentor. Realizing that the group of black skeletal creatures are extremely powerful, capable of challenging master-level undead mages and knights, Donnie Lord's abilities are suppressed significantly due to entering the Death Realm. As a collective consciousness, she can only do so much to protect herself with her current abilities. Donnie Lord dared not act rashly, blending in with the group, following her mentor, who has reached a divine level in undead studies, advancing slowly. This time, she was able to enter the Death Realm with the undead camp thanks to Fang Heng's help. With Fang Heng's assistance, she made significant achievements against the Holy Court camp some time ago, earning her an invitation to this mission. In comparison, Ji Xiaobo, with his illustrious ancestry, could join directly without much effort. Ji Xiaobo is also, in the central part of the team, protected significantly, reducing the level of danger. As Donnie Lord contemplated, eerie black mist gradually appeared, enveloping the area around the tomb's outer skeletal region. In a short moment, the visible range of everyone was reduced to less than 5 to 6 meters. Around them, more black skeletons continued to emerge from the ground, rising up and slowly moving towards the right area. Stay close, the mentor urged solemnly. Queen's tomb guardians are relentless, they will continue to resurrect. Once we pass the black sand bone region successfully, they will not pursue further. Remember not to stray from the main force. Yes. Mentor. Nearby, a tomb guardian skeleton swayed unsteadily to its feet from the black sandy soil, a bit amazed at the sight. What is this ... How did I become like this? Before long, two more skeletons stood up beside him, their eye sockets showing a hint of surprise. Though unable to speak, Fang Heng realized that he could communicate some inefficiently using spiritual power. Fang Heng, what's going on? How did we end up looking like this? Li Shaoqian. I don't know. System prompt. player is currently in a special state. The game did not provide any explanation. More black skeletons emerge from the soil around them, and after standing up, the skeletal guards turn and slowly move towards the right area. Tan Shuo. It seems we have entered a mission state. Fang Heng frowned. Indeed, they seem to be in a special mission now. It should be a state similar to possession. Combining with the mission just seen, are they supposed to fight in this state? A bit challenging. Looking around in confusion, they noticed that the area in the distance was shrouded in a thin black mist, making it unclear. Let's go. The mission requires us to repel the invaders. Follow these skeletons to see what the invaders look like. As Fang Heng initiated mental communication, the blue light flickered frequently in the eyes of the black skeletal creatures he controlled. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo, two undead guardians, stiffly nodded and followed Fang Heng forward. As they advanced, Fang Heng quickly assessed their physical condition. The good news was that the character interface was still accessible, and all body attributes were intact. However, the backpack was completely unusable, and all skills were in a state of blockade, unable to be used. After a short distance, Fang Heng had already familiarized himself with this skeletal body, deftly playing with a bone knife in his hand. Look in front, Li Shaoqian pointed out, noticing figures shrouded in blue flames appearing in the undead black mist ahead. Their strength was formidable, as all the skeletal tomb guardians surging towards them would often be shattered into powder without even getting close, completely crushed before they could even launch an attack. It was like a relentless bone grinder sending them to their deaths. Fang Heng and his two companions mingled among the skeletal tomb guardians, gradually slowing their pace and quickly communicating through telepathy. Tan Shuo, can you see clearly? Li Shaoqian. Forget about it, I can't see anything. Fang Heng nodded in agreement. In this state, the scene in front of them appeared as if covered in a thin layer of mosaic. The farther away they were, the clearer the view, but as they approached, everything became increasingly blurry. Not to mention distinguishing the invaders' faces, it was difficult even to discern their body sizes. Tan Shuo, these people should be the invaders, right? Anyway, let's complete the mission first and find a way to take them down. Li Shaoqian. Just based on these bodies. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Fang Heng telepathically conveyed. It is a bit of a stretch indeed, but the mission doesn't require us to kill invaders with certain strength. Let's get a bit closer, observe, and target the weaker ones. Okay. Li Shaoqian and the others nodded in agreement and moved closer to the group of invaders. Under the influence of the black mist, most of the skeletal tomb guardians surging towards the invaders would often face a counterattack and shatter to death. However, there were still instances of some guardians carelessly straying from the group. Li Shaoqian. Why is their formation so weirdly scattered? After observing for a moment, Tan Shuo said, it seems that the black mist is affecting them. Within the mist, their vision and perception are greatly impeded, making it easy for them to stray from the main force. I understand, so it's our advantage. Blue light flickered frequently in the eye sockets of the skeletal figure manifested by Li Shaoqian's will. Let's go. Take them down, pick the weak ones, attack together. The three immediately moved towards an invader who had strayed from the group, staring at the isolated invader, Fang Heng and his companions simultaneously launched attacks from three different directions. Coincidentally, the target was a player belonging to the undead warrior class. The warrior was a bit dumbfounded, affected by the undead black mist, momentarily failing to keep up with the main force and inadvertently straying too far while entangled with two undead skeletons. Just as he was dealing with the trouble and intending to return to the main force, he encountered a joint attack by three tomb guardians. Oh no! They were elite monsters. The undead player quickly realized the situation was dire. He pushed his bone shield forward, intending to shove the opponent back, but instead of pushing them away, he felt like he had hit a thick wall, being forced back several steps by the opposing force. Whoa! What terrifying strength was this? The undead warrior player felt his left hand numb and tingling after gripping the shield tightly. Fang Heng swung his long knife forward again. Doom! Boom boom boom! A rhythmic sound echoed as a series of blows rained down on the shield held by the undead warrior, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Fang Heng felt that this mode of combat was quite suitable. After all, he wasn't skilled in many melee techniques himself and had always relied on this swinging attack pattern to battle, which was quite effective. Both relied on overpowering others with strength attributes. Thus, he quickly acclimated to this rhythm. The undead warrior grew increasingly anxious during the battle. His left hand was completely numb, without any sensation. Seeing his health steadily decreasing, even the durability of his shield was being depleted, he suddenly shouted, "Bone spikes!" Several thick bone spikes suddenly emerged from within the undead warrior's body. Fang Heng anticipated the attack and tried to evade, but with his skeletal form, his agility was restricted, and he couldn't dodge it at all. Crash! Crash crash! Fang Heng frowned. Several ribs were pierced and broken by the bone spikes, and his body was forcefully pushed backward, yet he felt no pain. What in the world? The undead warrior player stared at the elite skeletal figure before him as if he had seen a ghost. The bone spikes had pierced his bones, so why was the skeletal figure still standing there? Crash! On the side, taking advantage of the undead player's shock, Li Shaoqian seized the opportunity to slash at the player's neck from behind. Hiss! The blue flames enveloping the player swiftly dissipated, and the player quickly turned into a blue dust before vanishing rapidly. Hint: player team repelled 1 invader. 11 more invaders to be killed to complete the trial task. Nice job, Boss Fan. After the successful strike, Li Shaoqian, excited, waved the cleaver in his hand. Let's go. Next one. Through this brief battle, Fang Heng roughly ascertained that the skeletal figure inherited his health and strength attributes. However, physical attributes were not fully inherited, and his agility was significantly weakened. It seemed they would have to target the weaker adversaries to complete the mission. No longer hesitating, Fang Heng began systematically clearing the enemies according to the planned strategy. All 3 were elite players, and after coordinating twice, they became adept at identifying and eliminating solo targets, specifically focusing on the isolated ones with low flame and case defenses. The plan was set, but this group of invaders proved more stubborn than anticipated, often deploying unexpected life-saving skills that posed a challenge. As time ticked away, Fang Heng and his companions, who were harassing the group of invaders, could now see a monumental structure emerging from the black mist not too far away. The towering and majestic pyramid-like structure caused a profound feeling of awe in Fang Heng's heart. Tan Shuo, seems like that's the tomb of Queen Pothin mentioned by the Death Knight. Come, Li Shaoqian, we need to pick up the pace, Fang Heng said, glancing at the game prompt. Hint: 3 more kills to complete the trial task. Only 3 remained. Li Shaoqian. Got it. I understand. With the time limit of the mission approaching, the team had to find tougher isolated targets. The skeletal tomb guardians themselves weren't very strong, and with each invader having their methods, things got chaotic when they felt pressured. This kid used to be like this before. Unruly and arrogant, always carried away by success. Tan Shuo muttered quietly, suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in confusion, "Huh, why is there no change in the mission prompt?" Yeah. There's no mention of death or failure. Fang Heng also found it strange. The mission instructions did not mention failure. This meant that the mission was still ongoing. It could be a team-based mission where even with reduced team members, the mission could still be completed. Team missions don't have much impact from losing a teammate. Our current state is more like possession. I believe there is no problem with Li Shaoqian himself. We only need 1 more. Let's hurry up and complete the task. Okay. Fang Heng and Tan Shuo discussed and decided to kill the last one quickly to complete the mission. The 2 once again focused on the slowly advancing invaders team, carefully searching for prey. With the lesson of Li Shaoqian's death just now, the 2 had to be more careful. Just then, Fang Heng sensed something and turned to look. He saw a skeletal guardian walking slowly towards the position where the 2 of them stood, stopping not far behind them. Fang Heng stared at the skeleton, slowly raising his long knife. Blue light flickered frequently in the eye sockets of the skeleton. Hey, Boss Fang, guess what? I'm revived again. Li Shaoqian? Fang Heng glanced at Tan Shuo beside him, feeling puzzled. So, by using the possessed skeleton to fight, one could still revive after death. At first, Fang Heng thought this mission was too difficult. But if they could resurrect endlessly, the difficulty of the mission would be reduced. They didn't need to be as cautious as before. They could directly charge ahead, with a high probability of completing the mission. Fang Heng and Tan Shuo both felt something was off. The actual mission difficulty didn't match the SSS level difficulty in the mission prompt and the special warning. It made them wonder if there were any traps. But as of now, they couldn't see where the traps might be. Don't get too cocky. Tan Shuo felt they still needed to be cautious and reminded, Resurrection might have limitations, so be careful and try not to waste chances. Don't worry, I understand. It's unclear whether Li Shaoqiang really took it to heart, as he continued to search for the invaders' team still moving forward. Let's go. That one over there looks weak. The three of them immediately caught up and swiftly dealt with the last invader needed for the mission. The game prompt appeared simultaneously in the retinas of the three. Hint: players currently complete team mission. Death Knight selection. Hint: players can currently choose to leave the mission environment. As player Fang Hen is currently in the captain status, it is up to the player to decide whether to leave the mission environment. Leave. Fang Hen looked at the game prompt slowly dropping, silently reciting in his mind. The next moment, the world before his eyes slowly collapsed like sand. When consciousness returned, Fang Heng found himself back in the Death Knight space once again. Looking up, the Death Knight was watching them. Very good. I've seen everything you've done. You have passed the initial test successfully. I've said it before, the Queen always rewards generously. The Death Knight said, slowly raising his right hand. This is the power you desire. As he spoke, several gates engraved with dark patterns slowly appeared around them. With a crack, the gates revealed a crevice, then slowly opened. A visibly thicker aura of undead energy flowed out of the gate. The energy was several times more pure than before. Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian were immediately filled with joy. Fang Heng also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Such a high reward. The Death Knight remained seated on the throne, looking at them expressionlessly. Are you not going to start? This is the Queen's reward for you. Please enjoy it. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Shaoqian said, ready to absorb the undead energy immediately. Wait. Fang Heng stopped Li Shaoqian, shaking his head. Let's wait a moment. Li Shaoqian paused, puzzled, and stopped his hand. What? Is there a problem? Apart from that, Li Shaoqian must trust Fang Heng. Could there be any deception in this? Well, let's wait a bit. I'll try first. Fang Heng closed his eyes and attempted to absorb a bit of undead energy. As expected, just like before, the undead energy contained a chilling and bone-piercing sensation. Based on this, the residual undead energy in the Death Knight space was possibly left by the previous tasker. Fang Heng opened his eyes again and looked at the Death Knight. So, this mission still had a pitfall. Was it deliberately set by the Death Knight? Well, regardless, he had the altar of bone spirit to purify most of the energy. Without hesitation, Fang Heng raised the altar of bone spirit before him. Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo looked at the altar of bone spirit, their hearts pounding, throwing doubtful looks at Fang Heng. What's going on? There's a cold sensation within the undead energy. Using the altar of bone spirit can purify it. Don't rush to absorb it. Wait for me, Fang Heng said, forming a seal in front of him with his hands. With a swift movement, the altar of bone spirit was activated. The undead energy gushing out from the gates instantly gathered towards the altar of bone spirit, forming a black vortex on the altar. Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian looked at each other, closed their eyes, and cautiously absorbed a bit of the undead energy to test it out. With just one attempt, both of them felt a bone-chilling sensation rushing into their bodies. Wow, this was quite serious. Both of them opened their eyes, a hint of wariness in their gazes, couldn't help but look at the Death Knight. The Death Knight remained seated on the throne, still expressionless, showing no intention of stopping them, just watching coldly. Li Shaoqian shrugged. Unable to figure it out, after thinking for a while, he simply lay down on the ground, deciding not to think too much. However, who cares about that? Don't miss out on the benefits. Bastard. The purified breath quickly formed a dark vortex above Fang Heng's head. Absorb freely. Rows of game hints popped up rapidly. Hint: players absorb undead breath. Players gain grandmother level experience in undead studies 9.23W. Hint: players absorb undead breath. Players gain grandmother level experience in undead studies 12.11W. Hint: player grandmother level undead studies level up to LV 10. Hint: players absorb undead breath. Players gain grandmother level undead studies experience value asterisk 15. 18 West. Ha! Suddenly, Fang Heng felt something again. The icy breath contained in the undead breath energy. As the undead breath energy was quickly absorbed, the icy impurities contained in the undead breath energy became clearer and clearer. Even after purify the spirit altar of bones, this was still the case. The impurities that were inhaled into the body were not expelled, but instead formed an extremely tiny crystal in the sea of consciousness. The crystal seemed harmless, and very fragile. Involving the sea of consciousness, one must be cautious. Fang Heng temporarily stopped absorbing the death breath energy, observed for a moment, and was about to ask the Death Knight about the ice crystals, but Li Shaoqian next to him stopped first. Although most of the energy in the space was absorbed by Fang Heng, there was enough left for Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian to absorb a decent amount, earning them a lot. The Death Knight noticed Li Shaoqian and asked, "What? Why did you stop? Don't you need power?" Li Shaoqian's face showed a hint of regret. It was such a good opportunity, he also wanted to continue absorbing. But his strength didn't allow it. My current academic level has reached its peak, so... Peak. Dare to call such insignificant power a peak? The Death Knight lightly shook his head, reached out a finger towards Li Shaoqian. Li Shaoqian's pupils shrank suddenly. What? The next moment, seeing the Undead Studies advancement game hint on his retina, a look of excitement appeared in Li Shaoqian's eyes. Damn. I'm rich. Master-level Undead Studies. He did misspeak just now. What he referred to as peak was reaching the peak state of Intermediate Undead Studies, which is LV. Max. Unexpectedly, with just a point from the Death Knight, he directly skipped the progression of Intermediate Undead Studies and reached the advanced state. This statement saved him years of effort that an ordinary person might need. Li Shaoqian was overjoyed. Thank you, Death Knight, for your gift. Everything you gained was earned by yourself. Continue. The Death Knight waved his hand and looked at Fang Heng next to him, who had also stopped absorbing the death breath energy. Do you have any questions? I want to know what the ice crystals condensed in the sea of consciousness are. The Death Knight stared at Fang Heng closely, a hint of surprise flickering in the jumping blue flames. Interesting, you noticed the ice crystals? Yes. What are they? Fang Heng asked. I feel a cold breath contained in the absorbed energy. What is it exactly? You can understand it as a type of attribute, endowed by Her Majesty the Queen's power with a freezing attribute. The more you absorb, the crystal will congeal in the sea of consciousness. Don't worry, this is beneficial to you. As the crystal gradually grows, it will eventually condense into an ice frost mark, providing you with a frost attribute when using most of your Undead study abilities. The Death Knight explained calmly, use the Spirit Altar of Bones to remove some, which will slow down the congealing process of the ice crystal in your sea of consciousness, but it makes absorbing Undead energy easier. It's all your choice. Fang Heng fell silent. So that's it. Frost attribute. Sounds like a good thing. Death plus freezing dual attribute effect. However, the small crystal fragments that remain in his sea of consciousness are still so tiny that they do not have any effect in releasing the frost attribute. The Death Knight gazed at Fang Heng. What? A power that can freeze souls. Don't you want it? Or are you dissatisfied? No. Nothing. Fang Heng closed his eyes again, focusing on absorbing the spiritual power from the outside world. Let go of absorption. Half an hour later, the 12 gates slowly closed. The surrounding spiritual power gradually thinned out. With the rapid increase in Undead study skill experience points, the dust in the sea of consciousness gradually congealed, forming a tiny crystal the size of a grain of rice. Fang Heng and the others opened their eyes one after the other and looked again at the Death Knight on the throne. Queen Persephone's reward ends here. During your rest, the intruders have entered the Queen's tomb. The Death Knight said in a deep voice, defiling the resting place of Queen Persephone, they must receive the punishment they deserve. As he spoke, a dark door appeared behind Fang Heng and the others, gradually materializing. Hint. Players trigger special mission. Death Knight's assessment. Mission name. Death Knight's assessment. Mission difficulty. SSS. Mission description. Players are required to enter the passage teleportation door and propel the intruders into Queen Persephone's tomb. Mission requirements. Before willpower is exhausted, repel at least 40 intruders entering Queen Persephone's tomb. Team combined count. Mission rewards. Initial recognition of the Death Knight. Warning. This mission is extremely dangerous. Seeing the game prompt floating on the retina, Fang Heng was moved. Just like before, would he enter that special world through possession? Compared to last time, the number of people to be repelled in the mission more than tripled. While contemplating, the Death Knight waved his hand lightly again, and Fang Heng and the others felt a huge force surge, pushing them into the door behind them. Opening his eyes again, Fang Heng felt a pitch-black darkness in front of him. Where is this? Fang Heng quickly realized that he was sealed in a closed space, with layers of bandages tightly wrapped around him. Doom. Boom. Boom. Explosion sounded from outside. Fang Heng's mind reacted, activating his mental power, which burst out in an instant. Doom. The coordination of the body and the speed of the bones have improved significantly, but still unable to speak, only able to emit a low, hoarse growl. Looking around, the environment is covered in a thick layer of mosaic, with vision still as blurry as before. Vaguely discerning that he is in a stone chamber, there are vertical coffins lined up along the walls. He had just broken free from one of the coffins. Not far away, two similar zombie creatures, Zhang Dacheng and Tan Shuo, walked towards him, transmitting a mental link. Boss Fang, what's the plan? Zhang Dacheng asked eagerly. He felt that this was a great opportunity to advance his study of the undead. Compared to previous tasks, this one seemed easy and enjoyable. Follow the boss and maybe reach the level of a master in necromancy. Tan Shuo, on the other hand, was more composed. After observing the surroundings, he said, "It looks like we are in a tomb chamber. The invaders have already crossed the black sand bone outside and entered the interior of the tomb. The current task will be completed inside the tomb." Fang Heng nodded lightly. Coffins placed along the walls in the chamber kept bursting open, and a large number of undead emerged and walked towards the passage in the front of the chamber. "Let's go. Let's follow the undead and see what's ahead." Fang Heng nodded at the two and stepped out to explore. The entire tomb was shrouded in a faint black mist. The reconnaissance team formed by the undead camp had already suffered some losses while crossing the black sand bone outside. After a short rest, everyone started to explore the interior of the tomb. At the entrance on the other side of the tomb, Ji Xiaobo slowly explored the passage under the protection of the team. This was not his first time here, and almost every time he explored the tomb stage, he risked his life. The tomb's interior was filled with secret passages and traps, making it easy to get lost and confused inside the maze-like corridors. Weak in strength himself and without the protection of his companions, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the tomb guardians. At this moment, Ji Xiaobo was even thinking, it would be great if he could bring along Mo Jiawei. "Xiaobo, stay close and don't get lost in the passage like last time." "Yes." Ji Xiaobo elongated his tone and nodded. Behind, after the first 10-second batches of senior and undead campers entered the passage, Lord Danny followed the third batch into the tomb passage. "Mentor, is the Empress buried in the tomb?" "Yes," the mentor pondered. "According to some information we translated from the periphery, the Empress is indeed buried here. But for so many years, we have always been wandering on the outer and middle layers of the tomb, never entering the core area. Even so, the gains in the tomb are enough to benefit us greatly." The mentor paused and nodded. In the last two meetings of the Undead Council, the elders found the tomb of Empress Persephone's former mount, which has yet to be explored. This time, the senior members of the Undead camp are expected to explore it again. "We won't follow them there. Just find a small tomb to explore. It's easy to get lost in the black mist. Follow me." Lord Danny nodded lightly, looking ahead at the area shrouded in a thin black mist, with a touch of seriousness. "Okay, mentor." In fact, Lord Danny had always had doubts. The Empress who rules over the land of the dead, Persephone, dead. Isn't that ridiculous? Meanwhile, Fang Hen, along with Zhang Dacheng and Tan Shuo, surged into the passage with a large number of revived undead. Unlike when they were in the black sand bone outside, the terrain in the tomb area became narrower, making it difficult for the invaders to gather together. Coupled with various traps in the tomb, the invaders were more dispersed, often gathering in small teams. It seemed easier to deal with. However, Fang Heng and the others decided to target the weak links. But in reality, it was not the case. Upon entering the black sand bone, they had already eliminated a group of weak targets, and the invaders in the tomb were all gathered in small teams, making it harder to find isolated targets. "Boss Fang, to the right up ahead, there are weak targets." Fang Heng looked ahead upon hearing and saw a group of 5 invaders blocked by the advancing undead, trying to break through from the middle. Judging from the blue flame aura surrounding them, their strength seemed relatively weak. This was their chance. Fang Heng silently signaled Zhang Dacheng and Tan Shuo, "I'll take the front, you guys flank from behind and take them out." "No problem." The group immediately acted accordingly. Fang Heng swiftly chased ahead, attempting to block the path of the invaders. Bone Spear. 5 undead mages formed a small team. In the exploration process, they had strayed too far from the main force and found themselves surrounded by the undead. When they tried to retreat, it was already too late. They had to force their way forward, hoping to find an escape route quickly. 3 mages in the front continuously used the bone spear technique to pierce forward, creating a path, while the 2 mages in the back dealt with the undead pursuers. Although bone spear was a basic spell, advanced undead mages found it easier to use, higher intensity, more accurate, quicker to form, and less energy consumption. One attack could penetrate through a tomb guardian easily. However, the undead mages suddenly realized that something was amiss. A particular undead among the others seemed incredibly difficult to target, evading several bone spear attacks effortlessly. That undead is different. Take care of it first. Hearing this, the other 2 mages immediately cooperated, unleashing bone spears towards Fang Heng. Suddenly, several bone spears were launched towards Fang Heng. Dang! The 3 undead mages were stunned. The bone spears were easily deflected by the undead's bone knife, exploding in midair. Before they could react, the undead was rapidly approaching them. The distance between them was instantly shortened. It's a leader-class undead. Be careful. Wow, so fierce. Fang Heng tried to dodge. However, the passage space was too narrow, and the dense bone spears were unavoidable. He could only twist his body to return and hide behind his comrades' corpses, relying on their bodies to block the opponent's skills. What a nuisance! Fang Heng thought that the enemy was tough. If it were before, he would have quickly approached the enemy using a secondary space projection skill to start a killing spree. It wouldn't have been as troublesome as it is now. Dang! Bang bang! The bone spears pierced through a large group of corpses ahead, clearing a passage over 30 meters long. After the outbreak, the faint blue energy enveloping the undead mage's body weakened. Fang Heng seized the opportunity and quickly approached. The 3 undead mages were surprised. Here again, this corpse actually had such advanced intelligence, and understood how to rely on a companion's body as a defense barrier skill. Bone spears. The undead mage had just used an area skill to clear a group of corpses when another one chased after them. Gritting his teeth, he threw another bone spear forward. Merely condensing willpower to enter the dead realm, their strength was greatly suppressed, and mental energy consumption increased several times. The high-level skills that seemed ordinary outside couldn't be used multiple times in this short period. Dang! Fang Heng once again swung his bone blade to block. The soft target was right in front of him. Bone wall barrier. The undead mage's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he pressed his hands on the ground. Doom! A wall of white bones rose abruptly from the ground, blocking Fang Heng's path forward. Sout! Fang Heng's bone blade cut through the entire bone wall with a bang, leaving the soft target exposed in front of him. Sizzle! The bone blade fell. The dark shadow barrier on the undead mage's body shattered with a crack, and a blood mark appeared on his neck. In an instant, the undead mage turned into a burning flame and disappeared on the spot. Hint: player team repelled 1 invader. Repel 39 remaining invaders to complete the mission. Next moment, Fang Heng sensed the sudden surge of spiritual power approaching. It's over. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. An undead mage saw his companion die and used the remaining spiritual power to launch a close-range bone spear attack. Sizzle! Sizzle sizzle! Fang Heng's body was forcibly pierced by a dozen bone spears that came close, making a series of dry sounds. Strangely, he couldn't feel any pain. Fang Heng frowned and struck back towards a nearby mage. Before dying, the undead mage's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Why was this elite corpse so tough? Dang! Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian, with a group of corpses, arrived from behind, breaking through the defense of the undead team and helping Fang Heng solve the remaining 3 undead mages. Hint: player team repelled 1 invader. Repel 35 remaining invaders to complete the mission. Finally dealt with 5 soft targets in one go. Li Shaoqian realized the difficulty of the mission and breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Fang Heng. Boss Fang, are you okay? Fang Heng slowly pulled out the bone spears embedded in his body. The possessed corpse seemed to have inherited his high health, allowing him to withstand the bone spear attacks. If it were Li Shaoqian, he would have to respond by now. I'm fine, just a bit greedy. Fang Heng reflected and felt that he took a risk this time, almost failing. He needed to be more cautious in what's to come. The invaders allowed into the mausoleum area are stronger than before and hard to deal with, stated Tan Shuo. And this area is small and hard to hide in. Next time, we should not risk targeting teams with 3 or more members. Li Shaoqian thought Fang Heng was being overly cautious. After all, They could respawn if they die. Efficiency should be the top priority, instead of focusing on risks. But since Fang Heng agreed with Tan Shuo, Li Shaoqian obediently kept quiet. Very well, let's move on and continue. They decided on a strategy and entered the passage again to hunt down more weak invaders. The Tower of White Bones, the sealed chamber underground. My lord, as the sanctifier of the divine realm, Okani, led a group of sin purifiers into the chamber. Everyone knelt down together. Where is Fang Heng? Okani looked around and finally set his gaze on the central sealed pillar in the hall. The leader of the sin purifiers, Carolina, nodded in response. We are a step late. Fang Heng has already entered the Death Knight's space. Really? Okani also showed some surprise in his eyes. Bold enough to do that. How long has he been inside? It's been almost an hour. So long. Okani was even more surprised, gazing at the sealed space that contained the Death Knights. A sin purifier felt uneasy and solemnly said, My lord, Fang Heng shows no intention of coming out. If he stays hidden inside, when the undead camp finishes exploring the Death Realm, they will likely come to support Puno soon. You have a point. Okani nodded lightly, staring at the damaged seal in front of him. Initially, the Holy Court left the space sealed instead of destroying it for a simple reason. They couldn't. After investing significant time and effort, they managed to temporarily destroy the space. However, as long as the will of the Death Knights inside remained undiminished, they would eventually be reborn, and the space would reconstitute over time. Therefore, destroying the space had no meaning. Sealing it temporarily was the best choice. But now, things were different. With the disappearance of Queen Persephone, the Death Realm was no longer the same as before. Moreover, Fang Heng was hiding in the Death Space. Let's do it. Let's destroy the Death Knight's space together. The Sin Purifiers were surprised and nodded in agreement. Death Realm. As time passed in the Queen's tomb, Fang Heng and his companions gradually realized the trouble they were in. The number of lone enemies they could find was decreasing significantly. Found them. There are 3 people. Just as Li Shaoqian said, in a certain tomb, a group of 3 people gathered in the central area of the tomb, dealing with the walking dead pouring in from various entrance passages. Coincidentally, they were 3 spots short of completing the current stage task. Getting rid of them would complete the stage task. Fang Heng hid in the crowd of walking dead, observing the 3 individuals from afar. 3 undead scholars, 1 mage and 2 warrior types. The mage was very powerful, engulfed in fierce blue flames. The overall team was strong. The undead mage was quite powerful, constantly thrusting a circle of bone spear defenses around his body to fend off the walking dead's attacks. Peripheral undead creatures that got too close would be pierced by the bone spears, weaker ones directly killed by them, and even stronger ones forcefully pushed back. The 2 undead warriors wielded Sorin longswords, guarding the undead mage and striking down any stragglers that breached the bone spear defense. The trio formed an impenetrable triangle formation. Odd. What was that mage doing? The mage was huddled by the tomb center, seemingly crouching near a coffin inspecting something. Fang Heng saw the world through different eyes at that moment, everything appearing pixelated, human faces obscure, only the flickering blue flames visible. Regardless, the mission was paramount. First, take out that mage. It might be risky. However, there seemed to be no time to waste finding other targets. Let's do it. Take them out. I'll go first to draw their attention. You 2 follow me and seize the opportunity. Got it. After a brief tactical discussion, Fang Heng swiftly blended into the surrounding walking dead, advancing towards the 3 undead scholars. The scholars were still methodically clearing out the walking dead pouring in from outside the tomb, and hadn't noticed the infiltrators among them. Here we go. Fang Heng saw that they were now close enough. His pupils narrowing, he lightly tapped the ground with his foe and suddenly sprinted forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several bone spears flew towards him. Fang Heng immediately gripped his cleaver and struck forward. Doom! The bone spears exploded upon impact. Be careful. He's tricky. The 2 guarding undead warriors quickly noticed the danger and moved to intercept Fang Heng. Fang Heng accelerated, dodging one warrior's attack and blocking with his blade. Doom! The strength behind the blow shocked the undead warrior. He found his soul rune longsword uncontrollably deflecting. The other warrior quickly retaliated, his failed strike followed by a successful one piercing the shoulder of a walking dead. Swish! Ha! The walking dead didn't lose combat ability as expected. Oh no! The undead warriors watched as Fang Heng dashed towards the mage companion at full speed. The companion mage, completely absorbed in casting defensive spells while poring over the tomb's inscriptions, was oblivious to the imminent threat. Theater, watch out. With a swift warning, Fang Heng thrust his cleaver into the mage's heart from behind. The mage, focused on his reading, widened his eyes in shock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense bone spears materialized around Fang Heng, pinning him to the center. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The next moment, countless bone spears pierced Fang Heng's body, emitting a dry sound. Fang Heng watched as the numerous bone spears penetrated his body, but he felt no pain, only seeing the world around him gradually darken. As the world faded to black, he noticed the ice crystal in his consciousness condensing slightly, emitting a faint power. The cold power slowly spread in his mind. After a moment, the world brightened again. Doom. In a certain tomb chamber, a coffin attached to the wall exploded. Fang Heng, now in a walking dead vessel, emerged from the shattered coffin. Resurrected, Fang Heng lowered his head, examining his hands. The game provided no hints during the resurrection process. Could players really infinitely resurrect without consequences in these missions? What was that sensation from the ice crystal in his consciousness during resurrections? Fang Heng couldn't help but feel skeptical. Hint. Player team repelled the intruder *1. Remaining task. Kill 2 intruders to complete the mission. The game prompt appeared on the retina. It seemed his earlier strike had gravely injured the undead mage, and his allies successfully finished the job. Without further ado, Fang Heng rushed back to the spot where the mage fell. Soon, Fang Heng joined forces with Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian to eliminate the remaining tomb intruders. Hint. Player successfully completed the team task. Death Knight's assessment. Hint. Player can now choose to leave the mission area. As current team leader, player Fang Heng decides whether to leave the mission area. These people were damn tough to handle. Li Shaoqian caught his breath, turning stiffly to look at Fang Heng. Boss Fang, you okay? Yad. All good. Fang Heng felt no impact on his physical attributes after resurrection. Should we go? Not yet, let's wait. This time, Fang Heng didn't rush to leave, but walked forward and stood in the middle of the chamber. There, a stone coffin lay, melded with the floor, an integral part of the tomb chamber. Currently, the coffin was open and empty. Possessed by the walking dead, his perception was now significantly dulled, everything obscured by layers of pixelation. Even during the previous battle, Fang Heng relied more on personal senses. Fang Heng was curious. What were those 3 doing in front of the coffin in the center of the tomb earlier? There was nothing inside. Fang Heng walked to the coffin, crouched down, and began to search on it. Curious, Li Shaoqian followed suit. So what's up? This task feels off to me. I'm wondering if there's something on this coffin. Unfortunately, the walking dead sensory perception was severely suppressed, his body numb, not feeling pain even after being pierced by numerous bone spears. Even if there was something on top, he couldn't discern it. You guys try to. Fang Heng and the other 2s will once again return to their bodies. Welcome back. The Death Knight's pupils danced with blue flames as he looked at Fang Heng and the others. It seems you have become familiar with using willpower in combat. Death Knight, we just saw those invaders. Who are they? Just some thieves coveting Queen Persephone's power. The Death Knight's eyes flashed with displeasure. They have been appearing more and more frequently lately. I have been wanting to teach them a profound lesson. The Death Knight's gaze slowly shifted to Fang Heng. You have done well this time. As agreed, I will reward you. As he spoke, the apparitions of 12 large gates once again appeared around the space. Seeing this, Li Shaoqian raised his eyebrows, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Here it is. Here it is. Seizing this opportunity, maybe I can quickly advance to the master level of necromancy. HMPH. The gate slowly opened, and a strong wave of necromantic energy poured out from within. Li Shaoqian looked excited, but seeing Fang Heng next to him stopped in his tracks and remained still, he became puzzled. What's going on? Is something wrong? Li Shaoqian immediately repressed the joy on his face. The Death Knight's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he watched Fang Heng and the others, who had not moved to absorb the energy. What's wrong? Don't you need power very much? The power is right in front of you. Why aren't you taking action? Fang Heng gazed at the Death Knight. I'm curious. What is inscribed on the tomb coffin? A coffin? The Death Knight was somewhat surprised. He looked down, thought for a moment, and replied, I think it might be prayers. Queen Persephone wrote prayers for her servants For those invaders, anything left by the queen would be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. Any more questions now? Fang Heng gently shook his head. This explanation was not faulty. Let's begin. The invaders are delving deeper into the tomb. You don't have much time to increase your strength. The Death Knight lightly touched his longsword. If you wish to continue. Indeed. Although there are still many questions in my mind, now is obviously not the time to delve into them. Let's reap the benefits first. With a thought, the Shrine of Bone Spirit immediately appeared in front of him. Fang Heng quickly condensed a mark in front of him. The necromantic energy in the hall immediately formed into a huge vortex, swiftly converging towards the Shrine of Bone Spirit. Death Realm, Queen Persephone's tomb. In a small tomb chamber, Lord Danny stood guard by the side of the mentor. There were still a few walking corpses chasing them from various entrances of the chambers, but now they posed no threat to them. Lord Danny and several fellow disciples guarding the mentor quietly discussed ancient prayers. Lord Danny heard about this for the first time, left by Queen Persephone. Yes, Queen Persephone once ruled the entire Death Realm and was considered the strongest in necromancy. The primary prayers she left have great value for our exploration in necromancy. Lord Danny glanced at the mentor who was concentrating on recording the prayers and asked, Senior brother, I have always found it strange. Since Queen Persephone was the strongest in charge of the Death Realm, how did she die? Who said she died? She simply disappeared. Senior brother shook his head, continuing, Queen Persephone was the one who understood necromancy and death the most. Some academic views suggest that Queen Persephone is already beyond death. So why? Be careful. Suddenly, Dementor loudly warned, quickly leaping off from in front of the coffin, taking a few steps back, looking alert. Following that, a large amount of pure necromantic energy overflowed from the coffin. Lord Danny's eyes lit up at the sight. Such pure necromantic energy. Danny, be careful. Do not absorb this energy. Lord Danny felt a chill. She realized that the mentor and fellow disciples were all vigilantly watching this mist, showing no intention of absorbing it, even with a hint of fear. Absorbing necromantic energy can greatly enhance our necromancy skills, but this mist contains Queen Persephone's cold imprint, which can affect our will. In extreme cases, we may even be manipulated by Queen Persephone and become her eternal servants. Servants? Astonishment flashed in Lord Danny's eyes. Senior brother continued, Don't worry, the mist itself is not dangerous. We just have to wait a while for it to disperse. Lord Danny took a deep breath. Senior brother, can you tell me what exactly is going on? It's a long story. From the information disclosed by the Necromancy Council at the current stage, Queen Persephone once ruled the entire Death Realm, commanding 72 Death Knights, and even tens of thousands of powerful Reapers. Lord Danny's pupils contracted. Wait. What did you just say? Reapers? Yes, Reapers. The mentor slowly stood up, nodding. Danny, the Reapers exist, even now. Death Knight space. Hint. Player absorbs necromantic energy. Player gains 651.1k master level necromancy experience. Hint. Player's master level necromancy level upgraded to LV 28. Fang Heng opened his eyes again. He had to admit that the experience value reward given by the Death Knight was extremely generous. With so much experience, if he had to work hard outside, it would take at least a year. Li Shaogan and Tan Shuo also opened their eyes one after another, a hint of excitement uncontrollable in their eyes. Regardless of whether this task was a bit strange, the advancement in necromancy level was real. The three of you still have a long way to go in terms of strength. In the past, you wouldn't even have qualified to undergo the trials, but you are lucky now, as it is the time Queen requires people urgently. The Death Knight sat on the throne, observing the three. Drive away those invaders, teach them a lesson, and then, you will receive a reward from Queen Persephone to become Reapers. A dark entrance appeared behind Fang Heng and the others. Upon seeing the sudden task prompt that appeared, the three of them had a sudden change in expression. Death Knight, what is that thing? It doesn't seem like a bloodline, but rather a special title, or is it a branch of study similar to that of necromancers, undead warriors, and knights? The Death Knight sat high on the throne, looking down on everyone. What are you waiting for? Prove your will, accept the power of Queen Persephone, and take out those invaders. With that, the Death Knight lightly tapped the longsword in his hand. Thus, Fang Heng's pupils contracted. This time, he saw with his own eyes an invisible energy wave charging towards him. Dang! The will of the three of them was violently knocked into the gate of the rear passage. The realm of death, the tomb of Queen Persephone. In a certain stone chamber on the middle level, the guardian sacrificial stone statues arranged along the walls trembled continuously. The outer layer of the stone statues kept shedding stone debris, revealing the gradually regenerating guardian sacrificial statues. Where is this? Fang Heng opened his eyes again, realizing that he had once again returned to the tomb of Queen Persephone. Fang Heng, sensing a psychic connection, Fang Heng turned his head. The wills of Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo were also attached to the just resurrected guardian sacrificial statues. Fang Heng, this body, Fang Heng made a soft sound of agreement. He also felt it. It was completely different from controlling undead skeletons and zombies with willpower before. Perhaps because the guardian sacrificial statues themselves were extremely powerful, their strength and agility attributes had already been completely unlocked. In addition, there were mental powers and perceptual abilities that were previously uncontrollable. He no longer needed to exert great effort to find the invaders, as his perceptual abilities clearly marked their presence around him. Very powerful. If before he could only handle soft tomatoes, Li Shaoqian felt that now he could go toe-to-toe with the invaders. If you added the effect of infinite resurrection after death, invincible. Tan Shuo remained cautious, using mental communication. What did the Death Knight say about the advancement of the Reaper? Have you heard of it? Never heard of it. Seems like a branch of necromancy. Gentlemen, don't delay. There is a time limit for this task. Li Shaoqian, watching the two getting further into discussion, quickly redirected the conversation, urging, it might be a hidden class change in the necromancy field. Quickly complete the task, we might find out then. Alright, let's finish the task first and see. In the current situation, they couldn't contact the outside world to gather more information. Thinking too much wouldn't help either, so they decided to take it one step at a time. The group immediately left the stone chamber and entered the corridors of the tomb. The middle level area of the tomb. Ji Xiaobo felt lucky this time. Several traps encountered along the way had been clear, and he had not separated from the main group, closely following Ni and Ned Camp's main team into the middle area of the tomb. The real test was yet to come. After thousands of years of exploration of the tomb of Queen Persephone, the undead camp had only reached this point. Be careful, they're coming. In the team, two central elders realized something and stood at the forefront of the group, gazing ahead and raising their staffs high. Suddenly, darkness was drawn from all sides and quickly gathered towards the center. Swish, swish, swish. The dark energy quickly condensed into countless dark projectiles and shot towards the front passage. Doom, boom, boom. The projectiles landed on the shadows in the depths of the passage, exploding one after another. Ji Xiaobo nervously swallowed and looked ahead. In the passage, amid the bursting dark energy, several figures were slowly approaching them. The faces of these figures were covered with fiery dark golden masks. The guardian sacrificial statues, who were once the personal guards of Queen Persephone, were extremely powerful in their own right. The dense dark projectiles blasted in front of the guardians, affecting only their shields and slowing their movement slightly. Hiss, hiss. After the dark projectiles exploded, forming a haze, dark shadows rose from the ground, once again entwining the guardian sacrificial statues, rendering them immobile. In the current environment of the tomb, dealing with enemies of the same necromantic nature, normal necromantic spells were difficult to work, and with everyone relying on their willpower to enter the realm of death, their strength was greatly reduced. Even the two necromancers who had reached god level were somewhat helpless, able only to control the situation. Keep up. In the rear, the team immediately used various skeletal skills to focus fire on the controlled guardian sacrificial statues. Doom, boom, boom. The dense bone spears fell on the guardian sacrificial statues, continuously blasting and depleting their dark shields. Ji Xiaobo also threw a few bone spears forward. Fortunately, the guardian sacrificial statues were not intelligent beings and were easily worn down by their simple tactics. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to explore the middle area of the tomb at all. Ji Xiaobo patiently continued to follow within the team. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the far distance behind the passage, Fang Heng was observing them from afar through his perception. Li Shaoqian, how is it? Not easy to deal with. Fang Heng shook his head, then continued, these people are extremely powerful, I'm afraid we can't handle them. Tan Shuo, The task requires eliminating 50 invaders. Instead of dealing with this group now, let's focus on the remaining invaders and weaken their overall strength. I think the same. Fang Heng nodded and said, most people are still in the upper area of the tomb, so let's go around to the upper area to reduce the remaining numbers of invaders for the task, and we can rely on the other guardian sacrificial statues to drain the invaders' mental strength. Alright, that's the plan. Fan, you lead the way. The three of them had already realized that, although the guardian sacrificial statues had unlocked perception and mental abilities in their state, each person's strength and intensity varied. For example, Fang Heng could perceive a wider area than the others enveloped by awareness. Due to the inability to carry items in the state of concentrated will, one can only rely on rote memorization. Unfortunately, most of the text is filled with characters that they have never seen before, making it even more difficult to remember. Sha, sha, sha. Sensing a sound coming from behind, both of them felt a chill in their hearts and turned to look behind them simultaneously. Who goes there? Three figures appeared from the entrance gate. Not good. The undead warriors were greatly alarmed. It turned out to be the tomb guardian priests. Weren't they always in the lower levels? How did they suddenly appear here? Shoo, shoo, shoo. In the next moment, the tomb guardian priests raised their hands, and layers of dark needles came rushing towards them. Be careful. The warrior tried to raise his shield to block, but in the next moment, the needles gathered in front of them transformed into writhing dark shadow serpents that climbed up the shield and onto their arms. What the heck? The dark shadow serpents swiftly climbed up the shield along the arms and pierced fiercely into their bodies. Ow! The two warriors cried out in pain as the parts of their bodies pierced by the dark shadow serpents quickly turned black and decayed, turning into a pile of dry bones in the blink of an eye, soon disintegrating into blue ash and disappearing completely. Li Shiqiang retracted his hand and looked at the two by his side. The skills that came with the tomb guardian priests were unexpectedly powerful, weren't they? Dealing with this group of soft targets was simply overwhelming. Hint. Players repel the tomb invaders *2. Currently remaining tomb invaders *322. Let's not waste any time. Let's continue. 1 hour later, outside the Death Knight space, the purified Domain gods surrounded the perimeter of the rhombus sealing stone with a large magic array. There would be a huge disturbance after the explosion of the Death Knight space. It would not be good if Fang Heng took advantage of this disturbance to escape. In order to prevent any unexpected occurrences, Okaini was extremely cautious this time. He had a premonition. This was the closest he had gotten to catching Fang Heng. Heavenly Adjudicator. We are ready. Okaini looked towards the central sealing stone. Start. Let's purify the Death Knight space together. Yes. At the same time, inside the tomb of the Empress Persephone in the Dead Border, with the enhancement from the tomb guardian priests, Fang Heng and his two companions greatly increased their strength compared to the previous 2 times. With Fang Heng's high perception abilities assisting in tracking, the three of them effortlessly cleared the remaining invaders in the upper area of the tomb. However, when the three of them returned to the middle level of the tomb, they immediately encountered significant trouble. The teams daring enough to enter the lower layers of the tomb for exploration were not weak, and they were mostly in small teams of around 10 people, each team led by at least one powerful undead scholar. Dealing with them was extremely troublesome. Fang Heng and his companions hid at a distance and observed one team for a moment but could not find a good opportunity to make a move. They had initially thought that clearing out the cannon fodder on the upper levels first would deplete the mental strength of the invaders on the middle levels as the tomb guardian priests consumed some of their spiritual power. However, the effect did not seem as good as they had imagined. Ten Shuo said, in a deep voice, "These people are extremely powerful. It's hard to deal with them. What's there to fear? We can resurrect after death. Just find a way to drain their spiritual power." Li Shiqiang, with greatly enhanced strength and heightened fighting spirit, looked towards Fang Heng. "This mission has a time limit, Boss Fang. Don't wait any longer. There won't be another chance later. Let's go together." Fang Heng observed the battle patterns of the invaders from afar, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Follow me." With that, Fang Heng emerged from behind a corner, followed by several resurrected tomb guardian priests, and entered a stone chamber ahead. Shoo! 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 Before they could approach the stone chamber, a dense black cloud of dark projectiles shot out from within, followed by explosions. The Tomb Guardian priests conjured dark shields in front of them, and the explosions enveloped the area in black fog. Ghostly hands emerged from the ground trying to grab the Tomb Guardian priests and drag them below the ground. The Soul Abyss. These invaders were most skilled in using this move to target the Tomb Guardian priests. Fang Heng was not about to let them succeed so easily, so he formed a marking in front of him with both hands. Wall of bones. Boom. Boom. The hard bone wall extended from the sides of the wall, creating a path ahead. What? The undead scholars in the hall were shocked, and before they could react, boom, 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 boom. The bone path was shattered. The violent explosion caused the ground to erupt into a marshy mess. The trapped Tomb Guardian priests continued to advance slowly. Meanwhile, Fang Heng lightly tapped the ground with his toe and swiftly darted forward. The undead scholars gathered in the hall were amazed. He was changing his tactics. Be careful. That Tomb Guardian priest is problematic. Someone immediately noticed Fang Heng rushing towards the stone chamber not far away. Stop him. Furrowing his brows, Fang Heng, in midair, immediately faced dozens of soul chains rushing towards him from various directions. Fang Heng activated his mental powers, quickly extended his hands in front of him, and converged a marking. Shoo! 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 Countless dark needles converged around Fang Heng and struck towards the soul chains. Boom! Boom! The needles collided with the soul chains and exploded in midair. The intense explosion created a powerful wave that flipped Fang Heng backward. The force of the blast even pushed the undead campers inside the hall several steps back. They were greatly astonished. Elite guards. The previous battles in the middle layer of the tomb had never encountered such formidable Tomb Guardian priests before. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, figures of the Tomb Guardian priests emerged from the exploding dark shadow fog. Oh no! They broke through the outer defense. Fang Heng slammed heavily against the wall behind, slowly propping himself up. Despite being in a certain kind of possession state, the backlash effect in his consciousness is still present, preventing him from fully utilizing his mental power. He could only unleash 70% of his strength. Okay. No problem. Let's continue, Li Shaoqian said as he patted his chest, his fighting spirit high. Take them down. The last wave wasn't in vain. It exhausted the spiritual power of the invaders inside the stone chamber, successfully taking out 2 of them, greatly weakening the invaders' team. It's just a battle of attrition, right? They can handle it. Okay. Let's go. Inside the stone chamber, the team managed to repel the guards with difficulty. Before they could rest, they saw a familiar figure quickly approaching their direction through the passage. It's him. The way that the graveyard keeper moves is very distinctive compared to regular sacrifices, making it easy for everyone to recognize him at a glance. Damn it, how did he come back again? Be careful of that graveyard keeper. Take him down first. Hearing what the invaders were saying, Fang Heng, seeing that they were starting to panic, couldn't help but smirk. This mission's difficulty is manageable. They can do it. ... After several attempts, Fang Heng finally cleared a 12-person squad. They died a total of 7 times, taking nearly 20 minutes. Such battles are quite draining on their mental strength, but still within a manageable range. Taking a brief break, the 3 continued to search for the next target team to strike. After figuring out their tactics, they decided to directly employ the most effective attrition strategy, the brute force tactic. By utilizing unlimited respawns, they continued to chip away at the invaders' team's strength until they completely destroyed them. However, just as they were about to launch another wave after selecting a target, Fang Heng suddenly froze in place, a dark light flashing in front of his eyes. What? Fang Heng's mind raced. He couldn't move his body. He saw his will rapidly leaving the graveyard keeper he was controlling. Almost simultaneously, the graveyard keepers controlled by Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo also began shaking uncontrollably in their original positions. The next moment, all 3 of them were plunged into darkness. Blink. The next moment, when Fang Heng opened his eyes again, he found himself once more in the Death Knight space. The Death Knight still sat high on the throne, looking extremely grim. Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo followed suit. Back in the space. What's going on? How did we suddenly return? Isn't it too early for the mission to end? Fang Heng glanced at the mission prompt and realized that the current mission was still ongoing, without any signs of failure. Just as he was about to ask, a loud bang rang out. Dark golden crack suddenly filled the entire Death Knight space, spreading like golden lightning across the entire space. After several seconds, the cracks gradually dissipated. Sitting high up, the Death Knight looked coldly at the trio, clearly in a terrible mood. It's the people from the Divine Realm. They are destroying the sacred space outside. Fang Heng's heart tightened at once. Trouble. People from the Divine Realm. They're coming for us. Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian also paled slightly. HMPH. Our dead realm has always remained neutral under the leadership of Queen Persephone, never interfering in the wars of the realms, simply following the rules governing the dead realm's operations. Nevertheless, the Holy See has always been our enemy because of this. The Death Knight suppressed his anger and continued, "Forget about the previous mission. This time, I need you to urgently return because I need you to do something for me." "What do you need us to do? Have you seen the crypt that the previous group of invaders occupy?" Fang Heng nodded slightly. In the middle level of the tomb of Queen Persephone, there is a central crypt where the Queen's most beloved mount, the Ice Dragon of the Bone, lies dormant. The Death Knight's voice grew heavier as he continued, "I will give you a spell, and I need you to re-enter the tomb, find the central crypt, and awaken the Ice Dragon of the Bone using the incantation. Be careful, the invaders have likely already found the crypt in the tomb. In their previous attempts, they entered the crypt and even deluded themselves into believing they could obtain the power of the Ice Dragon of the Bone. Simply delusional." Li Shaoqian's heart raced as he listened, his spirits uplifted. "Wow, the Ice Dragon of the Bone. An undead creature from the legends. Does it truly exist?" Li Shaoqian couldn't help but ask eagerly, "What happens next?" "After awakening the Ice Dragon of the Bone using the incantation. After that." The Death Knight shook his head. "Both of you need to assist Fang Heng in completing this task. As for what happens next, dealing with the rabble from the Holy See outside, I will handle that." Li Shaoqian thought, "This is great." They came to the Death Knight's space with the intention of persuading him to deal with the Holy See. They didn't expect the Holy See to act first, damaging the Death Knight's space and forcing his hand. If they could use the Death Knight's power to take down those people outside, that would be the best outcome. The Death Knight slowly raised his head to look at Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, you are different from the others. Very different." Fang Heng's pupils constricted at his words. "Most items cannot be brought into the astral space, but artifacts are different." The Death Knight looked at Fang Heng. "Do you understand what I mean? Remember this, the spell I will teach you will awaken the Ice Dragon of the Bone and keep it calm. When the Ice Dragon of the Bone is awakened, I need you to temporarily seal soul using the Bone Spirit Shrine. Bring it back from there to here." Fang Heng stared at the Death Knight intently, asking, "Are you planning to use the power of the Ice Dragon of the Bone to deal with the Divine Realm?" "Yes." The Death Knight nodded, admitting, "With my current strength, it is not enough to deal with the Divine Realm, so I need to leverage the power of the Bone Dragon. Currently, the people from the Divine Realm outside are continuously pressuring the death space, leaving you with only 40 minutes. You need to complete this task within 40 minutes. Bring back the soul of the Ice Dragon of the Bone here, otherwise." The blue flames in the Death Knight's eyes accelerated, and he didn't continue speaking. "Only 40 minutes. Is that too short? Is the difficulty too high?" Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo's faces paled slightly at his words. Based on their previous experiences, dealing with a team of invaders, a dozen or so people, usually required them to die and revive multiple times, and managing to finish off a batch in 20 minutes was considered extremely lucky. The invading team gathered in the central crypt might be the strongest yet. Hint. The Death Knight bestows upon you the Death God bloodline branch of the undead lineage. Are you willing to accept it? Hint. The Death God bloodline will trigger various tasks before reaching a certain strength. For example, if you fail to complete fixed tasks each month, you will face additional punishment. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo both saw the game prompt, and their eyes revealed a look of excitement. Wow! A free task reward. Isn't that fantastic? The three of them glanced at each other and all nodded in unison. Without much thought, Li Shaoqian immediately said, "Death Knight, we are willing to accept." "Very well." The Death Knight raised the longsword in his hand and thrust it heavily into the ground, saying solemnly, "In the name of Persephone, the Queen of the Death Realm, I bestow upon you new power." Dim light continuously flickered throughout the Death Knight's space, swiftly merging into Fang Heng and the others. Simultaneously, rows of game prompts rapidly emerged. Hint. Player gains the power legacy of the Death Realm's master, Queen Persephone. Hint. Player gains proficiency in the Undead Studies. Death God Bloodline. Hint. Player currently receives Bloodline Legacy. Hint. Player currently has Master Level Proficiency in Undead Studies. Experience points in Master Level skills are converted into Death God Bloodline experience points. Hint. Experience point conversion has reached the current limit. Player's current basic Death God Bloodline advances to Leader Level Bloodline LV. 1. Leader Level Death God Bloodline LV to 1 from Queen Persephone's Legacy Bloodline Description. The power derived from the legacy of the Death Realm. Each Death God inherently possesses the power to comprehend the cycle of life and death from birth and shoulders the responsibility of maintaining the stability of the Death Realm's operation. Bloodline Description. Your exploration of the path of Undead Studies mainly comes from Bloodline Legacy. You can use the majority of Undead Studies-related tools and gain additional enhancement effects. Players receive a 30% skill effect boost when using Undead Studies skills. Players can control the Book of the Dead for skill recording and casting. Bloodline Description. Each level increase in skills results in an additional 12 points increase in the player's base will attribute, extended lifespan, and enhanced soul strength. Additional notes. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV to 50. Additional notes. As this skill is derived from Queen Persephone's Legacy, when you release Undead-type skills, most skills will apply a soul freeze effect. Bloodline Additional Skill 1. Underworld Passage. Skill Description. Unleash on a target soul unit, sending it to the marshes of the Underworld cycle, granting corresponding Death God Bloodline experience upon completion. Bloodline Additional Skill 2. Death Side. Effective only in Death God state. Skill Description. Cast on a target unit. After a flash, execute a Death Scythe slash on the target maximum flash range of 10 meters. Deals Undead-type magical attack damage and additionally causes will destruction effect to all life forms within the cutting range damage and destruction effect based on player's attributes. Bloodline Additional Skill 3. Dimensional Power LV to 10 Skill Description. Enjoy the dimensional level boost brought by Queen Persephone. Dimensional level LV to 10. Player currently has a higher level dimensional power, rendering this additional skill ineffective. Bloodline Additional Skill 4. Death Gaze. Skill Description. Players can enter Death Gaze state by consuming mental power. In this state, the player's vision will block all obstacles, allowing them to see only the soul of all soul creatures within the range. Tracking range increased by 250 times for soul chasers. Bloodline Additional Skill 5. Death God Transformation. Skill Description. Players can enter Death God state. In this state, players receive an additional 30% boost to Undead-type skills, become immune to most physical effects, can float over short distances, and traverse through certain walls. Only the Death God Sight can be used as a weapon in this state. Bloodline Additional Skill 6. Death God's KPI. Skill Description. According to the player's current Bloodline level, the player must complete at least 200 soul warrants every 30 days, including at least 50 S-level soul warrants. Failure to complete the tasks will result in corresponding penalties for the player, decreasing the Death God Bloodline skill level by 1 to 5 levels. If the current Bloodline level is below 5, the Death God Bloodline rank decreases by 1 rank, declaring the player dead and unable to revive. Additional task completions will reward extra Bloodline skill experience points. Death God Bloodline. An advancement in Undead Studies turns out to be some kind of supernaturalized bloodline. That makes sense, remembering that not long ago, he spent a lot of money in the multiverse library to find a tutor to teach him basic hell studies. Both money and points were spent, only to find out when he finally started studying that the game indicated he already possessed the relevant advanced bloodline abilities and couldn't learn that discipline. Based on this judgment, Demon Bloodline is an advancement in hell studies. Likewise, Death God Bloodline could also be considered an advancement in Undead Studies. Thinking about it, Fang Heng carefully opened the skill descriptions for observation. After transforming into the Death God Bloodline, for each level increase, the acquired will attribute nearly doubled compared to the master level of Undead Studies. There's also the fact that most Undead Studies skills have the soul freeze effect attached when released. Just hearing about it feels great. In addition, the Death God Bloodline can enjoy all the additional effects of master level Undead Studies and has a few seemingly strange skills added, like ferrying souls into the marshes of the Underworld cycle. And what is this new monthly task KPI? It seems the task punishment is very severe. Why does it feel like death gods are more like the workhorses of the death realm? Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo also transformed into the death god bloodline, quickly checking the game skill descriptions and personal attributes. At this moment, they were naturally shocked and thrilled. Although they had never heard of the death god bloodline, it clearly represented a significant enhancement. Death god bloodline. Not to mention the major boost to level 5 dimensional power. Since both of them were only high-level in undead studies, after the transformation, they only gained high-level death god bloodline. Even so, it increased their bloodline and academic-related attributes by a full 100%. So powerful. But, as Li Shaoqian read through the first few skills, he became more and more excited, until he reached the last related failure penalty, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. At the next moment, a long and mysterious spell was deeply infused and imprinted into his sea of consciousness. Hint. Player triggers the mission. The Wrath of the Death Knight. Mission name. The Wrath of the Death Knight. Mission difficulty. SSS. Mission description. Intruders from the Divine Realm are attempting to destroy the Death Knight's domain, enraging the Death Knight. In order to stop them, the Death Knight needs to harness the power of the frozen dragon bones in the tomb of Persephone, the Queen. Mission requirements. Attempt to awaken and use the Bone Spirit Altar to unseal the dormant frozen dragon bones in the tomb of Persephone and deliver them to the Death Knight. Mission reward. The Death Knight's appreciation. The spell was forcefully etched into his sea of consciousness in a very overbearing way. If it weren't for Fang Heng's strong mental power, he might have already fainted. Even so, cold sweat formed on Fang Heng's forehead. Momentarily, Fang Heng raised his head and saw the Death Knight staring at them intently. You only have 35 minutes left. How long do you want to stay here? Hurry up and go. Chew. Visible waves of breath force surged towards the three of them. This time, Fang Heng clearly saw his will being pushed out from his body by the Death Knight and violently crashing into the teleportation channel behind him. Tomb of Persephone. Inside a stone room, Fang Heng and the others, once again, entered the newly resurrected tomb in a possessed state. This. Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo looked at each other first, then both turned to Fang Heng. Boss Fang, what's our situation now? So many things happened all of a sudden. Li Shaoqian's head was buzzing and a bit confused. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. Judging from the situation, the bloodline should belong to a stage higher than academia. There are still many questions about the Death God bloodline, which the Death Knight can help us answer. In any case, for now, we need to figure out how to complete the mission. Tan Shuo asked. Boss Fang, did you memorize the spell? Fang Heng nodded lightly. The Death Knight directly imprinted the spell into his sea of consciousness, and it would take considerable effort to forget it. Fang Heng added, the spell is long, it needs to be cast continuously, at least 3 minutes. That long? Oh no. Li Shaoqian slapped his forehead. Those invaders won't let us near the sarcophagus for 3 minutes at all. Fang Heng thought the same. Despite the recent increase in their Death God bloodline, the actual improvement in their strength was minimal. Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo were fine, having awakened their dimensional powers, which provided a significant boost. But even if they doubled their combat power, it would be difficult to complete the mission in the upcoming battle. They were still in a state of will possession. They couldn't win before, and they couldn't win now. Li Shaoqian suddenly noticed something, exclaiming in surprise, Boss Fang, we can still use some of the Death God's skills. Fang Heng's heart stirred, immediately opening the character panel to observe. Indeed, just as Li Shaoqian said, after entering the possessed state, all skills became unusable, except for the ones obtained through the Death God bloodline. They were available for use. That's great. Li Shaoqian felt confident again. Looking at Fang Heng, Boss Fang, what do you say? Shall we give it a shot? Fang Heng nodded. Let's go take a look first. Don't be so pessimistic. Who knows? If we're lucky, the tomb chamber of the frozen dragon bones might not be occupied, right? My luck has always been good. Let's go and see. Following the guidance of the mission, they immediately rushed towards the direction indicated by the mission marker. Before they even entered the tomb entrance, Li Shaoqian's expression turned somewhat grim. The tomb guards and priests were continuously rushing towards the entrance of the stone room ahead. Luck was not on their side. The chamber where the frozen dragon bones were located had been seized, and the occupiers were the strongest batch among all the invading teams. There were almost 30 people, with a few invaders displaying absurdly strong abilities, enveloped in a thick layer of blue flames. Just a couple of them managed to hold back the continuous waves of tomb guards and priests heading towards the entrance. After observing for a while from the rear, Li Shaoqiang felt immense pressure. Looking towards Fang Heng. "Boss Fang, what do we do?" Fang Heng also frowned, his gaze fixed on the figures in the chamber. They possessed formidable strength. The faint blue flames burning on the figure guarding the entrance almost overshadow everyone else present, spreading waves of blue heat around. Fang Heng somewhat regretted not teaching Mo Jiawei some necromancy and bringing him along. After observing for a moment, Ten Shuo couldn't help but feel anxious and said, in a deep voice, "Boss Fang, time for the mission is running out. Should we give it a try?" Give it a try." Fang Heng glanced at the remaining time for the mission. The difficulty lay in the time constraint. If they had unlimited time, they could wear down their opponents with their unlimited revival ability. Unfortunately, the Divine Realm's pursuers were currently disrupting the Death Knight's domain. If the Divine Realm succeeded, they might also be in trouble. "Old tactic. I'll go first," Fang Heng said, immediately blending in with the tomb guards and priests heading towards the main hall of the stone room, the resting place of the frozen dragon bones. Lord Danny had just finished exploring a small chamber with the mentor, and his mental and spiritual powers were already exhausted, unable to continue exploring further. So he decided to join the large net army to meet with the main force of the undead camp. Looking at the two elder central counselors stationed at the entrance of the passage, Lord Danny nodded to himself. The central counselors were able to guard a pass with just their incarnated willpower in such unfavorable conditions in the Death Realm. The foundation of necromancy was not inferior to that of the Holy See. In fact, Lord Danny only recently discovered while investigating the tasks related to the tomb of Queen Persephone that for thousands of years, a majority of the Central Council's efforts in the undead camp had been focused on exploring the tomb. Ji Xiaobo sneered and looked at the group of people, saying, "I'm really impressed. These old guys keep telling me that they can find a way to further advance their necromancy studies here. I've been squatting here for half a day, and I reckon this time, I probably won't find anything again. Since we have this time, why not pick a fight with those guys from the Holy Court?" Ji Xiaobo complained, suddenly shifting his gaze to a certain entrance in the stone passage and exclaiming, "Ha!" Suddenly, there was a strange change at the entrance of the passage. Along the ground, a large barrier of skeletons spread forward. Doom. Boom boom boom. The barrier of skeletons resoundingly shattered. The control skill swamp of the dead cast by the chief elder was instantly interrupted for a moment. Ji Xiaobo raised an eyebrow, quietly remarking at the powerful move. Could the barrier of skeletons also be used in this way? The strength and experience of the chief elder in the Necromancer Council far surpassed that of an ordinary tutor. With extremely swift reactions, upon seeing the control skill fail, the shadow of the staff in his hand swiftly rotated. Sheeing, sheeing, sheeing. Several dark shadow ripples rapidly extended towards the front. Where the ripples passed, dark-colored light screens appeared one after another, while dense shadow touches climbed out from the ground and walls. Behind the passage, Ten Shuoli and Shao Kahn couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in their hearts. The invaders inside the chamber were frighteningly powerful. The previous tactics were completely ineffective this time. They couldn't even approach the passage. Fang Heng also furrowed his brows. The strength of these invaders had increased by more than double compared to the previous team they encountered. Their spellcasting and reaction abilities were extremely swift. Indeed, the Dead Realm was not easy to deal with. Gather. Facing the densely packed shadow tentacles, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. In that case, he could only use that move. Swipe. With a flick of his wrist, a divine giant sword appeared in Fang Heng's hand. Almost simultaneously, Fang Heng felt a severe burning and stinging sensation in his hand. To pain. This was while under the influence of a state that greatly reduced pain. Fang Heng saw his entire right hand engulfed in burning sacred flames. The backlash was so intense, enduring the pain, Fang Heng swung the sacred giant sword forward. Doom. Boom boom boom. Immediately, the shadow tentacles in front shattered under the swing of the sacred giant sword. The secondary stage sacred attribute waves from the attack of the sacred giant sword rapidly spread forward. Dang, dang, bang, bang. All the dark barriers and shadow touches along the passage were shattered and destroyed by the impact of the waves, even causing the invading undead group in the passage to be affected by the residual waves, involuntarily taking a few steps back. What? The necromancy scholars felt their hearts pounding. The power of the Divine Series. Everyone felt as though they were witnessing something unbelievable. In the Dead Realm, inside the tomb of Queen Persephone, a tomb guard of the Queen Hen actually wielded a divine giant sword. It was nothing short of a huge joke. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe such a claim. Even the gaze of several chief elders in the Necromancer Council showed disbelief. They couldn't understand what they were seeing. Could Queen Persephone also have knowledge of using the power of the Holy Court? The few remaining players in the team were also puzzled. Know your enemy, know yourself, learn from each other. Hey, that giant sword from earlier. Ji Shabo was closely watching the tomb guard. The giant sword he had used just now looked too familiar. It was strikingly similar to the one Fang Heng had retrieved from the Shadow Vein before. The additional skills were the same, almost identical. Ji Shabo couldn't help but glance at Lord Donnie, with a hint of amazement in his eyes. Could it be that the giant sword and the divine giant sword from the Shadow Vein had some connection? Seizing the opportunity, as the artifact's sacred giant sword succeeded, Fang Heng immediately dashed towards the depths of the chamber at the entrance of the passage. This was a great opportunity. Previously, Fang Heng had never tried it himself, thinking that if he was in a state of possession, none of his equipment could be used. It was only after the reminder from the Death Knight that he realized artifacts were not limited and could be used in almost any environment. However, due to the current inability of his body attributes to use the academic fusion effect and convert it into divine learning, forcing the use of the sacred giant sword, only managed to barely swing a strike, causing his entire right hand to be completely burned by the sacred flames. The good news was that the chamber ahead was within sight. The sacred power radiating from the sacred giant sword completely caught the undead faction off guard. The main elder guarding the passage's entrance became solemn, conjuring a mark in front of him. The staff floated in front of him. Shadows swiftly gathered from all sides, condensing into the shadowy form of a corroding dragon in midair. Roar! The corroding dragon let out a furious roar as, under the control of the main elder, it charged straight towards Fang Heng in the passage. The chief elder, the Necromancer Council, closely watched Fang Heng. The passage was narrow. He had nowhere to escape. As Fang Heng felt a powerful force surging towards him in the passage, he realized he was firmly locked in. Since he couldn't evade it, he decided to confront it head-on. Break through it. Swiftly, the divine giant sword reappeared, this time in the palm of his left hand. Slash! Fang Heng gripped a hilt tightly and slashed forward with the sacred giant sword against the corroding dragon. Doom! A golden light flashed. The corroding dragon let out a violent roar in midair. The undead black mist exploded, almost instantaneously filling the entire passage. The secondary sacred waves emanating from the sacred giant sword flew forward, completely purify the black mist left by the shattered corroding dragons along the way. Not good. The chief elder of the Necromancer Council felt a jolt of shock, not anticipating Fang Heng to be so powerful. The spellcasting state controlling the corroding dragon was interrupted, forcing him to retreat half a step, and his mental focus suffered a slight backlash. The surrounding necromancy scholars looked in on the tomb guard for breaking through the corroding dragon summoned by the chief elder of the Necromancer Council, and he was rapidly approaching them through the passage. At that moment, both of Fang Heng's hands had been completely consumed under the sacred giant sword. Stop him. His hands are unusable now. He can't use that move again. Just block him. At the next moment, the guardian of the tomb twisted swiftly in midair and transformed into a black shadow, wearing a long robe. The state of the Grim Reaper. Instantly, under the state of the Grim Reaper, Fang Heng's body directly pierced through the layers of giant bone spurs in front of him. Fang Heng's heart stirred. This was a very strange state, completely different from entering a secondary spatial projection, but somewhat similar. The body of the Grim Reaper seemed to have no volume, able to swiftly penetrate through the layers of white bone areas in front of him. Inside the cave, the onlookers watched in silence as the passageway ahead was completely sealed off by white bones, feeling a moment of tension. Blocked off. Hiss. In the next instant, a void-black figure emerged from the tightly sealed giant white bone spurs. The large black robe shrouded the figure, obscuring the face under the hood, but the weapon revealed under the black robe was particularly striking. The Grim Reaper's scythe. A necromancy mentor's pupils contracted, exclaiming, "Be careful! It's the Grim Reaper!" Swish! Fang Heng instantly teleported a short distance, appearing in front of a soft tomato and slashing down with the Grim Reaper's scythe in hand. Hiss! Hint. Player deals damage to enemies, but the Grim Reaper's scythe triggering the reaping effect, which severely damages the essence of consciousness, granting the player 281 points of leader-level Grim Reaper bloodline experience. A fatal blow. The player attacked by the Grim Reaper's scythe quickly turned to ashes and disappeared. Don't panic. Take him down. After coming to their senses, everyone in the hall immediately counterattacked. Almost all present were mentors or elites of the necromancy camp, and a large part had some understanding of the Grim Reaper, launching direct spell attacks to block all of Fang Heng's attack routes. Suddenly, dense soul chains entwined around Fang Heng. Trouble. Fang Heng inwardly cursed. These invaders were too adept at combat. Were they so targeted? Despite his attempts to evade, he couldn't avoid the numerous attacks of dense soul chains. After creating some chaos and reaping the lives of 2 players, he still succumbed to the control of several thick soul chains. Just as Fang Heng sensed his consciousness fading, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo finally lived up to expectations, leading a group of tomb guards and sacrificers into the stone chamber. Boss Fang, rest assured and be reborn. We'll help you seek revenge. 3 minutes later, in another stone chamber, the wills of the 3 were successively poured into the revived tomb guards and sacrificers. Phew. Refreshing. Li Shaoqian wanted to shout out loud. Although they were wiped out in less than 2 minutes, the Grim Reaper state really excited him too much. Li Shaoqian could clearly feel his strength undergoing a qualitative change. Too strong. As long as he didn't compare himself to monsters like Boss Fang, with his current strength, he could easily stay in the Federation until retirement. In comparison, Tan Shuo's mood was a bit heavier. He looked at Fang Heng beside him. Boss Fang, it's not looking good. Fang Heng nodded lightly. He had also noticed, after attempting an attack just now, which took less than 10 minutes in total, despite causing effective damage to the enemies, the damage was very limited. Even at double the efficiency, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission within the remaining less than 30 minutes. So if they couldn't rely on sheer strength, they had to come up with a clever plan. But how could they outsmart their opponents? Li Shaoqian suggested, how about trying to manipulate those tomb guards and sacrificers? I just try, and it can consume mental power to control the tomb guards and sacrificers for a short period, restraining them temporarily and preventing them from attacking. Tan Shuo shook his head. The individual intelligence of the tomb guards and sacrificers is too low. Even if we gather a wave of guards and sacrificers to charge over now, it would be difficult to achieve much effect. In fact, during the last attack, Tan Shuo had attempted to control the collective actions of the tomb guards and sacrificers. The effect was far from perfect, but better than nothing. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and suddenly came up with an idea. He looked up and asked, what do you think the true identity of these invaders could be? Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqian were both startled. In their possession state, everything they saw seemed pixelated, making it impossible for them to discern the invader's identity. According to the Death Knight, the location we are currently in is the tomb of Queen Persephone. These invaders have come multiple times and have been cleared out each time. Tan Shuo followed Fang Heng's line of thought and analyzed. Queen Persephone is the ruler of the Dead Realm. So, the location we are in is likely within the Dead Realm, and the invaders are probably other races that live within the Dead Realm. I was thinking along similar lines. At least from their appearance, they don't differ much from humans. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and continued, so I want to try communicating with them. Communicate. Li Shaoqian was surprised and couldn't help but look at the skin he was possessing, then back at the others, carefully considering and asking, are you sure we can effectively communicate with them in our current state? Sometimes, communication doesn't necessarily need to rely solely on language, Fang Heng said, looking at Tan Shuo beside him. They've been lingering around the tomb for so long. It's possible they can't understand the ancient texts left by Queen Persephone and are forcibly memorizing them. Tan Shuo, do you know what the most common language in the Dead Realm is? Tan Shuo looked puzzled and smiled bitterly. Boss Fang, you give me too much credit. I've never heard of. Fine. Let's use the current common necromantic system language. What's the most common script in necromancy currently? Well, I know this one. It's the universal necromantic language. Initially, this language system evolved from the ancient necromantic magic formation system and, after generations of changes, gradually developed into the current writing. Okay, let's use that, Fang Heng said, pointing lightly towards the ground in the stone chamber. Dang, A slab on the ground was immediately lifted up and floated towards them. Inscribe the words on it. Can we really do this? Can we read the words inscribed on it clearly? Fang Heng thought for a moment before saying, as guards of the Persephone Empress's tomb, we do not intend to be enemies with you, travelers from afar. The frozen dragon state is unstable, and we need to conduct an immediate inspection, otherwise the entire tomb will be destroyed. Tan Shuo ran his fingers over the stone slab, using necromantic power to corrode a series of marks on it, depicting the words as described by Fang Heng. Li Shaoqiang still felt uneasy and asked, Boss Fang, can this really work? I don't know. We'll try it out, Fang Heng said. Looking around once more, his gaze lingering on a few tattered white cloths in the corner of the stone chamber that had already been corroded. And bring that with us. Let's go. In fact, it was because time was limited that Fang Heng was forced to make this choice. According to the Death Knight, this group had come to explore the tomb in search of the knowledge inscribed by the Persephone Empress in her coffin. They definitely wouldn't want to see the tomb being destroyed. So, there was a chance. The tomb of the frozen dragon. The undead camp had just cleared out a group of tomb guards who had entered the chambers during the chaos, restoring order once again. Luckily, the commotion had not affected the two undead council elders, who were focused on transcribing the information in the chamber. The group resumed guarding the two entrance passages, keeping the tomb guard sacrifices at bay. The previously injured council elders had retreated to the back for a rest. Teacher, what was that reaper we saw earlier all about? Ji Xiaobo had never seen a reaper before and was particularly interested in the sacred greatsword controlled by the reaper. He immediately approached the injured council elder, Tin, to inquire. Tin gently shook his head. Reapers are order maintainers of the realm of death, ensuring its normal operation. It is said that during the prosperous period of the realm of death long ago, there were countless reapers, but with the disappearance of the Persephone Empress, the number of reapers gradually decreased, and in recent centuries, they have become rare sights. Lady Danny, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but interject, Excuse me, Teacher Tim, what do you mean by maintaining the normal operation of the realm of death? It's about reincarnation. When humans die, their souls are drawn into the realm of death, sinking into the swamp of reincarnation, until their consciousness is completely dissipated, absorbed by the entire realm of death and plunged into the cycle of rebirth. Tim explained calmly, but as humans gradually explore and master the power of gods, their souls after death often become influenced by various special powers, be it control, protection, or confinement, preventing them from being drawn into the realm of death. Ji Xiaobo raised an eyebrow at this and said, Teacher, are you referring to resurrection magic in the divine domain? Lady Danny also cast a skeptical look at Teacher Tin. Undoubtedly, the divine domain was adept at resurrection magic. Players believed that powerful figures in the Holy See could be resurrected numerous times after death, as their souls were influenced by special powers and protected by the divine domain, avoiding entry into the realm of death. And because the undead camp also had the ability to manipulate the souls of the dead, they could counter the resurrection magic of the Holy See, which made the Holy See wary. Yes, the divine domain is one of them. Many gifted groups and scholars, such as the Elven race, the Vampire race, as well as alchemy, arcane studies, elemental studies, natural studies, including our undead studies, all have the ability to temporarily preserve souls after death, reshape bodies, and resurrect souls above the flesh. Tin nodded. For the realm of death, these kinds of methods disrupt the normal cycle of reincarnation. The presence of reapers is to ensure the normal operation of reincarnation. Do you know that thousands of years ago, using similar resurrection abilities was much more complicated than it is today because reapers would target resurrections? It required extreme caution, as a single mistake could lead to not only the failure of resurrection, but also the deaths of the resurrected and their companions. However, with the disappearance of the Persephone Empress, the number of reapers started to decline year by year until now. Resurrection has become a very straightforward matter. Lady Danny and Ji Xiaobo were hearing this secret for the first time. Is the gradual disappearance of reapers related to the disappearance of the Persephone Empress? Elder Tin glanced at Lady Danny and shook his head. I'm not sure, but we believe it is related to the divine domain. The Central Council has received some information that the divine domain has been involved in hunting down reapers. Most people want loved ones to be resurrected, so when attempting resurrection, they will do everything they can to eliminate interfering reapers. From the recent information we've gathered in the tomb, a significant portion of the soul power that returned to the realm of death's reincarnation was absorbed by the realm of death, becoming a part of its power. However, as reincarnation is gradually disrupted, the power of the realm of death is also gradually affected, decreasing year by year. The extent of this decrease is very slow, and we do not know what will happen when the strength of the realm of death diminishes to a certain degree, but the Undead Council is very concerned about this. As they were discussing, suddenly, Ji Shabo seemed to have seen something very strange and rubbed his eyes before gently pushing Tim, the elder, and exclaiming, "On the stone slab, there are faint engravings of something. Is it text?" As the three tomb guardians performing a ritual approach the entrance to the passage, the others gradually begin to make out the content recorded on the stone slab. Words. It is indeed words. And they are written in the modern common language of the undead system. Clear about the content written in the words, a look of astonishment appears on everyone's faces. Do not act recklessly. Elder Timer furrows his brows. The situation of these three tomb guardians performing the ritual is very unusual. In the understanding of the undead camp, they believe that the guardians in the tomb are undead creatures resurrected under the eternal captivity influence of Queen Persephone and, theoretically, do not possess high intelligence. That these three tomb guardians performing the ritual in front of them are obviously different. As for the content recorded on the stone slab, it makes them not dare to be complacent. Is the Icebone Dragon in extreme danger? Is the entire tomb about to burst? Is this real? Timer is somewhat uncertain, but he also dares not gamble. If what the words say is true, that the tomb of Queen Persephone is really going to explode, it would be a huge loss for the entire undead education camp. But Timer glances at the coffin with the corner of his eye. The stone coffin where the Icebone Dragon lies in hibernation is intact, emitting no fluctuating aura. Everything seems normal. On the contrary, these three tomb guardians performing the ritual seem abnormal no matter how you look at them. There is something wrong. Inside the stone chamber, besides a few scholars who are painstakingly recording the tomb inscriptions, almost everyone else shifts their attention to these three tomb guardians performing the ritual. The three tomb guardians performing the ritual pause one step at a time until they stepped into the cave area. Fang Heng watches the invaders without making a move, appearing considerate. Inwardly feeling some relief, he gradually moves closer towards the center of the cave. At this moment, an invader with a flourishing flame covering him blocks his way. Fang Heng furrows his brows. He can guess that the other party must have said something to him, but under the current state of possessed willpower, he cannot hear what the other person is saying at all. Helplessly, Fang Heng can only raise his hand, pointing to his ear and waving it away. Timer stares fixedly at Fang Heng. Everyone is shocked by Fang Heng's actions. He really can communicate using body language. It's a breakthrough worthy of an epic. Timer's mind stirs, immediately switching to using sign language for communication. Helplessly, Fang Heng's eyes can only see a dancing blue flame, unable to make out the other's movements. Timer gestures a few times, seeing that the tomb guardians performing the ritual in front of him still show no response, causing his heart to sink. Communication progress is extremely limited. Fang Heng furrows his brows, looking at the spectral blue flame blocking his path, thinking that continuing like this won't work, so he waves his hand again. Dang! A stone slab on the ground is once again lifted by Fang Heng, floating towards him. Tan Shuo, right as I say. Upon hearing this, Tan Shuo quickly extends his hand, following Fang Heng's instructions to record the words on the stone slab, then presenting it in front of the group of invaders. The actions of these three tomb guardians performing the ritual startle the undead education camp. We have no intention of being enemies with any of you. We are willing to engage in peaceful communication, but time is of the essence. Please give us 5 minutes. I will prove everything I've said. Lady Danny Lord quietly reads out the words written. Looking at the tomb guardian performing the ritual controlled by Fang Heng, she has a strange feeling, as if she has seen him somewhere before. As the time limit approaches, Fang Heng, regardless of the circumstances, steps forward towards the center of the coffin. Elder Timer, Central Elder Timer stares closely at Fang Heng, finally raising his hand to stop everyone from taking action against the ritual performer. Wait, let's keep watching. Until the tomb guardians performing the ritual step-by-step walk towards the coffin, standing before it. The ritual performer slowly extends his hands, chanting in a fluctuating rhythm, Timer hears the words read by the ritual performer. His expression changes, and he shouts, "Quick! Record the content of his words." Quickly. Inside the hall, most people are now focusing more on the content of the words Fang Heng is chanting. But Ji Xiaobo is closely watching Fang Heng. The chanting of the ritual performer sounds like it's coming from his abdomen, with an indiscernible tone, but the strange rhythm makes Ji Xiaobo feel something odd, a sensation he cannot describe. Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo are now standing behind Fang Heng, their hearts pounding. Something's amiss. Can this trick really work? Li Shaoqian nervously swallows, watching the progress bar appearing over Fang Heng's head and silently praying. Just hold out a little longer. Please don't get caught. At the same time, a game prompt appears on Fang Heng's retina. Hint. Player is performing a chant of prayer. Hint. The current chant requires 3 minutes to complete. Please ensure the status is not interrupted, otherwise the chant will restart. By now, no one in the hall is disturbing Fang Heng. The entire stone chamber is eerily quiet, with almost everyone holding their breath and concentrating on recording the words Fang Heng is chanting, only the sounds of battle occasionally coming from the entrance of the stone door on the other side. Until 2.5 minutes have passed, Fang Heng's tone suddenly changes sharply. At the same time, faint light blooms from the central coffin in the tomb. The entire coffin begins to tremble uncontrollably. Several undead education mentors, who were originally memorizing the inscriptions on the coffin, are suddenly interrupted from their deep concentration, abruptly becoming alert, and then they see the ritual performer chanting, their eyes revealing astonishment. What's going on? As everyone regains their senses, hearing the prayer chanted by the ritual performer, they are taken aback and hurriedly lower their heads to concentrate on recording. As time passes, Li Shaoqian watches as the progress bar on Fang Heng's head gradually reaches send. Hint. Player Fang Heng has completed the chant. Success. Li Shaoqian is delighted. At the same time, Fang Heng also stops chanting. Is it over? Everyone sees the ritual performer stop chanting and turns their heads to look at him in unison. Fang Heng remains still, staring at the coffin in front of him. The coffin also stops trembling slightly, returning to calmness. Buzz. Buzz. Master, is that the soul of the dragon of extreme ice as skeletal bones? Prime Elder Timer looked at the dragon of extreme ice as skeletal bones. Not urgent, let's observe more. Before the word settled, a dim aura appeared in front of the sacrificial altar. Swiftly, the dragon of extreme ice as skeletal bones, whose soul was gradually materializing, was being pulled by a gray force towards a bone shrine floating rapidly in front of the sacrificial altar of the tomb guardian. Swiftly. What is that? Almost instantly, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. What? The bone shrine. What's going on? Numerous gazes fixated on the tomb guardian handling the bone shrine. Who is he after all? Within the undead camp, only a few people truly knew that the bone shrine was currently on Fang Heng, and even some elders of the undead central council were unaware. Ji Xiaobo, upon seeing the bone shrine, suddenly realized and stared closely at the tomb guardian, a thought arising in his mind. Whether it was the sacred giant sword seen earlier or the bone shrine, they were closely linked to Brother Fang. Could it be that the controller behind this tomb guardian is Brother Fang? Chu. Almost instantly, before everyone could react, the dragon of extreme ice as skeletal bones was sucked into the bone shrine held by the tomb guardian. Up until now, a few of the central council elders present finally realized something was amiss and simultaneously made a move towards Fang Heng, who was controlling the bone shrine. Who are you? Chu. Chu. In an instant, several condensed soul chains surged towards Fang Heng, attempting to trap him. What was strange to everyone was that Tomb Guardian Sacrificial didn't dodge or resist but instead let his hands and feet be securely bound by the soul chains. Rows of game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint. The player has used the bone shrine to seal the soul of the dragon of extreme ice as skeletal bones, meeting the mission requirements. The player can choose to exit the current environment. Hint. The player's default identity is the team leader. Would you like to exit? Mission accomplished. Retract the bone shrine. Fang Heng silently prayed in his heart. Exit. The next moment, the three elders who had trapped Fang Heng immediately realized that the situation was not good. The bodies of the three Tomb Guardians Sacrificial, who had been securely entwined by their soul chains, gradually stiffened until they reverted to their original form and turned into statues on the spot. Dang, dang, bang. The 3 statues of Tomb Guardian Sacrificial shattered one after another before everyone's eyes, leaving only debris on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What's going on? Ji Xiaobo's heart pounded wildly as he glanced over at Lady Donnie, who also furrowed her brow. The Bone Shrine. Could it be him? For a moment, everyone present fell into a slight silence. The recent events were too strange. Not good. Suddenly, an undead studies tutor thought of something and said, "Several elders, Punyuos was just attacked by the Holy Court. Is it possible that someone accidentally triggered the seal of the Death Knight, coming here through the Death Knight space?" The Prime Elder furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Indeed, it was highly possible. Therefore, the people they had just encountered were likely chosen by the Death Knight. In that case, being able to use modern undead studies languages and texts made sense. For thousands of years, the undead camp had been concealing information about the Death Knight space to prevent more undead studies students from being attracted by the power of Queen Persephone and led astray. But inevitably, some individuals would inadvertently come into contact with the Death Knight space. Often they wouldn't survive more than half a year. The group fell into silence once again. Another Central Council elder said, in a deep voice, "Let it be for now. We can inquire about Punyuos' situation after we return and understand it clearly." Although the Dragon of Extreme Ice, his skeletal bones has already been taken away, the inscription left on the tomb is still here, enough for us to conduct research for some time. Let's continue. Ji Xiaobo listened to the conversation of the group and felt increasingly jittery. Punyuos. Wasn't Brother Fang in Punyuos right now? That was right. Ji Xiaobo felt almost certain that the Tomb Guardian Sacrificial they had just seen was definitely controlled by Fang Heng behind the scenes. Absolutely correct. His heart raced wildly as Ji Xiaobo quickly ran over to Elder Timer, who was resting on the side, and inquired, "Elder, what did you mean just now? What is the seal of the Death Knight?" It's a long story. Since tens of thousands of years ago, Death Knight spaces have started appearing in various worlds. In ancient times, undead studies believed that the Death Knight spaces were summoned by Queen Persephone to choose her servants. At first, we didn't know the details of the Death Knight space. Many people attempted to enter the Death Knight space, undergoing rigorous tests by the Death Knight. Ultimately, only a very small portion of people could receive the power bestowed by Queen Persephone and ascend to become Reapers. A Reaper. Ji Xiaobo's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to ask, "Elder Timer, are you saying that the Tomb Guardian Sacrificial we saw just now is being controlled by someone behind the scenes and has already ascended to become a Reaper?" Highly possible. Elder Timer nodded, recollecting the scene that just unfolded and continued to ponder. However, how he appeared in the Death Realm, and how he appeared before us, these are still unknown. In my speculation, it might be some kind of remote will possession, somewhat similar to our way of entering the Death Realm. Ji Xiaobo scratched his head, thinking it wasn't significant, and what mattered was the Reaper. Interrupting Elder Timer's soliloquy, he continued, "The Reaper we saw just now didn't seem to have very strong actual strength. Why do we have to seal the Death Knight? Isn't it good to gain the power bestowed by Queen Persephone?" Timer's expression turned grave. Looking at Ji Xiaobo, he cautioned, "Never enter the Death Knight space. From what I know, all Reapers who have entered the Death Knight space and passed the Death Knight's assessment have already perished." Ji Xiaobo listened with a serious expression and nodded lightly. "How should I put it? After listening, I actually felt a bit relieved. With Brother Fang's ability completing the KPI should not be a problem, right? Just find some soft spots of souls that want to survive without any problems. Who knows, you might even get a wave of boosts and crush the KPI. The most important thing is the second point. After absorbing the power of Queen Persephone, there will be Persephone's frost imprint in the Sea of Consciousness. The imprint can enhance the effects of most undead skills, which is extremely beneficial for necromancers, but at the same time, it will bring significant negative effects. Looking at Elder Temai, whose expression suddenly turned extremely serious, Ji Xiaobo's heart, which had just calmed down, tensed up again, nervously asking, "What do you mean by negative effects?" "Possession of will," said the chief elder. Looking up at one of the entrances to the stone room, Tomb Guardians continued to sway and come pouring through the passageway. The Realm of Death is an extremely orderly race, with absolute control of the higher-ups over the lower ranks. With the power of the imprint, the higher-ups can manipulate the lower ranks through the possession of will. Even If the intensity of one's will is not high enough and the will is obliterated, the chief elder paused, like those puppets, becoming a complete puppet of the higher-ups. Puppet? Ji Xiaobo's face instantly showed astonishment. This is bad. It means that if the Death Knight is willing, he can replace Fang Heng's will at any time and control Fang Heng's power. ... Death Knight space. Fang Heng and the other to return to the space again. The Death Knight sat high on the throne. By now, the entire dark space was already covered with dark golden cracks, which made Li Shiqiang's heart beat faster, feeling like it could collapse at any moment. The Death Knight's gaze focused on Fang Heng, slowly saying, "Fang Heng, the shrine of the bone spirit?" Fang Heng nodded, forming an imprint in front of him. The shrine of the bone spirit immediately appeared in front of him. The seal was released. The soul of the ice dragon made from the bones quickly congealed into a physical form in midair. Carlian, it has been a long time sleeping, hasn't it? The queen needs us to fight again, this time, against the divine realm. The Death Knight observed the rapidly recovering ice dragon soul and nodded slightly, muttering to himself, then waved his hand forward. Several stone doors appeared before them. In the next moment, a large amount of undead energy surged out from the stone doors. The dense black aura almost instantly spread out, obscuring part of their view. Fang Heng looked at the Death Knight. No need to say anything. Enjoy the rewards granted by Queen Persephone. The Death Knight raised his head and looked at the rapidly forming ice dragon soul, continuing in a cold tone. Since you have become a death god, there is no need to use the Shrine of the Bone Spirit to convert energy anymore. Be quick, you have earned yourself 8 minutes, after which it will be time for the final battle. Li Shiqiang and Tan Shuo, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated, immediately forming imprints in front of them, absorbing the and that energy. Fang Heng's gaze lingered on the rapidly condensing ice dragon soul in front of him. Carlian. That's its name. Fang Heng quickly concentrated his hands in front of him. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The dark and dead energy in the death space instantly formed a huge vortex and crazily poured into Fang Heng's body. Game prompts kept flashing uninterruptedly. Hint. Player currently absorbing and dead energy. Player gains Death God Bloodline experience points 1293. Hint. Player currently absorbing and dead energy. Player gains Death God Bloodline experience points 3688. Hint. Player's leader level Death God Bloodline has been raised to LV 2. Indeed, just as the Death Knight said, after advancing from Undead Study to Death God Bloodline, the cold power contained in the aura could still be clearly felt, but it no longer affected the Sea of Consciousness. As the undead energy was absorbed frantically, the floating ice crystal soul imprint in the Sea of Consciousness was quickly condensing and improving. From the size of a grain of rice to the size of a thumb in less than 8 minutes, Fang Heng had already absorbed most of the energy spreading in the hall. The entire space was now covered with a layer of frost. Shoo! 2 ice blue flames flickered in the Death Knight's pupils. And in the center of the hall, the body of the ice dragon soul from the bone had completely recovered its soul status, even materialized. The Death Knight slowly drew the long sword inserted in the ground, stood up from the throne, his eyes carrying a chill. Fang Heng, I need your help. The Death Knight looked at Fang Heng. I can only temporarily leave the death space with my consciousness, but after that, relying solely on consciousness, I cannot control the ice dragon soul of the bone, so I still need you. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, asking, what do you mean? Remember the possession state in the Queen Persephone's tomb. The Death Knight continued, I will temporarily enter your consciousness in that way, using your body to leave the Death Knight space and fight against the people of the Divine Realm. Fang Heng instinctively wanted to refuse. Being controlled? It didn't sound like a good thing. Don't underestimate yourself, you have huge potential. Seeing Fang Heng hesitating, the Death Knight thought he was worried about not being strong enough to compete with the Divine Realm, and reassured him, and I'm here too. In this battle, we cannot lose. Shoo! Saying that, the Death Knight threw the huge sword in his hand towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng instinctively raised his hand to catch it. Dang! The Death Knight's longsword was extremely heavy in his hand. Hint. Player gains item. Death Knight's Frost Longsword. Item. Death Knight's Frost Longsword. Description. The match sword of Death Knight Res, containing the powerful will of the Death Knight. Fang Heng's mind moved, and a voice appeared in his consciousness. There's no time to waste. Let's begin. Hint. Player triggers current task. Death Knight's Will to Fight. Task name. Death Knight's Will to Fight. A large number of Domain of the Gods cleansers gathered around the ceiling stone pillar. As the high priest Okni and his team began chanting spells, the death space at the center of the ceiling stone pillar gradually dissipated, creating spatial fluctuations that spread outward in folds. Norbert and his two subordinates stood in a corner of the hall, carefully observing the stone pillar. Judging from the energy released from the space, it seemed that the Death Knight space would soon explode. When that happened, Fang Heng and the two undead players who had managed to escape inside would be released. If lucky, they would be severely injured. If unlucky, they would be finished off directly. At least in Norbert's eyes, the high priest of the Domain of the Gods, Okni, was confident that Fang Heng would survive. Suddenly, Okni, who was leading the suppression of the Death Knight space, changed his expression and loudly warned, "Be careful. It's Fang Heng. They are about to break free." The space within the pillar began to show unusual fluctuations. Continuous white light enveloped pure darkness, shimmering within the space. Doom. In the next moment, a mix of frost and death emanated from the central channel of the space. Including Okni, all the cleansers of the Domain of the Gods recoiled. Next, a figure emerged from the space. Fang Heng. Okni immediately recognized Fang Heng, with a flash of determination in his eyes. After chasing him for so long, he was finally about to capture him. Attack. As soon as the words fell, dozens of dark golden chains shot towards Fang Heng, attempting to bind him. However, each time the golden chains were about to reach Fang Heng, they were repelled by a faint blue power. What was that? Okni stared at Fang Heng, gradually becoming wary. Fang Heng's eyes flickered with blue flames as he slowly raised his hand. A dark bronze sword slowly materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, dark frost armor quickly formed around Fang Heng's body, while a chilling power leaked from the Death Knight space behind him. Sensing something, Okni's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Stand behind me." Doom. A huge ice-scaled skeletal dragon burst forth from the central Death Knight space. The battle to defend the undead camp fortress of Katantar had just concluded. Even with the power of two deputy tower lords, they couldn't resist the large number of cleansers and knights from the Domain of the Gods. Following the failure of the mission, players began to retreat towards the direction of the ice prison. With the main city also fallen, players couldn't help but feel discouraged. The undead camp was indeed weak. Look at the Holy Court. However, faced with no other choice, they began to search for ways to turn the situation around. Someone suggested that they place their hopes on the power of the ice prison to resist the Holy Court and buy more time. As players began to retreat one after another, a violent tremor shook beneath their feet. Doom. Following that, they heard a loud explosion coming from the direction of the main city of Katantar. What's going on? The players who were retreating turned to look towards the area of the White Bone Tower, their faces filled with surprise. What? They saw the entire area of the White Bone Tower exploding into massive dust clouds, and within the dust cloud, a huge figure was hovering in the sky with its wings spread out. A dragon. With wings fully extended, the dragon was hundreds of meters in size. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the blue frost covered with deathly aura spread rapidly around the dragon. Almost instantly, everyone remaining in the area of the White Bone Tower was blasted away by the aura. Within seconds, the intense frost wave dominated the sky above the main city of Katantar. Players belonging to the undead faction looked at each other from a distance, slowly revealing expressions of joy in their eyes. This power clearly did not come from the Holy Court. Could it be? Reinforcements have arrived. Has the undead camp finally taken action? Damn it, it's too far to see clearly. In the high sky of the city, the ice-scaled skeletal dragon flapped its wings to maintain its suspended state. Fang Heng sat on top of the dragon's head, his eyes flickering with blue flames. At this moment, his consciousness had retreated, allowing him to see the outside world. The will of the Death Knight had completely taken over his body. Looking down at his own hands, the Death Knight felt an indescribable sense of disbelief. His strength, agility, spirit, perception. All his attributes were extremely outstanding. Even his most important, undead talent was stronger than ever before. He had only seen such talent from the esteemed Empress Persefin. No, even Persefin couldn't compare. Ice-scaled skeletal dragon ... The Death Knight raised his head at the sound of the voice, slowly turning to look nearby. Shielded by a sacred barrier, Okni and his group stood in the center. Meanwhile, The frost and death dual attribute or emanating from the eye-scaled skeletal dragon were continuously eroding their outer sacred defense shield. The shield emitted a sharp creaking sound. Okni gazed at the Death Knight, his eyes filled with extreme vigilance. The eye-scaled skeletal dragon, the dragon that had once destroyed several high-level worlds of the Holy Court. Why was it appearing here? Okni's expression fluctuated. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The escape of the Death Knight from the space was already a highly improbable event in their plan. However, even with Okni's conservative approach, he had considered this and prepared accordingly. But the appearance of the eye-scaled skeletal dragon completely disrupted his plan. Faced with the immense pressure emanating from the dragon, Okni sternly said, "Which Death Knight under the command of Empress Persefin are you?" "You." The Death Knight slowly raised his sword, pointing directly at Okni. "Are not worthy of knowing my name." Roar. The eye-scaled skeletal dragon let out a roar, flapping its wings and charging straight towards Okni and his group. Despite the sacred barrier between them, Okni could still sense a powerful corrosive force rushing towards them. The cold breath of death and the spreading divine light rapidly dissipate. The illusion of the deity trembles violently under the furious impact of the giant dragon, with fine cracks spreading rapidly throughout its body. Doom. The deity shatters. Golden fragments burst outward at high speed, only to rapidly recede under the aura of the frigid skeletal dragon. Tough. Okni spits out a mouthful of blood, flying back like a kite with a broken string. Master. The accompanying forgiveness seekers were shocked to see. In their understanding, the nearly invincible divine adjudicator of the realm was heavily injured by a single blow from the dragon. Everyone immediately chased after the critically injured Okni. Fang Heng's consciousness was currently dwelling in the sea of consciousness, and when he saw the situation outside, his heart skipped a beat. The Death Knight is so strong. He could heavily injure Okni with just one move. Chase after him. Fang Heng was initially wondering why they weren't chasing, but upon closer inspection, he noticed layers of fine cracks appearing on the exterior armor of the Death Knight as well. So that's it. Fang Heng realized that the two sides were evenly matched, with the Death Knight slightly stronger, but unable to fully utilize the power of the frigid skeletal dragon due to its dependence on possessing will. At the same time, Okni and his group were also greatly weakened by the undead tower of the Punozet world. "Hey, if I'm not mistaken, your name is Fang Heng." Fang Heng heard a call from the Death Knight's sea of consciousness, his heart stirring involuntarily. "Very good. Your power." The Death Knight's tone was tinged with a hint of approval, as he said solemnly, "I will fulfill your wish. I will help you eliminate every person in the divine realm, but as you can see now, I need to completely possess the power of your body." "What? Remember when I told you, nothing except will is eternal, everything will decay. Like you. Why decay over time when you can do something more meaningful?" The Death Knight's tone gradually darkened. "Remember what I said. Consider it as the last reward I give you using your body." "What?" Fang Heng's pupils contracted, then he suddenly felt the powerful will emanating from the Death Knight rushing into his sea of consciousness. "In the name of Queen Persephone, offer your shell with pride. The ice crystals that resided in the sea of consciousness suddenly leapt, releasing a faint blue fluctuation. Almost simultaneously, the Death Knights will invaded through the power of the ice crystal imprint. Oh no! Fang Heng suddenly realized that the Death Knight was trying to take over his body, trying to seal his will. How could he let him succeed? Fang Heng immediately reacted, using his mental power to lock down the ice crystal imprint. Why resist? As a follower of Queen Persephone, you should be proud of this. The Death Knight's tone became impatient. "Since you are so stubborn, I will utterly crush your will." Swish! The ice crystal suddenly exploded, its cold aura spreading towards the sea of consciousness. Fang Heng cursed in his mind. Aided by the power of the dimension, his willpower was not low at present, but it still paled in comparison to the ancient monster Death Knight. They were on completely different levels. He had no choice. He had to fight. If his will was crushed, he would become a puppet of the undead in Queen Persephone's tomb. Fang Heng immediately summoned his willpower from the sea of consciousness, charging towards the will of the ice crystal. Still trying to resist. What's that? Just as the Death Knight was about to crush Fang Heng's will, at the moment their wills made contact, the Death Knight felt a profound sense of terror. What? This power. The will of the Death Knight almost crumbled as it touched Fang Heng's will, of force so strong that even the Death Knight could only look up at it, an unwavering will born from the deepest abyss. An unstoppable force that could not be extinguished. Could it be a demon seed? The Death Knight suddenly realized something, feeling terrified, attempting to retreat from Fang Heng's consciousness. Whoosh! Before the Death Knight could utter a single word, his will was completely destroyed by Fang Heng's willpower. In the high sky, atop the dragon's head, Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes, and the armor covering his body swiftly dispersed like ash. Phew! Fang Heng took a deep breath, quickly regaining control of his body. Damn! Death Knight! Just as he recovered, Fang Heng's heart was still pounding rapidly. He had narrowly escaped death. At the moment of crisis, he was lucky that his will was strong enough to counterattack the Death Knight. It was only now that Fang Heng realized. No wonder the undead camp chose to seal off the entire Death Knight space. They were probably trying to prevent undead scholars from being tricked by the Death Knight and having their bodies possessed. Even if the Death Knight was unlucky to have met him, a demon seed with such power. Fang Heng smiled self-deprecatingly. When it comes to eternal will, the Holy Court had tried so many times, whether through sealing or killing, the demon seeds could always resurrect. Isn't that what the Death Knight harped on about? The eternal will. Wait a minute. In other words, Fang Heng mused with his chin on his hand. If he could think of a way to eradicate the will of jealousy, could he completely eradicate jealousy? Even if not completely, finding a way to weaken its will would suffice. As he was lost in thought, Fang Heng's heart jumped. What? The frigid dragon beneath his feet seemed to have sensed something and began to stir restlessly. Not good. Karian! Fang Heng shouted. Karian! Calm down. Relax, we are allies. Roar! The frigid skeleton dragon paid no heed to Fang Heng's intentions. With the Death Knight no longer in control, it immediately galloped off into the distance. In the high sky, Fang Heng felt himself hurtling forward at high speed, the intense wind pressure making it difficult for him to breathe. What the hell? What should I do? It was clear that the frigid skeletal dragon had gone out of control. The Death Knight had not taught him how to control this steed. Moreover, with his current strength, he had no way to control the frigid skeletal dragon. Should he use beast domination? The collision of the dragon made of extreme Micebone and the Shrine Dominion's Holy Judicator Orkney's strike caused most of the city to be affected by the residual energy and turned into ruins. In a corner of the city, several shrine purgators carried the heavily injured and unconscious Orkney out from the ruins. Carolina quickly checked Orkney's condition, and her expression turned grave. How is the situation with the Holy Judicator, my lady? Not good. Carolina shook her head lightly. The Death Knight controlling the Dragon of Extreme Icebone inflicted massive damage on Orkney's body with a fierce blow, leaving even a necromantic imprint on him. The imprint was continuously damaging his body. The situation was dire. Apart from that, there was also the troublesome issue of the Death Knight to deal with. Even the Holy Judicator was seriously injured, and they would be no match for the Death Knight. My lord, the Death Knight just left with the dragon made of extreme icebone. We found the Death Knight's space shrinking and disappearing. Additionally, we just discovered a trace of the Grim Reaper near the Death Knight's space. The situation was too chaotic for us to pursue. Carolina felt a strange sensation. The Death Knight left. It was clearly the best opportunity, so why would they let them go? Was there some special circumstance? The shrinking of the Death Knight's space and the trace of the Grim Reaper. Could it be that the Death Knight also suffered heavy injuries during the recent battle and couldn't continue? Regardless, with their current abilities, they couldn't chase the Death Knight and the Dragon of Extreme Icebone. They needed to protect the Holy Judicator first. Purgator Carolina composed herself and said solemnly, "The Holy Judicator has been seriously injured. You all should escort him out first, and leave the rest here to us." Yes. Meanwhile, Fang Heng was being carried swiftly by the Dragon of Extreme Icebone in the sky. His mind was racing. What to do? Got it. Suddenly, in his urgency, a flash of inspiration struck Fang Heng, and he thought of something. Yes, a prayer. Fang Heng firmly grasped the protruding scales of the Dragon of Extreme Icebone with his hands and silently recited a prayer incantation. A prayer taught by the Death Knight. A prayer that could awaken the Dragon of Extreme Icebone from its slumber and keep it calm. Whether it worked or not, he would have to try. As he gradually recited the prayer, the flying speed of the Dragon of Extreme Icebone beneath his feet slowed down, appearing somewhat calmer. Good. Fang Heng repeated the prayer several times, and he saw the Dragon of Extreme Icebone quieting down, while a mark quickly formed in front of him. Whoosh! The Shrine of Bones. The Shrine of Bones emitted a faint ripple. Swift. In the next moment, the dragon of extreme mice bone in its spiritual form made no resistance and was instantly drawn into the shrine of bones. Phew. Success. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, descended from the sky, and quickly adjusted his body before transforming into a bat form in midair and slowly landing on the ground. Next, a series of game prompts refreshed. Prompt: player successfully eradicated the will of the Death Knight. Player receives 3 Holy Spirit crystals. Prompt: player completely killed a quasi-divine level creature. Kill contribution: 100% over 90% kill rate. Additional rewards: first player to kill a quasi-divine level creature on the new server. Additional rewards: cross-steer kill. Additional rewards: player gains 200,000 main god points. Player can choose one of the following rewards. Reward 1. Player chooses Unmastered Bloodline. Skill: academic study and upgrades it to intermediate level. Reward 2. Player randomly receives 2 S+ level skills. Conflicting skills cannot be obtained. Reward 3. Obtain a large amount of experience points for a random mastered academic bloodline skill. Reward 4. Obtain the item. Death Knights will mask item grade. Epic. Hot. He actually directly killed the Death Knight and got rewards. Even more surprisingly, the Death Knight's level turned out to be quasi-divine. Fang Heng opened his hand and discovered 3 crystals glowing with a yellow light lying quietly on his palm. Upgrade crystals. Crystals of a higher level than the illusionary crystals. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly an evolutionary crystal required for a higher tier. He decided to preserve it for now as there was no urgent need for advancement. Even if he upgraded to get the zombie subordinates, he didn't have enough extra main god points for evolution. Moreover, at the current stage, he could still earn illusionary crystals, and he had been too busy dealing with the pursuit from the Shrine Dominion to spare time. It was better to keep the Holy Spirit crystal for future use, especially because it would be much harder to obtain it at a higher tier in the future. As for the optional mission rewards, after a quick deliberation between the item in Reward 4 and the skill enhancement in Reward 1, Fang Heng hesitated for a moment and immediately chose Reward 1. There was no detailed description of the optional reward items, only a name. Considering his past experiences, in Fang Heng's view, the effects of epic-leveled equipment were just so-so, and there was a high probability of getting junk. It was safer to choose the academic fusion skill that he lacked the most at present. Prompt: player chooses Reward 1. Please choose to enhance the tier of the skill. Prompt: player chooses the skill Elementary Academic Fusion. Current skill of player: Elementary Academic Fusion upgraded to intermediate level. Skill: Intermediate Academic Fusion LV. Max. Description: a ladder to the realm of academia, endlessly reaching. Players can better harmonize various academic disciplines and bloodlines to find their own unique path. Indeed, after the academic fusion skill level was improved, the backlash effect on the mental strength in the Sea of Consciousness has weakened significantly. Now, it can prove that Master Gulo's inference was correct. Fang Heng also felt slightly relieved. The problem isn't significant, as long as the cause of the illness can be diagnosed. Currently, the mental strength can operate at 80% without being affected by the backlash effect. Not bad at all. Furthermore, after reaching the advanced level of academic fusion, a large amount of skill upgrade experience points can be saved. It's much better than drawing an epic level item. Just as he was thinking, game prompts appeared again. Prompt: player completes the task. Death Knight's battle intent. Prompt: the current sponsor of the task has lost their will, so the player loses the reward recipient, and the reward is cancelled. Prompt: player receives 10,000 main god points as compensation. Prompt: game judgment is in progress. Due to the player's actions, the player has severely injured the domain tracking team, and the pursuit by the domain pursuit team will be temporarily suspended. TSK. Seeing another round of game prompts popping up, Fang Heng disdainfully made a sound and rolled his eyes. Currently, although the Death Knight was dead, the ice crystal condensed in his Sea of Consciousness was still there. This thing looked very precarious. According to what the Death Knight said, in the realm of death, the lower powers must submit to the higher powers absolutely. Since the Death Knight can use this crystal to invade his Sea of Consciousness and attempt to erode his will, then other Death Knights can do the same. Even the ones above the Death Knight, like the former owner of the realm of death, Queen Persephone, must also have this capability. When encountering her, could she manipulate him in some way? It will likely come down to a test of strength between the Demon King and Queen Persephone, right? Fang Heng chuckled self-deprecatingly, then shook his head somewhat helplessly. After gaining the power of the dimension's amplification, he really felt a bit swollen. He easily handled the forest of Wanshan, but now, facing the will of these ancient legendary creatures, he felt like he was being taken advantage of. Let's take it step by step. At least Fang Heng now felt that Queen Persephone had been gone for so long, so it shouldn't be a problem. Compared to that, the envy demons within the Sea of Consciousness are more troublesome. At least this wave doesn't seem like a loss. He gained an advancement in the bloodline of death, although it is a version with a significant threat. Additionally, there is the extreme ice dragon of bone seal sealed within the bone altar. This thing was particularly easy to seal within the bone altar. If it were suddenly released, it might have unexpected effects. Thinking about it, Fang Heng raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. The extreme ice bone dragon had flown a long distance when it lost control, and had already left the main city of Catantal. As for what comes next, it's uncertain whether the Divine Atoners will continue the pursuit. It's safer to run away quickly. Fang Heng pursed his lips. Just being made to look like a fool by the Divine Realm and running away like this, he couldn't help but feel a bit disgruntled. How about finding a few isolated people to vent some anger? Squish some soft tomatoes? With that in mind, Fang Heng quickly headed back toward the main city area of Catantal. When leaving the Death Knight's space, he had communicated with Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo, allowing them to escape while the Death Knight was in chaos, and to meet at a secluded location outside the city after everything had settled down. In their current chaotic state, combined with their death god forms, they should be able to escape. No problem. After flying for an hour, Fang Heng returned to the area outside Catantal in bat form where he had arranged to meet Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo. Seeing Fang Heng return, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo breathed a sigh of relief and emerged from their hiding spot behind the corner. Boss Fang, we were worried that something might have happened to you. Indeed. Fang Heng shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. I ran into a bit of trouble, but it's been resolved for now. So, how's the situation now? Well, we've been observing nearby all this time. Some of the Divine Realm people just left, but there are still quite a few remaining. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo had witnessed the rather shocking battle scene just now, and after escaping, they immediately hid here to observe. During that time, they saw dozens of descending rays of light and deduced that some of the judges of the Holy Core had already left. Got it. Fang Heng thought that the departing purifiers should be leaving. By the way, there's one piece of not-so-good news to share with you. Hearing that it was some bad news, Li Shaoqiang's expression tightened. What is it? Boss Fang, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat. Don't scare me. It's about the Death God bloodline and the Ice Crystal Mark. Fang Heng quickly recounted the incident at the critical moment when the Death Knight wanted to occupy his body and suppress his will, and his speculation. After listening, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo exchanged glances, then fell silent. Wow, no wonder the undead faction sealed off the Death Knight. It turns out this guy had set so many deep traps. Total landmine. The two suddenly realized something and couldn't help but turn to look at Fang Heng. Wait a minute, so you're saying Fang Heng's body's strength and talent have reached a point where even the Death Knight envies and wants to occupy? What are you two staring at me for? Nothing. I don't think it's that big of a problem, Li Shaoqiang conceded, shrugging. After all, Queen Persephone and her lackeys are more or less dead. The probability of them coming after us is small. Well, that's true, Li Shaoqiang continued. And logically, our level isn't high. Someone who came from the realm of death like the Death Knight wouldn't even consider someone like us, right? Fang Heng nodded in agreement. It's best you can think like that. So, I have a little favor to ask of you. What? Ha. I mean if we encounter Death Knights or Queen Persephone's lackeys in the future, find a way to notify me so we can figure out a way to deceive them into trying to occupy my body. The two looked at Fang Heng, unable to help but gape. Wow. They suddenly felt that compared to Queen Persephone, Boss Fang was a bit more of a trickster. Fang Heng chuckled happily, feeling quite pleased. The Yin Meifan crack, he was very familiar with that place. Fang Heng couldn't help but lower his head in thought. Unable to find his mentor at the moment, he decided to follow along to the ice prison to see the situation. Just as he was contemplating, a bright red game warning simultaneously appeared on the retinas of the three of them. Warning. Player's current task, Death's KPI has started counting down. Settlement will take place in 30 days. Failure to complete this task will result in severe punishment. Players, beware. Seeing the task prompt, the three fell silent once again. Due to different levels of their death god lineage, the task objectives were also different. Fang Heng's KPI was obviously the most important. As for the matter of chasing souls, they had never done it before, so they couldn't judge how difficult the task would be. Li Xiaoqian and the others turned their gazes towards Fang Heng. Boss Fang, about this task, Fang Heng nodded lightly. He almost forgot. After advancing as the death god, he still had to complete relevant tasks. Fang Heng couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the direction of the city not far away, guiding souls back to the cycle of death in the underworld. It seemed that after completing this monthly KPI, they would have to rely on the people of the God realm. Alright, you to go back to the ice prison first. I'll stay here and see if I can sneak in to take a look. We'll meet at the ice prison later. Li Xiaoqiang furrowed his brows slightly and asked, Boss Fang, are you sneaking in alone? Don't worry, I have a plan. It will be quick. Alright, then we'll go back to the ice prison to gather information. Go ahead. Fang Heng waved his hand, watching as Ten Shuo and the others left, and then his facial features quickly transformed into another appearance. Tip: players use the illusion god's trick skill. The current identity being imitated is a non-aligned character, and does not involve alignment. Since the pursuit from the divine realm had ceased, and he couldn't find the Great Prophecy Book, he could continue to use the power of the artifact to sneak in and take a look. Fang Heng walked towards the shattered main city of Catontul. The city had been affected by the aftermath of the battle with the Ice Dragon, and most of it had been destroyed. The cathedral had occupied the central fortress of the original city and stationed guards at various entrances. Soon, Fang Heng was stopped by guards of the cathedral. I am a believer of the cathedral, and I have important information about the undead that I want to report to the Lord from the God realm in person. The guard at the entrance saw Fang Heng showing the Book of Genesis, confirmed his identity, and stepped aside. Follow me. A guard led Fang Heng into the fortress. Lord Caroline is discussing important matters in the council chamber. Please keep quiet and do not disturb. Soon, they walked down the hallway leading to the council chamber. The door to the council chamber was not closed tightly, and voices could be heard coming from inside. Lord Carolino, the undead camp has already gathered at the ice prison. Regarding, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. This voice sounded familiar. Just as he was thinking, the voice suddenly stopped. The two cathedral guards standing at the door also turned their heads and looked at him. I have urgent news and need to see the Lord from the God realm. Fang Heng quickly adjusted his facial expression, spoke in a deep voice, and said, It's very important and needs to be reported immediately. The two guards frowned, and then a cold voice came from inside the hall. Let him in. Thank you. Fang Heng nodded, stepped into the hall, and saw Norbert reporting to the cleanser from the divine realm at the front of the hall. Almost as soon as he saw Norbert, Fang Heng understood everything. Well, it was you, kid. No wonder it's so coincidental. So it was a trap from the beginning when I saw Norbert. It was a clever move to have an undercover agent in the cathedral. Fang Heng was already thinking about how to retaliate fiercely in his mind, but his face remained calm. He approached, bowed respectfully, and said, Greetings, envoy of the God realm, I am. Fang Heng paused, and with a humble expression, he continued, You may call me Baimu. Carolina sat at the desk and felt the divine aura emanating from Fang Heng, with a touch of astonishment in her tone. I didn't expect to see a follower of the holy light in this place. Why are you so eager to find me? Is there something urgent that needs to be reported? Fang Heng gathered himself and said, Are the envoys from the divine realm here to search for Fang Heng? I have information about Fang Heng. Carolina's pupil suddenly contracted as she asked, Speak. Fang Heng has hidden alone in the ice prison and is currently seriously injured. Carolina's eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded in contemplation. Norbert also turned his gaze towards Baimu, who was actually Fang Heng in disguise, feeling somewhat puzzled. How could someone from the cathedral camp dare to stay in Punuos? And I've never heard of this person before. Norbert thought for a moment and continued, Lord Carolino, I will go to the ice prison to investigate. Norbert, you may not be suitable for this assignment. Fang Heng shook his head, looked at Norbert, and advised, To federal scholars of the Ened are rushing to the ice prison. Once it's known that you now believe in the holy light, the news will quickly spread throughout the ice prison. Norbert's face immediately darkened. The identity had been exposed. This was bad. He thought he had executed everything flawlessly and could continue to infiltrate the Undead camp. But now there was a problem. Looking back at the whole process, Norbert felt he had done nothing wrong. Yet here he was, exposed. There was nothing he could do but admit that the enemy was too cunning. Norbert sighed deeply with a sense of powerlessness. Fang Heng quickly concealed his divine aura and transformed it into a natural force, nodding. Lord Carolina, I can try to infiltrate the Undead camp to gather some information, but I may not gain the camp's full trust. I'll have to operate on the periphery and won't be able to get close to the core intelligence or accurately pinpoint Fang Heng's location. Norbert, deliver this letter to Archbishop Wu of the Holy Light Cathedral, then follow Archbishop Wu's orders in everything. Yes. Norbert respectfully took the envelope from the hands of the Domain Knight. Bamboo. Fang Heng nodded slightly, taking a step forward. Yes. Norbert has a different identity and may encounter some trouble delivering the letter. You accompany him on the journey. Okay. Hint. Player triggers mission. Exchange of letters. Mission name. Exchange of letters. Mission difficulty. F. Mission requirements. Accompany Norbert and deliver Carolina's handwritten letter to Archbishop Wu of the Holy Light Cathedral. Mission rewards. Favorability. Prestige of the Holy Court faction. Fang Heng looked at the mission and immediately began to ponder. Originally thinking of investigating the next move of the domain and finding a way to lure them into the ice prison to trap them, he unexpectedly got involved in a mission from the Holy Court faction. Carolina lightly waved her hand forward, and a dark golden spatial teleportation gate floated in front of the two. Don't delay. Go and come back quickly. Yes. Norbert respectfully took back the envelope, glanced at Fang Heng behind him, nodded slightly, and stepped into the teleportation gate. Fang Heng immediately followed. Hint. Player enters the advanced game world, Land of Radiance. Upon stepping into the teleportation gate, Fang Heng's field of vision gradually calmed down. Fang Heng felt himself bathed in the warm sunlight. The Land of Radiance, one of the main strongholds of the High Court faction's advanced game world. Although Norbert had secretly joined the High Court, he studied necromancy and felt somewhat uncomfortable in this environment. Let's go. Find the Holy Light Cathedral to deliver the letter. Caroline opened a designated teleportation channel, so after the teleportation, the group appeared directly in the city where the cathedral was located at the center. The people living in the city were all followers of the Holy Court, and Norbert casually asked someone for directions. It's that way. The young man pointed into the distance, indicating the tall building standing in the center of the city. That is the sacred cathedral. Today is Sunday. Many worshippers come to pray. You two don't look like locals, coming from outside for worship, right? You're late today. It's already too late to go. I advise you to come next time. We understand. Thank you. Norbert didn't have time to listen further, just responded casually and quickly ushered his companion to leave. Let's go. Soon, Fang Heng and the group hurried to the entrance of the cathedral. The Holy Light Cathedral was located in the center of the city and occupied an area equivalent to half a football field. Even so, the worshippers queuing to enter the cathedral for worship had circled around the outside of the church several times. This way. Norbert led Fang Heng to an interior passage and stopped in front of two senior Holy Court guards at the entrance. We have been entrusted by the cleanser Carolina to personally deliver an urgent letter to Archbishop Wu. Norbert handed over the envelope. This is the letter, and we need to deliver it to Archbishop Wu personally. The two senior Holy Court guards at the entrance took the letter and checked it back and forth, but did not step aside. Clearly, they harbored doubts about Norbert's identity. Unable to wash away the necromantic aura on Norbert, everyone's gaze towards Norbert and his companion was full of undisguised suspicion. Fang Heng asked softly, "Didn't Lady Carolina provide any proof to show?" No. Norbert felt somewhat irritated, thinking why the bow wasn't there at the time. Fang Heng raised his hand, showed the Book of Beginnings to the guards, then turned to Norbert and asked quietly, "They have the least hostility towards me. Should I go in alone to deliver the letter?" Norbert didn't say anything, hesitated for a moment, and gently shook his head. Fang Heng's background wasn't clear, and he couldn't trust him completely. Fang Heng noticed the lack of trust in Norbert's eyes, shrugged, and obediently kept quiet. He was curious about what was written in the letter. Unfortunately, Norbert had been keeping the letter to himself all along, and he didn't even have a chance to touch it. After some negotiations, the guards eventually relented after reporting, and led Norbert and his group into the Holy Light Cathedral. In a resting room near the entrance, they were told that the captain of the guard would be notified. Although they were told to rest, several Holy Court guards remained outside the door of the resting room on guard duty. Norbert and his group became increasingly anxious as they waited. A cleanser from the domain could only stay in Prognoz for 24 hours, and if the mission couldn't be completed within that time, the cleansers could leave back to the domain. But what about him? What would he do? If the mission failed, not only would he receive no benefits promised by the High Court, he would also have trouble staying on the necromancy side. Everything would be ruined. Norbert had no way out now. Fang Heng kept glancing at Norbert. He had been deceived by Norbert back in the Death Knight space. It was time for revenge. Let's start with this delivery mission. Norbert, waiting like this isn't a solution. They have the least hostility towards me. I'll try to communicate with them. Norbert didn't fully trust Fang Heng and didn't want him to cause trouble, but now it seemed there was no other way, so he could only let Fang Heng try. What if it worked out? All right, be careful. Fang Heng stood up and walked towards the door. The door creaked open. The two Holy Court guards outside the door looked at Fang Heng as he walked out of the wooden door. Ha ha. It's okay. It was a bit stuffy inside, so I wanted to come out for some fresh air. You don't need to mind me, you can continue. Fang Heng paid no attention to the guard's looks, just waved his hand with a smile. After waiting at the door for a full 2 minutes, Fang Heng turned around and returned to the room. But this time, he held a Hellfire Phylactery's third eye in the palm of his hand behind his back. Meanwhile, the Eye of Omniscience emerged in his right eye's pupil. This is a letter. Task item. Envelope explanation. Fang Heng took the letter from Norbert's hand and quickly inspected it. The envelope bore the unique seal of the Holy Court, but with his current abilities, he could easily open it. It would be troublesome to restore it again. There was a high probability that it would be discovered that it had been opened before, but it didn't matter. A faint light appeared in Fang Heng's palm as he quickly broke the seal, then opened the envelope in front of everyone and began reading the letter. The contents of the letter were actually very simple. The Purifier Carolina hoped to borrow a relic from the High Bishop to deal with the soul of the Frostbone Dragon. The Frostbone Dragon was powerful, but it was ultimately just a pure soul, so the Holy Court had a way to deal with it. Carolina was quite wary of the Frostbone Dragon, so she planned to borrow a targeted relic before taking action. However, as Fang Heng read the last 2 paragraphs, he furrowed his brows. Carolina was worried that Fang Heng had been lingering in the depths of the ice prison for too long. In order to solve the severe cold in the ice prison, they wanted to borrow another relic named a Warm Sun Gem from the High Bishop. Interesting. Fang Heng nodded inwardly. It had to be said that Carolina's preparations were quite adequate. If she really obtained the Warm Sun Gem, there would be quite a bit of trouble. Unfortunately, he intercepted it. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and used his mental power to erase the final paragraph. Norbert and the others' eyes once again became glazed. In their eyes, they only saw the bishop's assistant inspecting the letter back and forth, not knowing what he was looking for. As the Hellfire Lamb compound I was about to fail, Fang Heng quickly restored the letter, resealed it, and returned it to Norbert. I understand. I will report to the captain of the guards, and he will return soon. Without waiting for Norbert's reaction, Fang Heng left the rest area again. As he walked out of the room, Fang Heng saw 2 guards outside looking at him inquisitively. He waved his hand, smiling as he explained, "Don't mind me, I just came out to catch my breath." Norbert had been left in the room for over half an hour. It felt more like imprisonment. His patience was running thin, and the captain of the guards responsible for the entire Holy Light Cathedral finally hurried over with a group of people. The High Bishop still has important matters to attend to. Please wait. He will be back soon after he concludes his business. Wait. They were really going to make them go through all these checks as if they were fools. Norbert had already endured numerous checks on his way here and was feeling quite irritated. For the mission's sake, he kept his temper in check and said solemnly, "Please make it quick. This is an urgent mission from the Divine Realm. Haven't you received any notifications? We have already reported to Assistant Mona. She will arrange for you to meet as soon as possible. It's the bishop. I need you to report to the bishop immediately. Don't worry, you will see the bishop soon," the captain of the guards said coldly. He also harbored suspicions about Norbert and his group of unknown origin, especially the undead aura emanating from them. It was glaringly obvious. Fang Heng was not at all anxious. After waiting a few more minutes, he suddenly had an idea and asked one of the guards, "Excuse me, can I go out and take a look? I have long admired the Holy Light Cathedral, and now that I finally have the chance to come, can I pray inside the cathedral? This has always been my dream." Of course. The captain of the guards looked at Fang Heng's devout expression and nodded in satisfaction, stepping aside. Among all the people present, Fang Heng was the most pleasing to the eye. In their view, he looked the most like a messenger delivering a divine message. Norbert couldn't help but furrow his brows and whispered, "Bao Mu, what are you doing?" "Nothing much. Just going to pray. It's my first time here. As a follower of the Holy Court, it's an honor to be able to pray in the Holy Light Cathedral." Norbert couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, honor it is. Are you here to do the mission, or seek honor? Are you getting too immersed in the role?" Norbert could only say, "Don't dawdle. We need to leave as soon as we meet the High Bishop." "Of course, no problem." Fang Heng smiled inwardly, and with a glance at the Sage King's crown in his backpack, he left the side hall. The captain of the guards watched Fang Heng go to the outer hall to pray, signaled for one of his men to follow, then turned to Norbert and the others with undisguised suspicion in his tone. "As followers of the Holy Light, coming to the Holy Light Cathedral, but never thinking of praying, I really doubt your identities." Damn. Now that Norbert and his companions heard this, they felt like they were about to explode in anger. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute the accusation. The seed of suspicion had been planted from the beginning. Under Fang Heng's unintentional actions, it was now taking root and sprouting. Norbert was furious, but knew that arguing now would be futile. He simply closed his mouth. After all, once they met the High Bishop, everything would be revealed, and there was no point in wasting words on the guards. The captain of the guards smirked. He saw through every change in Norbert's expression. To him, this was the ineffectual rage of someone whose act had been exposed. Meanwhile, under the covert watch of one of the Holy Court guards, Fang Heng made his way to the main hall. Coincidentally, it was a day of prayer. A large number of believers had gathered in the main hall, praying devoutly. Fang Heng had taken an internal passage, otherwise, there would have been a long queue outside that he wouldn't be able to enter. A divine light radiated from the central statue in the hall. Amidst the prayers of the worshippers, the light gradually dissipated, forming scattered stars that fell upon the believers. Fang Heng found a good spot, directly facing the statue. "Let's go. Prayer is fake. Seizing the opportunity to complete the mission is real." With a flick of his wrist, the Sage King's crown appeared in his palm. The crown emitted a faint light. Fang Heng closed his eyes and focused on his prayer. In the next moment, as if resonating, the golden starlights in the hall immediately gathered towards Fang Heng. What's happening?" The worshippers immediately noticed the situation on Fang Heng and turned their gazes in his direction. Almost in an instant, a large number of sacred lights converged on Fang Heng, and at the same time, the Sage King's crown in his hand rapidly disintegrated, turning into twinkling points of light that merged into Fang Heng's body. Hint: player triggered the mission trial and assessment of the Sage King's advancement. Mission name: Trial and Assessment of the Sage King's Advancement. Fang Heng quickly read through the task instructions carefully, his brow furrowed. The bloodline of the Sage Court. It looks very similar to the bloodline of the Undead Reapers. Undoubtedly, advancing the bloodline in the Sage Court is more difficult. The first hurdle is the mandatory conditions. He has not reached the level of a master in divine studies yet. To elevate his academic rank, he needs to find another way. Comparatively, advancing in academic rank is considered simple. Then he needs to figure out how to raise the Temple of Zeus to SS level, as well as gather at least 5,000 followers to absorb the power of faith. These tasks can be tackled slowly. As for the final step, finding and sacrificing an S-rank demonic creature, that seems too difficult. It's giving him a headache just thinking about it. He can only take it one step at a time. As Fang Heng thought about this, he slowly opened his eyes and suddenly felt a movement in his heart. At that moment in the grand hall, everyone's gaze was fixed on him. What's going on? Fang Heng then realized that the divine light beams were shining only on him in the hall. Due to the effect of the crown of the sage, continuous ripples of divine power were emanating from him. The followers gathered around him, kneeling in prayer. Even the chief guard, who had just seen him, received the news and hurried over with a few guards to check. When he saw Fang Heng, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Did he misjudge him? He didn't expect this kid to be favored by the divine. Sir, several guards walked through the crowd to Fang Heng and bowed, Bishop Will would like to see you if it's convenient. What good news is this? Fang Heng glanced at the guards, pondered for a moment, and nodded. All right. Since the advanced task has been triggered, there is no point in staying any longer. By the way, my companions, their identities have not been confirmed yet. I will have them wait outside the door for now. All right. Soon. Under the guidance of the guards, Fang Heng entered Bishop Will's resting chamber. The Archbishop Will stood up from his chair to greet him, wearing a gentle smile as he looked at Fang Heng. Baimu, the Holy Light Cathedral has not seen a divine favored in a long time. It's our cathedral's honor. Divine favored. Fang Heng muttered to himself. This is the second time he has heard this name. What does it mean? It doesn't matter. As this thought crossed his mind quickly, he continued to nod and said, Bishop Will, I am here this time on behalf of Lady Carolina, the purifier of the divine realm, to deliver a letter to you. Yes, I just heard from the guards. But I am curious, why is the letter not in your hands, but entrusted to an outsider who studies the undead? My chief guard told me they seemed very suspicious. Fang Heng chuckled inwardly. The reason he was able to participate in this task was because Norbert and his group were studying the undead. It's normal for them to be suspected. After all, who told them they were not spies? I am not sure about that. The situation was urgent. Lady Carolina handed the letter to them to help deliver it through the investigation of the undead, using their powers. But Fang Heng paused, frowned, and continued. When departing, Lady Carolina did indeed remind me to be careful. I knew it. The chief guard beside them showed a I knew it expression. Bishop, I thought they were suspicious when I saw them. I'll go bring them here. All right. Things are not clear yet. Control your temper. Chief guard. Yes. Soon. Norbert and his two companions were led by the chief guard into the room. When they were in the room before, they heard noisy sounds outside. Not knowing what was happening, the chief guard left hastily, and later they were brought here. Anyway, Norbert and his companions were still confused. They found it even more strange why Baimu arrived here before them. Wasn't he going to pray? Norbert glanced at White Cloth for an answer to his doubts, but unfortunately, he did not respond. Norbert suppressed his suspicions and handed the letter to the chief guard, reporting to Archbishop Will. Archbishop, Lady Carolina, the purifier of the divine realm, has sent me to deliver this letter to you. Please accept it. Archbishop Will took the letter from the chief guard and frowned as he inspected it. There were traces of it being opened. An ordinary person might not notice, but they could discern it at a glance. Archbishop Will did not immediately read the letter but raised his head to ask, Did you encounter any trouble on the way? May the light guide us. We were lucky on our journey. What? You mean the letter has been in your possession the entire time? It was not taken by outsiders. Yes, we escorted the letter all the way, and no one else touched it. Listening to Archbishop Will's questions, Norbert felt something was amiss. Why was he asking this? Is this a difficult question to answer? No. No. Norbert nodded. Apart from your guards checking it, no one else touched it along the way. Very good. You were careful. Lady Carolina did not choose the wrong person. Archbishop Will praised with a nod and slowly opened a sealed envelope, casually asking, Do you know what is written in the letter? Lady Carolina instructed me to deliver the letter to you personally. Without her permission, I dare not open it to look. Very well. Meanwhile, Archbishop Will started reading the letter carefully. As he reached the final paragraph, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he slowly put down the envelope and asked, Did Lady Carolina mention anything else? No. Lady Carolina instructed me to deliver the letter personally to you. I will follow your arrangements after that. Archbishop Will's expression became serious, and he said, in a deep voice, Take them down and question them rigorously. Yes. The chief guard smirked inwardly and immediately took the 3 members of Norbert's group away for interrogation. Norbert was greatly surprised. What's going on? He never expected Archbishop Will to turn hostile after reading the letter. He immediately shouted, Archbishop Will, there must be a misunderstanding. Congratulations on guessing correctly. They did indeed erase a portion of the content on the letter. Fortunately, their method of erasing traces was not subtle enough. I have already used my mental power to restore the text information. Fang Heng's heart sank. Damn it, the God's realm actually has such methods. Bishop Will shook his head and said, Luckily, we were prepared and discovered issues with a few individuals beforehand. Baiku, I have 2 items that need to be delivered to Lady Carolina. I have already sent someone to retrieve them. Since we cannot access Panosia's teleportation channel, we'll need to trouble you to make another trip. I will do my best to fulfill my duty. Fang Heng nodded in response. The so-called items are probably the 2 sacred artifacts borrowed by Lady Carolina from Bishop Will. Otherwise, why not just disappear with the 2 sacred artifacts? After a short wait, 2 guards entered the resting room with a wooden box about a meter long and placed it in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng respectfully picked up the wooden box from the tray and weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. Item. Token from the Sacred Court description. This item is a task item protected by a sacred seal. Forcibly breaking the seal is highly likely to damage the item. Tipped. Players complete the task of delivering and receiving letters, triggering the next stage of the task. Escorting the token. Task name. Escort the token. Task difficulty. F. Task requirements. Please deliver Bishop Will's token item to Lady Carolina. Task rewards. Sacred Court reputation. Lady Carolina's favorability. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and said, Bishop Will, the situation in Panosia is urgent. I will now return with the token. Go ahead. Send my regards to Lady Carolina. Will raised his hand and commanded, escort Mr. Baiku back. Yes, thank you. Fang Heng nodded and carried the wooden box on his back, following the guards out of the resting room. So, next, Fang Heng followed the guards to the teleportation point while quickly thinking. The 2 sacred artifacts are sealed. Forcibly destroying them would damage the seal, so keeping them would not be of much use. Why not return them as task items to Lady Carolina? Continue to fish with a long line. Norbert and the others are trapped. The Sacred Court has lost its intelligence. Perhaps Lady Carolina can trust him, and who knows what tasks he could benefit from betraying the Sacred Court. Moreover, Fang Heng himself is well aware. The Ice Dragon of the Bone Dragon has already been sealed in the Bone Spirit Shrine, at least for now, unable to help in battle. The difference between having the sacred artifacts on the Sacred Core side is not significant. As for the Warm Sunstone, it is indeed a huge threat, but Fang Heng quickly came up with an idea. Thank you. You can leave it here. I can take care of the rest myself. Leaving the Cathedral of Light, Fang Heng did not continue to be escorted by the church guards. After parting ways with the guards, he quickly walked alone to a deserted corner of the city. Snap. Opening his hand, the Book of Vows appeared. Energy absorption. With the wave emanating from the Book of Vows, faint golden light dots overflowed from the wooden box, quickly merging into the Book of Vows. Let me absorb about half of you. Panosia. With a flash of light, Fang Heng once again returned to the hole, opening his eyes. Lady Carolina was still sitting behind the desk. Why are you alone? Where are Norbert and the others? How did things go? Lady Carolina, there was a small issue during the delivery of the message. Fang Heng roughly explained the pre-prepared excuse. Norbert and the others opened the letter privately and attempted to seize the sacred artifacts. Fortunately, Bishop Will discovered it and intercepted them. Currently, Norbert and the others have been detained by the Cathedral of Light. Fang Heng said, and handed the wooden box to the Divine Realm Guard nearby. Hearing this, Lady Carolina frowned. Norbert and the others have a problem. She was somewhat uncertain. Upon careful consideration, Fang Heng did indeed evade the pursuit of the Judgment Knight with the power of the Death Knight's space before. Could all this be related to Norbert? Perhaps there is some possibility. Thinking it over, Lady Carolina took the wooden box from the guard. Upon confirmation, there were no traces of it being opened. Lady Caroline opened the box and touched the staff and the warm sunstone stored inside. How could it be? The power of the staff has been significantly weakened. It can still be used, but the effect has been greatly reduced. It would take some time to restore it. As for the warm sunstone, Lady Carolina could clearly feel that a significant portion of the stone's power had been weakened. Carefully, Fang Heng asked, Lady Carolina, does it affect you? Lady Carolina put down the sacred objects at hand and said, it doesn't affect much. With the help of the sacred artifacts, we now have the means to deal with the Ice Dragon of the Bone Dragon. Since Norbert is currently unable to help, let me accompany you to investigate Fang Heng's whereabouts in the area of the Ice Prison. I will follow later with my people. Yes, my lady. Fang Heng immediately nodded in agreement. Tipped. Upon completing the task of escorting the token, the player gains 500 favorability with Lady Carolina and 5,000 Sacred Core prestige. Tip. The player has triggered the current task. Investigate Fang Heng's whereabouts. Task name: investigate Fang Heng's whereabouts. Task difficulty: as task description. The Divine Realm is currently hunting Fang Heng, and there is news that he is staying in the ice prison. Please go to the ice prison to investigate any clues about Fang Heng. Task requirements: find clues about Fang Heng's whereabouts. Task rewards: Sacred Core reputation, Lady Carolina's favorability. Seeing the task prompt, Fang Heng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Investigating myself. Quite amusing. In the peripheral areas of the ice prison, many players gathered. Various and Ned forces in Panhwa also hurried to gather. The atmosphere was tense. The purification enforcers of the Divine Realm came aggressively and had already completely destroyed the Tower of the White Bones. Although the sudden appearance of the Ice Dragon of the Bone Dragon gave players a shot in the arm, it was short-lived. Soon, news spread that the Ice Dragon of the Bone Dragon had completely disappeared. The Divine Realm had completely occupied the main city of Panhwa, Kartanther. How's the situation? Pretty bad. Li Shaoqiang started with bad news. Lord Honlo said that he already knows about the crisis in Panhwa. He still insists on preventing players from entering the depths of the ice prison. He also does not intend to hold the ice prison with the major forces. It seems like he is preparing to deal with the Divine Realm alone. Is that so? Fang Heng rubbed his chin, feeling a bit unusual. Shouldn't they unite all forces to resist the Divine Realm? That's what they say. But I don't think Lord Honlo is as simple as he appears on the surface. He may have other plans. Tan Shuo looked at Fang Heng and asked, "Any new developments on your end?" "Well, as far as I know, the people from the Divine Realm have managed to obtain two sacred artifacts, one to deal with the Ice Skeleton Dragon, and the other to invade the ice prison." Fang Heng paused and added, "Furthermore, this time the Divine Realm's target in Panhwa is me, so they will definitely come after me." Tough situation. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo looked at each other in silence. It was strange. How did Fang Heng offend the Sacred Court to the extent that the Divine Realm would go to such lengths to attack him? Unfortunately, they could only take it step by step for now. Let's go inquire about the situation with Lord Honlo." In fact, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo had just tried to visit Lord Honlo. The guards at the door said that the Lord was not seeing anyone and advised them to leave quickly to avoid being affected. This time, with Fang Heng leading the way, the treatment was significantly different. The guards outside the fortress immediately led Fang Heng inside to meet the Lord. Lord Honlo and Fang Heng were considered old friends. Initially, Fang Heng had helped find the Honlo family crest. Later, Fang Heng had been staying in the ice prison to study, and Ned Magic and had received help from Honlo, completing many tasks related to the ice fortress, so they had become quite familiar. Under the escort of the guards, the three entered the lounge. When they first saw Lord Honlo, he was still sitting on a reclining chair reading a book, looking very relaxed. This gave Li Shaoqiang a glimmer of hope. The Divine Realm was at their doorstep, yet he remained so calm. Did the Lord have some other plan up his sleeve? "Fang Heng, you're still here?" Lord Honlo was also a bit surprised to see Fang Heng. He put down his book and asked, "I thought you had already left Panhwa. Why are you still here?" The seal that the Divine Realm had placed on Panhwa only applied to most players, and Lord Honlo believed that with Fang Heng's spatial abilities, finding a way out would not be difficult. Fang Heng smiled. "You also left, didn't you, my lord?" "I am different." Lord Honlo shook his head. For generations, the Honlo family has been responsible for guarding the ice prison. If I leave, what will happen to the ice prison? I heard that you refuse the assistance of players and major forces. Are you planning to handle this on your own? Protect the ice prison alone? The power gap between the Divine Realm and us is huge. If they really come for the ice prison, we won't be able to resist, even with the addition of players and major forces. The more people there are, the more sacrifices there will be, which is unnecessary. If non-essential personnel disperse, the ice prison will not be so conspicuous. Maybe it can still be preserved, and when the undead camp comes to their senses in a few days, they will naturally intervene to rescue. Lord Honlo had thought it over clearly, and there was nothing to hide from Fang Heng, so he laid out his plan completely. It was a fight they couldn't win. He didn't even want to fight. If the target of the Divine Realm is the ice prison, then I will retreat with my personal guards to the depths of the ice prison when the time comes. With our knowledge of the ice prison, our limit should be able to reach the Yin Veins area. If the Sacred Court continues to pursue, A flash of killing intent passed through Lord Honla's eyes. I will break all the seals of the ice prison and defend it. At that time, even the divine realm will suffer greatly. Fang Heng and the others fell silent. My goodness, Lord Honlo is prepared to go down with the ship. More precisely, if they follow the plan, Lord Honlo will definitely die in the ice prison, while the divine realm is not guaranteed. Therefore, for Lord Honlo, other players and forces will only be burdens. Driven by the thought of protecting them, expelling players and major forces was a form of protection for them. As for being criticized by players, Lord Honlo had never cared. Li Shaoqian couldn't help but admire. Lord has great righteousness. Fang Heng shrugged and said, you don't have to think of it so bleakly. Perhaps we still have a chance in battle? Lord Honlo looked at Fang Heng with surprise. What do you mean? I have confirmed that the divine realm is on their way to the ice prison, and their target is solely me. Furthermore, I have a way to deal with the divine realm, but I need your help. Their target is you. Lord Honlo looked at Fang Heng in disbelief. It had taken great effort for the divine realm to enter Punhuos, which would upset the balance between the undead and sacred court. In recent years, the undead camp as a whole had been extremely dissatisfied with the sacred court. All had been suppressed by the upper echelons of the Central Council of the Undead. Now the sacred court was actively attacking Punhuos, and it was likely that the Central Council would no longer keep them in check, unless the sacred court was willing to pay some equivalent price to appease the resentment of the undead camp. And had the sacred court done so much, just for Fang Heng? Lord Honlo asked, what have you done to the sacred court? Fang Heng replied, quite a lot. The divine realm knights had arrived more than 10 minutes ago, spreading out in the surrounding areas on alert. Soon, Fang Heng saw the purifiers who followed closely behind. Lady Carolina, Fang Heng hurriedly approached and reported, I have just entered the frozen fortress to investigate. It is confirmed that Fang Heng had recently entered the frozen dungeon to evade, probably wanting to use the unique environment of the frozen dungeon to hinder your pursuit. Upon hearing this, Carolina looked up at the large fortress built in the distant city and asked, is the information reliable? Very certain. There can be no mistake, the knight captain reported. The several scouting teams I sent out have already returned, and according to the information gathered, the guards outside the frozen dungeon are currently very lax. Doubt flashed in Carolina's eyes. Have the undead given up? It is also possible. After all, the main city of Prunos, Katanser, has already fallen. Nearby, another sentinel of the heavenly court hurried over and knelt down to report, Lady Carolina, we have just made contact with the divine realm. The sacred judicator Ocni has returned to the divine realm and is out of danger. Furthermore, the divine realm has confirmed that Fang Heng is still in Prunos. However, due to certain special forces, the divine realm's current tracking of Fang Heng is very vague. The approximate range given by the divine realm is very large, but it can be confirmed that the frozen dungeon is within the divine realm's limited area. Carolina nodded lightly. It seems that the intelligence provided by Bamu is very reliable. Fang Heng listened on the side, maintaining a poker face, but cursing silently in his heart. The divine realm's tracking of him was really troublesome. Thankfully, there is the protection of divine artifacts, which can greatly weaken the impact. Thinking for a moment, Fang Heng continued, Lady Carolina, as far as I know, the Lord of the Frozen Fortress, Honlo, has already dispersed all the players and major forces heading to the fortress. It seems that he is not willing to get involved in the invasion of Prunos by the divine realm. In addition, the defense of the Frozen Fortress is currently very weak, almost making it an empty city. Have they given up? Carolina whispered to herself. Indeed, with their grand arrival this time, the undead faction must have already received wind of it. The Lord Honlo probably felt he couldn't resist, so he simply left. It makes sense. Fang Heng is also very clever, knowing that the ominous aura of the frozen dungeon can have a great impact on them, deliberately hiding deep in the frozen fortress. So what? Do they think they can escape like this? Walter, lead the troops to occupy the frozen fortress, while the others join me in entering the frozen dungeon to continue tracking Fang Heng's whereabouts. Yes. With limited time, Carolina immediately divided her forces, leading some to investigate the outskirts of the frozen dungeon. They took the bait. Fang Heng watched as Carolina led the majority of the troops into the outskirts of the frozen dungeon, muttering to himself, and immediately followed. With the original seal that blocked the sinister aura of the frozen dungeon and the sacred greatsword being taken away, the chilling atmosphere in the frozen dungeon was now even more intense than the first time they enter. The frost mixed with the breath of death continuously assaulted the Divine Realm team. Even with their divine shields open, the team was greatly affected. Carolina spread out her hands, and a warm light instantly dispersed the surrounding cold. Fang Heng couldn't help but look at the light, the warmth gem. The power contained within the gem had been greatly extracted by the Book of Oaths, so theoretically, its effect should not be so good, and it should only be able to maintain its effect for a very short period before completely losing its power. Strange. It seemed that the power within the warmth gem was stronger than when he handed it over to Carolina last time. It was very likely that Carolina had used some means to temporarily restore part of the gem's power. This was troublesome. Carolina signaled 3 Divine Realm purifiers to guard the gem together, congregating in the middle of the team. It is worth noting that Carolina had foreseen that the terrain inside the frozen dungeon would be rugged and narrow, so she only brought a team of over 100 members, half from the Divine Realm Knights and half from the Divine Realm Purifiers. The remaining Divine Realm Knights were led by Walter to launch a full-scale attack on the frozen fortress. After clearing the frozen fortress entirely, Walter would lead the team to guard the exit of the frozen dungeon to prevent Fang Heng from finding another opportunity to escape. In order to capture Fang Heng, Carolina was constantly considering and trying to plug any possible loopholes. For safety's sake, even the restraining warmth gem of the frozen dungeon was borrowed from Archbishop Wu. The team continued onward. Fang Heng's gaze lingered on the warmth gem in the team for a moment, pretending to be unable to bear the cold, and edged closer to the gem. A gem of divine attribute, emitting gentle light to dispel the cold. Fang Heng squinted his eyes, pondering. He had to quickly figure out a way to deal with it, or it would be a big problem. As they delved deeper into the frozen dungeon, the frost skeletons began to regenerate. They were attracted by the power of the holy light, swaying unsteadily closer. Carolina showed no intention of slowing down and continued forward. The frost skeletons in the frozen dungeon were considered peak in the mid-tier gaming world, but they seemed inadequate when facing the Divine Realm. Several divine punishments from the purifiers were thrown, and the skeletons exploded one by one. The team practically pushed forward effortlessly. As the team gradually advanced, the cold air around them grew even colder. Fang Heng's heart suddenly stirred, realizing that his ability to bear the cold had significantly improved. Strange. Just yesterday, while practicing in the frozen dungeon area, he could clearly sense a strong frosty aura. But now, as he entered here again, why did he completely feel the absence of that icy sensation? What's going on? What could be different between the 2 times, right? It's the ice crystal. Fang Heng suddenly realized that this was highly likely related to the imprint of the Ice Crystal Queen in his sea of consciousness. Thinking carefully, based on the information obtained from the Merc book, the source of the sinister aura was the dead end, and likewise, the sinister aura was a double attribute of frost and the undead. Yes, and during the severe cold of the icy prison, everyone slowly explored towards the depths of the icy prison. The temperature dropped even further. Fang Heng listened to the knight's report and knew it was almost time for him to take action. But before that, he needed to deal with the sunstone first. Pretending to be unable to withstand the extreme cold, Fang Heng approached the central sunstone, where the 3 Sin Purgers were guarding it. At first, the Sin Purgers didn't pay much attention as they saw Fang Heng approaching. After all, in their eyes, Fang Heng was just an ordinary believer with limited abilities, making it difficult for him to resist the invasion of the icy prison's aura. Noticing the Sin Purgers had no reaction, Fang Heng became even bolder and stood right beside the sunstone. So cold. Fang Heng sighed falsely, carefully observing the expressions of the Purgers, then reached out his hand to gently touch the sunstone. Hey, believer, don't touch it. One of the Sin Purgers called out, stopping him. Sorry, I'm just so cold. Fang Heng recoiled his hand, shivering and apologizing continuously. The Sin Purgers glanced at Fang Heng and warned in a stern voice, you can stay nearby, but don't touch it. Okay. Fang Heng abandoned the idea of directly touching the sunstone and took a few steps closer. Since he couldn't touch it directly, he had to come up with another plan. Got it. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and immediately had another idea. Fang Heng activated his mental power, transmitted it through the crystal ice in his consciousness, and enveloped the sunstone. Huh. The Sin Purger's closer to Fang Heng suddenly sensed a cold aura emerging and looked around in confusion. Where did it come from? Was it invading from outside? Before they could investigate further, the Sunstone emitted a mild power wave that melted the cold aura. The Sin Purgers furrowed their brows but found nothing abnormal, so they refocused on being vigilant against the undead creatures outside. Great. It worked. Fang Heng was delighted to see the effect and proceeded to infuse the Sunstone with his aura to activate its power. The stone appeared normal on the outside, but Fang Heng knew the power within was rapidly diminishing. The team continued to move slowly until they reached the deep area near the yin vein. By this time, the external cold had reached an extreme low. Fang Heng saw that it was about time. Shivering, he walked over to Carolina and said, "Lady Carolina, the information I received earlier said that as we delve deeper into the cave, we will be approaching the source of the yin vein, where Fang Heng is likely hiding inside." Carolina murmured, carefully examining the area inside the cave. "Lady Carolina, it's too cold here. I can't endure it anymore." "You've worked hard. Go ahead. I'll have someone escort you back to the ice fortress," Carolina replied without suspicion. It was already quite difficult for an ordinary believer to make it this far under the team's escort. "Thank you, my lady." Fang Heng expressed his gratitude and left under the protection of the two domain knights. Hint: player completes the mission. Guide of the Icy Prison. Hint: player's current mission evaluation is C. Player gains Carolina's favor. Player gains 4,000 points of Divine Core prestige. As Fang Heng and the two domain knights moved away from the main group, game prompts rapidly appeared in his field of vision. Hehe. Done for the day. Fang Heng licked his lips slightly. Suddenly, what? The two domain knights escorting Fang Heng felt a chill emanating from him. In the next moment, Fang Heng's body twisted in a bizarre manner in midair, forming a dark vortex. Suddenly, a black shadow of a Reaper emerged from the vortex. It was right in front of them. The black side swiped past in the air. Doom. The outer protective shield of the two domain knights exploded instantly, sending them flying to both sides. In a flash, Fang Heng's figure disappeared in midair, reappearing behind the domain knights. He struck with the scythe once more. Pursuit. Doom. In actual combat, Fang Heng gained a clearer understanding of the skill Death Reaper scythe. There was one advantage he almost overlooked. The Death Reaper scythe was a skill with no cooldown. Each attack could carry a high amount of mental damage, coupled with the blinking effect in the first phase. With sufficient mental power and agility attributes, the skill could be used continuously without interruption. The effect was explosive. Fang Heng's figure flickered continuously around the domain knights. His strikes shattered the outer defensive barriers of the domain knights, leaving a blood stain on their necks. The domain knight's pupils were covered in a deathly gray shade. Death Reaper. The other knight was shocked to see this, drawing his sacred knight's sword, but before he could act, Fang Heng's figure had vanished in midair, appearing behind the knight. Another blink. The black side slashed in the air once more. The Reaper's form kept appearing around the domain knights. In less than half a minute, the second knight's protective shield shattered under the attacks of the Death Reaper scythe, finally falling under Fang Heng's deadly assaults. Hint: player kills two domain guardian knights. Player gains a tier 3 brilliant crystal. Death Eyes. Fang Heng's eyes were instantly shrouded in a deathly gray hue. His vision turned black and white in an instant. In midair, the two domain knight souls floated visibly. The two soul bodies were being pulled by a special force towards a dim sacred spatial point in the sky. They were encased in a layer of divine shield. Previously, intercepting these two souls required continuous attacks using undead abilities to wear down the outer shield. It was quite troublesome. Humph. Stay put. Fang Heng raised his hand towards the two domain knight soul bodies. He tightly grasped them, a skill added by his death lineage. Death Realm Transference. Dang. Under the effect of the skill, the outer divine shields of the soul bodies shattered instantly. Blink. Is it quite profitable? Killing to earn 20,000 experience points. Fang Heng recovered from the Death God state, then flipped through the game tips. The current mission's KP includes completing 200 soul bounties each month, with at least 50 of them being S rank or higher. The ordinary Divine Domain Knights do not meet the S rank standard, so it seems that the Dezuiji at a higher tier than Divine Domain Knights should be able to meet the requirements. Fang Heng thought to himself, shifted his gaze away from the Divine Domain Knight's corpse, swiftly returned to bat form, and hurried towards the direction of the ice fortress. Outside the ice fortress, following Fang Heng and Lord Hornlook's plan, Lord Hornlook led the group to hide in an underground secret fortress outside the ice fortress. When Fang Heng returns, they will launch a counterattack on the occupied fortress, attempting to reclaim the ice fortress. Just as Fang Heng predicted, the Guardian team left in the fortress was not numerous. Besides a large number of night teams, there was only one DRIZZLE for support. When Fang Heng returned to regroup, Lord Hornlook immediately ordered his team to counterattack the ice fortress. "Let's go. Achieve the KPIs." Fang Heng called out to Li Shaoqiang and Ten Shuo, and the three immediately transformed into death god forms and joined Lord Hornlook's team in the counterattack on the ice fortress. Lord Hornlook's team consisted of elite soldiers, but they still faced some difficulty dealing with the Divine Domain Knights. That's okay. Let the Lickers take the lead. A large group of Lickers hidden under the thick snow emerged and charged towards the fortress. Walt had just finished thoroughly clearing the ice fortress and was preparing to go and seal the ice prison when he saw a group of Lickers crawling out from the white snowy ground in the distance. "What? Lickers? Is that Fang Heng? Didn't he already enter the depths of the ice prison? How did he end up here? Did he escape again?" Walt's expression immediately turned serious. There were over 300 Divine Domain Knights left in the fortress. Just a few Lickers. The Divine Domain Knight Legion could only unleash 200% of their power when charging on their divine horses, but the terrain in the fortress didn't allow for charging. So, meeting the attackers outside the city was the best choice. "Brenda, you stay behind. I'll take my men to deal with them." Walt nodded to a DRIZZLE accompanying the team and raised his knight's lawn spear high. "Charge!" Walt led the charge, and his Knight Legion quickly plunged into the red torrent. The raging horses trampled into the Licker group, carving out a bloody path forward. The splashing blood stained Walt's cheeks, and his expression grew more serious. Before coming here, they had been warned that they might encounter the Licker group controlled by Fang Heng and had prepared adequately. The magical runic swords used by all knights had sealing effects that could counter the Licker's self-healing abilities. However, in actual combat, they found that the Lickers were stronger than what they had gathered from intelligence, more challenging to deal with. The latest data from the Holy Court on the Lickers was updated just over a month ago. Within such a short period, the Licker group had already improved. The Knight Squad managed to penetrate more than 200 meters into the Licker tide with their strong charging ability, but ended up getting surrounded. Oh no! Walt never expected the number of Lickers to be so high, and their strength was not inferior to his knights. The initial charge did not have the intended effect. It was already too late to try to break free now. They had to endure it. Divine Domain Knights were all-powerful beings. Even in the intermediate gaming world, they could be considered as boss level. Each individual attack had a high intensity, but the effect was still limited. The entire Knight Legion could only slowly consume the Licker group. However, there were too many Lickers constantly pouring in, making it impossible to clean them up in a short time. And the strength of the entire Knight Legion was depleting. Not far away, Lord Hornlook watched with astonishment as his Divine Domain Knight Legion found themselves stuck in the swamp. In less than half a year, Fang Heng's strength had already reached this level. Fire arrows, yes. In the rear of the team, a dense rain of bone arrow spikes rained down on the battlefield ahead. The bone arrow rain, infused with special runes, could cause additional damage to the shields of the Divine Domain Knight Legion. As for the Lickers, if any accidental injuries occurred, so be it. Ten Shuo and Li Shaoqiang had joined the battlefield. The two now transformed into death god forms and roamed along the edges, looking for weaker targets, trying to harvest the Divine Domain Knights, who were almost at their limits. It must be said that the Death God state for sneak attacks was extremely effective. Maintaining a certain distance, they utilized the Death Side skill to attack, depleting the Divine Domain Knight's strength. After a single strike, they immediately retreated, dodging into the midst of the Licker group. Effortlessly, when the Divine Domain Knight's strength was close to depletion, they would repeat the old routine, reaping using the Death Scythe skill. Hey! Look at that! Ten Shuo and Li Shaoqiang quickly noticed the situation. After more than 10 minutes of combat attrition, the Divine Domain team had worn down a considerable amount of mental strength, and now some of the Divine Domain Knights were falling behind, resulting in casualties. Death Vision. In the stark world of black and white, the two immediately saw the Divine Domain Knight Soul slowly floating up with holy light spots drifting towards the air. Li Shaoqiang quickly aimed the skill at the soul entity. Soul extradition. With the effect of the skill, the outer layer of holy power wrapping the Divine Domain Knight Soul entity shattered, revealing a small white pinpoint from the center of the soul entity, which was instantly engulfed by the light spot. Got it. At this moment, Ten Shuo and Li Shaoqiang suddenly realized that as long as they successfully guided the soul into the death realm, they could gain experience points, regardless of whether they killed the actual Divine Domain Knight. It was a great opportunity to meet the KPs. The two immediately began grinding away. At this point, Fang Heng had led a group of lickers into the fortress, targeting the Divine Domain de Zuiji inside the fortress. Fang Heng. The Divine Domain de Zuiji's eyes were filled with anger upon seeing Fang Heng swaggering in front of him. The blood curtain was scorched by the holy light, emitting a continuous hissing sound. The purifier clenched their teeth tightly, staring fixedly at the blood curtain in front of them, unleashing their full power of holy light, attempting to wear down this wave of blood barrier. Suddenly, with a bang, the blood barrier in front of them exploded open. The scattered blood formed dense blood spikes rushing towards them. Almost simultaneously, a large number of feeders surged out from the castle entrance, swiftly rushing towards them. Eternal radiance. The purifier roared, driving the holy power to its limit. The dense holy light suddenly burst forth, dark golden sacred imprints appearing on the purifier's body, ripples spreading outward from the purifier as the holy light rippled away the dense blood spikes. Suddenly, a gray figure darted out from behind the blood. The Grim Reaper. The purifier's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, the Grim Reaper disappeared from their sight. Swish! The purifier felt the chill on their back. The Grim Reaper's side swept forward. Bang! The external barrier of the purifier's body trembled fiercely. Turning back, the dense blood spikes outside the sacred shield continued to explode. Under the continuous attacks, the purifier couldn't find an opportunity to counter effectively. The purifier had realized that they were completely being restrained by Fang Heng, losing the ability to actively attack. They could only passively follow Fang Heng's attack rhythm, continuously being drained. Let's just exhaust each other. The divine purifier focused on driving their holy power. Let's see how long Fang Heng can hold on under their skill eternal radiance, whether Fang Heng would give up first, or if they would. Fang Heng hadn't expected that the combination of the Grim Reaper stay with the Blood Race's blood attacks would be so effective. Might as well continue pressing on in Grim Reaper form without interruption. As for the burning effect of the holy light on them, it was directly ignored under the effects of their life drain skill and the undying body effect. Fang Heng's eyes glimmered with excitement. Keep it up. There was no way they could lose. The battle lasted for a full 3 minutes. The purifier never imagined that Fang Heng could endure so long under their eternal radiance skill. Swish! Fang Heng once again appeared on the right side of the purifier using the Grim Reaper's side dash skill, the side swinging down. Doom! A look of horror appeared in the purifier's eyes. The external divine shield could no longer withstand the blow, completely shattering with a resounding crash. What? Impossible! With the shield shattered, it was impossible for the weak purifier of the divine realm to withstand the Grim Reaper's strike. Swish! Fang Heng once again appeared at the purifier's right side, using the Grim Reaper's side skill. The side slashed forward. Swish! A dark pattern appeared on the purifier's neck, while their body was pierced by countless dense blood spears. At the same time, Fang Heng's form shifted from Reaper state back to normal state, their eyes turning black and white as they looked towards the sky. The soul of the purifier, now deceased, was enveloped in a divine shield of light, swiftly escaping towards the dark golden space appearing in the sky. Heh. Fang Heng smirked, raising a hand towards the sky. Doom! The protective shield around the purifier's soul shattered suddenly. A white dot appeared at the center of the soul, swiftly enveloping the purifier's soul within. At the same time, several game prompts popped up. Prompt: player currently guides the S-tier soul affected by special influence into the realm of death. Player gains leader level Grim Reaper bloodline experience plus 500,000 S-tier. Just as Fang Heng had thought before, the purifier's strength had already reached S-tier in the game's assessment. It seemed that there would be no problem with this month's KPI. Moreover, an S-tier soul was quite valuable, earning a solid 500,000 skill experience points. Fang Heng licked his lips. If he could extradite stronger souls, the increase in skill experience points would be even greater. Thinking so, Fang Heng turned around and waved towards the purifier's body. Prompt. Player gains Tier 3 Radiant Crystal *1. Nothing else dropped besides the Radiant Crystal. A bit disappointing. Fang Heng looked around once again, gently raising his hand. The gathering of feeders in the fortress hall immediately dispersed, starting to search the remnants of the sacred court within the ice castle. This was just the appetizer. The main show was the confrontation involving the Divine Purifier led by Carolina. To ensure the plan proceeded smoothly without leaks, no one here could be spared. Hey, Fang Heng smirked. If the Divine Realm wanted to hunt him down, of course, they could. But they would have to be prepared to pay a huge price, and perhaps even face retaliatory strikes. Let's go out and take a look. Fang Heng transformed into his Grim Reaper form once more, heading towards the entrance of the ice castle. By this time, the Knights of the Divine Realm had been surrounded by feeders, stubbornly resisting. In order to maintain maximum combat effectiveness, Lord Hornlow and his entourage did not directly join the battle, instead providing range support from afar to wear down the remaining knights' external shields. However, Tan Shuo and Li Shao were extremely brave, continuously reaping the lives of Divine Realm Knights using the advantages of the Grim Reaper form's special effects. Fang Heng. Hornlow noticed Fang Heng withdrawing from the fortress alone, asking, "How is the situation with the Divine Purifier? Do we need to help?" "Nothing to worry about. It's been taken care of," Fang Heng responded. Hornlow raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise in his eyes. So fast? Not having seen each other for several months, Fang Heng's strength had reached a level where he could easily eliminate a Divine Purifier one-on-one. Hornlow immediately gestured for his subordinates to investigate inside the ice castle. The fortress has always borne the heavy responsibility of guarding the Frost Prison. My ancestors established 7 levels of seals one after another in the depths of the nether veins, gradually weakening the power of the Frost Prison's coldness. Once they are all opened, Hornlow looked towards Fang Heng with some concern. "I'm afraid it won't just be the Divine Realm. Even we won't be able to resist the invasion of this intense cold." "It's all right, I can handle it," Fang Heng assured. Since he was going to do it anyway, might as well go all out. Furthermore, with the imprint of Queen Persephone, his consciousness now, his resistance to the cold aura had greatly increased. He could definitely give it a try. Even if he failed, well, they could all perish together. After all, he had already bound the resurrecting Abahakuya. The knight leader, Walter, was panting heavily as he and his men attempted to break through, fighting their way out. However, there were too many lickers. They couldn't kill them all. He could only feel his strength diminishing step by step. Perhaps death was just a matter of time, and he hadn't even seen Fang Heng's shadow. Walter refused to accept this. Swish! Fang Heng's figure distorted rapidly in the air, transforming into the form of the Grim Reaper, rushing towards the area of the bow. The Reaper's scythe. Enhanced by his flash skill, the Reaper's scythe left trails of dark energy in the air as Fang Heng swiftly harvested the lives of the Divine Realm Knights, continuously gaining experience points through his Death Domain extraction skill. As Prince Hornlow watched the Divine Realm Knights fall in the center of the battlefield, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. The Grim Reaper had Fang Heng also transformed into the Grim Reaper. Was his previous appearance related to the Frostbone Dragon? Half an hour later, the ice prison cavern. As Carolina led her team deeper into the veins of shadow, the air became increasingly icy and piercing. The outer defense shield emitted the sound of ice crystals shattering continuously. At this moment, in a dark cave not far away, Fang Heng was observing them from a distance. Li Shaoqian and Tan Shuo followed behind him, transformed into their Grim Reaper forms. The frostbite mark could resist much of the influence of the shadow veins, but as they approached the depths, the two of them began to struggle. Then, unexpectedly, they discovered that in their Grim Reaper states, they were completely immune to the freezing effect. A pleasant surprise. "Mr. Fang, their pace is getting slower. Have they discovered something?" "Indeed, the people of the Divine Realm are very cautious." Fang Heng nodded lightly, continuing, "Wait, I will find a way to lure them further into the depths of the shadow veins. You two stay here, do not follow me, wait for the battle to begin, and then seize the opportunity." "No problem, we got it," Li Shaoqian replied confidently, looking at the team of Divine Realm expiators and knights ahead, his eyes revealing a hint of greed. After all, following Fang Heng and achieving KP tests in the company was easy. Therefore, encountering a good, immediate superior in the company was very important. Tan Shuo nodded. Mr. Fang, the people of the divine realm have a strong perception, so we must be cautious. Fang Heng nodded and quickly circled around to the front. Carolina's team was still slowly exploring forward. She was unaware that the Divine Realm Knight team guarding the Ice Fortress had already been destroyed by Fang Heng. With the assistance of the Warm Sun Gem, the team was not greatly affected. The icy skeletal creatures appearing around them posed a bit of a challenge, but these were minor matters. The key issue was that they had not found any trace of Fang Heng along the way. Doubts arose in the minds of the team members. Your Excellency, we have not found any trace of Fang Heng all this time. Is it possible that he has left? It is indeed possible. Carolina pursed her lips in thought, also feeling some doubts. A cleanser said, considering the time, Walter should have already occupied all the entrances and exits of the Ice Fortress. Fang Heng cannot escape. The team's assessment of Fang Heng's strength still lingered 2 months ago, and no one could have imagined that Fang Heng had already wiped out the entire team of the Ice Fortress. Not even Carolina, who was cautious by nature, had considered this possibility at all. The team's speed gradually slowed down. Carolina looked deeper ahead. If they continued to delve further, the shadowy ore would only become stronger. They all felt immense pressure. Could Fang Heng withstand it? There was a high probability that Fang Heng was hiding within the ice prison and circling them. This was troublesome. Carolina's heart sank, unable to think of a good solution at the moment. Let's continue a bit further. Yes. Just then, the team suddenly noticed something unusual. Be careful. It's the lickers. Swish, swish. Looking up, they saw a large number of lickers rushing out from the depths of the shadow veins ahead, heading straight towards the team. They're here. It's the group of lickers controlled by Fang Heng. The Divine Realm team members were alarmed. It seemed that the intelligence wasn't wrong. Fang Heng was indeed hiding in the depths of the shadow veins. The expiators of the Divine Realm team immediately began to counterattack. They each brought out their Book of Genesis, releasing precise beams of holy light to accurately strike the lickers, sending them flying away. Carolina's expression turned serious. It was just as rumored outside. The lickers controlled by Fang Heng were extremely difficult to deal with. They were even stronger than she had anticipated, at least twice as strong. Was it because of the power of the demonic seed? Throughout their journey, the Holy Court team had not consumed much and remained at their peak. Faced with the onslaught of the lickers, they kept knocking them away. The leading Divine Realm Knights were able to use their runic longswords to restrain the light force recovery of the lickers, while the expiators directly used imprisonment skills to immobilize the group of lickers, lifting them into the air and sealing their power before killing them. Combined with the continuous purify effect of holiness, the lickers' life recovery ability was effectively suppressed. Fang Heng observed from behind. They were being restrained. When facing the enemies of the Divine Realm, the lickers' annoying bodies and powerful attribute effects could still work, but they were no longer invincible as before. Moreover, the Divine Realm was well prepared this time, and the skills used by the expiators were all targeted at the lickers, so they had to weaken them, aided by the terrain. With a thought, Fang Heng slipped into the shadows at the rear. Soon after a wave of attacks, the group of lickers quickly retreated to the rear of the ice prison. Lady Carolina, did you see that just now? The figure. Carolina nodded slightly. It should be Fang Heng without a doubt. Be cautious. Let's continue pursuing. Yes, the Divine Realm had gone to such great lengths to enter the Plunozet specifically to find Fang Heng. Since they had tracked him here, they wouldn't easily give up. Carolina was already extremely cautious. The team maintained its speed, carefully clearing a group of skeletal ice leaders ahead. And after a short journey, they stopped again. Carolina looked up, gazing at a narrow cave in front of them. Visibly, a mixture of icy and shadowy cold air was constantly pouring out from the cave. At the next moment, a large group of lickers emerged from the front. They were even coming from all directions. A massive group of lickers. Due to the overwhelming presence of the undead bones from before, combined with the suppression of undead energy in the space causing reduced perception, it was only at this moment that the members of the Divine Realm Legion realized that the number of lickers hiding in the cavern was much greater than they had anticipated. They had been ambushed. In an instant, a dense group of lickers rushed towards the team. Carolina furrowed her brows. Fang Heng, is this your trap? At the next moment, the Divine Realm purifiers simultaneously unleashed holy light beams. Boom, boom, doom. Large groups of lickers were blasted back. Carolina coldly surveyed the surroundings. No wonder the Lord of the Divine Realm, Duke Okni, had put in so much effort and yet failed to capture Fang Heng. Indeed, he was a tough adversary, but today, it would come to an end. Carolina slowly raised her right hand. The holy light shone. Nearly 50 Divine Realm purifiers in the team concentrated their mental power, working in unison with Carolina to unleash the holy light shining skill. Almost instantly, the dense holy light shone out all around. Affected by the sacred burning, the lickers rushing forward began to emit a bluish-gray mist and were rapidly burned by the holy light, letting out shrill cries as they were thrown backwards. With the illumination of the sacred light, the others finally saw clearly the figure standing at the entrance of the Yin Vein, the source of darkness. Indeed, it was Fang Heng without a doubt. Fang Heng, it's over. Surrender and return with me to the Divine Realm to face its judgment. Fang Heng's mouth curved into a sneer. This sneer made Carolina feel a sense of foreboding. What did it mean? Did he still have a trick up his sleeve? In Carolina's presence, Fang Heng's body suddenly twisted and transformed into a Grim Reaper form. Boom, boom. At the next moment, a violent explosion erupted from within the Yin Vein cavern behind Fang Heng. The ancient seal set by the Onrolo family, the rulers of the city, against the Yin Vein was instantly completely lifted. The bone-chilling coldness carrying the breath of death surged out from the passage behind, almost filling the entire cavern. In an instant, the entire Yin Vein area was shrouded in a layer of frost. A massive amount of Yin Vein energy gushed out from the narrow opening, rapidly forming a crystal ice storm in the cavern space. The icy frost and death aura constantly clashed against the barriers released by the Divine Realm purifiers on the periphery. Inside the Divine Barrier, the power of the Sunstone Gemstone was activated to its limit, emitting a strong light to resist the intrusion of the Yin Vein energy. Carolina raised her head, looking coldly at Fang Heng amidst the crystallized storm. You lured us here, wanting to use the power of the Yin Vein energy against us. Indeed, very clever, but in the face of absolute power, these calculations are useless. Carolina shook her head. Fang Heng, give up this pointless resistance. You cannot escape. Fang Heng remained in his Grim Reaper state. In this state, the erupting Yin Vein energy had no effect on him. Heh. Really? So confident? I'm curious to see. With that, under the shroud of the Yin Vein crystallized storm, a large group of lickers once again rushed towards the Divine Court team. Affected by the Yin Vein energy, the lickers entered a stiff state, their health rapidly decreasing, even their regenerative speed affected. With the Radiant Purifier's holy light shining skill, large swaths of lickers around were rapidly depleted. Carolina focused her attention on Fang Heng. She didn't believe the number of lickers was infinite. Clear them all. Fang Heng would also have nowhere to escape. Under the Grim Reaper state, Fang Heng swiftly flew towards the right side of the Divine Realm team. Humph. Digging your own grave. Carolina snorted, raising her hand. Maintain formation. Clear this group of lickers first. Yes. In Grim Reaper form, Fang Heng continued to flash around the periphery of the Divine Realm team, harassing them. The actual effect he could achieve was extremely limited. Carolina had been observing Fang Heng's movements all along, subtly blocking his retreat route with the team. They were not in a hurry. Once this bothersome group of lickers was completely wiped out, Fang Heng would be the only one left. He definitely couldn't escape. Suddenly, Fang Heng appeared in front of a Divine Realm Knight. Death Scythe. A dark light flashed. The scythe passed over the shield in front of the Divine Realm Knight, exploding a damage number of over 10,000. Before the Divine Realm Knight could retaliate, Fang Heng had already vanished. Are you just running around like a headless fly? Fang Heng, you disappoint me. Are you afraid to engage me in a direct battle? Carolina tried to provoke Fang Heng with her words. Heh. Don't make it sound so nice. If you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one, Fang Heng said, reappearing in front of another Divine Realm Holy Knight, Grim Reaper side slashing. Dang. The dark light exploded once again. Fang Heng struck and retreated, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Carolina shook her head lightly. In her opinion, Fang Heng's best choice at this moment would be to fight to the death and attempt to escape forcibly. She was prepared for this. but Fang Heng continued to harass without making a decisive move. Perfect. Delaying the time was exactly what she wanted. Huh. What's this? Suddenly, Carolina discovered something, her brows furrowing. That was. Turning around, she saw that the sunstone gem protected by 3 purifiers in the center of the team suddenly displayed anomalies, emitting a flickering light. What? Carolina's heart sank suddenly. The sunstone gem was malfunctioning. When she obtained the gem earlier, it was in a damaged state, with a large part of its internal energy consumed. She had spent considerable effort to temporarily repair it and then utilized a large amount of faith power to recharge it. The sunstone gem should have been able to last at least 3 hours. Why? Click, click, click. Without waiting for Carolina to inspect it further, the sunstone gem made clicking sounds, quickly showing numerous fine cracks on its surface. Dang. At the next moment, the sunstone gem exploded in the center of the team with a loud bang. Almost instantly, with the loss of the sunstone gem's protection, the yin vein energy condensed outside the barrier rapidly eroded the team's outer defense shield. Oh no. The expressions of the people changed slightly. Suddenly, the chilling yin vein energy directly assaulted the team. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold surging through their bodies. Fang Heng. It must be him who did it. But how did he manage to do it, after all? The shattering of the Warm Sun gem was also within his expectations. The situation has now turned around. They have become the ones in a hurry. They need to take down Fang Heng before their mental strength runs out, or all their previous efforts will be in vain. However, once the power of the Holy Light technique weakens, the group of lickers will have a chance to play their part, further approaching the Divine Realm team to attempt harassment. Hehe. From a distance, Fang Heng saw the Warm Sun gem fail, gave a cold laugh, and took out a bottle of Red Bull from his backpack, chugging it down into his mouth. A major battle is imminent, so he is replenishing his energy. Coffee has been overdone, so switching to Red Bull now. Downing a whole big bottle of 1 liter of Red Bull, Fang Heng glanced at the game taskbar with the word energetic, tapped his cheeks, and looked towards the Carolina team. Come on, let's do this. In the form of the God of Death, Fang Heng once again wielded his death sai and lunged towards the outskirts of the Divine Realm team. Blink, flash, doom. A dark light exploded in front of the Divine Realm Might. The effect was slightly better than before. Fang Heng. After withstanding a strike with his shield, the Divine Realm Knight countered with a spear, but Fang Heng had already retreated far into the area covered by the dark aura. Keep going. Diminish your holy power. Fang Heng clearly saw that in the dark aura area, not only were they not replenishing their mental strength, but they were losing it every second. But there was no rush. Each of the Divine Realm Mountaineers placed in the intermediate game world is the equivalent of a boss. Slowly wear them down. Carolina looked at Fang Heng constantly flashing on the outskirts and tried several times to directly attack him. Helpless. Fang Heng's figure was like a ghost, fleeting with each touch, impossible to grasp. Finally finding an opportunity to injure him, they attempted to pursue, but a large number of lickers rushed up from behind to shield him. After a few minutes, Fang Heng was lightly harassing on the outskirts once again. Helpless, Carolina had to change tactics, preparing to first clear out the group of lickers, and finally deal with Fang Heng. Clear out the lickers first. Understood. Not far away, Ten Shuo and Li Shakyan watched the intense battle in front of them, also chugging a bottle of coffee. It really is just as Fang Heng said. The Legion of the Divine Realm has been temporarily trapped. The next step is endurance. Let's see if they can endure and wear down the Divine Realm to death. At least Mr. Fan looks very confident. In the current situation, they had no way to join the battle, so they stood not far away and waited. It's not time for them to join yet. The battle inside the cave lasted for over an hour. The number of lickers decreased significantly. Fang Heng quickly left the battle circle, glanced at the game prompt. Including the multiplying entities, the over 10,000 lickers that were originally prepared were reduced to just over 500 by the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm Legion was indeed remarkably resilient. Upon careful observation, the sacred power enveloping the Divine Realm's body had indeed dimmed a bit. It seemed like they also had significant losses, but it wasn't to the point of being critically injured. They needed to continue wearing them down. In that case, Fang Heng bowed his head, quickly opened the character attribute panel. Prompt: player currently meets the conditions for level up to LV 43 200 first tier achromatic crystals. Would you like to proceed with the level up? Level up. Prompt: Player level has been upgraded to LV 43. Due to the player's talent skills, the player has received an additional 3092 zombie sentries. Prompt: player level 40 for upgrade requirement. First tier achromatic crystals *600. CHEH. This won't be enough. Fang Heng shook his head silently. The methods of obtaining first tier achromatic crystals are limited, only being able to be obtained by killing a few elite tree spirit clansmen and elders. So even though Fang Heng had cleared 3 major tree spirit clans not long ago, he had only managed to accumulate just over 400 of the first tier achromatic crystals. It could only increase 1 level, and the over 3,000 regular zombie sentries gained from leveling up were clearly not enough to deal with the divine realm, so he had to use that one. Fang Heng opened the game mission bar, found the 3 Holy Spirit crystals he had obtained previously when he wiped out the Will of the Death Knights. Holy Spirit crystals were a higher level upgrade item, capable of exchanging for a large number of achromatic crystals. Indeed, they were very precious. Forget it. Weren't they kept for such occasions? Use them now to enjoy the benefits. Prompt: player uses 1 first tier Holy Spirit crystal to exchange for 5,000 first tier achromatic crystals. Prompt: player currently meets the conditions for level up to LV 44. Would you like to proceed with the level up upgrade? Prompt: player level has been upgraded to LV 44. Due to player talent skills, the player has received an additional 4,683 zombie sentries. Prompt: player level 45 upgrade requirement. 1,000 first tier achromatic crystals. Player currently meets the conditions. Would you like to continue the upgrade? Continue to increase. Prompt: player level has been upgraded to LV 45. Due to player talent skills, the player has received an additional of 5,619 zombie sentries. Prompt: player level 46 upgrade requirement. 3,500 first tier achromatic crystals. Player currently meets the conditions. Would you like to continue the upgrade? Upgrade again. Prompt: player level has been upgraded to LV 46. Due to player talent skills, the player has received an additional 6,743 zombie sentries. Prompt: player level 47 upgrade requirement. 52nd tier achromatic crystals. Not enough. At this point, might as well continue the upgrade. Upgrade to the max. Fang Heng directly exchanged the remaining to Holy Spirit crystals for 2nd tier achromatic crystals to use for upgrading. Prompt: player uses to first tier Holy Spirit crystals to exchange for 1,000 2nd tier achromatic crystals. Let's go. Continue. Prompt: player level has been upgraded to LV 47. Due to player talent skills, the player has received an additional 8,092 zombie sentries. Prompt: player level 48 upgrade requirement. 252nd tier achromatic crystals. Prompt: player level has been upgraded to LV 48. Due to player talent skills, the player has received an additional 9,710 zombie sentries. Prompt: player level 49 upgrade requirement. 500 2nd tier achromatic crystals. Prompt: player level has been upgraded to LV 49. Due to player talent skills, the player has received an additional 11,650 zombie sentries. Prompt: player level 50 upgrade requirement. 2,500 2nd tier achromatic crystals. Prompt: current total zombie sentries 69,911. A bottleneck. Until the 3 Holy Spirit crystals were depleted, Fang Heng's level had progressed to LV 49. Is it truly endless? And this time, the number of zombie creatures is extremely high, so many that almost everywhere they could see was densely packed with zombie creatures. Hold steady. Carolina shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the entire team. Stay calm. Deal with it slowly. Don't rush. The zombie creatures are far inferior in strength compared to the lickers. Carolina's words temporarily calmed the team down. Indeed, in terms of mobility and attack capabilities, the zombie creatures still had a long way to go compared to lickers, but their high health points and self-healing abilities were equally troublesome. There was no way around it. They were already trapped in the crowded zombie horde, making it difficult to find a way to escape even now. In the distance, Ten Shuo and Li Shaqiang looked at the domain army corps, which was almost instantly surrounded by the zombie horde. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It's too much. In their eyes, from far away, The domain team of over 100 people looked more like a drop in the ocean among the sea of zombies. The dense zombies continued to flow towards the center, wearing down the remaining strength of the domain team. Fang Heng stood on the outskirts of the domain team and observed for a moment. Such a large and dense horde of zombies was enough for the Court of Saints to clear for a while. Continuation. Old tactics. Fang Heng once again rushed into the outskirts of the domain team in the form of the Grim Reaper, harassing the domain knights amidst the zombie horde. As time passed by, the zombie horde was quickly being consumed under the glow of the holy arts. Fang Heng couldn't help but secretly praise. The strength of the domain team was still strong. If it were another team, they would have given up long ago. Unfortunately, they could maintain sufficient combat power. It was a continuous battle for over an hour, and a large part of the over 50,000 zombies had been cleared. At the same time, the strength of the domain team was gradually being depleted through the continuous battles. By now, their mental state and physical strength had noticeably decreased compared to before. Focus. We can clean up the zombie creatures soon, Carolina shouted within the team, still paying great attention to Fang Heng. When all the undead creatures were dealt with, it would be Fang Heng's turn. You can't escape, huh? What? Suddenly, Carolina's brows furrowed. She saw dark magic arrays appearing around the recently disappeared Fang Heng. Quickly. Lickers emerged one after another from the magic arrays. They are back, for the third time. Carolina locked her gaze on Fang Heng again, feeling a sinking feeling. She could see dark magic arrays constantly appearing around Fang Heng. The domain army corps had barely held on under the influence of the dark pulse for over 2 hours, expending almost all of their strength. How could this group of zombie creatures keep appearing endlessly? Why couldn't they be killed? Fang Heng glanced casually at the game prompt. Tip. Player zombie avatar liquor form has been revived. Tip. Player zombie avatar liquor form has been revived. With the gradual increase in level, the revival time of the zombies had also been gradually reduced, to the point that it could revive in less than 2.5 hours. So ... The sporadic appearance of liquors was not summoned by the domain army corps as they understood but automatically revived due to the cooldown period expiring. Hey. Fang Heng couldn't help but want to laugh. How coincidental. The newly acquired horde of zombies had just been mostly cleared by the domain team, and just at the moment the 2.5 hours cooldown was up, the newly revived liquors immediately lunged towards the domain army corps. It was a perfect cycle. Carolina focused on sensing the situation of the summoned creatures around her. Unlike the previous two groups, this time the number of liquors Fang Heng summoned was not explosive but continuous. There was no sign of stopping. Carolina had a strong intuition. Fang Heng still had reserves. He might even have some unrevealed tricks up his sleeve. At the moment, the domain army corps was at a critical point. They possessed strong willpower, a stable state, which would have made an ordinary team have collapsed long ago. Fang Heng. Carolina stared at Fang Heng in his Reaper form not far away, a deep sense of fear rising in her eyes. There really was no way to deal with him. We retreat, Carolina signaled with a raised hand. This was a decision she had made after weighing the pros and cons repeatedly. Abandonment. After over 2 hours of continuous fighting, under the influence of the dark pulse, the entire team had exhausted most of their physical and mental strength. The creatures summoned by Fang Heng could not be clear in the short term, and even if they persisted, capturing Fang Heng was impossible. It was better to leave early. After receiving the order, the domain army corps began changing formation to retreat. Suddenly, under his Grim Reaper form, Fang Heng appeared at the outskirts of the team again, and his sight slashed forward. Dang! The domain holy knight had long been on guard against Fang Heng, raised his shield to withstand the attack. After his strike, Fang Heng backed away again, watching as the domain team prepared to run and felt a stir in his heart. Finally, trying to escape now. It's not that simple. Everyone here must stay. A flash of killing intent appeared in Fang Heng's eyes. As he retreated, Fang Heng exited the Reaper state and quickly conjured a mark in front of him. A summoning magic array appeared. Shadow Phantom Mouse. A black shadow quickly attached itself to Fang Heng's shoulder, puffed up its cheeks and spewed out a dense black fog. The fog intermingled with the chilling aura of the dead realm, following and rushing towards the members of the domain team. Hiss. The outer defense shield suddenly emitted a hissing sound. Carolina coldly looked back at Fang Heng blocking their way out of the cave. What does this mean? She realized that Fang Heng had not left, and was still harassing their team, even blocking their path and slowing their progress. Fang Heng, did he really want to stay back? Carolina's pupils shrank, a hint of anger appearing in her eyes as she sternly said, "Leave him. Quickly." The dense beams of holy light struck the area where Fang Heng was. Fang Heng's face slightly changed. The incoming holy beams exploded on the thick branches with a loud roar. Carolina looked up and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. It was actually ... a domain ability. Tree Realm. Carolina muttered to herself. In front of them, a large area of trees entwined with roots and vines completely blocked their path forward. A disturbing power leaked vaguely from the tree realm. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. In the next moment, several densely packed vines and roots sprang out from the thickets. Dang, dang, bang. The roots fiercely pierced and struck against the shield covering the outer layer of the Divine Legion, emitting heavy impact sounds before being repelled. Carolina's face darkened a bit. The situation was not good. Fang Heng actually mastered domain abilities. When did that happen? Was it obtained from the realm of the 10,000 forests? The intelligence provided by the Divine Realm was indeed too outdated. More troublesome was that Fang Heng directly used domain abilities to completely block their retreat route. No, Fang Heng's current abilities were not enough to fully control the domain, so he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. In other words, they just needed to hold on for this period of time. Carolina was thinking about how to respond, when suddenly she frowned. The tree realm ahead rapidly trembled and expanded, swiftly approaching their team. Not good. Carolina's pupils shrank. Holy fire. Stop them. The purifiers of the Divine Realm did not dare to be careless, casting their spells towards the rapidly approaching thicket of trees. Doom. Boom boom boom. The holy fire fiercely struck the rapidly spreading thicket of trees. Instantly, flames engulfed the thicket, momentarily halting the advance of the growing forest. Was it successfully repelled? Before the others could catch their breath, they sensed a violent trembling under their feet. Countless sharp thorns rose from the ground beneath them. At the same time, they felt an invisible pressure on their bodies, suppressing their strength from 100% to 70%. Hiss. Hiss hiss. The thorns rising under their feet slammed fiercely against the barrier, but still couldn't break through the defense shield. Swiftly, the rapidly growing branches and vines directly rolled towards them from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the outer defensive barrier of the Divine Realm team was completely surrounded by the dense layer of external tree roots. A large number of trees entwined and covered their surroundings. Creak. Creak creak. The roots and vines of the trees tightened rapidly towards the center, and the squeezed divine shield made a creaking sound. The attacks of the vines and roots carried a corrosive effect. Carolina's expression changed slightly as the purifiers continued to unleash the holy fire on the surrounding vines and roots. Doom. Boom boom boom. Effective. The external tree roots burned rapidly under the effect of the holy fire, as if severely injured, and quickly retreated. However, immediately afterwards, new vines and roots sprouted from the ground and once again surrounded the outer perimeter of the shield. Dang. After several consecutive attacks in less than half a minute, the entire outer defensive barrier of the Divine Realm team finally couldn't withstand the damage, emitting a bang as it shattered on the spot. The shattered holy shield released a scorching glow, instantly clearing and purifying the surrounding forest of a large number of trees. Not good. With the outer barrier shatter, a chilling aura directly affected the Divine Legion, invading their bodies with a bone-chilling cold. They had to forcibly use divine power to dispel it. Swiftly, the vines and roots from the outside perimeter continued to spread and shoot towards the Divine Legion. Be careful. Scatter. With the loss of the large protective barrier, Carolina finally realized that they were already surrounded by a forest. Even more troublesome was that thorns continued to pierce from under their feet and shadows from all directions. The Divine Knights were completely at a loss facing this situation. They were not good at wide-ranging evasion, so they either ran desperately or raised their shields to resist the attacks in place. The purifiers used the holy fire attacks, which had great damage against the vines and roots, but it was mostly for self-defense. The crisis came too suddenly, so after the outer barrier shattered, the entire team of the Divine Realm was completely dispersed. Doom. Boom boom. In the thickets, Fang Heng observed in secret. Very good. The formation of the Divine Realm team has been completely disrupted. The opportunity had come. Fang Heng's eyes focused tightly on Carolina. Capture the ringleader first. Get rid of her. Fang Heng lightly tapped the ground with his foot and swiftly approached Carolina in the form of the god of death. Carolina was anxiously retreating under the protection of two purifiers, trying to leave the range of the domain's effects and regroup the scattered team. Suddenly, Carolina sensed a familiar power fluctuation coming from her right side. It was Fang Heng. Carolina turned her head and stared closely at the figure rapidly closing in on her not far away. She could already see the shadow of Fang Heng in his death god form. Carolina had to admit that Fang Heng's combat instincts were extremely sharp, which was his excellent opportunity. But at the same time, this was also her chance to get rid of Fang Heng. Perfect timing. Just take him out. The Tree Realm domain would naturally shatter as well. Carolina's face turned cold, her holy power rapidly converging, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Fang Heng. The holy power surged rapidly. The opportunity for a strike. Carolina stared fiercely at the dark figure. Soon. In the previous battle, she had already estimated the range of the Death God's attack. As long as the opponent entered her attack range, she could strike first and deal a fatal blow. At least she could severely wound him. Swiftly. What? Carolina's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling a cold sensation on her neck. Doom. The holy protective light in front of Carolina suddenly exploded. Under the eruption of the holy light, both Carolina and Fang Heng were sent flying backward. What was that just now? Carolina watched Fang Heng's figure in his death god form being flung out, sweat dripping down her forehead. Fang Heng's attack completely caught her off guard. He was far beyond the attack range, directly bypassing a large distance, and by the time she came to her senses, the attack had already landed. Thankfully, at the last moment, the protective necklace given by the wise sage saved her life. Meanwhile, Fang Heng was also thrown out under the explosion and quickly adjusted his body in the air. Very good. Let's continue. Carolina was suspicious and uncertain as she lifted her head and saw Fang Heng approaching her at high speed once again, causing her heart to skip a beat. Not good. If that previous attack were to come again, she couldn't let Fang Heng get close. She needed to distance herself from him. Carolina wanted to keep Fang Heng at a safe distance, so she immediately gathered a mark in front of her with both hands. A divine light shone once again. Two huge hands surged out from behind Carolina, reaching towards Fang Heng in midair. Fang Heng stared at the two rapidly approaching silhouettes before him. He could faintly see the intricate patterns covering the gigantic palms. If hit, there was a high chance of being affected by a special sealing effect. The range of the palm silhouettes was extensive, making it nearly impossible to avoid. Rings of years. Time dilation. Immediately, Fang Heng felt the time flow around him slow down by several times. It was somewhat similar to the passive skill bullet time, but with a better effect. And under the slowed time flow, his own speed remained unaffected. Furthermore, the effects could even stack with bullet time. He could evade it. With the influence of the rings of years, Fang Heng landed swiftly and then lightly tapped his toes on the ground, leaping back quickly. Ha! Carolina stared intently at Fang Heng as he escaped from the grasp of the divine grip skill. This was the power of the domain. As the two hands that reached towards Fang Heng approached, their speed visibly slowed down, giving Fang Heng enough space to escape. It was a dual domain ability combining space and nature powers. Carolina furrowed her brows. She suddenly realized that Fang Heng's domain power was more troublesome than she had imagined. Next moment, the two giant hands gathered in front of Fang Heng. Doom. Boom boom boom. A golden light exploded, shattering the surrounding trees with its emanating waves. Immediately, new vines and roots sprouted from the ground, filling up the area affected by the explosion. Fang Heng swiftly leapt out from the center of the blast. It was only then that he realized the time dilation effect of the rings of years was limited to a small area of approximately 100 meters around him within the Vensen realm. Well, the effect was sufficient. After two skill releases, Fang Heng was certain. The effect of the rings was only effective on the surrounding environment and skills. The acceleration effect worked on himself, while the time dilation effect didn't affect the enemy. Swiftly avoiding a major attack, Fang Heng once again darted towards Carolina. Carolina said solemnly, "Aid me." Yes. Two Sin cleansers behind Carolina concentrated their mental powers, forming marks in front of them. Divine Wrath * Sword Rain. In an instant, dense dark golden runic lawnswords gathered in the space around Carolina. In just a few seconds, thousands of dark golden runic longswords hovered in midair. HMPH. Fang Heng snorted upon seeing the dense golden runic longswords being controlled, clearly aiming to restrict his movements, trying to buy time, waiting for the domain skill's duration to end. Dream on. Abe Sakia, Fang Heng shouted loudly as he charged towards Carolina. Hiss. Hiss hiss. The hovering sword rain sensed Fang Heng's approach and swiftly turned towards him. Doom. Boom boom. The next moment, Abe Sakia's vines and roots surged rapidly, his feet swiftly rising from the ground to form a solid wooden barrier in front of Fang Heng. Dang. Dang bang. Numerous runic longswords struck the tangible root barrier created by Abe Sakia and exploded. Layer after layer of vines quickly congealed from behind, firmly blocking the continuous onslaught of runic longswords. Carolina furrowed her brows. The battle had once again turned into a war of attrition. She had been too careless. Fang Heng was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Being at a disadvantage in the terrain, coupled with having expended too much mental energy earlier, she now felt herself falling behind in this contest of attrition. If it were in a different place, under perfect conditions, she would never have lost. Suddenly, dense runic longswords exploded with ripples of sacred light, and from those ripples emerged a black shadow. It was Fang Heng. Carolina's pupils contracted suddenly, realizing the imminent danger. Be careful. But before she could react, a black light exploded before her eyes. Doom. Her protective shield exploded. Divine resistance. An automatic release of divine light waves emanated with a powerful force, sending everything around Carolina flying outward. Fang Heng felt an incomparable force approaching and, unable to control his body, was once again sent flying, his gaze fixed on Carolina's disappearing figure, a hint of coldness appearing at the corner of his mouth as he quickly raised a hand forward. Blood-sucking spear. Suddenly, the blood-red short sword on his back exploded with a bang. Rings of years. Acceleration. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Tough. Carolina stood still, a mouthful of blood spewing out. Lady Carolina. The two sin cleansers standing behind Carolina showed expressions of fear in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Carolina's body was pierced by numerous blood-red spears. Blood spears? When did this happen? Carolina raised her head, watching Fang Heng swiftly retreat into the realm of trees. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed as she struggled to open her mouth, wanting to say something. Dang bang bang. The blood-sucking spears impaled in Carolina's body burst explosively. The splattered blood quickly flew toward the distance. Lady Carolina. The members of the Divine Realm were still contending with the Yin Che and the attacks of the Abe Sakia vines, but suddenly, they noticed Carolina falling and turned their gazes towards her. What's happening? How did the team leader die with just a quick look back? Hiss. Hiss hiss. Carolina lay on the ground, as the rapidly extending tendrils and vines rushed towards her body, trying to drag her into the ground. Don't get close. Damn it. The two Sin Cleanser guards beside Carolina frantically used dispelling and divine touches, trying to stop Carolina's body from being dragged into the ground. As for revenge, after one strike, Fang Heng had already retreated, and they could no longer see his figure. It seems that the Holy Core was recalled through the teleportation channel, so ... Can that teleportation channel be destroyed? Forget it. We'll test it next time we have the chance. Carolina was a tough one to kill, and she knows a lot of our secrets. We can't let her come back to life. Soul extrication. Bang. The sacred light outside Carolina's soul body shattered with a bang, revealing a dark spot in the center of the soul body that rapidly dissolved. Hint. Player successfully extradited the soul body S+. Player gains 3 West experience points of Chief Reaper lineage. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Extraditing a high level 1 can give 3 OW experience points. Level up by grinding a few more. With that in mind, Fang Heng looked back at the dark golden teleportation space in the air. The teleportation space gradually faded away after the soul was extradited. A strange teleportation space. We'll test it again when we find a right target next time. With that thought, Fang Heng shifted his focus back to the God Realm Legion. Under Abe Sakia's influence, the Eternal Tree Realm had completely trapped the Holy Corp members in place. The God Realm Legion had already expended a lot of mental energy and were affected by the Yin Pulse, so even in a full victory state, they couldn't escape, let alone now in their current state. To make matters worse, a large number of lickers were climbing through the dense bushes, joining the battle. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt again. The Eternal Tree Realm skill could last for 20 minutes, and the mental energy consumption was completely controllable. While not as powerful as the ultimate skill Eternal Moon, it had the advantage of being all-encompassing, with a shorter cooldown and the ability to coordinate with Abakia. Abakia. Let's continue. Taking advantage of the remaining skill duration, Funheng transformed into his Reaper form and flew back into the battlefield. Abakia's vines continued to shoot out from under the Legion's feet, rapidly slicing the battlefield to prevent the God Realm team from regrouping. Funheng moved stealthily on the battlefield, constantly seeking opportunities to weaken the enemy and find ripe targets. Starting with the God Realm Knights. In his Reaper form, Funheng swiftly closed in on a God Realm Knight. Chrono Acceleration. Chew. The scythe cut through the air with a dark glow. The God Realm Knight, already busy fending off the lickers around him, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Doom. With a single blow, the protective divine armor surrounding the God Realm Knight's body instantly shattered, and he was sent flying. Sout. The injured God Realm Knight had just landed when the surrounding lickers swarmed in from all directions. Abakia's roots quickly extended from the ground and dragged the wounded knight underground for rapid digestion. Funheng raised his hand towards the sky. Dang! The sacred light surrounding the God Realm Knight's soul body exploded and was extradited into the realm of death. Hint. Player successfully extradited the soul body. Player gains 1W experience points of Chief Reaper lineage. Funheng surveyed the surroundings once more. The use of chrono acceleration was limited, and it was a bit wasteful to use it on ripe targets. So, let's target the small groups that are gathered together. Disperse the enemy teams. Far away, Ten Shuo and Li Xiao watched as the area ahead turned into a dark, overgrown forest. They exchanged glances, their expressions grave. The forest exuded a cold aura. Could it be the ability Funheng obtained from the realm of 10,000 wods? There were previous reports from the Federation stating that Funheng had gained extremely powerful abilities in the realm of 10,000 wods. Not only escaping safely from the pursuit of the God Realm, but also helping to eliminate an entire high-level game world under the guidance of the realm of 10,000 wods. Li Xiao shook his head helplessly. The whole area was densely covered with vegetation, making it impossible for them to see clearly. Death Gaze. The two simultaneously activated their Death Gaze skill to observe. They could see that the entire God Realm team was trapped in the central area of the forest. Li Xiao asked, "Should we go help?" "Well, Boss Fang told us to wait for the right moment to act. Now should be the time." Ten Shuo nodded. "Let's move closer and be cautious." "All right." Maintaining their Reaper form, the two cautiously approached the forest area. Abakia recognized the aura of Li Xiao and Ten Shuo, so he held no hostility towards them. Soon, Li Xiao and Ten Shuo realized that the forest area was completely on their side, still dealing with the God Realm Knights, and their faces lit up. The opportunity to achieve their KP had arrived. Li Xiao was excited. These were the main forces of the God Realm. By defeating them, the remaining God Realm team outside wouldn't pose much of a threat. "Shall we go out and continue cleaning up?" "Yes, indeed." Funheng nodded softly. "The upgrade is fast approaching." Funheng raised his hand, and numerous crystal particles on the ground flew into his palm. "You guys go back first to find the City Lord Hornlo and reopen the Yin Vein magic array. I'll go inside to take a look." Inside, Li Xiaoqian and Tan Shuo exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a hint of suspicion. Referring to the center of the Yin Vein crack, Tan Shuo felt that Funheng might have other undisclosed tasks and signaled to Li Xiaoqian not to continue questioning. Nodding, "Okay, Mr. Fang, be careful. We'll go ahead and wait for you at the Cold Ice Castle." Funheng nodded, separated from Ten Shuo, and quickly headed towards the depths of the Yin Vein crack. Previously, he had observed the Yin Vein crack up close, but that was when the Yin Vein crack was mostly sealed. Since acquiring the Sacred Giant Sword, a terrifying Yin Vein ore leaked from the crack, preventing even him from approaching it for a closer observation. This time was different. With the Grim Reaper form, his resistance to the Yin Vein had greatly improved. At least for now, he stood within the Yin Vein range without any negative effects. Perhaps this time, he could observe at close range. Funheng slowed his pace. In the Grim Reaper form, he almost floated in midair and drifted slowly towards the Yin Vein cave. There he is. Upon entering the Yin Vein cave, Funheng furrowed his brow slightly. He still couldn't sense any Yin Vein aura. It seems like he is completely immune. Fang Heng contemplated and slowly raised his head. At that moment, a large amount of white mist was constantly surging from the yin vein crack in the center of the cave. Fang Heng continued to approach, bending down to observe the crack on the ground. A tiny crack. The surrounding area of the crack was completely frozen. The crack emitted a chilling aura of death. Fang Heng floated closer to observe. A game prompt suddenly appeared on his retina. Tip. Player discovered the passage of the Death Realm crack. Tipped. Successful status judgment. Under this condition, the player can enter the unknown Death Realm area through this passage. Death Realm passage. Fang Heng couldn't help but murmur to himself. As far as he knew, the game world was divided into 3 types: high level, intermediate, and beginner. That the Death Realm and the God Realm were similar, clearly stronger worlds than high level. They held a supreme status. Should he enter the Death Realm now? In fact, he already had the coordinates to access the Death Realm. As a reward for completing a mission, he received 3 world coordinate rewards. Namely, Death Realm, Land of Eternal Sleep, and Dimensional Hell. Victor had tested the 3 coordinates, and currently, entering the Death Realm and Dimensional Hell would consume a significant amount of resources, not just the main god points, but also additional materials, such as the Void Gems required to enter the Death Realm. Also, each entry into the Death Realm had a time limit. Entering through the crack in front of him seemed to require no consumption at all. However, he was not in a hurry. As for the Land of Eternal Sleep, it was a world where Jixiaobo had once stayed, bound unexpectedly. According to Jixiaobo, the world of the Land of Eternal Sleep had completely rotted and had no exploration value, unless he wanted to develop towards the high levels of the Undead Central Council. After some thought, Fang Heng dismissed the idea of entering the Death Realm right away. He still lacked understanding of the Death Realm, Grim Reaper form, and even the so-called Queen Persephone. After this matter was over, he would go back to the mentor to inquire about the situation and then explore the Death Realm later. Let's go. Kill some monsters. Let's go back to continue clearing out the remnants of the Holy Core in Panoza. God Realm. News of Valkney's return with severe injuries after chasing Fang Heng quickly spread throughout the entire God Realm. The great sage Alerton came to inspect Acne's condition and roughly learned the situation from the cleanser who escorted him back. Fang Heng. Alerton muttered to himself. The God Realm had spent a long time preparing for this time, even risking the complete rupture of relations with the undead, but in the end, they failed to capture Fang Heng back to the God Realm. Fang Heng's growth rate was too fast. Fear filled Alerton's eyes. In recent years, the power of the demons had been steadily expanding and had begun to show signs of being uncontrollable. I'm sorry, Great Sage. Ochni, it's not your fault. Alerton shook his head, stopping Ochni from continuing. Rest well. The appearance of Frostbone Dragon was unexpected. As for Fang Heng, we can put him aside for now and make plans after you recover. Great Sage. Yes, I feel that my own strength is insufficient. I can't complete the task you gave me. Amidst the severe injury and coma, Ochni had thought deeply about many things. Initially, when he first saw Fang Heng, crushing Fang Heng was as simple as crushing an ant. It was then followed by a series of cat and mouse games until this time. Ochni never thought he would return with severe injuries. Although Fang Heng did not inflict the injuries himself based on his own abilities, this rate of growth was enough to instill fear in him. Ochni had a very terrifying premonition. Perhaps next time he saw Fang Heng, even in a direct confrontation, he would not be able to defeat Fang Heng. Ochni slowly raised his head, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Great Sage, I apply for the saintly trial. Panoza. With the God Realm main force, led by Carolina, being cleared out, the remaining knights gather in the White Bone Tower area were quickly cleaned up under the siege of the liquors. Tip. Player completed the task. Clearing out. Tip. Player gained 2 million reputation. In the Undead faction, player gained some favorability with the Undead learning NPCs. Tip. The current blockade of Panoza has been lifted. Lord of the Cold Ice Castle, Hornlow, began issuing tasks to clean up the large ruined area of the main city, Katanther. As for the next step, they only needed to wait for the tower masters of the various towers to return from the exploration mission in the Death Realm Queen Persephone's tomb and rebuild the White Bone Tower area. Players were naturally overjoyed to hear that the God Realm had been driven back. As for who had defeated the God Realm Pursuit Legion, most people were bewildered. They mainly believed that Lord Hornlow of the Cold Ice Castle had brought out some ace in the hole. At this time, Fang Heng had already packed up and returned to the zombie apocalypse. Lord Hornlow knew very little about the Death Realm, so the specific information would have to wait until the undead learning mentors returned to inquire further. Recalling the initial situation, the angry strike of the dragon with extremely icy bones left a corroding mark on Orkney. It's estimated that it will take at least 2 to 3 days for him to recover. This period of time should be well utilized. For example, the 2 academic studies of occultism and astrology he had been wanting to learn before have been quite intriguing. He even hired a mentor outside of the game. Unfortunately, he couldn't access them outside of the game and needed to enter the game to learn. It shouldn't be too complicated. Find a mid-level game world. With the skill of omniscience, learning these 2 skills isn't too difficult, but leveling up afterwards will require time to study. Seizing the current available time, he decided to start learning immediately. Also, Fang Heng thought about Baimu. Both being demonic races, Baimu had previously invited him to go to White Prison together to make some preliminary arrangements against envy. But at that time, he was constantly being chased by the Divine Realm and couldn't shake them off. After assessing the risks, Fang Heng still found it too challenging. Once he took the risk to enter the White Prison and was then chased by the Divine Realm, envy would definitely discover clues, potentially arousing suspicion. So, he asked Baimu to help him temporarily shake off the Divine Realm's tracking, and then there was no further communication. With the current trouble from the Divine Realm being temporarily resolved, he could now inquire about the situation in the White Prison. If action could be arranged within these 2 days, that would be best. As he leveled up to 49 and acquired more than 50,000 zombie minions, these minions had to quickly return to the zombie doomsday to complete the solidification of the liquor form and strengthen their combat power. Compared to other forms, the solidification of the liquor form undoubtedly had the highest cost effectiveness. Speaking of which, resources were a bit tight now. The gap in main god points was also growing, so he needed to figure out a way to earn more main god points. Fang Heng returned to the zombie doomsday, quickly arranged for Qiu Kong to solidify the liquor form, then immediately logged out, and promptly began contacting Baimu. No one answered the phone number left by Baimu, just a voicemail. Fang Heng knew the other party was probably inside the game, wasn't in a hurry, left a message, and began looking for a suitable mid-level game world, ready to quickly learn occultism and astrology. Both astrology and occultism were relatively rare studies in the game. These 2 studies were not suitable for direct combat, but mainly for support. Therefore, players who mastered these 2 studies were relatively rare. After all, surviving in the game came first. Most players who managed to survive from the early stages to the mid to high-level game worlds did not study these auxiliary professions. So Fang Heng called Old Black again, asking him to help find people with the all-seeing eye. As long as he watched the other person's demonstration of the 2 studies, he could learn them. Therefore, Fang Heng made an additional request that the other party must be able to guide him on quick ways to gain related skill experience points. With these tricks, combined with leveling up with the zombie minions, he estimated that he could quickly max out these skills with a bit of time. Old Black's actions were also particularly swift. In less than half an hour, a message came through. The people had been found, and an appointment was set to meet at the mid-level game world Barbarian Border in an hour. Therefore, Fang Heng hurried back to the zombie doomsday, dealt with the newly acquired zombie minions in batches for offline grinding, and then set off to the Barbarian Border. The game world of the Barbarian Border had returned to calm after undergoing a major change. Due to the rich rewards promised by Old Black, the 2 players who accepted the commission arrived promptly and waited eagerly in the Empire City Tavern. Until they saw Fang Heng, dressed as an undead mage, the 2 of them suddenly stood up. "Boss Fang?" "Yes, that's me." The 2, Su Cheng and Su Yi, exchanged glances, feeling somewhat excited and nervous. Fang Heng, the controller behind the Blood Race Doomsday. They never thought they would actually be able to meet him today. Just as rumored, he was indeed young. "I'm Su Cheng, and this is Su Yi." "Okay." Fang Heng glanced around the tavern. Su Cheng nodded and said, "Boss Fang, you can rest assured, it's very safe here. I've already cleared out the idle people in the tavern." "Good. Old Black should have told you everything. Let's start as soon as possible." "Okay." Su Cheng stabilized his emotions for a moment and started speaking. "Let me start first. I've been studying astrology for 3 years and have just advanced to the mid-level astrology stage. In fact, ordinary players misunderstand our astrology, Everyone thinks astrology is about predicting the future, but it's not. Initially, astrology is not a prediction of the future. It's a judgment of the present. The more information you have, the more accurate the judgment. In the concept of astrology, all things have trajectories, and after contact, they leave traces. By following these trajectories, we can learn about everything happening now. For example, if I want to know your current location, the more information about you I have, the more comprehensive the information I can gather using astrology. As astrology developed further, it extended to making some predictions about the future. In theory, it is possible, but how can I put it? It's purely theoretical. Judging the future based on trajectories, unless the trajectories are very clear, the results are completely uncontrollable, and you can hardly arrive at a precise answer. Furthermore, through astrology, we can intentionally leave some traces. Once these traces are triggered, we can immediately know and prejudge major events that are about to happen. Well, that's about it. Let me demonstrate it for you now. Su Chengcheng took out a crystal ball from his backpack and placed it steadily on the table. Boss Fang, do you have anything to judge through astrology? I have many things. Fan Heng thought for a moment, nodded, and said, I want to know the approximate location of Baimu. Su Chengcheng didn't know who Baimu was, so he gestured to Fan Heng. All right, Boss Fang, please place your hand on the crystal ball, pour your spirit and thoughts into the crystal ball, and recall all relevant events about Baimu as detailed as possible. Okay. Fan Heng agreed and tentatively touched the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a gentle light, and alternating bright and dim lights flickered in the center of the crystal ball. Fan Heng stared at Su Chengcheng and the crystal ball he was manipulating, with a magic array slowly rotating in the pupil of his right eye. Hint. Through the eye of omniscience, the player can choose to comprehend the skill. Basic astrology. Do you want to comprehend it? Yes. Fan Heng thought to himself. Hint. The player has already learned basic astrology. Hint. The player has mastered a large number of academic skills. When practicing this skill, the experience points needed for skill upgrades will increase significantly. Skill. Basic Astrology LV 1. Type. Academic skill. Description. Everything will leave a trail in its operational state, and we can grasp the past, present, and even the future of things through this trail. Explanation. After mastering this skill, the player will gain an additional 2 points of basic perception, as well as basic perception equal to the skill level *0.2. Additional skill. Astrology. Skill explanation. By consuming mental power, you can conduct astrology on a target. If successful, you may obtain some relevant information. If unsuccessful, there is a chance of backlash. Additional note. If encountering a trail beyond the player's current level during divination, there is a high probability of failure. Alright. Fan Heng saw the game prompt pop up and interrupted Su Chengcheng, who was continuing the astrology. With Su Chengcheng's current abilities, he couldn't perform astrology on the magic seed. Forcing it might not yield any effective results and could even lead to backlash. Sorry. Su Chengcheng, feeling relieved, quickly stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stepped aside. It's okay. You've done well, Fan Heng said, then turned to Sui next to him. What about mysticism? Compared to mysticism, learning about the mysteries is a bit more challenging. It requires mastering elemental studies and mysteries as prerequisite skills, Sui said, glancing at Su Chengcheng, who was sweating profusely on the side, and continued. In fact, mysticism is considered a more refined branch of mystery, mainly focusing on researching magical runes and various magical items, enhancing the final spell effects by applying arcane mysteries. Also, studying the characteristics of various magical items, recombing. Mysticism. Fan Heng had heard some lectures on mysticism at the academy before. It is also an auxiliary ability. Generally, through mysticism, one can enchant weapons and equipment with arcane runes to provide additional attributes and skill bonuses, create various puppet creatures and magic scrolls, etc. Most completed items and scrolls can be traded. With magic scrolls, in most cases, players only need to meet the mental power requirements to cast spells and summon puppets, making it very convenient. In addition, a mystic scholar can receive additional minor bonuses when personally using the created items. However, mysticism remains very niche among mainstream players. This is because the prerequisite for studying mysticism is elemental studies and mysteries. The common view is that mysticism is a derivative of these two skills. However, as players learn more academic skills, the negative penalties increase, so in general, players usually only focus on one academic skill. Players who have also learned elemental studies and mysteries are already rare. Even if they meet the requirements, few would choose to study another less practical skill like mysticism. This time, Fang Heng was planning to learn both elemental studies and mysticism together. Alright, I understand. Can I try this? Saying that, Fang Heng handed a pre-prepared long knife to Su Yi. Su Yi carefully took the knife and inspected it, then took out some bowls and jars he had with him, lightly sprinkled something on the blade, and then concentrated on drawing a magic array around the knife on the table. It's worth mentioning that alchemy can also have a positive effect on mysticism. It's just not a mandatory prerequisite skill. It was clear that Su Yi hadn't learned any related skills, so he was quite nervous while drawing the magic array, looking cautious. It took him 5 full minutes before he finally managed to complete it. Su Yi took a deep breath, placed his hand on the magic array. Hiss, hiss. The magic array was triggered, and a dazzling electric light flashed on the knife. Fang Heng watched Su Yi's movements, with the eye of omniscience appearing in his right eye. Another game prompt flashed on his retina. Hint. Through the eye of omniscience, the player can choose to comprehend the skill. Basic elemental studies. Do you want to learn? Learn. Hint. The player has already learned basic elemental studies. Hint. The player has mastered a large number of academic skills. When practicing this skill, the experience points needed for skill upgrades will increase significantly. Skill. Basic elemental studies LV. 1. Type. Academic skill. Description. The 5 basic elemental variations of the magical world, wind, fire, water, electricity, rock, form the framework of elemental studies. You begin to learn and manipulate these 5 basic magical variations to unleash their power. Explanation. After mastering the skill, gain 5 mental power and additional mental power equal to the skill level *0.5. Explanation. Skill level can be upgraded to a maximum of LV. 10. Hint. Through the eye of omniscience, the player can choose to comprehend the skill. Basic mysticism. Do you want to learn? Learn. Hint. The player has already learned basic mysticism. Hint. The player has mastered a large number of academic skills. When practicing this skill, the experience points needed for skill upgrades will increase significantly. Skill. Basic mysticism LV. 1. Type. Academic skill. Description. Every magical material has its unique properties. By integrating and intensifying them through mysticism, we can unleash various unexpected abilities. This is the wonder of mysticism. Explanation. Gain 3 mental power, and additional mental power equal to the skill level *0.2. Explanation. Skill level can be upgraded to a maximum of LV. 10. With the game prompt on skill mastery, Fang Heng nodded to signal Su Yi to stop. The Eye of Omniscience is still handy. Just half an hour, and 3 skills were learned. But the next step is the most crucial, finding a way to quickly level up the 3 skills to the intermediate level. Fang Heng looked at Su Yi and Su Chencheng. No wonder Lao He said on the phone that the demands of these 2 people were not high at all for him. Indeed, very simple. No need for skill books or anything like that. The inheritance of bloodline by 2 ranks of vampires, dukes and princes, can ensure the completion of the inheritance 100%. Once the inheritance is completed, they will start as low-level vampires. However, this ability is limited in uses per month. In addition, as a king, he also possesses this ability. But the process of inheritance requires leaving a mark by biting the neck. Fang Heng found it a bit disgusting, so he never used it. You have already learned other academics, but now you have to start learning vampire bloodlines from scratch. Yes, the 2 of them had made up their minds. Among the numerous players, after learning intermediate secrets and astrology, they felt they were useless. If they could exchange for a vampire bloodline, they would be willing to start over. In the past, vampire bloodlines were a very rare kind of bloodline, extremely rare. But since some time ago, the power of dimensional force enhanced the vampire bloodline, Its value surged hundreds of times in just a few days. Many players were trying various methods to join the few vampire worlds controlled by the Federation, attempting to obtain vampire bloodlines. But the number of players who succeeded was few. Some players discovered that according to the strategy, the previous task line to obtain bloodline inheritances through some NPC continuous tasks was gradually disappearing. Now, it was almost impossible to obtain a vampire bloodline. A book on vampire bloodline skills outside was already being traded at sky-high prices. Yet, enthusiasts were still flocking to it. It was said that once one obtained the vampire bloodline, combined with any other academic skills they had mastered, they could instantly increase their combat power by 2 to 3 times. From an ordinary player, they could instantly soar to an elite player. The players were unaware that this was still under Fang Heng's control of the dimensional level limit for players. Once the limit was unlocked, the player's strength would immediately increase by more than 10 times. Okay. Fang Heng nodded and said, I will grant you access to the vampire apocalypse, and after entering, go to the vampire elders hall, report your names, and someone will arrange for you to inherit the vampire bloodline. Thank you, Boss Fang. Hearing Fang Heng's agreement, Suyi felt relieved, thanked him, and then did not hide anything, quickly sharing the tricks of brushing up on academic skills. Fang Heng listened carefully. It was quite simple. It was just using the game mechanism to brush up. It couldn't be considered a loophole, but it would consume additional material items during the process. However, for him, at the current low-level stage, the upgrade did not require very high-level materials. Understood. Fang Heng nodded, controlled a few lickers to crawling quickly through the window from afar, quickly transforming into chrysolizes and forming ordinary zombie forms to test the skill experience. Understand the details first, then go back and brush up on a large scale later. Seeing this, Suyi and Su Xingchen couldn't help but look serious. Using zombies to assist in leveling up. Was there such an operation? Next, they saw the zombie clone swaying and completing an astrology session. Naturally, it failed. After a few flickers, the crystal ball showed no response. Tip: player zombie clone normal form. Astrology fail. Player gains basic astrology experience points 28. Player gains astrology talent 0.0005. Excellent. Even if it failed, there were still experience points to be gained. Fang Heng felt reassured. Astrology was the easiest. It would be easy to buy a batch of crystal balls and begin brushing directly after returning. Ow. Su Xingchen thought that the summoning creature leveling method had completely failed, and was about to say something to persuade, but seeing Fang Heng indifferent, he shut his mouth and turned to ask about elemental studies, promptly closing his mouth. According to Suyi, practicing elemental studies generally relied on special elemental stones for summoning basic elemental beings to level up quickly. Several zombie clones walked unsteadily to the water elemental stones. After concentrating for a moment, without exception, all of them failed. Su Xingchen and Suyi looked at each other and dared not speak. Indeed, leveling up through summoning creatures seemed a bit difficult, but what the two didn't know was that Fang Heng's zombie creatures were not simply summoned creatures, they were clones. Even if they failed, they could still gain experience points. Tip: player zombie clone normal form attempts to summon water elements basic. Player gains basic elemental studies experience points 11. Player gains elemental studies talent 0.001. Tip: player zombie. Watching the continuous game prompts, Fang Heng felt at ease. He was pondering on how to continue improving efficiency when suddenly, Suyi's expression changed and he said, Boss Fang, Lao He just contacted me through the game survival point, saying there is an urgent matter and wants to contact you. He hopes that if you're free, you can quickly return to zombie apocalypse. Lao He, what urgent situation has occurred? Fang Heng suddenly had a bad feeling. Well, with the 3 ways of gaining experience in skills in hand, there shouldn't be a problem with leveling up next. Let's first go back and see. Fang Heng raised his head and said, okay, in that case, I'll stop here today. Help me contact Lao He, and I'll return immediately. By the way, let's add each other as friends, so we can contact each other anytime. Sure. Of course. Fang Heng exchanged contact information with the two and quickly returned to zombie apocalypse. Zombie apocalypse. Lao He was already waiting at the teleportation gate. Seeing Fang Heng stepping out of the teleportation gate, Lao He took 2 steps forward and waved to him as a gesture of greeting. It was from the zombie apocalypse that the two of them first met. From the beginning until now, Fang Heng had come a long way. Who would have thought that what began as a casual investment due to Fang Heng's perceived potential would exceed expectations so quickly? Lao He chuckled and went forward. Boss Fang, it seems your trip went quite smoothly. Thanks to your arrangement, the people you found are quite reliable. Fang Heng smiled, then nodded, then asked seriously. Lao He, what's the matter that made you urgently look for me? This old thing is very cunning. It looks very weak on the surface, but can casually mention demon seeds without appearing contaminated at all. You guessed right. I'm very interested. How can I participate? Ha. Simple. I have already communicated with Baimu. If you are ready, I can send you to Baidu now. You. Hey. Don't look at me like that. Lao He looked at Fang Heng's surprised expression, smiling smugly. A bad boat also has 3 nails. This old thing also has some skills hidden away. Are you going or not? Time over at Baidu is tight. They say jealousy will come back soon, leaving you only 3 days at most. 3 days. Fang Heng nodded in contemplation. It's just right. 3 days of a window period is just right. Once this trip to Baidu is over, the necromancer teachers should be able to successfully explore the tomb of the Persephone Queen in the realm of death. Pursuit from the divine realm is intense. It's uncertain when they will resume the chase. It's better to take action now. Okay. Give me some more time. Fang Heng lowered his head to check the time, and then looked up. We will depart in half an hour. Okay. I'll be waiting here for you. Before going to Baidu, there are some things that need to be prepared in advance, such as hanging up the 3 new skills just learned. By the way, Fang Heng had taken 2 steps forward and turned back to Lao He, asking, how can I contact Baimu after I go there? Don't worry, he will contact you. Reminder. Player enters the special world. Baidu. Reminder. This world is rated as high-level hidden level. Players cannot enter this world through normal means. Reminder. Players can invade this world through special means. Reminder. By using the inscribed tablet, players can obtain their initial identity in this world. The probability of being exposed depends on the player's perception strength. Reminder. Some communication functions are disabled for players. Reminder. Current task for player. Find Baidu completed. Reminder. Since the player has completed the main hidden quest in the Forest of Thousands and simultaneously completed the task related to finding Baidu, the player may choose to receive a guiding quest. Reminder. The reward guiding quests are special quests. Players can follow the quest instructions, complete the task line step by step, and unlock tasks related to the rewards. Abandoning or failing this task will not result in any punishment. The initial identity of the player is related to the reward quest chosen by the player. Guiding Option 1. Stone of Nightfall. Guiding Option 2. Book of Evolution. Guiding Option 3. Indeterminate Mechanical Manual. Guiding Option 4. Dimensional Crystal Core. Fang Heng's pupil suddenly constricted. There are additional rewards. These guiding tasks seem similar to the main guiding quests that appear when he first entered the Forest of Thousands. Honestly, that main quest had some pitfalls. But this time it looks promising. Fang Heng's attention was quickly drawn to the 4 reward choices. The Stone of Nightfall probably can't deal with the seeds of jealousy, so it's not chosen. The Book of Evolution and the Indeterminate Mechanical Manual have only a name, and their specific effects are unclear. It's likely to be a trap. So the safest choice would be the Dimensional Crystal Core. I choose the Dimensional Crystal Core. Reminder. Player triggers a special reward quest. Dimensional Crystal Core Reward Quest. Quest name. Find the Dimensional Crystal Core. Quest difficulty. SSS. Quest description. In the Forest of Thousands, through flipping through the ancient books of the Tree Spirit Clan, you learn that the Tree Spirit Clan once obtained the Dimensional Crystal Core from Baidu, greatly enhancing the power of the Divine Tree and the strength of the clan. Through the quest guiding environmental task, you will eventually trigger the task of obtaining the Dimensional Crystal Core. Reminder. Currently being generated. Binding. The player obtains the background identity of this world. Fang Bai. You are the owner of a family-run pawn shop, known as Boss Fang. All this time, your pawn shop has been involved in some shady deals. But this year has been tough. You received a batch of bad items and incurred a bad debt. Just half an hour ago, you received a call from the creditor Haklo, who helped you take on a commission. If done well, the debt between you will be cleared. So now, you need to find a guy named Zimoni, who should be in the cyber cafe of the city center village. Reminder: there is a possibility of the player's current identity information being exposed. The probability of exposure depends on the player's perception attribute. Reminder: player's current artifact, Joka the Illusion God, is effective, greatly reducing the probability of player's current identity being exposed. Reminder: player triggers the current guiding quest. Find Zimoni. Task requirement: find Zimoni. Current coordinates: 23,891. 92,871, and complete Zimoni's relevant commission. Remaining time for this task: 60 minutes. Remaining time for all environmental tasks: 24 hours. Special note: failure or abandonment of this task will not result in any penalties. Reminder: player receives the task item, a mobile phone with the creditor's Haklo phone number. Reminder: if this task item is lost, the task will be considered failed by default. Fang Heng quickly scanned through the various game tips floating on the retina, obtaining a special background identity and the reward task of the dimensional crystal core. He must find a way to get it. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze, surveying the surroundings. Upon entering a new world, it's important to first confirm his location. Judging by the architectural style of the city, it was a modern metropolis. The attire of passers-by was mostly ordinary, but in terms of physique, most of them appeared very sturdy. It was summer, and most people were dressed in a cool manner. Occasionally, one could also see modified mechanical armor peeking from under the clothes. A highly mechanized world. Fang Heng pondered silently. The game had thoughtfully provided the location of the task target. It wasn't far from here. But where was Baimu? Wasn't he supposed to come and pick him up? Baimu's special inscribed tablet should have a locator effect, and he thought he would immediately see Baimu after the teleportation was completed. But it seems not. Oh well, completing the task is the priority. With limited time for the task, Fang Heng decided to head towards the target person, Zimoni. Thinking this, he hurried towards the internet cafe, entering a city center village. He also quickly browsed through the world background information on his phone. The world's technology was quite advanced, with a central authoritarian government called the Federation controlling over 70% of the continent, while the remaining over 20% was restricted area, with information being sealed off by the Federation. At this point, it was already nighttime. The rundown alleyway still had barbecue stalls on both sides, with many factory workers just getting off work and gathering in small groups on the street. Many small shops with dim red lights were attracting the attention of passers-by. Soon, Fang Heng stopped in front of an internet cafe. Starry Sky Internet Cafe. The internet cafe was on the second floor, and the sign hanging outside looked quite old. Fang Heng went upstairs, pushed open the glass door of the internet cafe, and was hit by an unpleasant smell of smoke. In the late night, the sound of keyboards and mouse clicking inside the internet cafe was continuous, mixed with grumbling and yelling. Fang Heng followed the mission prompt, walking towards the depths of the internet cafe, quickly locking his gaze on a young man in a corner. His skin color was strange, with a hint of blue showing through, and he was wrapped in thick layers of bandages. He had a strong body and was tall, with muscles that gave off a sense of explosive power. Fang Heng had a strange feeling. This person did not seem like an ordinary human being. Simony? Simony heard someone call his name, and he raised his head alertly, standing up somewhat nervously. Yes, that's me. Well, have a seat. Fang Heng pulled out a chair nearby, nodded to indicate Simony to sit down, and introduced himself. I am Fang Bai. For certain reasons, I have accepted your commission. You can call me Boss Fang. For the next period of time, I will help you deal with all the troubles. If you don't mind, let's start now. Tell me about your situation. Okay. Simony sat down and said, I just arrived here the day before yesterday, and, due to some reasons, I encountered some trouble on the way here and suffered serious injuries. I am not familiar with this place, so I hired a local guide. The guy brought me here and temporarily arranged me a private clinic before temporarily leaving, saying that he was going to gather some information for me. Fang Heng listened, his brows furrowed. It was a bit confusing, and this guy clearly was not very detailed about many things. Fang Heng didn't rush to ask further and simply said, Okay, go on. I received treatment at the clinic, rested for a night, and the next day I found out that the guide had not returned. I went out to look for him and heard that the guide was found dead in the street in the morning. Oh. Fang Heng's eyebrows raised. So you want me to help you find the killer? No, that's not it. Simony shook his head and then, as if being secretive, cautiously peeked his head out from behind the computer screen, looked towards the back of the internet cafe, and whispered, "Actually, Boss Fan, I gave the guide a very important invitation card, which should be on him. But when I went to the police station, they told me that they did not find the invitation card I needed among his belongings, because that card is very important, so." Fang Heng understood and interjected, "I see. So what you really want to find is the invitation card." "Yes, I heard that the person who found the body in the daytime was him." Simony pointed towards the counter behind the internet cafe. Fang Heng turned to look. "The manager." "Yes, he's Pruno. He was also on duty at the internet cafe last night. In the early morning, during shift change, he found the body on his way home and then reported it to the police." Simony nodded and explained, "I suspect he is involved." "And then, have you asked him yet?" "Yes, he admitted to finding the invitation card, but he wouldn't return it to me and asked for money. He demanded 5 million quintus, which I couldn't raise at the moment, so I sought help from the police. But the police told me that I had no evidence to prove that Pruno stole something, and even if he did, there was no evidence to prove that the invitation card was mine." Simony scratched his head, looking distressed. "Later, as I walked on the street, I heard people say that this area of the city is controlled by the Black Boss, and anything can be resolved by finding him. So, I inquired about the whereabouts of the Black Boss and sought his help." Fang Heng's thought suddenly became clear. Well, it turned out he was the second-tier subcontractor of the Black Boss himself. Prompt: current stage task for players. Find Simony completed. Next stage task request: help Simony retrieve the invitation card. Current mission name: retrieve the invitation card. Overall mission difficulty: SSS. Current mission requirements: help Simony find the invitation card. Remaining time for the current mission: 8 hours. Total remaining time for the mission: 23 hours and 46 minutes. Fang Heng quickly scanned the mission prompt, then looked up at Simony. Quintus sounded like a type of virtual currency, and he wasn't sure of the exact value of 5 million. He had some valuable items in his backpack, but converting them to virtual currency would be troublesome, and Fang Heng thought this task wasn't as simple as it appeared. Let's go talk to him again." With that, Fang Heng stood up and walked towards the counter of the internet cafe. "Okay." Simony felt empowered and quickly got up to follow. Upon reaching the front of the internet cafe counter, Fang Heng knocked on it. "Pruno, 10 an hour. 20 for overnight. Snacks are self-service. Remember to pay. There are cameras here. This is Dragon's territory. Don't cause trouble." Behind the counter, Pruno was still playing with his phone. As he spoke, he raised his head and furrowed his brows upon seeing someone unfamiliar. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." "It's fine. My friend said he has an important invitation card in your possession." Pruno turned to look at Simony standing behind Fang Heng, then couldn't help but chuckle, his mouth showing two big yellow teeth. "Oh, it's you. Big guy. So, how is it? Have you prepared the money?" "I've prepared some, but the time is tight. We need time to gather it." Fang Heng gestured towards the door. "It's not convenient to talk here. How about we step outside for a bit?" "Sure." Upon hearing that there was money involved, Pruno agreed and took a cigarette from the counter, then walked towards the back door of the internet cafe. At the alley entrance behind the internet cafe, Pruno skillfully lit his cigarette, then offered one to Fang Heng and Simony. Pruno felt a lack of money and instantly lost the mood for conversation. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and casually tossed away the remaining half. "No money and you still come? Damn it, what a waste of time." Fang Heng saw Pruno turning to leave and said, "Wait, what's the matter?" Pruno looked impatiently at Fang Heng. "Oh, I almost forgot. Who are you?" "His friend." "Want to help him repay the money?" "Not exactly, but I have a better deal for you." "Do you want to hear it?" Exchange this invitation with your life." "What?" Fang Heng's eyes displayed a layer of bloodthirsty light. Pruno and Fang Heng locked eyes, and in an instant, they saw something terrifying. Chills ran down their spines, their hearts raced uncontrollably, and their blood flowed crazily. You. Pruno felt like his body was on the verge of exploding. unable to even complete a sentence. Fang Heng coldly looked at Puno. "I'll count to 3. If you agree, just nod." Before Fang Heng could start counting, Puno was already vigorously nodding his head. Phew. The blood bowling skill was cancelled, and Puno immediately felt a sense of relief as if he had just come back from hell. He knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Looking up at Fang Heng again, Puno found him terrifying, almost like a demon. "Hey, don't waste time. Where's the item?" "I don't have it. When I passed by the body, I got scared. I didn't touch anything. I have no idea if he had anything on him." Puno shook his head repeatedly, then glanced cautiously at Simon, who was by Fang Heng's side. His voice grew softer. "I just wanted to bluff him." Fang Heng turned to look at Simon. Simon clenched his fist, his face turning red with anger, unable to speak. This big guy seemed a bit slow, taken as a fool, and time was wasted. Fang Heng thought to himself, nodding. "All right, what do you think? Who is the item we lost?" "I don't know. I really don't know. There are many gangs in the city. Many people in this area frequent it, and even the police might be involved. Don't tell anyone about our situation. Can you do that?" "Yes, I promise." Puno nodded frantically. "Good. Get up now. Help us open a private room for the night," Fang Heng said, patting Simon's shoulder lightly and whispering, "It wasn't him. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go." "Okay." After just a short meeting of a little over 10 minutes, Simon was already admiring Fang Heng's methods and obediently followed along, looking like a compliant child. Back in the newly opened internet cafe private room, Fang Heng moved a chair, gesturing for Simon to sit on the opposite table. Simon felt embarrassed and flushed. "Boss Fang, I'm sorry, I was deceived by him." "It's okay." The SSS level difficulty and the 5-hour time limit suggested that it wouldn't be so easy to complete. Listening to Simon's explanation, Fang Heng didn't expect to easily obtain the invitation card from the network manager. Previously, he would have had to follow various leads, which would have taken time. But now, it was just right. Having learned a new skill, why not try it out immediately? Fang Heng flicked his wrist, a crystal ball appearing in his hand, which he placed on the table. In the apocalyptic world, countless zombie clones brushed for experience. In just half an hour, his astrology had advanced to intermediate LV 19. Let's give it a try. Now, let your thoughts merge with the crystal ball. Think about the lost invitation and anything else related to it. Fang Heng guided Simon into a state of focus, starting the divination together. Closing their eyes, they gradually entered a dreamlike, blurry scene where two people were conversing. Who were they? Looking around, it seemed like a private room, a luxurious KTV, but the details were unclear. If only they could zoom in a bit. A sudden realization made the entire world shrink by half. Rushing to the outside of the KTV door, Fang Heng quickly noticed the room number, VIP Room 1. Could they enlarge it further? Bam. The scene rapidly zoomed out to the entire street. He could see it clearly now. Million for a bar. Tip. Player obtained partial information through the skill, divination. Ending the divination, Fang Heng patted Simon's shoulder, who was deep in thought. Big guy. We found what we needed. Let's go. Million for a bar. The largest bar in the city center. When learning astrology, Zun Jincheng and Fang Heng had explained that the images seen through divination were events in real time, relevant to the mission. Judging by the clarity of the images, the person's strength seemed moderate. The mission difficulty was still manageable. Fang Heng confidently walked into the bar and headed straight to the VIP area on the second floor. Gentlemen, this is the VIP area. Do you have a reservation? My friend is inside. Fang Heng nodded, leading Simon forward. If he remembered correctly, sir. Two guards dressed in black blocked Fang Heng's way. This is a private event space. Whom are you looking for? Without speaking, Fang Heng continued advancing. The guards, noticing the beam weapons in their hands, became alert. Stop. Beam weapons? Fang Heng noticed the guards holding them and felt a breeze near his ears. No problem. Fang Heng shrugged. Looks like we underestimated Simoni's strength, but he doesn't seem very clever. How could he be so easily fooled by a network administrator? Let's go. Good. Simoni replied, raising his fist and smashing it towards the entrance of the KTV. Bang. The wooden door shattered under Simoni's blow. Shoo shoo. Several blue beams immediately streaked across the room. Boss Fang, be careful. Leave it to me. Simony saw the situation and immediately placed his hands in front of him, lowered his head, and charged straight into the room. Boom, boom. The beam weapons exploded continuously on Simony. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Wow, how tough is he? This kid Simony is also a tough character, actually withstanding the damage of the beam weapon with his body. It seems that Simony's skin structure is different from ordinary people. Even he would leave a series of penetrating wounds after being attacked by the beam, but the beams on Simony exploded directly upon hitting him. Several black-clad bodyguards in the room who were aiming and shooting were also shocked. Someone could actually block the beam weapon with their body. Phew. Simony approached, fiercely raised his hand with a sound of breaking air, and slapped a bodyguard, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the wall. Hey! All of you, stop. The bodyguards, about to continue their attack, turned their heads when they heard the voice and saw Fang Heng had already appeared behind them, holding a dagger at the big boss's neck. How did this happen? When did this happen? When did that person run over there? Simony saw Fang Heng and was also a bit puzzled for a moment. He didn't notice when Boss Fan had run over there. The boss in the VIP room swallowed hard, raised his hands. Stop, stop. The bodyguards immediately backed off, dropping their beam weapons. Fang Heng looked at the boss. I don't want to waste your time, so I'll be direct. I know the invitation is in your hands. Hand over the invitation, and everything ends here. What do you say? Are you mistaking me for someone else? Mu-Hexen forced calmness, speaking coldly. I don't know about any invitation. Think carefully about the consequences of offending me. No more nonsense. Fang Heng exerted force, immediately leaving a bloodstain on Mu-Hexen's neck. I'll kill you and it'll be the same even if I look for the invitation. Fine, fine. It's in my jacket pocket. Fang Heng reached out to search Mu-Hexen's jacket pocket. In the next moment, things suddenly changed. Mu-Hexen's figure twisted and bulged rapidly, several spikes protruding from his body. Fang Heng frowned, leapt back several steps, observing the mutated creature before him. Mu-Hexen's body swelled to over 2 meters in an instant, forming a twisted arthropod monster. Not a corrupt creature, but a special arthropod life form. Several yellow compound eyes were embedded in the arthropod's face, and it had numerous dark spikes on its body. Boss Fang, watch out. Before Fang Heng could continue to observe, Simony had already pounced again. Dang. Simony directly used his far superior physical advantage, accelerating and colliding with the alien creature, sending it flying. The blow worked, and Simony pursued again, hammering continuously with his fists. Several of the bodyguards in the VIP room had never seen such a scene. Just as someone was about to react and attempt to shoot, they suddenly felt dizzy. Then everything went black, and they collapsed unconscious. Mental shock. Fang Heng sent several mental shocks remotely, knocking down a few obstructing guards while backing up Simony. The arthropod size was large, but its actual strength was quite average, and Simony soon knocked it out. Boss Fang. Simony quickly returned to Fang Heng's side, vigilantly looking around at the unconscious bodyguards, whispering, "He's not human." "Yeah, I noticed," Fang Heng said as he went forward, kicking the arthropod creature aside and picking up a card from the ground. Tip. Player obtained item. Invitation to the White Prison Arena. Done. Got the invitation. Fang Heng held the invitation in his hand and examined it. The silver invitation was exquisitely made with no signature or address information, only a faintly engraved tall tower as a background. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Simony took the invitation card from Fang Heng's hand, immediately overjoyed, holding it as if it were a precious treasure just recovered, thanking Fang Heng profusely. Boss Fang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to get back the invitation. Boss Fang. Simony looked at Fang Heng, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. You've already helped me a lot, but I still hope you can help me one more time. Go on. I'm new here, completely unfamiliar with this world. I hope you can be my guide in this dimension. I don't know what price would satisfy you. Fang Heng scrutinized Simony. You're not from this dimension. Yes, my hometown is not here. Simony shook his head, a hint of worrying in his eyes. 2 days ago, my companions and I came here according to the White Prison invitation. Unfortunately, we encountered spatial turbulence on the way and fell into a different dimensional space, losing contact with them. I fortunately found my way out but was also seriously injured. I understand. So your next step is to go to the White Prison Arena. Simony nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll take your commission, and as for the reward, we can discuss it later, Fang Heng said, patting Simony's shoulder. This world is dangerous, so try not to talk on the way, leave it all to me. Okay. Tip. Player completes the mission. Find the invitation. Tip. Player triggers next stage submission. Go to White Prison Arena. Mission name. Go to White Prison Arena. Mission description. Simony hopes you can beat his guy. Please accompany him to the White Prison Arena. Mission rewards. Next stage submission. Remaining time for current submission. 23 hours 2 minutes. Fang Heng listened to Simon's narration, couldn't help but stroke his chin, deep in thought. Bayou Arena, connecting the information he gathered in the Wenshen realm before. The Bayou Arena is highly likely to be a place established to screen non-seal demonic creatures. Where is Bayou Arena? Simon was startled, then said, I don't know either. This is my first time here. I thought you knew. The information I have is that Bayou Arena is in the center of Bayou and can be seen at a glance. Fang Heng opened his phone and searched. Soon, the browser had the answer. The center of the world. Bayou Tower. Fang Heng carefully observed a photo of Bayou Tower obtained from the search. In the center of the photo stood a tall tower soaring into the clouds. Circles of secret runes adorned the outer walls of the tall tower. Special characters. Fang Heng recognized that a large part of them were praising hymns of hell. It indeed looked like it was built by the jealous demon Kai. I see, Fang Heng thought for a moment, then opened the navigation to Bayou Tower. The Bayou Tower at the center of the world was not far from the village where they were. With the accelerator to the floor, it would probably take about 5 hours to drive there. If they were to switch to railway transport, the security level of public transportation in this world was uncertain, and they might encounter some trouble. Pondering, Fang Heng glanced in the rearview mirror and asked, By the way, the car behind us has been following us at a distance for a while now. Do you know her? Simon heard this, his heart skipping a beat, quickly turned his head to look out the rear window. There was a red Chevrolet chasing them. Inside the driver's seat was a young and beautiful woman. The bright red lipstick highlighted her cold beauty. I don't know. Most likely here for the invitation letter. Fang Heng sneered, stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road, getting out of the car with Simon. The car behind also stopped, and a young woman with a side-swept fringe got out of the car. The woman looked at Fang Heng and Simon coldly and said, I know you have an invitation letter to Bayou. Name your price. Fang Heng gave her a cold look and said, Not interested. Get lost. A chill covered Zhuang Yufei's face. What did you say? Tell your people to get lost. Don't come after us. Do you understand? Fang Heng shook his head. If you insist on following, don't blame us for being impolite. HMPH. Zhuang Yufei snorted coldly, quickly approaching Fang Heng, bone spikes protruding from her finger joints, forming sharp spikes. Boss Fang, be careful. Leave it to me. Simon yelled and stepped forward to block Zhuang Yufei, trying to stop her. Zhuang Yufei's face was cold, a hint of mockery on her lips, seemingly mocking Simon's overestimation of his abilities, seeking death. However, just before the two sides were about to collide, Zhuang Yufei's pupils suddenly contracted. What? She suddenly felt a violent impact on her sea of consciousness, momentarily entering a state of confusion. Dang. The next moment, Simon's body crashed heavily into Zhuang Yufei, sending her flying like a cannonball towards the trees outside the roadside guardrail. Bang! Bang! Dang! Zhuang Yufei smashed through several tree trunks behind her in succession, until she came to a stop against a rock. You little... Clenching her teeth, Zhuang Yufei pressed her hand on her dislocated shoulder, pushing away the tree trunk on top of her, slowly standing up. A faint black mist gradually enveloped her body, a cold glow in her eyes. Mind abilities... playing dirty. Where are they? After Zhuang Yufei stood up, she looked ahead again, but couldn't see Fang Heng and Simon anymore. She frowned, looked up at the sky. Under the night sky, a figure was swiftly flying into the distance with Simon. Damn it! Careless! Zhuang Yufei clenched her fists. She had no flying ability herself, and the distance was already too far to catch up now. Upon careful reflection, she seemed to have fallen into the opponent's trap from the beginning. Behind Zhuang Yufei, the car light slowly approached. A pickup truck drove slowly, stopping beside Zhuang Yufei. An older man in the driver's seat leaned out of the window and looked at Zhuang Yufei. Did you fail? Humph. I was caught off guard for a moment. Juan Yufei snorted heavily, feeling unwilling, saying in a deep voice, "Wait a moment, I can quickly catch up to them. Forget it. No need. Jing'er just found other ways to infiltrate. Special potions need to be taken in advance. Time is short. We need to go meet them immediately." Juan Yufei clenched her fist slightly, looked up at the sky again, seemingly reluctant to let the two people go so easily. "Get in the car." Nu said that Baimu and them have already found a way into the Bayou Arena. We need to speed up. If they mess up, it will be troublesome. All right. Let's hope they are lucky. In the distance, a bat-shaped Fang Heng was flying rapidly with Simon. Boss Fang. Simon was surprised that Fang Heng had this ability. Genuinely shocked. With one mouth open, a gust of wind rushed into his mouth. After advancing to the king-level bloodline, Fang Heng could control the size of the bat form to a certain extent. Carrying an extra person while flying had little effect. Considering the pursuers behind them, Fang Heng decided it was better to fly directly back to Bayou Arena in bat form, to save time and trouble. We are not far from Bayou Arena. In 2 hours, we will arrive soon. Meanwhile, Baimu wandered around the village. He couldn't find Fang Heng's figure. Strange. Where is Fang Heng? Did he run off by himself? It was strange. The teleportation tool he provided could confirm that Fang Heng was near the village after entering the game. Why couldn't he find him after searching for so long? Because he found a way to enter Bayou Arena before. He did waste some time. When he arrived, he was 20 minutes late compared to the agreed time. Did Fang Heng already run away? After considering that he needed to figure out how to infiltrate Bayou Arena quickly, Baimu decided not to search and logged out to contact Lo Hei. At 4:30 in the morning, a glimmer of light could be seen rising from the horizon in the distance. Fang Heng saw Bayou Arena towering on the horizon, a huge cylindrical building, much larger than in the photos, towering into the clouds. From a distance, it looked like a sword thrust into the ground. The seed of jealousy. The vehicle slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the checkpoint. Welcome to the White Prison Arena. Inside the checkpoint, a middle-aged man dressed neatly and looking courteous nodded at the two and gesture. "Is this your first time here? How can I assist you?" Simon handed over the invitation to the White Prison Arena. Guests here to participate in the competition. Welcome. Please wait a moment." After carefully examining the invitation, the middle-aged man nodded and waved to the side. Soon, a short halfling walked out of the checkpoint, jumped onto the vehicle through the window, and sat in the back seat. "This is the halfling, Hax. He will be your guide within the White Prison Arena. There are some rules once you enter the arena, and he will explain them to you. I hope it will be helpful. Of course, the rules are usually for the weaker ones. The strong are not bound by rules. I hope you enjoy your time, the White Prison Arena," the middle-aged man said with a smile, opening the city entrance channel for them to pass through. The vehicle slowly entered the city. Hax, the halfling, said, "Welcome to the White Prison Arena. I am Hax. As you can see, the whole city is built for the arena. Most residents in the city are competitors, and occasionally, high-ranking visitors stay here for a day or two. They are either rich or powerful, always with expert bodyguards. It is best not to get into conflicts with them. You two are invited guests. The White Prison Arena has already prepared guest rooms for you. Would you like to go and store your luggage?" "No need. We don't have any luggage." Simon, concerned about the safety of his realm, didn't want to waste time, and declined the halfling's invitation, saying, "I heard that I can find what I need at the White Prison Arena." Of course, the owner of the arena has unlimited power. He will fulfill anything you need. However, you will need to prove your strength within the arena first, the halfling replied, knowing it wouldn't be that easy. "All right, please tell me what I need to do." "Firstly, you need to register as a competitor in your realm. As long as there is a competitor in your realm with an SSS ranking, you can meet the owner of the arena and obtain what you desire." SSS ranking. It seems to be the strength level of competitors. Simon's eyes showed a hint of determination as he nodded. "All right, when can I participate in the arena battles?" "Of course, you can. I can help you register for the upcoming novice entry-level competition, starting in half an hour. If we head to the arena now, it will be just in time. Is that okay with you?" "Okay." Simon took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and entered a state of pre-battle adjustment. The halfling turned to Fang Heng. "I don't have your information. May I ask who you are?" "I am Simon's friend, Fan Bai, here with him." "All right. Do you want to register as a competitor?" Not for now, Simon should suffice. Haha, of course, that's what I thought too. Your friend seems very strong. Simon didn't hear the conversation between the two and continued to focus with closed eyes. Soon, the vehicle entered the underground parking lot of the White Prison Arena. The halfling got off the car, leading the two towards the elevator. The White Prison Arena operates 24 hours a day. There are battles here at all times. The arena operates by invitation and self-registration. Invited participants receive preferential evaluation levels, while those who self-register start from scratch. The initial level of your realm is S, and Mr. Simon's initial combat strength is rated at A here. You can compete with experts from various worlds and fully enjoy the thrill of competition, the halfling said. Simon looked at the halfling and asked, "The owner of the arena can fulfill any desire, right?" A cunning glint appeared in the halfling's eyes. Of course, as long as you can prove you have enough strength, the owner will grant you what you desire. However, you will also need to do something for the owner. Simon clenched his fists silently, determined to help his realm through this difficult situation. He would put all his efforts into winning all battles. Led by the halfling, the two soon entered the elevator. Ding! The elevator opened on the 11th floor. The halfling checked his pad and nodded. Your first match is scheduled to start in 5 minutes. Let me take you to the preparation room. Boss Fang, I'm very grateful for your help to this point. From here on, I must continue on my own. Simon slapped his cheek, his eyes filled with determination. I have been selected from our clan to participate in tasks because I am the most suitable for them. I will win all the way and find a way to save our world. Well, good luck, Fang Heng said calmly, watching Simon enter the preparation room. Mr. Fang Bai, let me take you to the viewing platform. Okay. Lead the way. Fang Heng followed the halfling to the arena's viewing platform. The arena's stands were sparsely populated, indicating that Simon's combat level wasn't high, and not many people were watching. As for the opponent, looking at the white skeletal creature emerging from the other side of the preparation channel, Fang Heng furrowed his brow. An intelligent, undead creature. Beep. The green light on the arena's stage lit up. The undead creature immediately launched an attack, sending over a dozen bone spears towards Simon. Shoo! Simon swiftly dodged the bone spear attacks, swiftly moving forward. He delivered a heavy blow with his right fist. Doom! The loud impact shattered the skeletal creature's exoskeleton, sending it flying off the edge of the arena. Fang Heng looked at the game tips floating on the retina and turned his head to the half-body person next to him, asking, I heard that you can get rewards by participating in the White Prison Arena. Yes, we provide generous gifts for contestants. Are there dimensional crystal cores? The half-body person tapped on the pad a few times, then nodded after searching, saying, Yes, but dimensional crystal cores are extremely valuable. You need to become an SSS-ranked contestant to be allowed to exchange for them. Higher-ranked rewards. Interesting. Fang Heng glanced at Simani. In this match, Simani didn't use his full strength at all. With his abilities, could he advance to become an SSS-level contestant? Fang Heng pondered for a moment. He realized he had to rely on himself. Half-body person, I'm getting a bit itchy as well. Help me register as a contestant and arrange a battle for me as soon as possible. Sure, of course. The half-body person quickly input the relevant information on the pad. Your registration has been completed. The next battle will start in 5 minutes at Arena 20 on the 14th floor. Do you need me to take you there? No. It's not necessary. You wait here with Simani. I can handle it myself. 5 hours later, Simani dragged his tired body off the arena. His race inherently possessed a powerful self-healing ability, and minor injuries did not require treatment to recover. However, 5 consecutive hours of high-intensity combat had left him feeling tired, especially as the battles continued. The opponents he faced later had their own tricks, making it easy to get hurt accidentally. With his body sustaining continuous damage, his self-recovery ability was struggling to keep up. His stamina had also been significantly depleted. The half-body person was waiting at the sign. Upon seeing Simani leave the arena, he quickly walked up with the pad. Mr. Simani, congratulations on winning another round. Your current score has reached 5,334 points. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced and become an S-level contestant. Your benefits have also been further enhanced, and we have arranged for your next competition. However, due to the scheduling of S-level matches, your next game will start in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Queuing. Upon hearing this, Samani couldn't help but furrow his brow. The time was too long. How long would it take for him to reach the level of an SSS-ranked contestant, even if he kept winning every match? Can't it be faster? Sorry. This is the arena's matching rule, and your opponent also needs preparation time, the half-body person explained, checking the pad and adding, also, you have fought 23 consecutive matches. I suggest you go to the medical area for a full-body checkup, receive professional guidance to accelerate your physical recovery. Furthermore, we also provide massages. No. I just need a quiet room. Alright, as an S-level contestant, you have your own rest area in the White Prison Tower. Let me take you back to the lounge for some rest. Okay. Samani looked around and didn't see Fang Heng's figure and couldn't help but ask, by the way, where is my friend? Your friend? The half-body person checked the pad and nodded. Your friend, Fanbo, has currently accumulated 12,328 points as a contestant. 30 minutes ago, he successfully advanced to become an S-level contestant. In 2 minutes, he will have an S-level match at Arena 38. What? Samani's mouth fell open, his eyes filled with disbelief. Fanbo was already an S-level contestant, and his points were even higher than Samani's. Take me there. Alright, please follow me. Soon. Led by the half-body person, Samani entered the spectator stands on the 15th floor. Once reaching the S level, the number of people participating in watching the matches significantly increased, attracting not only martial arts enthusiasts, but also other high-ranking contestants. For contestants, gaining insight into the opponent's tactics and fighting style in advance was a significant advantage. In the stands, Samani immediately spotted Fang Heng standing on the right side of the arena. However, Fang Boss was now wearing a mask on his face. Beep. The match begins. Fang Heng's opponent was a lizard person. The lizard person was extremely agile, immediately launching an attacking assault, swiftly moving around the edge of the arena. After continuous acceleration, the lizard person's speed reached an almost abnormal level, leaving a series of after images on the field that were too fast for the naked eye to catch. The other S-level contestants in the stands nodded in admiration. In S-level matches, the lizard person was a tough opponent. Initially entering the S-level trial field, the lizard person even had a terrifying record of 20 consecutive wins. However, soon, the lizard person's weakness was discovered. To win against the lizard person, the simplest way was to suppress them and not give them space to speed up. Magic users could prevent the lizard person from accelerating through various terrain obstacles, while physical fighters could directly engage in close combat to suppress and prevent the opponent's agility from being fully utilized. However, at this moment, the lizard person's speed had already risen. It was becoming difficult to deal with. Samani looked towards Fang Heng, who was standing not far away, feeling anxious for him. Even he could only see the lizard person's movements clearly when he was under extreme mental tension. However, after several consecutive battles, he couldn't maintain absolute focus for a long time. Once relaxed, he could only see rapid flashes on the field. Samani was well aware that his vision was deceiving him. The lizard person's speed was faster than what he observed with his naked eye. Dang! A heavy blow sounded. Samani's pupils contracted, showing a look of astonishment in his eyes. What? He couldn't see any of Fang Heng's actions clearly, but after a heavy muffled hitting sound, the lizard person was sent flying out, crashing heavily into the barrier outside the arena. Out of bounds. Fangbo wins. Wow! The field erupted into enthusiastic applause. Many of the S-level contestants, after seeing this scene, began whispering among themselves. It seemed a strong newcomer had arrived. Samani also looked surprised. Fang Boss, is the wait time this long? Troublesome. It seems that becoming an SSS-level competitor is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. It's quite difficult to obtain dimensional crystal cores. Fang Heng touched his chin. The enemies in the S-class arena correspond roughly to the level of an ordinary newly appointed chief in the once-in world game world. By analogy, if encountering the highest SSS-level competitor, their power level will increase significantly, perhaps even surpassing the highest combat power of the once-in world. If a fight really breaks out, there's no certainty of winning. However, advancing to an SSS-level competitor is not difficult. Of course, if he can use special moves, Fang Heng feels he won't fail. In addition, the purpose of establishing Bayou Prison is to better seal the demon seeds. So, Every competitor represents a realm behind them. After gaining the recognition of the jealousy demon seed and agreeing to keep the demon seed sealed as a condition, one can exchange for what they desire. Even if he really is promoted to an SSS level competitor, it may not be that simple to get dimensional crystal cores. Just as he was pondering, Fang Heng felt something, turned his head, and saw Simonini walking towards him not far away. Boss Fang, I didn't expect your strength to be this strong. Simonini's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his view, Fang Heng hadn't even used all his strength. It's even possible that Fang Heng could advance to the SS level faster than him. Boss Fang, could you help me once again to quickly figure out a way to raise my competitor level to SS? Of course, I'm actually very curious about this arena as well, but is it only necessary to become an SS level competitor? Fang Heng realized that he needed to reach the highest level to exchange for dimensional crystal cores. I just found out that after advancing to SS level competitors, many areas inside the Bayou Arena will be opened, including the Bayou Library. Simonini felt that according to the rules of the Bayou Arena, it is extremely difficult to advance to the highest SSS level in a short period of time, thus they inquired about other options. They learned about the Bayou Library from the halfling. The information in the library is comprehensive. We can try to go to the Bayou Library to find ways to deal with the calamities. Calamities? Eternal calamities? Fang Heng suddenly heard a familiar name. His heart shuddered, and he asked, "You mean calamities?" It's a terrifying insect called Malthus. Mentioning the insects, Simonini's face revealed a hint of coldness. We don't know when they started appearing. At first, we didn't take it seriously and easily eliminated them, but a few months later, they returned and appeared once again. Each time we eliminated them, they reappeared from various dark corners. Each time they returned, their strength would increase, and gradually they even mastered our abilities. Later, we learned that these creatures are called Malthus. They have strong reproductive and self-regeneration evolutionary abilities, constantly renewing themselves, strengthening and evolving. We can still suppress them for a while now, but the elders in our clan estimate that if Malthus continues to evolve at this rate, their strength may soon reach a level where they can compete with us, or even surpass us. By that time, our world will face a huge disaster. Despite trying many methods and taking various measures, we have never been able to truly eliminate Malthus. They always revive and strengthen themselves, and we can only watch as they get stronger each time. To deal with Malthus, the elders searched many ancient texts, but never found similar recorded information. By a twist of fate, the elders found a letter from the ancient elders Hall hundreds of years ago and an invitation card from the Bayou Arena. The matters mentioned in the letter about the Bayou Arena, the elders thought that perhaps we might find the answer to dealing with Malthus from the ancient times here in Bayou, so they sent me and two companions over. Listening to Simonini's narration, Fang Heng nodded lightly, muttering to himself, Malthus. After seeing Fang Heng and Simonini finish their conversation, the halfling approached. Congratulations to both of you for successfully advancing to S-class competitors. Your rooms have been rearranged. Would you like to go back to the resting room for a break? Yes, lead the way. Fang Heng nodded. Calculating the time, it had been over 6 hours since entering the game. He almost forgot to find Baki. Quickly returned to the room to log off, figure out a way to contact Baki, and exchange information. Okay, please follow me. Your rooms are allocated in the resting area of Zona, 62nd floor. The halfling ushered the two into the elevator. Press the button to the 62nd floor. Jing. The elevator stopped. The door slowly opened. Stepping out of the elevator, they faced an open circular hall. In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes in the hall cast their gaze over at Fang Heng and Simonini. Simonini sensed a strong hostility from the crowd and couldn't help but step forward, standing beside Fang Heng. A tall figure among the crowd wore a mocking expression on his face and loudly exclaimed, "Hey, are you the newly advanced S-class competitors? I just heard. It's only been 3 hours and you've already risen up. Not bad." Fang Heng looked at the dozen or so people gathered in the hall. Most of them were human, with a few different-looking individuals mixed in. It seemed like the elderly man in the center of the crowd was their leader. The halfling explained quietly, "Everyone arranged in the same 4 resting rooms with your S-class practitioners. Bayou Arena provides a friendly platform for everyone to exchange and improve while in battles." The elderly man took a couple of steps forward, walked out of the crowd, and nodded at Fang Heng and Simonini. Two young brothers, it's our first meeting. Living on the same floor in zone is also a fate. Would you mind making a self-introduction, so we can look out for each other? No need. We're not here to make friends. Fang Heng glanced at the old man, nodded to signal Simonini, and they walked away together. Sorry, the two competitors have just advanced, and there are many things that have not been informed yet. The dwarf nodded and explained, as a paraded S-level competitors, as long as you can maintain your S-level ranking, you can earn exchange points at the end of each week. You can use these points to exchange for items used for training or healing injuries in a white prison arena. The dwarf was already accustomed to the situation on each level, and even seemed to be looking forward to some drama. Mr. Fang Bai, Mr. Simoni, according to your levels, you can currently earn 1090 points and 1000 points per week. The points will be directly bound to your invitation cards. In addition, after advancing to become S-level competitors, you will need to be forced to participate in at least 3 matches per week. Refusing the challenge will be considered a failure. Simone looked around at the subtle hostility in the hall and said, in a deep voice, let's not talk about that for now, dwarf. Are such behaviors allowed in the arena? As long as it's a friendly exchange without life-threatening situations, the arena managers generally do not interfere. Similarly, within the arena, competitors are allowed to trade points with each other. Is that so? Simone relaxed his clenched fist, shrugged his shoulders, and took on a fighting stance. They only have a total of 1000 points, and the other side demanded half of it right away. On what grounds? Jun Jiu looked at the two of them with an expression of defiance and said, it's just a communication fee. I advise you to obediently pay this fee, and in the future, if there are good things, naturally you will be included. Jun Jiu, you've said enough. The old man raised his hand to stop Jun Jiu from continuing. You both need to follow the rules everywhere. By paying this fee, your safety here is guaranteed. This is your first time here, and there are many things you don't understand. We in area should be united. Jun Jiu looked at Fang Heng and the others, remained unmoved and threatened coldly. You're quite arrogant, even though you're just a force at the S-tier level. To be honest, it's already very difficult for you to make it here. I heard that in half an hour you will have another match. If you go on stage with injuries, TSK, the outcome will be, you know a lot. Fang Heng turned to the dwarf standing beside him and asked, did you tell them this information? The dwarf nodded and said, by spending some points, this information can be found in the database. Are you also unconcerned about personal privacy? Fang Heng shrugged and continued, okay, what happens if someone accidentally kills the other during a sparring session? The dwarf opened his mouth, somewhat surprised by Fang Heng's confidence, and immediately nodded. There will always be some casualties in sparring, so each level has supervisors. If a battle reaches a life-threatening point, the supervisors will intervene. In general, the white prison arena will not hold you responsible. I see. As soon as the words fell, Fang Heng's figure disappeared instantaneously. There it is. The expressions of the people changed suddenly. They suddenly realized that they had lost track of Fang Heng. A loud shout suddenly rang out. It's his soul form. Be careful. Whoosh. In an instant, Fang Heng almost instantly appeared behind the leading elder in the hall. The Reaper's side. The shadow of death appeared behind the elder, and the death side swiftly cut through the air with a dark aura. Dang. The protective amulet in front of the elder sensed the danger and shattered with a bang. A black aura of death exploded outward, and the intense nearby fluctuation sent the elder flying backward heavily. Tough. The elder suffered heavy injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale as paper. Only then did the people in the hall realize, through a special way, the appearance of Fang Heng in his soul form. He was actually a reaper. No one expected Fang Heng to take the initiative to attack in front of so many people, and his actions were so agile. He severely injured Elder Shen with a single move. What the heck? Clearly just at the S-tier level. How could a human show such power? Elder Shen. Stop him. However, Fang Heng's speed was even faster than everyone expected, and in a brief moment of hesitation from the people, Fang Heng's figure disappeared from its original position. In the next moment, his figure appeared behind the elder like a ghostly apparition. Stop. A loud shout suddenly rang out. Fang Heng sneered inwardly. Heh. The Reaper's side swung out again. Chirp. Another dark aura streaked across. This time, there was no intense explosion like before. Only a slight chirping sound. A dark aura appeared on the elder's neck, his eyes losing their luster, his body stiffening rapidly before falling straight to the ground, devoid of any breath. Whoosh! A middle-aged man with a fang mask suddenly appeared from the back of the hall, glaring at Fang Hen, his eyes showing a hint of anger. I told you to stop. All right, I heard you, but who are you? Fang Heng raised his head and said, with a dark glint in his eyes. The elder seemed to possess a special life-saving ability, and his soul form was trying to break free from the bondage of the realm of death to escape from the hall. Whoosh! Fang Heng quickly reached out his hand, gripping the empty space. Dang! The elder's soul form instantly dissipated. System prompt. The player has guided a soul eater affected by special influences into the realm of death. Player gains experience points of a leader level Reaper plus 10,000. The middle-aged man with the fang mask realized that the soul in the air had been extinguished, furrowing his brows and looking at Fang Hen. Killing is one thing, but to erase a soul too, isn't that a bit too cruel? Life, old age, illness, and death are the destiny of all beings. Breaking the rules is not allowed in our realm of death. Fang Heng slowly reverted to his human form, turned around, and looked at the middle-aged man with the fang mask. You're funny. A grim reaper like me being called cruel by you. HMPH. I won't argue with you. Remember, I am the supervisor of the 62nd level. The middle-aged man with the fang mask snorted coldly. The remaining people looked at each other. Many of them hadn't even figured out how Fang Heng had acted, and the old man was already dead. Listening to the words of the toothed mask observer, they realized that Fang Heng had even thoroughly ground the soul of the old man. Damn it! Zhang Jiu, who had just been quite arrogant, suddenly became nervous. It seemed like he had provoked an extraordinary existence this time. In fact, every time new people came, they had done their homework in advance. They were clear in their minds about whom they could provoke and whom they couldn't. Unfortunately, there was a mistake today. Fang Heng slowly scanned every remaining person in the hall. Let me tell you all some good news. The 62nd floor is now under my control. The new rule is that you hand over all the points you have, and I'll spare you this time. The faces of the crowd immediately changed. All of them? Isn't that too greedy? Despite the fact that the entire 62nd floor was controlled by Elder Shen, in reality, Elder Shen was just a spokesperson for the upper echelons and followed the orders from above. When newcomers arrived at the 62nd floor, they would be charged points unless they had a background. Initially, 50% was taken, but as their strength grew, the percentage taken would gradually decrease. How could someone like Fang Heng demand 100% from everyone, regardless of who they were? Zhang Jiu took a deep breath and said, Fang Bai, Elder Shen is just a spokesperson. You don't even know who you've offended. Enough talking. What? Don't want to follow the rules. It's okay. You can come and try. Fang Heng chuckled in his mind, looking at the people, his expression becoming colder. He wasn't planning to stay here for long anyway. Sustainable development? Greed was the way to go. Grab as much as you can. Grab it all. No problem. If anyone disagrees, you can come forward. If everyone disagrees, then let's all go together. The crowd fell silent for a moment, sensing the strong fighting spirit emanating from Fang Hen. Not a single person dared to step forward. Simone, go and collect the points. Okay. Simone replied in a low voice and walked over to the nearest Zhang Jiu, handing over a points card. Zhang Jiu's face stiffened immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he obediently handed over the points. In just a short while, after making a round, Simone had accumulated 480,000 points. A great harvest. Fang Heng was quite satisfied. Indeed, robbery was the fastest way to wealth. Hey, halfling, take us back to our room. The halfling nodded. Sure, I'll arrange it immediately. Fang Heng and Simone's rooms were arranged in adjacent rooms. Upon returning to the room, Fang Heng immediately locked the door. He wondered how Bai Mu was doing in the White Prison World game. With their abilities, they should probably already have plans to deal with envy, right? Following the plan, Bai Mu would find the specific location of where envy sealed other demon races. Along this line of thought, Fang Heng suddenly realized something and furrowed his brow slightly. Since the White Prison Arena was established to select various alien worlds to seal demon races, was it possible that all the records of successful negotiations with envy in the past were backed up in the White Prison? If the backups were found, following the trail might lead to finding where envy had hidden the sealed demon races in different worlds. The more he thought about it, the more likely Fan Heng felt this speculation was. Maybe Bai Mu was already trying to make a move on the White Prison Arena. No, he needed to contact Bai Mu immediately. With that in mind, Fan Heng closed his eyes and disconnected from the current location. A white magic array spun under his feet. When he opened his eyes again, Fan Heng was back in the guest room of the Multiverse Library and immediately called Bai Mu again. Unfortunately, the phone number was continuously unavailable. Of course, Bai Mu was probably still fighting in the game. Fan Heng could only contact him through Lao He and have him pass the message on to Bai Mu. He informed them that he had entered the White Prison Arena using the in-game alias Fang Bai. Bai Mu operated as a team, having entered the game 2 days earlier than himself. In Fan Heng's opinion, the other party must have more abilities in the game than him. Therefore, getting Bai Mu to contact him would be the best solution. After listening to Fan Heng's account, Lao He was a bit confused. What? You couldn't reach Bai Mu? Are you planning to go solo again? Upon hearing Fan Heng's words, Lao He agreed to figure out a way to contact Bai Mu and leave him a message once there was news. Fan Heng and Lao He quickly discussed some details and then hurriedly went online again. While there was still time, he looked through the pad. First, he glanced at the battle points leaderboard of the S-level arena. The tricky part was that based on his current level, to advance to an SS-level competitor, even if he consistently matched up against the strongest opponents each time, he needed to win at least 30 consecutive matches. Considering the varying waiting times for each match, the advancement wouldn't be done in a day or two. As for cross-level challenges, they were allowed under the rules of the White Prison Tower but required both parties' consent. There were no benefits for the one being challenged, so accepting was unlikely. As for challenging others one by one, Fan Heng stroked his chin. It seemed a bit far-fetched. Additionally, there were various items that arena points could be exchanged for. Surprisingly, there were quite a few items available for exchange. According to the competitor's classification, most of the items attainable at the S level were not appealing to him, but the intermediate academic experience books were still quite good. Some skills that couldn't be used for leveling up zombie doppelgangers could save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, at the SS level, there were even high-level academic skill experience books available for purchase. It wasn't until he looked into the SSS level that Fan Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. He found it. Dimensional Crystal Shard. There were directly exchangeable crystal shards. Although not as effective as a complete dimensional crystal, it was still a dimensional crystal. With just over a dozen shards, he could probably drain a small world. Even a tiny mosquito is meat. He couldn't give up. A greedy glint appeared in Fan Heng's eyes. Unfortunately, he needed to advance to an SSS-level competitor to be able to exchange them, and the price wasn't cheap. He estimated it would take 1 or 2 weeks of grinding here to have a chance to exchange for them. The efficiency was too low, so he had to give up. As Fan Heng was going through the information, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Simone's voice came from outside. "Boss Fang, are you resting? The door isn't locked. Come in." "What's the matter?" Simone entered the room and saw Fan Heng playing with the pad on the bed. Nodding. "Boss Fang, good news. I just found out that we can use points to access the library to research information. I'm planning to go there now. Will you join me?" Fan Heng and his companion followed the halfling's guidance and took the elevator to the 30th floor of the Bayou Arena. They paid the fee at the entrance and followed the halfling into a room. To their surprise, the so-called library was not big at all. Just a small room of about 30 square meters. The room was quite empty, with a large table and a few chairs in the center. An elderly elder from the alien tribe sat behind the table. The elder from the alien tribe was different from ordinary humans, with a peculiar arc-shaped head that extended backward like a tail from the back of the skull, and they were shorter in stature. They were from the Aalic tribe. The Aalic tribe was considered one of the most knowledgeable races in the universe, with members who had long lifespans and a great love for reading, being well-versed in both past and present, and enthusiastic about exploring everything in the universe. "Welcome, I am Fairy Aalic. I will be responsible for guiding you two in your consultation at the library. If you have any information you want to find, you can ask me, and I will search for the corresponding books for you to read." Fairy slowly opened his eyes and nodded, saying, "If there is something I know, I will do my best to answer your questions." Simon rushed to the opposite side of Fairy, bowed respectfully, pushed aside a chair, and sat down. "Respected elder, I want to know about natural disasters." Natural disasters. Fairy's face showed some seriousness. In this world, many crises are called natural disasters. Which specific one are you referring to? Simon explained. It's an invader. Malgus. They are a kind of worm that can constantly self-renew and self-strengthen. They are too terrifying, able to indefinitely reproduce. We have tried various methods to completely eliminate them, but each time they can come back even stronger than before. I have never heard of this invader's name, but from your description, you remind me of the eternal disaster Europolos. Hearing Europolos, Fang Heng immediately perked up and couldn't help but interrupt. Elder, what is Europolos exactly? It is called the eternal disaster. The elder spoke in a deep voice. During the height of Europolos, the entire world was shrouded in its shadow. Some believed it to be a different race, while others thought it was the beginning of destruction. No world has ever been able to escape destruction once Europolos truly arrived. It can repeat indefinitely, strengthen infinitely, destroy one world after another, leaving a trail of devastation. Fang Heng furrowed his eyebrows. The elder looked at Simon and shook his head, saying, if your world is facing Europolos, my advice is to leave. The farther the better. You will never be able to face the disaster on your own. No, we cannot leave our homeland. Simon got excited, his voice involuntarily rising. There must be some way. Isn't Bayou Arena supposed to be able to do anything? Don't get too excited. Perhaps the master will have a way. The elder shook his head, slowly stood up, and said, I remember there are several books in the library about the eternal disaster of Europolos. Maybe after you read them yourself, you can understand the other side of the disaster from a different perspective. Also, the arrival time of each disaster is unpredictable. Perhaps what you are facing is just a precursor to the disaster. There may be a chance of survival. Good luck to you. Simon clenched his fist and watched as the elder walked through a small wooden door in the room. A moment later, the small wooden door opened again. Several halflings carried a stack of books into the room, placing the thick books on the round table one by one. Fairy followed the halflings into the room last, pointing to the books on the table and signaling to Fang Heng and Simon. These books are all about the eternal disaster of Europolos. You can read them for yourselves. Thank you. Simon immediately picked up a thick book and started flipping through it. Fang Heng also picked up a book from the table to flip through. It was a memoir recording the beginnings and ends of a certain extraterrestrial civilization facing a disaster. Initially, only scientists in a certain country discovered a special type of alien insect in a primitive forest tribe. They learned from the tribe that the alien insect had appeared in recent years and had been causing great trouble to their survival in the forest. The entomologists brought the alien insect back to the city for research. Soon, the alien insects began to spread in densely populated cities. The various warring nations of human civilization quickly formed a powerful alliance and swiftly eliminated this crisis with powerful weapons. However, a few months later, the crisis struck again. This time, the insect creatures evolved armor that could resist beam weapons. Years later, the Human Federation declared its inability to resist large numbers of monsters and executed an evacuation plan to leave the entire planet. Infinite regeneration, self-evolution, alien insects, Europolos. Fang Heng closed the book and couldn't help muttering to himself. If the alien insects and Europolos were the same thing, then everything made sense. The so-called eternal disaster should refer to the Europolos alien insect collective. Fang Heng remembered that during the zombie apocalypse at the beginning of the game, there were also mentions of Europolos during the investigation of the Hela virus main quest. Through the main quest, it was revealed that the Hela virus was a product of the fusion of superpowers with the meteor virus entity. Its main feature was the powerful self-healing ability. Black Castle later pursued the meteor-related information. From Sharon's information, the flying vessel carrying the clan experienced an accidental explosion, carrying a special rare material called the Soul Nucleus Crystal and a special ancient alien virus fossil. Sharon speculated that Hela coincidentally became an intermediary host, accidentally fusing the abilities of the two. Is the real world about to become the target of Ouroboros? But how is Ouroboros related to Shiashi? Isn't Shiashi related to the demons? The parts of the ritual scenes I remember seeing are also related to the demons. Is this just a coincidence? Fang Heng felt his head spinning a bit and couldn't help but scratch his head. According to the records in the book, the alien insect swarms do not have language abilities, and they have never shown any intention of negotiating with local forces. They will fairly destroy every world they come across. Furthermore, there has never been a world that truly defeated the alien insect swarms. The alien insect species have a strange infinite reproductive ability, and conventional means can only suppress them temporarily. At least at first glance, the alien insect swarms are an extreme antagonist force. It is difficult to determine their true purpose. Similarly, as antagonists of hell, their goal is clear: to spread malice and chaos in hell. Fang Heng finished reading the entire miscellaneous record and closed the book. Elder, has there ever been a realm that survived beneath the calamities? Calamities are also classified into levels. Before the threat of the alien insects reaches a certain level, realms can still find ways to temporarily suppress or evacuate. As for completely resolving calamities, Fally paused and shook his head. At least for now, I have never heard of it. Fang Heng remained silent. On the side, a half-man walked up and quietly said, Mr. Fang Bai, your next arena opponent chose to surrender unconditionally 5 minutes ago. According to the rules, you win that match, and your hidden arena ranking will increase. Do you need to immediately schedule your next opponent? Hot. Fang Heng was intrigued by what he heard. Surrendered? What's going on? Good luck? Or is his reputation preceding him? Show me the information of the previous opponent. Yes. The half-man quickly gathered the information and handed the pad to Fang Heng. Fang Heng glanced at the photo displayed on the pad and almost burst out laughing. Well, so, his next opponent in the arena battle was none other than Zheng Jiu, who he had seen under the old man's command in the rest area on the 60th floor. No wonder he surrendered. Fang Heng chuckled, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. Wait a minute. It seems like this could be used to his advantage. Suddenly, Fang Heng thought of something and couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering over the clues. Interesting. The half-man curiously asked, Mr. Fang Bai, what are you talking about? Nothing. Really. Fang Heng raised his head, handed back the pad, and put on a gentle smile. I recall that I am free to move around here, right? That's correct. After reaching the S level, except for the highest level SSS area limited to the overseers, all other floors are open to you, and you can move freely. Good to know. Fang Heng nodded, glanced at Simone beside him. Simone was still diligently flipping through books, searching for any possible way to save his world. Simone, I have something to attend to, so I'll go on ahead. Simone didn't look up and said, All right. Thank you, Mr. Fang. I can stay here alone. Yes. Please keep me informed of any updates and, by the way, I'll take the invitation card with me. Fang Heng looked at the half-man and said, You stay with Simone. I'll go out for a walk alone. 45th floor of the White Prison Tower. Zheng Jiu remained in the training room, punching the sandbag rapidly, venting his frustrations. He was bitter. He had planned to show off in front of Old Shen and teach the newcomers a lesson, only to hit a brick wall. Even Old Shen, who had always been in control of the 62nd floor, was defeated in just a few moves. Old Shen's strength had already reached the SS level, and there were even rumors that he had once reached the highest level of SSS arena rank but suffered irreparable injuries during battle, causing a significant decline in his strength. It was said that he lost his fighting spirit after being severely wounded, falling back to the S level. Later on, Old Shen seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with the higher-level arena players and stay on the 62nd floor, manipulating the scores. Zheng Jiu was well aware that Old Shen was a top-tier player in the S level. If Fang Bai's strength was enough to defeat Elder Wei with ease, even if Zheng Jiu doubled his combat power, he wouldn't stand a chance. Enter the arena again? Isn't that seeking death? Being outside would still enjoy the protection of the overseers. If vengeance was sought in the arena and severe injuries occurred, it would be a small matter, but risking one's life was not worth it. If one could not afford it, they could not avoid it. So Zheng Jiu straightforwardly chose to surrender, hoping to avoid resentment. Dang. The sandbag was sent flying high with a punch. Come to think of it, Old Shen was dead, and several big bosses secretly controlling the higher floors would surely be displeased. They would figure out ways to deal with Fang Bai. That Fang Bai wouldn't last long. Soon, another figurehead would be chosen for the 62nd floor. The biggest loser would be him. He lost a lot of points for nothing. The upper layers probably wouldn't compensate him for that money. Damn it. They didn't say that when he was paying protection fees. Depending on others is unreliable. The weak will always be oppressed. He could only try his best to strengthen himself. Dang. Dang bang. Zhang Jiu cursed in his heart and continued to punch the sandbag. Suddenly, Zhang Jiu noticed something, turned his head, and looked towards the open training room door. A short half-man walked in. Zhang Jiu's gaze shifted to the figure standing beside the half-man. Damn. Zhang Jiu felt a chill, with an impulse to curse someone. What are you afraid of? It seems I have been resented. I've already paid the points. So why is this kid here? Is he so petty? That's what Zhang Jiu thought as he looked at the person, forcing a somewhat ugly smile on his face. Mr. Fang, it's you. What a coincidence. Are you here for training too? Then I won't disturb you. With that, Zhang Jiu wanted to slip away quickly. Stop. Zhang Jiu's face changed, immediately stiffening in place. I'm not here to train. I came to find you specifically. Fang Heng looked at Zhang Jiu. Don't be nervous. I see you've been here for over a year and a half, so you're quite familiar with this place, right? It's nothing major. Just need your help with something small. Sure. Zhang Jiu just hoped it wasn't about seeking revenge and wore a pleasing smile on his face. Mr. Fang, what do you need me to help with? Excellent. Fang Heng handed the pad to Zhang Jiu. You recognize this person, right? Zhang Jiu's smile seemed somewhat stiff. Friendly sparring? Who would believe such nonsense? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Okay. I'll take you there. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Jiu shrunk his neck and quickly followed suit. Whatever. Might as well be dead. Once it's over, it's over. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room on the 120th floor of the White Prison Tower, through the surveillance screens, the high-ranking supervisors could clearly see the recent battle in area and showed some appreciation in their eyes. Several individuals wearing red-fanged masks discussed in front of the screen. It's been a long time since we saw Reaper here. Indeed, unlike in the past, being able to maintain the state of a Reaper now is quite remarkable. One supervisor checked Feng Hen's realm strength data and suddenly noticed something strange. His realm strength is only at S level? Very peculiar. Yeah. I've noticed that too. According to our past intelligence, the mainstream academic study in this world is not about the study of the undead, but rather the remnants of the bloodline of the ancient barbarian king and combat skills derived from innate talents. It's probably due to the long time elapsed. The rating was determined several hundred years ago. In such a long time, there may have been some changes in that realm, and we've already sent people in there for further investigation, but it will take some time to receive feedback. Taking everything into account, the realm's current strength meets the standards. We can consider handing over the demonic creatures of D-level strength to them for sealing. Any higher and there might be risks. Let's continue observing. Among the crowd, a supervisor wearing a purple fanged mask had a higher position. He nodded and said, in a deep voice, Lord Demonic Creature is currently not here. Let's make a decision after Lord Demonic Creature returns, even if he has the ability. Advancing to SSS level competition will take some time, enough for Lord Demonic Creature to return. Understood. Wait, you guys see. Is Fang Bai really going to the 61st floor? Following the supervisor's gesture, the crowd looked in the direction of a certain elevator monitor and frowned. This kid really is going to the 61st floor. S level in Sector E? What's he doing there? The supervisor on the 61st floor suddenly had a bad feeling. Not good. This Fang Bai kid is up to something. He most likely isn't just going to the 61st floor to chat casually. I'll go check it out. In the elevator, Zhang Jiu briefly explained to Fang Heng the unspoken rules of the White Prison Arena. Fang Heng roughly understood the structure of the White Prison Arena. Starting from the S level, the White Prison Arena is divided into different areas based on floors, with each area having its own supervisor. The strength between the various floors varies. Since the monthly allocated battles are decided between the various floors, most of the floors are antagonistic towards each other. Usually, fighters on different floors rarely interact with each other, let alone when they are facing each other in the next match. If they were to go over rashly, it would be seen as a provocation, and the whole floor would unite against outsiders. After all, if one floor is bullied, they would all be affected. Ding! The elevator bell rang, and the doors opened outward. Fang Heng stepped out half a step and glanced towards the door. Several people gathered in the 61st floor lobby immediately noticed Fang Heng and Zhang Jiu's faces. How come people from area are here? Instantly, several gazes gathered on them. I'm here to find someone. Fang Heng looked at the four people in the lobby and nodded slightly, saying, Do you guys know Diorio? Looking for me? Incidentally, Diorio was in the lobby. When he saw Fang Heng, his eyelids jumped slightly and he asked, What's up? Fang Heng looked at Diorio and said lightly, For the next match, you should admit defeat. What? Diorio was somewhat suspicious at first, then as if he heard a hilarious joke, he burst into laughter. You want me to admit defeat? Are you here to pick a fight? As they argued, more people came out of their rooms and gathered in the lobby, faintly surrounding Fang Heng and Zhang Zhou. Think whatever you want. Also, to the others, if you see me as your next opponent, surrender quickly and don't waste my time. If I have to come to you personally, things won't be resolved so easily. Damn, who do you think you are pretending to be? In the next match, you admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Diorio suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Suddenly, he saw Fang Heng's figure flash and disappear in front of him. What? Instant flash. In the Reaper state, Fang Heng's speed was extremely fast, almost instantly closing the distance with Diorio. Then immediately using the instant flash skill of the Reaper scythe appeared behind Diorio, who, the Reaper scythe swiped, a dark shadow exploded behind Diorio. Fang Heng's mind stirred, and he stepped back a few steps. Diorio was blasted sideways by the dark explosion, tumbling to rounds on the ground, stabilizing himself, sweat beading on his forehead. He felt that when the dark blast exploded just now, he was only a hair's breadth away from death. Luckily, something helped block the blow. Diorio breathed heavily, slowly turned his head, looked towards the middle-aged man with the red fang mask standing to the side. The supervisor on the 61st floor. Diorio clasped his fists in the direction of the supervisor, expressing his gratitude, then looked at Fang Heng's reappearing figure suspended in midair, his eyes filled with deep trepidation. This kid, his strength is too terrifying. In that move just now, he didn't even see the opponent's attack from start to finish. The rest of the people in the 61st floor lobby also quieted down at the sight. Well, if it weren't for the supervisor's action, Diorio would have been done for in one move. This new guy's strength is so terrifying. The middle-aged man with the red fanged mask looked at Fang Heng and said coldly, I remember someone warned you not to kill here. I'm sorry about that. Fang Heng shrugged. He said he was sorry, but there was no intention of apologizing. Just sparring. Didn't expect him to be so weak. I'll pay more attention next time. Unfortunately, Fang Heng remained calm and composed, preventing him from being provoked. And to be honest, even the overseer felt a bit unsure in their heart. Just now, when he blocked that attack, Fang Heng had already exerted all his strength, yet he still struggled to defend. Since this is just a friendly match, let's not harm anyone's life. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me as well. I'm very sorry. Fang Heng gave the overseer face. In the Tower of White Prison, many things are limited by rules. With rules, there are many loopholes to exploit. Seeing the overseer remaining silent, Fang Heng once again looked towards Diorio. Diorio, caught in Fang Heng's gaze, felt a chill in his heart and quickly said, I surrender. I surrender right now. Are you kidding me? Just that one strike, how many people on the 61st floor could say they could completely avoid it? Not surrendering at this point would be seeking death, right? Alright, smart choice. Fang Heng lightly nodded and then looked towards Zhang Zhou, who was still dazed on the side. Furrowing his brows with a hint of dissatisfaction, Zhang Zhou, what are you still standing around for? Why don't you go now? Go. Go where? Zhang Zhou was truly confused, looking at Fang Heng with big eyes full of doubt. Go where? Unable to comprehend, Zhang Zhou looked at Fang Heng, realizing what Fang Heng was about to do. Fang Heng thought to himself that this younger brother seemed not so bright, shaking his head and indicating, What? Haven't paid enough protection fees? Have you forgotten? Startled, Zhang Zhou immediately understood what Fang Heng intended to do. Master Fang was indeed impressive. Frustrated with Zhang Zhou's sluggishness in paying the protection fee, Fang Heng coldly said, What? Still not doing anything? You want to help him pay? Yes. Good. Okay. Zhang Zhou quickly walked towards Diorio. Diorio had resigned himself to misfortune. Even if he had been blind, not recognizing the strength of this kid, money could buy him life. Diorio reluctantly handed over the Tower of White Prison invitation card to Zhang Zhou, silently vowing that if he ever gained power, he would demand it back 1,000 times over. Jun Jae swiped the card and sent a confirmation message to Diorio. Diorio's face darkened at once. His accumulated points in the card, nearly 200,000 points, had all disappeared. This was his savings over the past half year. Diorio gritted his teeth. All gone. Not even 1 point left. Is this going too far? Fang Heng looked at Diorio, asking coldly. Too far. Diorio fell silent, his face turning livid, admitting defeat. Jun Jae took the money, returned to Fang Heng's side, and whispered, Master Fan, it's done. Done my foot. Fang Heng felt the urge to roll his eyes at Jun Jae's narrow-mindedness. With patience, Fang Heng asked, So, are you planning to help the others pay their share too? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people present changed, their faces showing resentment. They needed to pay, but did they all have to pay? Initially indifferent to the situation, the tables turned as they now felt the injustice firsthand. Only Diorio suddenly felt somewhat relieved. Everyone was equally without points. Perhaps they could accept the situation. Fang Heng was expecting someone to make a move. Most didn't even catch what Fang Heng did. Dang. Fang Heng disappeared instantly from the original spot. There was a loud thud as the person who rushed at Fang Heng was sent flying backward with tremendous force, crashing into the wall, leaving a dent. Due to the swift and forceful action, those planning to attack hesitated. They thought that Balco would at least hold off Fang Heng for a few seconds. Little did they know they would be defeated so quickly. HMPH. Fang Heng reappeared, a dark bulk of detainment floating in front of him. With a swift concentration of spiritual power, dozens of soul chains emerged from the book, whipping out and flinging several competitors on the 61st floor who were ready to attack. In a brief moment, the hall was filled with a dark aura of death. 5 people were thrown out one after another, bearing a marked black death imprint, severely injured. With 2 successive strikes, the spectators realized Fang Heng's strength. Formidable and not someone they could currently contend with. The remaining people were relieved they hadn't acted rashly. Fang Bai. The overseer looked at Fang Heng with a hint of warning in his tone. Sorry, you saw it yourself. They struck first. Fang Heng raised his right hand innocently, then urged Jun Jae beside him. Hurry, don't you have more collections to make? Oh okay. Jun Jae knew Fang Heng had the strength, but he hadn't expected this audacity. Carefully swallowing, he began to collect protection fees from one person to another. Remember to keep records. If one person is missing, you will have to make up for it, Fang Heng warned, and the crowd looked at him like he was a greedy demon. After Jun Jae collected the protection fees from the crowd, he returned the card to Fang Heng. 177W. It seemed that the 61st floor was wealthier than the 62nd. After completing the collection, Fang Heng checked the balance on the card, nodding inwardly. Remember what I said. If you encounter me in the arena, surrender early. With a wave of his hand, Fang Heng turned and left. He's gone. The overseer of the 61st floor watched Fang Heng's departing figure, shaking his head silently. Fang Heng was undeniably powerful, but his audacious actions had offended too many people, making his lasting prospects unlikely. On the 71st floor in the lounge, a middle-aged man with long white hair holding a cane, his brow furrowed. What did you say? Couldn't hold it down. What does that mean? The newcomer knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head, quietly recounted the incident of Fang by breaking into the 65th floor and sweeping through it. Useless. Suarez immediately rebuked sternly at the news. What's wrong with you? Can't even handle a newcomer? And our points were taken. Do you still have the face to appear here? The newcomer cowed out on the ground like pounding garlic. Sir, Fang Bai was too arrogant. He took away all of our points. In consideration of our kinship, please teach him a lesson. Suarez's face was filled with anger. Fang Bai. Now is a critical moment for him to break through his own limitations. The various elemental forces provided in the Bayou Arena are very beneficial for his strength improvement. The only trouble is that such items need to be purchased with a large number of points. In order to quickly accumulate more points, Suarez controlled several floor masters of the 60th floor behind the scenes, dividing a portion of the points each month to exchange for training materials. HMPH. Frustrated by this setback, Suarez's anger flared a few notches, nodding, you go back first, I will handle Fang by myself. For the protection of the ecological environment, the Bayou Arena has many rules, one of which states that, under normal circumstances, high-level athletes are not allowed to actively enter lower floors, as this behavior would be seen as provocative. Of course, if you are willing to pay a price and voluntarily admit defeat to lower your rank to pick a fight, that's fine too. In the past, if encountering a troublemaker like Fang Heng, Suarez couldn't directly take action, so he would look for proxies. If one doesn't work, then a group. S-level athletes have almost the same level of strength. Even with minor crushing, it won't work if one person fights against two. Unfortunately, this time he encountered Fang Heng. Fang Heng first ransacked the 61st floor, then continued upwards, moving on to collect rent in Section B of the 63rd floor. There were plenty of S-level athletes, a full 10 floors. In the first few floors, Fang Heng used his sheer strength to fight his way up. In the later floors, hearing of Fang Heng's notorious reputation, people didn't need to fight, they just obediently handed over their points. Collecting protection fees floor by floor, it gave quite a feeling of being a landlord. TSK in the elevator. Fang Heng calculated the total revenue from floor 60 to 69. Couldn't help but click his tongue. How to say, still a bit unsatisfied with the expected earnings. Later on, upon learning that Fang Heng would come to collect rent, players on higher floors smartly exchanged their points for items or simply left their rooms to wander elsewhere. In short, they didn't cooperate in paying. A bunch of troublemakers. Fang Heng silently cursed. Zheng Jiu quietly explained, "Boss Fang, we've already gone through floors 60 to 69. Some people do usually stay in the training area, while others deliberately avoid us. Fang Heng nodded lightly. Earning points on this trip was one thing. The main goal was to spread his name, to quickly spread his reputation, which would make opponents surrender in the arena queue, saving time waiting in line. This way, he could rapidly improve his competitive rank. Of course, if he encountered those unafraid to die, he would just go knock on their doors to teach them a lesson. Let's go. Onwards to the 71st floor. What? Zheng Jiu was surprised. Going up again? Starting from the 70th floor, there were SS-level athletes. Well, isn't it said that those few people all went to the 71st floor? Quite arrogant. Fang Heng chuckled coldly. If my guess is correct, there's a patron on the 71st floor. Patron? Listening to this, Zheng Jiu was momentarily unable to distinguish who the dark forces were. Look, aren't they trying to snatch my business? Fang Heng coldly hummed. Why aren't you leaving? Okay. Zheng Jiu shrank his neck and cautiously pressed the elevator button for the 71st floor. At the same time, in the monitoring hall of the 120th floor, the supervisors with fanged masks were being quite troubled by Fang Heng. Finally, when he finished his tour, they breathed a sigh of relief. He's going up again? One of the supervisors couldn't help but show surprise. All right. Should they tell or not? This kid Fang Bai is really confident. Seeing on the monitor that Fang Heng showed no signs of stopping, instead heading straight up to the 71st floor, the expressions of the supervisors were quite colorful. The supervisors overseeing the 60-plus floor suddenly felt a sense of relief. Good news. The troublemaker has finally left. Even better news. The troublemaker has gone upstairs to stir up trouble. The supervisors of the 70th floor felt a bit embarrassed. Just now, they were enjoying the show. Now they were the ones in a headache. Given Fang Heng's displayed strength, it wasn't certain that he could be controlled even on the 70th floor. The supervisors were very troubled. Moreover, the fights between these floors often had no rules and involved a group of people. This time, Fang Heng was likely to be in trouble. Can't let an accident happen and have someone beaten to death. Wish me luck. The supervisor of the 71st floor grimaced, adjusted the red demon mask on his face, and hurried to maintain order on the 71st floor. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk 71st floor. The elevator doors opened. Several people in the lobby outside looked back at the elevator. The news of a tough character challenging all the lower floors to pay protection fees had also reached higher floors. In fact, the lower and upper floors have always been closely related. Due to Fang Heng's equal treatment of collecting protection fees, he had offended to many people. Many had thought about teaching Fang Heng a lesson, but it was still in the discussion stage. They hadn't acted yet. Seeing Fang Heng boldly coming to the door, everyone was slightly stunned. Fang Bai, not going to find him was already lucky, and he actually dared to come to the door himself. Interesting. Don't assume that we on the 70th floor are the same as those losers below. I appreciate your courage, so I'll give you a one-on-one duel opportunity. Let's begin. If you win against me, you can call the shots here. Fang Heng stared at Suarez. It seemed like this guy was the person in charge on the 71st floor. Indeed, the power fluctuations sensed from him were completely different from the trash encountered before. However, that's it. Swish. Without saying a word, Fang Heng stepped forward and entered the Death God state. Suarez had heard information about Fang Heng in advance, immediately creating a colorful light screen over his pupils. The shadow of Death God was clearly visible in his eyes. Swish. The Death God's side swept forward, creating a dark energy in midair. Suarez's white frost shield suddenly exploded. Swish, swish, swish. As the shield burst, rapid flying ice bullets were aimed towards Fang Heng, an SS-level athlete. Indeed, a significant increase in strength. Swish. Utilizing Death God's instantaneous flashing ability, Fang Heng disappeared once again, reappearing swiftly on Suarez's right side. The Death God scythe. Almost in the blink of an eye, a series of scythe attacks swiftly slashed through. Suarez's heart raced, realizing his carelessness. Damn it, where did this fangbo come from? The terrifying spiritual power contained in the Death God Sith's attacks was too high. His elemental defense barrier was no match. Coupled with the Death God form, Fang Heng's agility had been greatly enhanced. Suarez realized he was on the defensive. With his elemental summons, using the flame shield to free up his hands temporarily, Suarez immediately summoned the elementals. Swish, swish, fire, water, and lightning elementals were summoned simultaneously, continuously launching elemental projectiles towards Fang Heng. Swish. Fang Heng twisted his head, the Death God sight slashing once again. Doom. The spales coming toward him exploded in midair. Swish. Fang Heng twisted his head again, chasing after Suarez. Suarez gritted his teeth. Damn it. After several pursuits and continuous use of various skills, Suarez felt like he was dancing on a knife's edge, using almost all of his tricks, feeling the possibility of losing at any moment. Damn it. Suarez saw no hope of winning. He had been evading all along. He knew very well that none of his attacks on Fang Heng were effective. Such attacks couldn't inflict substantial harm on Fang Heng. What's more terrifying was that in such an intense battle, his mental strength was rapidly depleting. On the other hand, at least Suarez couldn't see any sign of Fang Heng's exhaustion. Not good. Watching a dark energy sweeping over, Suarez's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Swish, swish, swish. His life-saving skills blinked 3 times, barely escaping the battle ring. Suarez looked at Fang Heng in Death God form with a slightly fearful look. Only 2 minutes of battle, from disregard to seriousness, to shock, and now, Suarez was starting to feel fearful. And dead serious. Death God. Who is he after all? Swish. Seeing the Death God approaching again, and with all his life-saving skills on cooldown, sweat beads formed on Suarez's body as he shouted, "Stop. I surrender. I surrender." Doom. In an instant, a figure stood in front of Suarez, blocking Fang Heng's attack. Doom. Fang Heng's Death God side struck the shield of the purple canine mask overseer on the 71st floor, creating a violent dark death aura fluctuation. Swish. Fang Heng lightly touched his toes on the ground and quickly retreated, returning to his human form. He saw it. Without using the zombie doppelganger, he could still win against an SS-class athlete on the 70th floor. But it wasn't as overwhelming as it was during the 60th floor. It would take time to win the next one. I lost. Suarez's face turned pale, gritting his teeth as he slowly raised his head, looking at Fang Heng with a fierce gaze. But so what? Attack him together. Kill him. The SS-class athletes from the 71st floor surrounding the hall all moved at once. Several foreigners charged toward Fang Heng. Meanwhile, more than a dozen spales of various colors locked onto him firmly. Humph. Fang Heng snorted coldly, with slight spatial fluctuations around his body. What? Suarez's pupil suddenly contracted. Spatial abilities. He also has spatial abilities at the same time. The various spales were one step too slow, shattering in the air. Juxtaposing with the Death God form's instantaneous flashing skill, Fang Heng evaded the siege, closing the distance with Suarez within a short period of time. Stepping into the secondary space, Fang Heng had already disappeared in place through the instantaneous flashing skill. The Death God's figure appeared ghostly behind Suarez. Swish. A dark energy stroke passed. Startled, Suarez mustered the remaining mental power for rapid evasion. Spatial blink. Barely evading the Death God Sith's attack range. Cold sweat dripped from Suarez's forehead. Not good. Having just escaped one attack, Suarez felt an extreme sense of crisis rising behind him. It's over. At the very last moment before death, Suarez exerted all his strength to form an elemental protective mark before him. Swish! A dark energy stroke passed. A scar appeared on Suarez's nape. Fang Heng succeeded with a strike, swiftly retreating backward, his eyes covered in a layer of dark gray. To death gaze. In midair, the soul protected by the elemental mark drifted skyward. Cutting. Reincarnation of the elemental body. Sacred study. Natural study. Even the elemental studies are snatching souls from this side of the dead realm. It serves them right to be bullied by the dead realm. Fang Heng snorted coldly, raising his hand suddenly. Doom. The elemental spell guarding Suarez's soul shatter in midair. A white light emerged at the center of the soul, swiftly devouring the entire soul. System prompt. Player successfully guided a specially influenced soul S rank into the abyss of the dead realm. Player receives leader level death god bloodline experience plus 60,000. Ha, it's still an S rank soul? The shock in everyone's hearts. The Grim Reaper is also a type belonging to the mage class. Its attack strength is extremely high, and its agility far surpasses that of ordinary mage players, but in return, its vitality is greatly weakened, often unable to withstand a single blow. Chase. Just about to chase forward, suddenly, there was a jolt in their hearts. They saw Fang Heng transform back into the form of the Grim Reaper after landing, not advancing but retreating, swiftly approaching them directly. Not good. An alien whose expression changed drastically, and locked onto again by Fang Heng. Only when personally locked onto can one understand how terrifying it is to be targeted by Fang Heng. Suddenly, Fang Heng's aura disappeared in place, impossible to determine from which corner he might suddenly emerge. Huff! The Grim Reaper appeared on the right side. The Grim Reaper side swiped through the air. Dang! The blue crystalline shield in front of the alien shattered under a single blow. Ice crystals mixed with a deathly aura exploded into the air, obscuring the vision. Before the alien could seize the opportunity to attack, the Grim Reaper's figure disappeared once again. The alien's heart turned cold. In the next instant, the Grim Reaper appeared once again on his right. Chi. A light sound. A dark red mark appeared on the alien's neck. In the hall, everyone was greatly shocked. Even though there were more than 10 people joining forces present, no one could stop Fang Heng's attacks. They were even counter-killed by him on the spot twice. Everything happened too quickly for them to intervene. Different from the unity with which they had attacked Fang Heng just moments ago, the people who had been chasing him now swiftly scatter in all directions, afraid of becoming the next target locked on by Fang Heng. Fang Heng let out a cold snort and was about to act again. Stop. The figure of the supervisor on the 71st floor condensed in front of Fang Heng, looking at him coldly, saying, "That's enough, Fang Bai." Fang Heng looked at the supervisor for a moment, then quickly withdrew his gaze, glanced at the 71st floor competitors, who had stopped, shook his head lightly, didn't say much, and turned his mouth towards the side. "Hey, Chun Jiu, didn't you hear what the supervisor said? It's over. Why are you standing there staring? Hurry up and get to work." Chun Jiu had been hiding in a corner since Fang Heng clashed with the 71st floor, afraid of being affected. Only now did he peek out from the corner. Won. He actually won for real. The strongest on the 71st floor, Suarez, who was already preparing to advance to SSS level competitor, was defeated. Even when everyone on the 71st floor joined forces just now, they couldn't do anything to Mr. Fang. So, how terrifying is his strength really? Chun Jiu looked towards Fang Heng for a moment, his expression filled with disbelief. Fang Heng impatiently urged, "Hurry up." Okay. Chun Jiu said, walking out from behind the corner and collecting points from the others. The people on the 71st floor present never thought that Fang Heng would dare to come to collect protection fees from them, and never expected to be defeated by him. Because of this, unlike the lower floors, they didn't transfer the points in their invitation cards in advance. The amount of points that an SS-level competitor could earn each week was much higher compared to an S-level competitor, and most people did not immediately spend their points when they acquired them, accumulating quite a sum. Chun Jiu was nervous, all collecting the money. So many? Added together, it was as high as 10 million. Even more than combining the points collected from the 60-70th floor. The supervisor looked at Fang Heng coldly and said solemnly, "Fang Bai, do you know that behind these people, there are shadows from the 80th floor? Your previous actions have already displeased them. You managed to handle the 70th floor, but what about the 80th floor? Fang Heng shrugged. Then let's give it a try. The 80th floor. He would roam around here for a maximum of 3 days. By then, he would have long since left. I admire your confidence. The red-toothed mask-wearing supervisor glanced at Fang Heng, his figure gradually fading in the air until he completely disappeared. Fang Heng urged, Zheng Jiu, is it done? Yes. Yes. Zheng Jiu ran over, handing the invitation card to Fang Heng. Mr. Fang, it's a total of 1,143,000 points. So many? A flash of surprise passed through Fang Heng's eyes. It seemed that these people also regularly squeezed benefits from others. All are beneficiaries of the public's resources. Seized, Fang Heng looked at the invitation card, nodded in satisfaction. Let's go to the next floor. Zheng Jiu's heart trembled sharply. It's not over yet. Zheng Jiu had already guessed that Fang Heng wouldn't give up so easily, but when he actually heard Fang Heng say he was going to the next floor, it was a completely different feeling, making him shudder involuntarily. Let's go. Just like on the 60th floor, the resistance encountered when collecting protection fees on the first 2 floors was the greatest. Showing some strength, clearing out to troublemakers, the subsequent advancement plan became much simpler. Each floor knew in advance that Fang Heng was coming, tried to negotiate or threaten him, found that Fang Heng was not to be trifled with, and obediently handed over their points. Until the 75th floor, Zheng Jiu collected a wave of points, returned cautiously, feeling nervous as he said softly, Mr. Fang, the situation is a bit, I've collected fewer points. Fang Heng took the invitation card and couldn't help but chuckle. Well done, playing this trick, huh? The entire 74th floor, amounting to only over 1,000 points total, not even reaching the leftovers of the 60th floor. Playing games with him, if it were just a discrepancy of about 3 or 4%, he could tolerate it, but this much less. Suddenly, Fang Heng's expression darkened. The competitors gathered on the 75th floor all saw Fang Heng's change in expression and felt somewhat uneasy. Ahem, Mr. Fang, an elderly man stepped forward from the crowd, pointed upstairs, nodded at Fang Heng, and explained, Mr. Fang, please don't be angry. We also have our difficulties. You may not know, unlike other places, we on the 75th floor have all our points going up. So, of course, I understand. Fang Heng looked at the old man's poor performance, nodded faintly. These days, it's not easy to save up points. Each floor has its own struggles. But if others follow suit, just like you. Fang Heng's tone suddenly turned cold. How will I do business in the future? The old man's expression changed. Stop him. Fang Heng's figure quickly condensed in place, forming a void shadow, and quickly pounced towards the old man. Sure enough, just as the rumors outside suggested, Fang Heng's movements were as elusive as a ghost. Once he used his skills, it was almost impossible to resist. There was simply no way to intercept him in a conventional manner. However, what surprised everyone was that this time Fang Heng did not disappear as expected, but instead stood straight in his normal form, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. I'm here, who? A figure over 2 meters tall lunged towards Fang Heng and stood in front of him horizontally. In his death god state, Fang Heng was immune to most physical attacks, and the strength of Lek, known for his strength, should not have had much effect. However, this time, since he dared to reveal his physical form, as an otherworldly being, Lek's physical strength was terrifying, and in close combat, he had no fear. In previous arena battles, all failed encounters ended with opponents tormenting and surrendering by using long-range means. Doom. Fang Heng did not step back, but turned his fist outward and punched straight ahead. Lek, over 2 meters tall, suddenly contracted his pupils. What kind of terrifying power was that? This was the first time he felt a sense of helplessness in close combat with an enemy. Doom. A strange force surged forth, causing Lek's entire right fist to undergo a strange distortion under the huge impact. He was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall. Lek fell to the ground, his entire right hand twisted into a spiral shape. The onlookers gazed at Fang Heng with awe in their eyes. That guy. Not only was his soul form formidable, but even in his normal form. Not far away, the figure of the 75th floor, the red-tooth-faced overseer, gradually appeared, looking towards Fang Heng with a touch of fear in his eyes. It seemed his physical form was even stronger than his soul form. However, this seemed to be good news for him. This state was unlike the Death God state, where it was a matter of life and death with every move. In his original form, Fang Heng's attacks became more fierce, and after severely injuring Lek with a punch, he took a step forward and chased after another person on his right. Sout! A heavy impact sounded. Any close combatant who dared to stand in Fang Heng's way was ruthlessly thrown out. Ice Bind. Immediately, someone began to cast a spell in an attempt to entangle and trap Fang Heng. Under the influence of the skill, dense ice crystals immediately appeared on Fang Heng's body. Humph! Fang Heng snorted coldly, his gaze scanning the elemental student from the other race who was casting the spell. Instantly, fear surged in the student's heart. Not good. He's been targeted, huh? The student's heart sank suddenly. What? The duration of the spell's effect on the opponent was much shorter than expected. He had high resistance to spells. Dang. The ice crystals freezing around Fang Heng shatter. The next moment, spatial fluctuations rapidly surrounded Fang Heng, and he quickly stepped into a secondary space projection. Whoosh! When Fang Heng reappeared, he was already next to the elemental student. He punched out at him. Dang. The ice crystal shield in front of the student shattered. Ice crystals splinter everywhere. Sout! These fists shattered the ice crystals directly, hitting the student's right shoulder solidly, causing the entire right shoulder to disintegrate under the impact of the punch. A mess of flesh and blood. The overseer on the 75th floor furrowed his brow slightly. He was now certain. Fang Bo. So this kid excelled in physical combat. With the addition of the terrifying close combat and spatial abilities of the Death God, the combination of these three abilities undoubtedly made his combat performance more comprehensive. Fang Heng's strength was even greater than he had previously estimated. In the White Prison Arena, targeting a single point was easy, but someone like Fang Heng was actually the most suitable for the arena mode. At least for now, this group, from the 74th floor, were completely unable to control him. The overseer pondered quietly, but it seemed that Fang Heng consciously held back, controlling his strength, and did not intend to take their lives. As an overseer, he had no reason to stop him. In a short moment, more than 10 people on the scene were unable to stand up, each suffering heavy injuries, lying on the ground. No rush. If you don't have the money to pay for protection, it's not your fault. I'm not unreasonable. I'll give you some time to raise the funds. I'll come back a little earlier tomorrow morning, Fang Heng said coldly, scanning the surroundings, and then turned to look at Zhang Jiu, saying in a cold voice, "Let's go." Watching Fang Heng enter the elevator and leave the 75th floor, in the lobby, everyone's faces showed a mixture of relief and helplessness. With injuries like that, it would take at least half a month to recover. The only thing they could be thankful for was that their lives had been spared, and the disaster had finally passed. However, the losses for their 75th floor were too severe, much more devastating than just losing some points. Learning from the mistakes of those before them, gathering some uncooperative people to beat up, and then collecting money later became much simpler. Fang Heng also reflected on his actions. Indeed, fighting and killing wasn't good. After all, if people were killed, what about the points? He wouldn't be able to gain anything. Starting from the 60th floor, the points quickly increased to 76 million. This was enough to exchange for 76 pieces of dimensional crystal shard. However, he needed to quickly raise his arena level to SSS to access this reward. On the elevator, Zhang Jiu looked nervously at Fang Heng and whispered, "Boss Fang, the next level is the 80th floor. Shall we ... Let's hold off for now." Fang Heng checked his pad. His arena level was still at S rank. The opponent waiting in the queue for the next battle had not surrendered after more than half an hour. What was going on? Delaying the surrender? Intentionally wasting his time? It seemed he would have to go and teach that guy a lesson in person. He couldn't afford to be stuck there. Leaving that aside, the 76 pieces of dimensional crystal shard were a real reward. First, he needed to upgrade to an SSS-ranked arena fighter and find a way to secure the reward. In the White Prison Arena on the 120th floor, watching Fang Heng not enter the 80th floor area, the overseers felt a sense of relief. However, they were also curious. If that kid had actually entered the 80th floor, would he still be so arrogant? All right, everyone disperse. Lord Demon Sea is not here, so everyone should remember their responsibilities. We need to pay special attention to the safety of the White Prison Arena in the near future. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent once again, all eyes turning to the 3 high-ranking inspectors in the center wearing purple Fang masks. Fang Bai. Why try to stop him? Is Fang Bai different in any way? Or does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and his companions finally figured out a way to infiltrate the tower of the White Prison. The guards of the White Prison Tower were extremely vigilant, and it took them over 2 days to sneak in. Obtaining an invitation card was not as easy as Fang Heng had imagined. Each invitation card issued by the White Prison had a corresponding number, sent to various special star system locations. If they encountered someone like Fang Heng, whose strength suddenly surged, personnel would conduct a secondary check. The key point was that Bai Mu and his companions did not possess a divine artifact like Illusion God's Joke, nor the initial identity rewards given by the game. As demons, their aura was difficult to conceal, and their combat methods mainly relied on inherent demonic abilities. This meant that once they engaged with enemies, their demonic identity could easily be exposed. After several attempts, Bai Mu changed his infiltration strategy and decided to sneak into the White Prison arena not as competitors, but directly through another method. Their cover for this mission was as alchemists responsible for producing various healing potions and most anti-demonic drugs within the arena. Bai Mu was grateful to have a companion in the team who had deep knowledge of drugs. They finally managed to enter the 40th floor of the White Prison arena, disguised as alchemists. Inside the potion laboratory, while no one was around, the group quietly discussed their battle plan. According to the intelligence we acquired earlier, the past information data stored in the central control room on the 150th floor of the Tower of the White Prison. We need to find a way to enter there, infiltrate the central control system, locate the personnel information passing through the Tower of the White Prison each year, list out the SSS rank winners of the White Prison Tower, then correspondingly reduce the numbers, follow the clues back to find the locations of these people. At that time, I dare not say 100%, but there is a 60% chance we can find the sealed demons. What we need to do is to infiltrate and try not to alert anyone as much as possible. As the crowd listened to Bai Mu's arranged battle plan, they nodded in agreement silently. The strategy Bai Mu proposed was the most cautious. Keep the disturbance to a minimum. If the plan went smoothly, they could obtain the desired information without alerting the jealousy demon and liberate more demons. However, everyone was aware that infiltrating the higher levels safely might not be that easy. Moreover, their invasion team into the White Prison still carried an additional ticking time bomb. Bai Mu. What about Jinger's side? Bai Mu nodded lightly. Thinking about Jinger made him feel a bit tired. Bai Mu sighed deeply in his heart. They should have their own plan over there. Jinger was one of the embodiments of the arrogant demons. Their combat strategies had always differed from Bai Mu's. Initially, with a common enemy, they could cooperate despite their differences under the trend of hostility. However, as the cooperation deepened, until this time when everyone entered White Prison, the conflicts between the two sides erupted completely. Unlike Bai Mu, Jinger felt that Bai Mu's seemingly cautious plan was too foolish. Since they had managed to enter the White Prison, why not find a way to locate the sealed demons left by the jealousy demon in the White Prison, liberate them completely, and then unite with them to completely eliminate the jealousy demon? Why waste time and slowly get rid of jealousy? Even if they couldn't win, at least escaping wouldn't be a problem, and they could proceed according to Bai Mu's plan later. Bai Mu thought Jinger's actions were too radical. How could the seals created by the jealousy demon be easily broken in a short time? Moreover, the strength of the guards left in the White Prison arena was not weak at all. Even if they truly managed to release the White Prison demons as Jinger said, could they really deal with jealousy? If jealousy was really that weak, how did it seal so many demons originally? After all, this was something not even the divine realms achieved. Currently, forcibly killing jealousy posed a greater risk and was almost an impossible task. Unable to persuade each other, they chose to part ways and enter the White Prison arena separately, each carrying out their planned operations without interference. Jinger's actions have a larger scope than ours, and their disturbances are considerable. They may potentially affect us, so our actions need to be swifter, finding a way to infiltrate the upper levels, investigate the clues of the sealed demons, and depart immediately. I have received information that later today, there will be a ritual sacrifice by a group of ordinary demons. At that time, the focus of the various supervisors guarding the demon tower will be on the fusion. We should explore the upper levels of the White Prison arena during that time. The group quickly discussed the details of their plan. Suddenly, a woman in the team spoke up. If Jinger and them also enter the White Prison Arena, they are likely to choose to act during that time in the sealed demon area. If that's the case, the pressure on our side will be greatly reduced. Indeed, we need to be even more secretive. Regardless of whether Jinger's actions succeed in the end, we need to secure enough leverage. Alright, let's start preparing. Okay. The group dispersed to prepare and deploy their actions. At this moment, Baimu suddenly thought of Fang Heng. Originally, he had thought about bringing Fang Heng into the White Prison Arena with them, increasing their chances of success. However, due to a communication issue, they had failed to contact Fang Heng successfully last night. It might be too late now. However, while there was still some spare time, Baimu decided to temporarily log out and contact Lao He to inquire about Fang Heng's situation in the game. What did you say? After logging out, Baimu unexpectedly learned from Lao He that Fang Heng had already entered the White Prison Arena, causing a stir in his heart. Fang Bai. Has he found an invitation and joined the White Prison Arena as a competitor? Baimu was astonished. A few minutes ago, he went to the closed training room with Zheng Jiu and gave a lesson to the opponent athlete, who was still in closed training and unaware that the weather outside had changed, making the opponent surrender obediently. In the process, he also emptied the opponent's personal points. The blocked arena ranking began to rapidly climb up. Ding! Fang Heng felt his pad vibrate. Upon opening it, a new prompt message appeared at the top. The current trial points of the trialer have reached the standard. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the SS level athlete. Your world invitation card has advanced to the SS level, and your suite will be replaced and moved to room 7708. Pretty efficient. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt. Ding. Before he could even close it, the pad vibrated again, followed by a new red push message. White Prison Arena is recruiting arena maintenance personnel. Recruiting maintenance personnel? What's this about? Fang Heng's curiosity was piqued, so he clicked to check. After carefully reading the push message, it seemed to be a special task provided by the White Prison Arena, where participants could apply for and complete tasks within the next 2 hours to earn corresponding exchange points rewards. However, the specific details of the tasks were scarce. It is worth mentioning that the task instructions also emphasize that during the task period, fighting against each other was prohibited. Fang Heng turned to Zheng Jiu beside him and asked, "What is this task push about?" Zheng Jiu leaned over to take a look and, upon seeing the information on Fang Heng's pad, shuddered slightly and explained, "This is a related task provided by the White Prison Arena. It is said that the point rewards are generous, but it is also very dangerous. I don't know the specifics of the task information. Few people have divulged it. I've only heard that participants would accompany the supervisors of each floor to enter the lower sealed area of the White Prison Arena to assist in sealing some demon beasts. I've seen many people who never came out after risking to participate in the task." Zheng Jiu, being timid, found this task somewhat life-threatening and not something an ordinary person like him could handle. However, there are also many people who participate each time because completing it once can earn them points for a year. Many people are eager to improve their strength and are willing to take the risk. Fang Heng couldn't help but stroke his chin, with a pensive look in his eyes, and asked, "You mentioned sealing just now, huh?" Zheng Jiu was momentarily surprised, then nodded. "Yes, I heard the published tasks are related to certain seals." Sealing. Could it be the seal of envy that seals other demon species? If so, it would be worth investigating further. With envy not around, it was a great opportunity. Who knows, he might find clues to deal with envy. Sign up. Fang Heng clicked a few times on his pad to apply for registration. You have successfully registered. The action will officially begin at 8 p.m. tonight. Players are requested to gather in the underground hall by 7:30. Zheng Jiu watched Fang Heng accepting the task without hesitation, feeling slightly nervous in his heart. The big shot was indeed fearless. Fortunately, the big shot didn't force him to join the task. Let's continue. We have debts to collect. Fang Heng glanced at Zheng Jiu and, with some time left before the task ended, decided to level up the player-athlete rank to SSS and then figure out how to claim the dimensional crystal shard. In the library, Simon was still flipping through books in search of information. Once fully engrossed in the data, Simon forgot about the passage of time. Sigh. There weren't many books related to demon species, and after reading 2 books in succession, Simon couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. The more he understood the eternal calamity, the more he realized how bleak the outlook was. With his eyes catching the continuously glowing pad at his side, Simon felt a bit irritated and reached out to pick up the pad, giving it a quick scan. "Congratulations, your team's athlete rank has been elevated to SSS. What's going on?" Simon almost doubted his own eyes for a moment, his heart skipping a beat, as he quickly picked up the pad and carefully checked. It was real. In the battle records, Fang Heng had fought 86 matches in just a few hours, each ending with the opponent surrendering in advance. Simon immediately stood up from his chair. According to the rules set by the White Prison Arena, he now met the requirements to apply to meet the owner of the White Prison Arena. Perhaps there was hope for his world. Half-elf. "I need to go see the owner of the White Prison Arena immediately." The half-elf, who had been waiting nearby, heard the instruction and approached. "I'm sorry, respected athlete. The owner is currently not in the White Prison Tower. We have recorded your request, and we will arrange a meeting with you as soon as the owner returns." Simon clenched his fist, urging, "When will he be back? My world can't wait that long. It is estimated to take 3 more days. If you are in a hurry, we can arrange for you to meet with the 80th floor supervisor in advance. The supervisors have certain authority, and the owner is absent, and with their knowledge, they should be able to help you solve the problem. Please arrange it as soon as possible. Oh, and there's also Mr. Fang. Achieving the SSS level so quickly was all thanks to Mr. Fang's help." Thinking of Fang, Simon inquired, "Where is Mr. Fang?" "Mr. Fang is currently on the 2nd floor arena platform, but he has agreed to participate in the arena task starting at 8:30. He should be on his way to the underground hall gathering point now. Coincidentally, the 3 chief supervisors will also be there. You can find them there." Task. Simon was momentarily surprised but quickly brushed it off. Since Fang Heng and the supervisors were there, he decided to quickly go and inquire about the situation. Simon's focus shifted from researching data to this new development. He stood up and said, "Let's go. Take me there." "Sorry." The half-elf's expression turned apologetic as he shook his head. "The underground area is a special section of the White Prison Arena, and you cannot enter." "Why?" Simon grew anxious, asking, "Then how did they enter?" "Mr. Fang is currently on a mission, in mission status." "Then I'll take on that mission too." "All right, I will process the paperwork for you." "Found it. Dimensional crystal core fragments. Exchange." Hint: the player is in a special area, the White Prison Arena. The player can use special points to exchange items. The player currently has obtained the item, Dimensional Crystal Core Fragments *82. The player can go to the exchange area in the White Prison Arena to collect the item, or have a halfling fetch it directly. Hint: the halfling will deliver the Dimensional Crystal Core Fragments you exchanged for. Very good. Guaranteed in hand. 82 Dimensional Crystal Core Fragments are even enough to absorb a high-level game world. Profit. It wasn't in vain this time. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened again. In the White Prison Arena, each elevator opening corresponds to a spacious hall. This is also true for the underground floor. The assembly time for the mission is 8 o'clock. Fang Heng arrived almost right on time. By this time, the hall was already filled with people. When they saw Fang Heng, everyone immediately cast their eyes toward him. Most of the people here have suffered losses at the hands of Fang Heng. The looks thrown his way now carried more hostility. Sensing the animosity, Fang Heng squinted his eyes and looked back. They were so obedient in paying up before. Now all of a sudden, they bear grudges. Fang Heng scanned the room and noticed that most of the people gathered in groups. Each group had 1 or 2 unfamiliar faces. Judging from the aura emanating from a few of them, their strength was not weak. They were SSS-level competitors, so they found some backing. Too bad. The backpacks of SSS-level competitors should carry more points, right? Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the few watchful high-ranking supervisors standing at the back of the hall, thinking to himself, one of the mission instructions indicated that no hands should be laid in trial mode. Otherwise, there would be no avoiding a match with the top competitors inside the White Prison Tower. Perhaps due to the presence of 3 high-ranking supervisors, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat solemn. Even when people exchanged words, they kept their voices low. Fang Heng walked over to a corner and waited for the mission to commence. Speaking of which, This mission seemed somewhat peculiar. It was highly likely related to the demonic race. He needed to be extremely cautious. Ding dong. Just as he was thinking, the elevator doors opened again. Someone was actually later than him. Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he looked up to see a tall figure stepping out of the elevator, raising his eyebrows. Oh, it's actually Simone. Wasn't he supposed to be researching in the library? Why did he come here too? Simone walked out of the elevator and was momentarily taken aback seeing the crowded hall outside, quickly scanning the room. Boss Fang. Spotting Fang Heng in the corner, Simone's eyes lit up. He greeted him and hurriedly walked over, saying urgently, "Boss Fang, thank you for helping me raise the world's level. Unfortunately, the owner of the White Prison Arena is not here. We can only seek the supervisors first to inquire." Fang Heng nodded lightly. He actually knew that jealousy wasn't here from the start, so he wasn't surprised by this. Even the issues related to the alien insects were momentarily forgotten. It was only through Simone's reminder now that he recalled them. Fang Heng turned his gaze to the middle-aged men at the back of the hall wearing purple demon masks and nodded. They should be the high-ranking supervisors of the White Prison Arena. Let's go and ask them. Mr. Fang Bo. Fang Heng turned his head to see a halfling who came out of the elevator with Simone and now peered beside him, interrupting their actions. The halfling took out a wooden tray from behind and respectfully handed it over. "These are the items you exchanged from the White Prison Treasury. Please check them." On the tray lay an exquisite wooden box. Instantly, the eyes of the people in the hall once again focused on Fang Heng. Within an afternoon, Fang Bo's name had spread throughout the entire White Prison Arena. There were many strong individuals like Fang Heng, but none had been as arrogant as him. He had directly extorted all levels from 60 to 79. So, to profit from so many points, they were all exchanged for the items inside that wooden box. Fang Heng glanced at the halfling. Damn. Did it have to be done in such a grand manner? Oh well, since he was already a target of public criticism, thank you. Hint. The player received a box containing dimensional crystal core fragments 82 pieces. Fang Heng took the box, confirmed the in-game prompt, and directly stored it in his backpack. Let's go and ask. As the people in the hall saw Fang Heng's actions clearly, their curiosity heightened. This brat didn't even look at it. Was he afraid of revealing the treasure? What good stuff was inside the wooden box? Under the scrutiny of the crowd in the hall, Fang Heng and the two of them walked towards the few purple Fang mask supervisors in the corner. The supervisors naturally recognized Fang Heng, and as they met their gazes, inquired, "What's the matter? Lord Supervisor, we need your help. Our world is facing a crisis, and we heard that only the White Prison can help us. Is that so?" The supervisor glanced indifferently at Simone. "The owner is not here at the moment. If you want help, I can listen first. If the situation is indeed critical, we can provide temporary assistance, but the final decision requires reporting to the owner." Beside them, another high-ranking supervisor nodded. "Go ahead. Tell us, what's the matter exactly?" Ignoring the onlookers, Simone said directly, "Our world has encountered Eulabolos." Eulabolos? A natural disaster. The three high-ranking supervisors' expressions changed slightly, looking at each other with a hint of seriousness in their eyes. "Not good. No one has truly defeated Eulabolos. From the moment you became aware of Eulabolos' existence, the world's demise has been on a countdown. All we can do is help you prolong the time before the end." "All right then. If it has already come to a matter of life and death, it is always better than the entire clan being destroyed. In fact, Simon has just checked a lot of information in the library. In all the worlds that have encountered Eulabolos, there has never been a survivor, and survivors are rare. There have been thoughts of relocation, but even after relocating, Eulabolos always manages to follow along like a shadow, erupting in the new world. There was once a powerful race that relocated more than a dozen times, but in the end, they exhausted their strength and were completely wiped out. Rest assured, we have a way to deal with the infection of Eulabolos. We will not let Eulabolos infect the new world, and with our strength, we can help all of your people complete the relocation. Think about it carefully, and when you're ready, you can come find us at any time." The overseer looked up at the crowd. "It's almost time. Everyone prepare yourselves. We will begin the mission in 5 minutes." At these words, the people visibly tensed up. For those who are on this mission for the first time, I will repeat it before we begin. Nothing seen or heard here today is to be leaked to the outside. During the mission, do not ask why. Just follow the commands, no interfering with each other, no strange actions. If I catch you, the overseer with the purple fangs mask paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, speaking coldly. Don't blame me. Let's go. The overseer gestured. The people slowly moved their feet, following the overseer down the escalator. Through the long passage of the escalator, Fang Heng went deep into the underground area of the White Prison Arena. Soon, the front passage became flat, and a huge metal gate appeared in sight, blocking the way forward. Upon closer inspection, magical runes were inscribed on the metal door. Fang Heng quickly assessed that they were defensive magical runes. The overseer with the purple fangs mask stopped in front of the metal gate, raising his hand towards a monitor in the corner. Open the passage. With a hum, the heavy alloy metal gate slowly lifted. The metal door was constructed very solidly, over 5 meters tall. The overseer stood in front of the door and nodded. Let's go. Tip. Players entering the special area will have their spatial learning abilities greatly reduced. Fang Heng followed the others into the metal gate. It was a spacious circular area underground, similar to an underground plaza, occupying a vast area. Except for the entrance, all around were enclosed alloy metal walls, including the ground. A thick layer of alloy metal was laid on the ground. What I'm about to tell you are some of the secrets of the White Prison Arena, absolutely not to be leaked. The overseer paused, speaking solemnly. Below the White Prison Arena, some demons are temporarily sealed. For a long time now, the power of the demons has been gradually eroding the outer seal. Rather than letting the power of the demons accumulate and continually deplete the sealing power, it's better to periodically extract the power of the demons to prevent their power from destroying the seal. The overseer paused, looking up at the ceiling of the hall and pointing upwards, asking, "Do you see that?" Fang Heng followed the overseer's gesture and looked upwards. He saw multiple cages hanging from thick iron chains on the ceiling. There were many cages, densely packed. That's where the sacrifices are kept. Once the ritual begins, the sacrifices will be placed in the cages. The cages are equipped with special mechanical devices that can safely connect to the upper safe area. The overseer continued. We will be on standby in the upper area. Periodically, we will put the sacrifices into the cages from above and then send them down to the area where you are standing now. After the sacrifices are released from the cages, they will continue to absorb the power released by the demons, gradually corrupting and falling, becoming puppets controlled by the demons. Your task is to wait until the sacrifices are completely corrupted, and then completely eliminate them. Meanwhile, another overseer, wearing a purple demonic fangs mask, began distributing bracelets to everyone present. During the ritual, the entire hall will be sealed, and the demon's aura will leak. These bracelets will help you not be affected by the demon's aura. Infuse power into the bracelet to activate it. We will monitor the concentration of the demon's aura at a higher level. When it reaches a certain level, it will automatically open. Also, if any special circumstances occur, you can press the emergency button over there. Fang Heng took the bracelet from the overseer. The bracelet was made of an unknown gemstone, emitting a dark purple light under the illumination. Crystal ... Fang Heng felt the sensation coming from the bracelet and immediately thought of the nightscape stone he had seen in the forest of 10,000 trees. Tipped. Player receives item. Blasphemous bracelet. Item. Blasphemous bracelet. Type. Mission item. Description. This item cannot be placed in the inventory and will drop upon death. When worn by the player, it can provide partial resistance to the corruption of demonic creatures. Infusing various powers can significantly enhance the player's resistance to the corruption of demonic creatures. It really is related to the demonic creatures. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the item description and nodded to himself. If his guess was correct, Envy sealed most of the demonic creatures beneath the White Prison Tower. However, the powers of the sealed demonic creatures were extremely tenacious, and they were undying wells, constantly wearing down the sealing power. Thus, Envy needed to continually spend time and effort to strengthen the seal. Afterwards, he came up with the idea of using sacrifices to consume the power of the demonic creatures. The crowd watched as the 3 monitors left. Fang Heng looked around the hall. The space power was unusable, which was a burden for him. Boss Fang, these people are very hostile towards us, Simone said, flipping the bracelet in his hand, vigilantly looking at the teams around them, subtly divided into 3 areas. They were isolated. Simone's innate special racial talent made him very sensitive to danger. He couldn't understand why these people were so eager to kill him on his first day in White Prison. It was really strange. Simone didn't know that over generations, White Prison had gradually evolved into two larger factions, as well as other powerful individual small groups that didn't need to take sides, known as the third-party group. It was a coincidence that Fang Heng had offended all three major powers in White Prison today. Not far away, Xiao Wudao looked at Fang Heng. "Leader, it's him," a subordinate whispered to Xiao Wudao. "This kid is named Fang Bai, proficient in necromancy and spatial studies, and has extremely strong physical talent. He is very powerful, having previously injured many of us. I didn't expect him to participate in the mission." "What does Ivis say?" "Ivis is in a worse situation than us. Several of his men have died at the hands of Fang Bai. His assistant just contacted us and said they would take the opportunity to kill Fang Bai when the black mist opens. They hope we can assist them by that time." "All right," Xiao Wudao nodded. "Let our people watch out for us. We only need to deal with those monsters later, leaving them the space to act." "Yes." The subordinate nodded lightly, took 2 steps back, and immediately, and to instruct everyone to prepare for action. Dang. The thick alloy metal gate at the entrance of the ritual area closed heavily. Simone was vigilant towards others, when suddenly his expression changed slightly. He whispered, "Boss Fang, look down." Fang Heng looked down at the ground and saw gradually emerging engraved patterns on the metal surface. As the patterns appeared, a black mist mixed with a large number of demonic beings polluted or seeped from the metal floor. "The mist is toxic. They might attack us later. Try not to get involved in the fight. Stay away as much as possible. If forced to fight, make sure to protect the bracelet." Fang Heng put on the bracelet and whispered, "Okay, Boss Fang, I'll be careful," Simone replied softly. Hiss, hiss. The magic runes on the ground slowly flowed. More and more black mist seeped from the ground, gradually enveloping the hall in a thin layer. Crash, crash, crash. The mechanical locks below the metal cages opened, releasing the imprisoned humans, letting them fall to the ground. Click, click, click. The iron chains pulled the cages again, slowly lifting them back up into the air. Sacrifices. Fang Heng observed the group of people lying on the ground and muttered to himself. The so-called sacrifices were carefully selected humans. Combined with the dark prayers scattered around them, they would easily be contaminated by the demonic aura and become servants of the demons. His earlier judgment was correct. Jealousy wanted to weaken the sealed demonic power beneath the White Prison arena using this method. Indeed, he had also tried to clear the black mist pollution before. Even with the use of divine skills, dispelling the mist took great effort. It was easier to find someone to absorb the pollution, then take them out. It was an evil way but very effective. "Boss Fang, be careful." Simone approached Fang Heng and looked to their right, warning, "They are acting strange." Fang Heng slowly turned his head to look at the several people approaching them. "Fang Bai, you are very powerful, daring to kill even my men." Ivis, leading his team of subordinates, slowly approached Fang Heng, staring coldly at him. He said, "Now, give me a reason not to kill you." Fang Heng looked at the approaching group of people surrounding them, quickly evaluating their strength. Less than 30 people, including for competitors with SSS-level strength. These 4 were all strong. Once they started fighting, he wouldn't be able to protect Simone, especially in the current extremely special environment where spatial abilities were unusable. Fang Heng suddenly raised his head and said, "Hey, what? Are you scared? Are you interested in a gamble? One-on-one. Whoever wins, I'll listen to everything you say from now on. How about it?" Ivis' heart stirred upon hearing this. Surprisingly, Fang Heng had given him a reason that made him interested. Even looks a bit small. He seems somewhat out of place among this group of competitors. It's strange that his body's overall muscle tone can only be considered smooth, at least not giving the impression of being very powerful. Also, his skin color. His body's skin color shows a dark red, like a color that appears after being burned. It seems to be from some exotic race. Nota gazes at Fang Heng, his mouth curved in a grin, revealing sharp teeth, as if looking at prey awaiting slaughter. The others back away towards the rear, leaving space for the two to fight. Noto, an SSS-level competitor, nicknamed the Mad Demon, is extremely powerful and excels in close combat. It is said that Nota has the blood of the ancient abyssal demon race in his body, and as the battle continues, he will become increasingly more insane, more uncontrollable, until his strength surges several times over, completely losing himself and becoming a puppet of killing intent. Swish! Noda launches the first attack, his figure flashing, rapidly approaching Fang Hen, carving a red shadow in midair. Fang Hen stands still, not dodging, and also throws a punch towards the front. Doom! A heavy muffled sound comes from the center of the battlefield. A trace of astonishment flashes in the eyes of everyone watching. Fang Hen doesn't move a step from his spot, yet Noda is sent flying back by a punch. Except for the highest level overseers, someone in the by-prison arena is actually able to overpower Noda in strength. After the impact, Fang Hen immediately feels a burning force penetrating his body, but it is quickly consumed by the mental power in his consciousness. The opponent's strength is high and the attack carries a special ability, not as simple as it appears on the surface. An SSS-level competitor, the intensity has indeed increased significantly. Fang Hen quickly adjusts his tactics, deciding to delay time. With the sacrificial magic circle gradually opening, the dark fog inside the hall will become heavier. For him, the battlefield advantage will only grow, so Fang Hen isn't in a hurry. He doesn't actively use the Reaper state to chase Noda, but stands still, waiting for Noda's next attack. Smack! After being hit and sent flying, Noda quickly adjusts his body, bounces off the ground upon landing, then rushes towards Fang Hen again. This time, his figure splits into in midair. Ha! Fang Hen's heart flutters. Is it an illusion? Boom! Boom! Fang Hen stands still and consecutively strikes forward with two punches. Boom! Boom! Two different people with attack capabilities are successively knocked back. Both are actual clones with the ability to attack. Fang Hen frowns. Next moment, the knocked back Noda splits into four in midair. Swiftly. Swift! Swift! As the splitting occurs, Noda's inherent strength attribute decreases slightly, while his agility attribute slightly increases. Fang Hen quickly assesses the opponent's strength. Strangely, with time passing, Noda's various attributes continue to climb. At the periphery of the battlefield, people can see red figures rushing rapidly towards Fang Hen in the center and launching continuous attacks. But that kid actually manages to hold his ground. There is someone who can really resist Noda's attacks. People are slightly shocked. Who is Fang Bai? Why does he not realize that Noda's strength is increasing as the battle progresses? Legend has it that Noda possesses racial talents originating from the abyssal demon race. Enhanced by bloodline talents, Noda becomes increasingly insane in battle until death, or completely losing consciousness, turning into a puppet controlled by slaughter. In previous battles involving Noda, each time Noda descended into madness, the battle would end prematurely or be halted by overseers and arena referees. But in the current situation, no one is intervening in the battle between the two. Noda is becoming more and more insane. Speed and strength attributes are rapidly soaring. Upon closer observation, Noda's eyes are bloodshot, surrounded by a faint dark red blood mist. His various attributes are being pushed to the limit, with tiny traces of blood mist seeping from his body. Doom! A punch heavily strikes Fang Hen, and with Fang Hen's current strength, there is a trend of being unable to withstand it, as he is pushed back half a step by the punch. That's about enough. After about 5 minutes of fighting, the entire hall is already filled with a thin layer of polluted black fog. Some offerings have been contaminated and are gradually entering a corrupt state. Ziwudao scans the surroundings as the offerings begin to agitate, and says solemnly, "Ivis, you need to speed up." Humph. Ivis coldly snorts, but doesn't respond. Noda has now entered a frenzied state. External speech is inaudible to him, with his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Hen. At this moment, Fang Hen, who has been defensively standing in one place, moves actively for the first time, instantly turning into a phantom, swiftly fleeing towards the right, trying to run. Swiftly. Swift. Swift. For red shadows from behind quickly catch up. Sensing the rapid approach of the figures behind, Fang Hen quickly forms a mark in front of him. Beast taming. Summon. The shadowy ghost rat emerges from the magic circle, swiftly appearing and jumping onto Fang Hen's shoulder. Who? Dense polluted black fog spews from its mouth. The hall was already filled with various mixed corrupting powers of demons, and with the addition of the black fog emitted by the shadowy ghost rat, the two black fogs instantly merge. Fang Hen's body is engulfed by the black fog. Essentially, the two black fogs have a considerable difference. The black fog leaking from the sealed magic circle has extremely high quality released in limited quantities due to control, while the black fog released by the shadowy ghost rat is more used to shield perception, hence, in greater quantity. Coupled with the entire ritual square being enclosed, the fog density on the square suddenly increases. Therefore, a considerable number of people immediately lose their perception of Fan Heng. What kind of special ability is this? It seems that Fang Bai is leveraging the power of the black fog on the square. The onlookers can't help but be greatly surprised. Ivis also slightly furrows his brow and locks his senses firmly on Fan Heng. Nota is still relentlessly chasing Fan Heng. A subordinate approaches Ivis and says softly, "My lord, something seems off." "Don't worry, he's reaching his limit." Just then, the offerings affected by various demon influences fully enter the corrupt state, gradually resurrecting. It just happened to integrate the ability of the black mist. Fang Bai, Ziwudao murmured, wary in his heart. In the upper area of the sacrificial zone, the monitoring group was manipulating, as usual. As believers of demonkind, descending recklessly would have a counterproductive effect, causing intense fluctuations in the sealed demonkind below. Unless it was a crisis, they would not rashly descend to inspect the lower levels. Due to the black mist causing special electromagnetic wave interference, coupled with the majority of metal insulation in the outer layer, most detection tools were rendered useless. They could only roughly estimate the pollution source intensity below using instruments. Today was indeed somewhat peculiar. The pollution intensity had slightly increased compared to usual, but the difference was still within a controllable range. In fact, when White Prison established the Sealing Plaza, they never expected to encounter an invasion by demonkind. Fang Heng's arrival was completely unexpected, causing a glitch. There's a slight discrepancy in the values, but it's fine. No major issue, we'll continue. In the altar area, shrouded in black mist, Fang Heng was fleeing rapidly. Almost there, Fang Heng sensed that Nuota's speed behind was increasing, even nearing, realizing that continuing would lead to trouble. Swish! Fang Heng stepped on the ground, turned his body, and rushed towards the Nuota clones rapidly approaching. At the same time, Fang Heng flipped his wrist. The metal staff in his hand appeared and he swung it forcefully forward. Whoosh! The metal staff made a sound as it cut through the air. The power attribute was pushed to the limit. Dang! Nuota was flung back by a strike, spraying out a mouthful of crimson blood. The other three Nuota's red figures almost instantly dissipated. What? Evis was taken aback, sensing Fang Heng firmly locking onto him through the layers of black mist. How did Fang Bai manage to see through Nuota's real body? The effectiveness of Nuota's clone skill was extremely strong, with each clone possessing 80% of the original strength and the ability to endure some damage. They were practically physical entities. How did he discern this?